Hashtag Chapter 1 As Severely Chinibu Teenager. My name is Lu Jing. I used to tell people that due to certain reasons, I couldn't remove the eye patch on my left eye, otherwise, ordinary people couldn't withstand the power of my golden pupil. I'd often casually drop lines like yaar yaar, things are getting interesting where Yarusai, shut up, sometimes even dramatically shouting I am who I am, grasping the sun and moon while plucking stars from the sky, there exists none other like me in this world, before bursting into laughter. I genuinely believed I was harmless and utterly ordinary, but if anyone dared to touch my reverse scales, I'd show them what true darkness really meant. I believe my innocence is merely a facade, I'm shrewd and clear-eyed, a chess player with all living beings as my pawns. There's both Buddha and demon in my heart, though I've sealed the demon away, content to live as an ordinary man. From elementary to middle school, then through the first year of high school, each time I advanced a grade, I would stand before the crowd wearing a mask and hat, the brim pulled low, head bowed, eyes shielded behind dark glasses, introducing myself in just this manner. I fantasized about being the indifferent protagonist of an anime, complete with its tsundere little sister, the class beauty secretly in love with me, the childhood friend living next door, plus the annoying blonde rival, the raven-haired senior girl, and some inconsequential sidekick. I was gifted with infinite power, yet all I craved was simplicity. At the age of 18, I finally woke up. Thinking back on all those past moments, I cringed so hard I rolled around in bed, screaming, how could I have been such a dork? No wonder I haven't had a single close friend since elementary school, and people called me the delusional Chinibu guy. I used to think those girls who kept glancing at me and giggling had crushes on me. Now I realize I was the joke. No more. I'm done with that life. I leaped out of bed, tore down the anime posters from my walls despite the pain, and packed away my flashy toy swords, cape outfits, and eye masks into a box, ready to throw them all out. And then there were those magic books I'd written, filled with sketches of spellpose stick figures and magical binary equations. Even I found them utterly ridiculous. I ended up sealing them all up in cardboard boxes and shoving them under my bed. I opened the group chat Night's Watch on my phone. The group description read, Night gathers, and now our watch begins. It shall not end until our death. We pledge to stand before the multitudes, our blades raised against the abyss, painting the heavens crimson with our blood. And I was the administrator of the group. The group has over 100 people, from elementary school until now. Some have left while others have joined. I've divided them into the upper triad, middle triad, and lower triad, with me as the leader. In fantasy, we secretly protect the world. I've told classmates and family, the reason you feel the world is beautiful is because someone is carrying the weight for you, before casually walking away with my hands in my pockets. To this day, my younger sister still teases me about it. The group chat was still buzzing with messages. Nightwatch by Zay asked why I'd gone silent and stopped posting updates. Nightwatch Chi-Lin claimed I was off on a covert mission, while Nightwatch Shuke lamented missing the chance to team up with me, only to be teased by Nightwatch Chi-Lin afterward. They went on discussing anomalies at the Other Gate and elemental turbulence in the Jiangnan region. I felt too ashamed to continue reading. I opened the management interface and saw the button to disband the group chat. Taking a deep breath, my hand hovered, unable to click. After all, this was my labor of love, something that had grown with me. Being ostracized by others, I found solace only in the imagined world of that group chat. But I told myself, that was all in the past. I wanted to live an ordinary, normal life, not be a clown. Just as I steeled myself to press the button, the bedroom door swung open and my half-sister Lu Shui walked in, calling me to dinner while telling me to stop jumping around in my room. She was referring to how I enjoy fantasizing about saving the world while dancing wildly in my room with the music turned up so loud that the old lady downstairs once came to complain, saying we were throwing parties every day. I retorted, then put down my phone, walked to the living room, and silently began eating at the dining table. Father Lu Yuanjing said, tomorrow you start at the new school, don't think changing schools means you can stop studying. I nodded in agreement. Recently, due to father's job, our family moved to a new city, and I transferred schools. This was also why I wanted to change. In this unfamiliar place, no one knew about my embarrassing past. I was determined to turn over a new leaf, start fresh, and become a normal boy. I had made up my mind. Hashtag Chapter 2 Embracing Ordinary Living. During the meal, father said to my sister, Schwer should also be mindful. There are many outstanding students in key high schools, but don't be discouraged even if you fall short compared to others. My younger sister nodded. Stepmother Gong Liang smiled and said, our Schwer awakened before even turning 16. I quietly continued eating my meal in silence. Yes, this world has superpowers and awakenings, but none of it has anything to do with me. At the age of 16, humans awaken, some become warriors practicing martial arts, some become mages mastering spells, and some become priests cultivating healing arts. It's all very miraculous and impressive. I've fantasized countless times about awakening some extraordinary ability. Even back then, when the physical test suggested I might not qualify for awakening, I refused to believe it. I was convinced I was one in a million. By the age of 16, I still hadn't awakened any abilities, not even basic life skills. From that moment on, I began to accept that I was just an ordinary person. I had read Dragon Raja, fantasizing about encountering a life-altering turning point like its protagonist, only to realize I was merely a talentless loser with existential angst utterly devoid of noble lineage, and without a single friend in real life. My stepmother added, I heard that when Schwer had to transfer schools, even her principal personally came to our house. Gong Liang said these words with evident pride, because my younger sister Lu Shui awakened as a mage before she turned 16, with an S-grade talent at that, causing quite a stir in our small town. This stood in stark contrast to my own dull and disappointing life. Father Lu Yuanjing nodded and said, thanks to Schwer, our family's Lu Jing can attend a top-tier high school. When Lu Shui transferred schools, several elite high schools in the city actively courted her, and in the end, Father chose Jiangnan No. 1 High School. No. 1 High wasn't the most well-equipped, but it could offer an additional condition no other school could match, allowing me, an unawakened student, to study there alongside my sister. Truth be told, with my academic performance, I had no right to be there, but because of my sister, the school administration ultimately agreed. I buried my head in my bowl without saying a word. Truth be told, I really wanted to attend a regular high school. Even though I knew my grades might improve at a prestigious school, my damn pride kept rearing its head. My father had specially negotiated conditions with the school for me. I felt too ashamed to say I didn't want to rely on my sister's connections to get into the elite high school. A real man shouldn't depend on a girl. What kind of accomplishment is that? Even attending a regular high school, I could still make my family proud. Of course, this pride only existed in my imagination, so I finished my meal quickly and retreated to my room. I opened the window and gazed at the night sky outside. More than once, I fantasized about a breathtakingly beautiful girl kicking open my window and saying, "Hey, kid, still sleeping in here? It's time for you to save the world." I laughed. Back when I first read that quote, "The most important growth in life begins with accepting one's ordinariness," I scoffed at it. Arrogantly convinced of my own exceptionalism, I stubbornly believed one must either become a hero admired by all or die in spectacular fashion, never settling for being utterly unremarkable. But now I suddenly understand, no matter how hard I try, I might never become the protagonist under the spotlight. Yet the world needs ordinary people too, otherwise how would the main characters stand out? That's how I console myself. Next morning, my younger sister Lu Shui and I put on our school uniforms, finished breakfast and left home. Though Lu Shui is a year younger, we're in the same grade because she's so smart she skipped a level. The high school uniforms are quite attractive: white dress shirts, ties and blazers for boys, long skirts with jackets for girls, the skirts reaching mid-calf. But girls being girls, there's this popular saying, first years fold once, second years fold twice, third years fold thrice, cuffing their skirts shorter until they resemble JK uniforms, only to let them down when teachers come inspecting. Lu Shui's skirt folded up, revealing her smooth, pale calves. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore light makeup on her face. We waited for the subway at the station, and I noticed several students wearing the same first high school uniform sneaking glances at Lu Shui. Objectively speaking, Lu Shui was indeed beautiful, inheriting her mother Gong Liang's best features. Her skin was fair and delicate, her face small with large eyes, and she was tall. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her fair skin tinged with a faint rosy glow, and her exposed calves were smooth and pale. Lu Shui suddenly said, "Why aren't you striking a pose anymore?" I responded with a questioning "huh?" as she tilted her head slightly to look at me. In the past, whenever we took the subway together, I would always wear a mask and a hat, keeping my head down. Then, the moment the subway doors opened, I'd suddenly raise my hand and shout, by my command, "Open." That's why she always hated going out with me. Sometimes when it rained, I'd be the only one dancing on the playground, my heart reciting, "Drunk." I lit the lamp to see my sword, dreaming. I returned to the barracks where horns blared, while humming, I should wander carefree in the rivers and lakes, drinking a pot of unrefined wine. I fantasized about the entire school being amazed at who had driven away the monster attacking the campus, never realizing that the mysterious hero was just their utterly ordinary, unnoticed self. I silently covered my face and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore." She arched her willow leaf eyebrows and said meaningfully, "You've finally grown up." We got on the subway. The 8 a.m. metro was packed. Gripping the handrail, I thought to myself, that's right. Normal people should abandon those delusional thoughts. From now on, I'll just be an ordinary high school senior. Today was the first day of senior year. The prestigious First High was much bigger than the school I attended in the small county town. It was the school of my dreams. I couldn't help glancing at the girls passing by. Every one of them was so pretty. This is what a big city is like. Standing at the podium for self-introduction, I said, "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Jing." When the teacher asked me to elaborate, some strange whim made me add, "I'm Lu Jing. Due to certain reasons, I can't remove the eye patch on my left eye or you wouldn't be able to handle my golden pupil." Ah, the demon inside me, now is not the time. Then I deliberately fell, got up with a loud laugh, and added, "The human body is truly fragile. You vermin should never dare to call my name directly again." Next, I pretended to snap out of it, looking dazed. Huh? What just happened? Did the demon inside me appear? My classmates were all staring at me in shock. Recalling all my past antics, I couldn't help but wish I could restart my life. But what's done is done. This is a new life, a new me. I took a deep breath and said, I enjoy watching movies, reading novels, and playing video games. I hope that in the coming year, we can all work hard together and get into our dream universities. The self-introduction was utterly mundane, met with polite applause from the audience as I hastily left the stage. The teacher reminded Lu Shui to come up to the podium. Ever since we entered the classroom, the students' gazes had been fixed on her, and once she stood at the front, they openly stared without reservation. Lu Shui introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Shui. I'm 17 years old. I've awakened as a combat class profession, a second-tier archmage, with level 5 physical attributes and an S-rank talent. Being a second-tier archmage at 17, with level 5 physical attributes and an S-rank talent even in a prestigious high school, such achievements stood out brilliantly. The students' eyes lit up with admiration. Some wondered why our names were so similar and why we had transferred together, questioning if there was any connection between us. The teacher explained that we were siblings and would be studying together from now on, urging everyone to look out for one another. Then, he dismissed the class to prepare for the upcoming lesson, leaving us to our own devices. Ordinary life, I silently repeated to myself as I took a seat in the last row, next to a chubby bespectacled boy. After class, he introduced himself, Ma Jianyu, unawakened. I replied, Lu Jing, also unawakened. Yo, Ma Jianyu said to me, you're the 6th unawakened person in our class. Is Lu Shui your sister? I nodded, yeah. He then complimented, your sister's really pretty, a second-tier magister, impressive. All I could do was let out a dry chuckle. He added, want to grab a meal together after school? I looked astonished, pointing at myself as I asked, me? He responded puzzled, what's wrong? Inconvenient? I quickly nodded, no, it's convenient, very convenient. For the first time in my life, a classmate actually invited me to eat together after school. Oh my gosh. So this is what it feels like to be a normal person. Before, every time after introducing myself, I couldn't make friends, no one was willing to get close to me. And now someone actually took the initiative to ask me out for a meal. I was nearly in tears, shouting in my heart, I really did it. After class, Ma Jianyu enthusiastically gave me a tour around the campus. Watching me leave with him, Lu Shui slightly raised her eyebrows, probably thinking about how much her brother had changed, now actually having friends, but wondering how long this would last. Ma Jianyu pointed things out to me. That's the library, the cafeteria, and over there is the gymnasium. Do you play basketball? I shook my head. Forget basketball, any kind of ball sport was alien to me. In the past, when others showed off on the court, surrounded by a circle of girls, I could only drape my coat over my shoulders, sleeves left hanging, leaning against a corner, watching coldly before sneering, humans are so childish. I silently vowed that one day I would learn to play basketball. I gazed at the 3 most prominent buildings at the center of the campus and asked, what are those big buildings for? Looming like 3 sharp swords piercing the sky, their sleek and streamlined exteriors exuded modernity and technological sophistication. Each building stood dozens of stories high, appearing to merge with the sky in the distance, their walls reflecting sunlight with dazzling brilliance. Ma Jianyu shrugged and said, has nothing to do with us. These are specially prepared for awakened students. I felt somewhat disappointed, having thought we might get to go inside for a visit. He then asked, do you like gaming? I replied, it's alright. He followed up, how about karaoke? I said in surprise, just the 2 of us? He said casually, what's the fun with just us? Of course we'd need to invite girls. I was so shocked it felt like a dream. Singing karaoke with girls was something straight out of anime, and now it was actually happening to me. My heart was pounding with excitement, feeling like I'd finally become a normal person, overwhelmed to the point of speechless tears. After school, Lu Shui said she'd be going back late to train in the magic room. Scratching my head, I said, I'll also be back late. She asked, what are you doing? Blushing, I replied, going to dinner with someone, and, also singing. Lu Shui paused thoughtfully before saying expressionlessly, didn't you used to say you couldn't be bothered going out with ordinary people? In your eyes, they were as ignorant as lab mice, as manipulable as chess pieces. I urgently stopped her, cringing so hard my toes curled, wishing I could die on the spot. Lu Shui said, Lu Jing, you've grown up. I snapped impatiently, leave me alone, then grabbed my school bag and rushed out. Some say I'm the type who eagerly prepares to hang out with girls, but ends up too nervous to talk, just sitting in a corner playing with my phone. I really want to curse them. Now, in this KTV private room with flashing lights, my first time seeing such a scene, I cautiously nibble fruit in the corner, pretending to scroll through my phone. Ma Jianyu had great social skills, inviting 8 or 9 people, both guys and girls, awakened and unawakened, not even from the same class. I simply couldn't fit in. I noticed a beautiful red-haired girl, cheerful, vivacious, with a smile radiant as sunshine and bright, expressive eyes, chatting and laughing with everyone, forming a stark contrast to me. I quietly took a sip of my drink, thinking how anime really lied. Without good looks, no girl would ever strike up a conversation. Still, social butterflies had leveled up through grinding too. There was still time for me to catch up. Lost in thought, I suddenly noticed a gaze fixed on me from the side. Turning my head in surprise, I startled so badly I spilled my drink. The red-haired girl asked, "You okay?" I stared at her, baffled, as she sat beside me. She introduced herself, Shen Shuiyue. "You're Lu Jing, right?" I nodded. Then she added, "Lu Shui is your sister?" "Yeah, I've gotten used to people asking about my sister the moment they open their mouths." She continued, "How come she didn't come along?" She said she has training. "Oh, so hardworking, no wonder your grades are so good." I forced an awkward smile. Shen Shuiyue continued, "Why aren't you singing? You've been playing with your phone this whole time." Singing? Other than Lu Shui, I'd never spoken to a girl at such close quarters before. I realized Shen Shuiyue was even more beautiful up close, her features more delicate. Compared to Lu Shui's delicate grace, she was radiant, like a rose in full bloom. At this moment, Ma Jianyu came over and shouted, "Lu Jing, sing a song." Then without waiting for my response, he loudly announced, "Now let's welcome our new classmate Lu Jing to perform a song for us." Everyone applaud. Applause erupted, and all eyes turned toward me, making my scalp tingle with tension. Sing? Are you kidding me? I can't sing at all. It's true that I love listening to music. When I hear Sorrow of Parting, I imagine myself as a peerless swordsman, hiding my identity like a drunkard while secretly eliminating the monsters threatening to destroy a village. Sentimental songs move me to tears, and when fiery battle anthems play, I picture myself facing an army alone, crying out, "Though 10,000 oppose, I shall march forth, after my comrades fall," riding solo into legend. But I'm all too aware of how terrible my singing is. Others' singing might cost you money, but mine could cost you your life. The microphone was thrust into my hand. Gripping it, I stood at the front, acutely aware of everyone's gaze, especially Shen Shuiyue's. In my mind, I fantasized about the system's voice announcing, "Congratulations, you've acquired god-tier singing talent. Select your song and dazzle the crowd with your brilliance." Then, with bold confidence, I'd open my mouth and stun them all. Yet reality was cruel. In the end, I returned home crestfallen, the scenes from the KTV replaying endlessly in my mind, utterly mortifying. As I stepped inside, I called out, "I'm back." By then, Lu Shui had already arrived home. The three of us stared at each other in unison, with my father Lu Yuanzheng and stepmother Gong Liang looking utterly bewildered. Dad asked me incredulously, "Your sister said you went out with classmates?" I nodded and said, "I've already eaten, I'm going back to my room." Father hadn't yet snapped out of his shock, his mind buzzing with the astonishing thought, his son actually has a friend now. "I can still go out with friends. Is tomorrow the apocalypse?" he said to his stepmother. "Honey, pinch me." His stepmother pinched him hard, and he realized, it's not a dream. I went back to my room, rolling around on the bed, screaming inside about how embarrassed I was. Why did I have to go to KTV? And even sing? So humiliating. I don't want to go to school anymore. But when I calmed down, it occurred to me, isn't this a great start? If I can't sing, I'll learn. If I can't play basketball, I'll practice. I opened the drawer, hoping to find the microphone I'd once bought, but instead saw a golden holy sword, a white pistol, a stylish pocket watch, and a thick notebook filled with magical spells and techniques. I packed away so many things in boxes, never expecting there would still be this much. Frowning, I wondered what kind of person I used to be. The holy sword seemed to whisper, "Master, take me with you to save the world." I snorted coldly, slammed the drawer shut, and muttered to myself, I've already accepted my mediocrity, now I just want to live an ordinary life. The following week passed uneventfully, though truthfully, life had always been ordinary for me. The only difference was that I suddenly found myself forced to accept it, no longer lost in fantastical delusions. In reality, there are no real-life achievers, no girls throwing themselves at me, and certainly no arrogant rich kids mocking me as worthless just waiting for me to prove them wrong, because those rich kids don't even have time to acknowledge my existence. I eat, study, sleep, occasionally chat with classmates about which girl in class is the prettiest, steal glances at the girl I like, utterly ordinary to the point of being unremarkable. Sometimes I still daydream, though not as intensely as before. A week isn't particularly long nor short, and I got to know most of my classmates. The ones who stood out were Ma Jianyu and Shen Shuiyue, the girl with fiery red hair. I don't understand why she's allowed to dye her hair, maybe it's natural, since in my previous school girls weren't even allowed to grow their hair long. There are many pretty girls in our class, but the only one who can compete with Shen Shuiyue is Tian Shiran. She debuted as a child star, acted in many TV dramas, and is quite famous. Rumor has it her family is wealthy. She gets picked up after school every day in a Rolls-Royce. Her school skirt is folded up extremely short, almost reaching the top of her thighs, revealing her long, slender, pale legs. The curves of her hips are faintly visible as she walks by, always drawing glances. But I don't dare look at her, not that I don't have desires, but because she once gave me a look of disgust, and I still don't know what I did wrong. To avoid embarrassment, I didn't even dare glance at her skirt as she walked by, afraid others might notice. Later Ma Jianyu told me that Tian Shiran looked down on us unawakened students. Since I used 1 yuan pens and wore tattered 25 yuan shoes, she would sometimes silently show disgust and keep her distance from me. This made me a little angry, so I didn't give her any friendly looks either. I even secretly fantasized that if we ever got into conflict and she mocked me as an unawakened loser, then a military helicopter would descend from the sky to retrieve me. A team of national agents would step out coldly and shout, "Captain, elemental chaos has erupted at the edge of realms. The organization summons you." They'd drape a black trench coat over my shoulders and escort me away under everyone's astonished gazes. I'd turn and leave without a word, so badass, but I quickly dismissed the thought. I'd promised to be normal now, no more of these fantasies. Surprisingly, Tian Shiran got along well with Lu Shui. I'd seen them walking together, but I always kept my distance because I didn't know whether to greet them or not when we met. Aside from that, everything was quite ordinary. I could easily imagine my future life. Getting into an obscure university, finding a decent job, settling down with a wife and kids. People would say how lucky I was to have such an amazing sister. Look, that's Lu Shui's brother. Such a life wouldn't be bad at all. Yet sometimes I still found myself staring out the window, lost in thoughts of imaginary adventures. Nightwatch Guardian Ubum, I've arrived at Jiangnan City. There are indeed elemental anomalies here. Nightwatch Qilin, report any developments immediately. Nightwatch Ubum, understood. Nightwatch Ubum, after completing this mission, will I get to see the captain? Nightwatch Qilin, yes, I'll arrange it. In Jiangnan City, the fair-faced girl wearing an eye patch over her left eye took a deep breath, thinking she would finally get to meet the captain. She patted her cheeks and said, "This is no time to get carried away, completing the mission comes first." Just then, there was a knock at the door. A 5-star hotel attendant stood behind it, smiling slightly with a bow before asking, "Would you like breakfast service?" The girl replied coldly, "Make it quick. Later, during the fight, I'll need plenty of energy replenishment, otherwise, I won't be able to fully unleash my magic. Most importantly, Suddenly, she crouched down, clutching her left eye beneath the eye patch. Hurry, or without enough food to stabilize me, I'm afraid the new seal inside me will erupt, and when that happens, the entire world will plunge into catastrophe. The waiter widened his eyes in surprise. "Oh, okay, I'll bring it to you right away." After the waiter left, the girl stood up and sighed softly. We Night Watch members really sacrifice too much for this world. I really don't know how our captain manages to endure it all. I slowly raised my head, gazing at the boundless sky. The weather was unusually clear today, not a single cloud for miles, just a sapphire blue expanse stretching before my eyes. With the radiant sun hanging high in the sky, its light brilliantly dazzling. 2 weeks into the new semester, they were actually organizing an opening ceremony. Rumor had it that preparations were supposed to start a week ago, but got delayed for some reason. The class celebrity Song Ziki asked his sidekick Li Guanghao, "What's the reason for this?" With a blank expression, Li Guanghao looked confused. Song Ziki then explained, "I mean why the opening ceremony got postponed. My cousin works as a secretary for the director of the education bureau, and he told me beforehand." Song Ziki never missed a chance to flaunt how influential his family connections were, though even if he didn't say it, the watch on his wrist gave it away. Standing idly at the back, I stared at the platform. Ma Jianyu invited me to play a murder mystery game after school, and I agreed. To me, scripted murder mystery games were something I'd only imagined. I'd never actually played one, but I'd seen videos of others playing emotional storylines, where guys and girls hugged and cried their hearts out. I blinked, lost in involuntary daydreaming. Finally, the principal took the stage and delivered some bland remarks, leaving me yawning incessantly. Still, standing outside for a while wasn't so bad, anything to avoid class, even if it meant just standing there. My gaze wasn't fixed on the podium but instead drifted to the distant horizon. A massive rift split the sky, unleashing countless monsters. As teachers and classmates fled in panic, an image flashed through my mind, me moving against the crowd, a smirk playing on my lips, shouting, "This is my turf," before facing the horde of monsters alone, riding a flying sword into battle. But when those unpleasant memories resurfaced, a shiver ran down my spine, forcing me to quickly push them away. Something seemed to be spreading across the horizon. Dark shapes were expanding in the sky. I rubbed my eyes, it wasn't clouds. Something appeared to be falling, and I wondered if it was a hallucination. But soon, Ma Jianyue's shocked cry rang in my ears, "Holy shit, what is that?" Then came the continuous rumbling sounds, followed by waves of exclamations from all around. A group of students were sent flying with a single slap, like kites with severed strings tracing parabolas through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed up, obscuring the scene. Amid the screams, shrieks, and wails of the students, chaos erupted. More and more monsters dropped from the cracks in the sky, varied in form, some with wings, others massive in size, others with sharp claws and teeth. They descended onto the campus, wreaking havoc and attacking students indiscriminately. What the hell? The thing I fantasized about actually came true. But right now, far from facing the monsters against the crowd, my body was frozen stiff. I was utterly paralyzed with fear. Not just me, everyone panicked. The alarm blared suddenly, monster invasion, Class A alert. People were shouting run, and what's going on? Some speculated whether Huagua had fallen, otherwise how could the monsters dare to openly invade a school? Then Song Ziki roared, "Stay calm, everyone." Now I understood why he was the boys' leader. He was a warrior, a shield soldier type, summoning a massive shield in his hands. Activating the skill, Fortify, the shield gleamed with golden light as he shouted, "Everyone, get behind me. We're charging out together." Lu Shui also sprang into action. A second circle archmage with S-grade talent, she excelled in wind magic. A howling gale erupted, like countless razor-sharp blades rushing toward the two monsters colliding with the shield light, tearing them apart. This is my first time seeing Lu Shui use magic up close, so powerful. As Song Ziki and Lu Shui took action, the others quickly responded. Two hunters knocked arrows, assassins melted into shadows, and priests channeled energy for the group. But more monsters swarmed in. My vision blurred with confusion. This was the scene I'd always dreamed of, yet here in reality, I could only tremble behind the crowd. Is this some kind of blockbuster movie? Where's the teacher? Why isn't he helping? I felt utterly bewildered. The next second, Ma Jianyu died right in front of me. A monster descending from the sky crushed him into a bloody pulp. The creature stood less than half a meter away from me, its arm outstretched, easily within reach to grab me. Ha, damn this reality. I didn't run. I recognized this monster. It was a sonic bat. They say its reflexes are hundreds of times faster than a normal person's. And worst of all, it looked grotesquely humanoid, revolting, and terrifying. Suddenly, a gust of hurricane-force wind slashed through, hurling the sonic bat backward. Lu Shui charged forth with the wind, moving at incredible speed as she shouted, "Follow me." Before I could even process it, my younger sister grabbed my hand, dragging me along as we fled with the rest of the crowd. Everyone was running toward the school building. It had defensive mechanisms in place, but the path had never felt so endless. One after another, familiar faces crumpled to the ground. I saw Tian Shiran, the girl who once looked at me with disgust, now lying in a pool of blood, her eyes filled with despair. Then Song Ziki also gave in, his shield shattered. I didn't die, perhaps because I was too unnoticeable, or perhaps out of sheer luck. I stayed right in the middle of the group, lacking any real ability, and so I remained undisturbed, until the entire team was wiped out. My heart pounded like thunder, certain I would die the next second, yet somehow, I was still alive. I even wondered if it would have been better to die sooner. Lu Shui and I got separated. With the path blocked by monsters, I simply lay down and played dead. Being a coward felt just fine. I caught sight of Shin Chuiwei and Lu Shui, who was looking around as if searching for me, which only deepened my shame. "Run, little sister, at least I won't be your burden. I'm just a pathetic daydreamer after all." With her magic exhausted, Lu Shui stared silently at the monsters before her and sighed softly, preparing for self-destruction. Standing tall, she raised a single hand toward the sky as a powerful current surged from her body, forming a vortex-like storm that put all surrounding monsters on high alert. The crowd watched her in stunned silence when suddenly a voice rang out. "Are you trying to hog all the glory by yourself?" Chapter 7, Night Watcher Lu Jing makes his entrance. "Do you want to steal all the spotlight by yourself?" A sudden voice rang out. Lu Shui's movements abruptly froze as she turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice. "Lu Jing!" Lu Jing stood up from a pile of corpses. He slightly tilted his head, stretched out his fingers, and gazed at the sun in the sky. "Nice sunshine today, perfect for stretching my limbs. Oi, let my sister go. Attacking this school was the dumbest decision you've ever made. Don't you know who I am? Listen up. I am the Night's Watch. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall stand before countless souls, my blade raised against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood." Lu Jing pressed a hand to his forehead, the corners of his mouth lifting. "Come forth, let you insignificant wretches witness the might of my power." Lu Jing spoke with fiery passion. In the arena, whether it was the monsters or the remaining survivors, they all stared blankly at Lu Jing. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Only Lu Shui appeared to have noticed something, her lips slightly parted. "Brother." As he spoke, Lu Jing kept his back to Lu Shui and the others, while raising his little finger behind his back with his other hand. "What? You're my long-lost sister? As my sister, you might be the unluckiest person in the whole world." At that time, Lu Shui, who barely reached anyone's knees, stared at her brother with large, glistening eyes. "Why?" "Because your big brother is a night watchman, and I'm protecting the earth." "Wow, big brother is amazing. Ah ha ha ha. But you'll protect me, right, big brother?" "Brother will protect you, but if danger comes, I might not be able to watch over you. Remember, if we encounter real danger, your brother will draw their attention away. At the same time, they'll raise a little thumb behind your back, that's the signal for you to flee without looking back." "What about my brother then?" "Don't worry, brother. Dying on the battlefield is a warrior's honor. Lu Jing smirked devilishly. Thoughts swiftly retracted. Lu Jing roared, "My golden eyes, my king's power, awaken now. Now is the time to protect those you love. Bet your lives on it, you bastards." Lu Jing charged at the monster, as though everything before his eyes was but an illusion. "This must be the world's punishment upon me. With my blade, I shall eradicate all evil. Do you truly believe the likes of you can defeat me? Tremble, you insignificant insects. All things in this world are but a prelude, and I am the end of this world." Lu Jing suddenly felt a weight lift from his heart. "Indeed, only being Chu Yuni suits me best. It seems I truly cannot be an ordinary person. So then, may you die brilliantly. So, my foolish little sister, run. Run now. Let this useless big brother of yours fight for a sliver of hope for you." At this moment, the 18-year-old Lu Jing seemed to catch a glimpse of his 8-year-old self. They were shouting in unison. "Night Watcher Lu Jing at your service. Danger, danger. The instance is collapsing. Unknown energy detected. Warning, warning, the instance is collapsing. Detecting energy source, detection failed. Gathering energy data, gathering failed. Warning, warning, please evacuate immediately. Warning, immediate malfunction detected, system data damage." Bang! In the vast operations room, the massive screen emitted a shattering sound, splintering into fragments. Inside the operation room, numerous teachers from Ichigo High School, including the principal, all wore expressions of astonishment. Collapsed. Their expensive investment in setting up the copy was completely shattered. What's going on? The data is completely lost. Unknown energy intrusion detected. Unknown energy? Where did this unknown energy come from? The principal asked. No one answered, and no one knew the answer. Their meticulously crafted trials, preparing to evaluate the performance of numerous students when faced with extreme situations, and make them understand the harshness of the outside world. At first, everything was just fine. When they saw Lu Shui preparing to explode herself to clear a bloody path for everyone, they couldn't help but nod in approval, marveling at how this young girl could maintain such remarkable composure under such circumstances. Great, great. The principal nodded and couldn't help but remark to the admissions director, "I recall this student was newly transferred, wasn't he? He's the right one." The admissions director flashed a proud smile, but just at that moment, a wild card appeared out of nowhere. No one expected Lu Jing to step forward, while shouting something like, "My golden eyes, my kingly power." What the heck is this? Some kind of magic? But he's a non-awakened one. The Night Watchers, yet another secret organization? Never heard of it. Then, the entire dungeon collapsed. "Principal." A teacher pointed to the only screen that wasn't shattered. The screen froze on a student. It was none other than Lu Jing. On the playground, everyone exited the instance. Back at the playground, those who had supposedly died were horrified to feel their own bodies, finding them completely unharmed. They did not die, they came back to life. Lu Jing also froze in place. "Ha, what's going on? Did I make time flow backward?" However, soon the teachers at the podium informed everyone of the truth. The school set up a massive dungeon portal array on the sports field. Just now, they had all unknowingly entered a dungeon world. "This is an exam. Damn it!" Someone cursed aloud. Some were simply grateful to still be alive. Some couldn't help but burst into tears. As for Lu Jing, exam? Then just now my golden eyes, my power of kings. Hey, don't hog all the spotlight by yourself. Let go of my sister. Night Watcher Lu Jing at your service. The night is dark and full of terrors, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. At this moment, Lu Jing sensed countless eyes upon him, including the gaze of younger sister Lu Shui and Shin Shuiyue. The last survivors finally grasped Lu Jing's actions, and the instant they realized, their eyes immediately turned toward him. "Lu Jing, where's the crevice? Where's the crevice? Let me die. In this situation, it's better to just die. What the hell was I thinking, trying to act all cool like that? Let me die. Some people are alive, yet they are dead." Lu Jing had thought the worst-case scenario would end here. In the afternoon, nobody expected the teachers to replay the entire battle footage in class again, analyze the pros and cons they face when confronted with danger. Lu Jing, the departed, left peacefully. "If you need anything, please burn some Jaws paper. The scene has reached its end." Just as Lu Shui was about to self-destruct, "Don't hog all the spotlight by yourself." Lu Jing's voice rang out. In reality, Lu Jing silently bowed his head. Chapter 8, Eyes of True Gold. From then on, Lu Jing gained an extra nickname, the Night Watchman from Class 2. Lu Jing couldn't even remember how he'd left the school. He only remembers how boisterous the wind was that day. Cherry blossoms fluttered down from the trees on either side. Lu Shui walked ahead, glancing back at him. "What's wrong with you? You've been down in the dumps all day long. What do you think?" Lu Jing's heart was as cold as ashes at this moment. "You used to do this all the time. It's not your first rodeo," Lu Shui said. "Now, it's different. Lu Jing lowered his head, like a walking corpse. I wonder if going home and telling Dad about dropping out will work. Dad, he'll break your legs, Lu Shui said calmly. Yeah, what about transferring schools? That won't work either. Lu Jing was utterly despaired. Heh, I really want to leave this world. Lu Shui turned her head back. Dummy big brother, you looked really handsome today. The voice was faint, and a passing bus went by. Lu Jing didn't hear a thing. Back home, Lu Jing didn't even eat dinner. Lying in the room. Sigh. Am I about to become the strange one, the oddball in people's mouths again? Who knew that was an exam? Damn it, he actually believed it. How am I supposed to face my classmates tomorrow? Forget it, forget it. Lu Jing violently smashed his head against the wall. Trying to lose my memories this way. That's right, as long as I can't remember anything at all. On the other side of the wall, it was a pink room. Lu Shui leaned against the wall, her fair, delicate feet swaying gently. Should I wear tights tomorrow? She saw many girls dress like that and thought it was very beautiful. But how come it looks a bit erotic? Should I go ask Big Brother for his opinion? That guy just loves it when girls wear tights. Thud thud. Lu Shui heard the sound of a crash against the wall. Ever since I was a child, strange sounds always came from my brother's room. Either it's my brother reciting incantations, or blasting excessively loud music, or simply the sound of him dancing around without a care. Unfortunately, this wall wasn't very soundproof either. Lu Jing tossed and turned, but finally fell asleep at 1 in the morning. Lu Jing didn't know when he had woken up. He seemed to have heard a sound, then turned his head only to find a figure suddenly appearing on the window. Lu Jing was accustomed to keeping the curtains open, because he needed to absorb the essence of the moon, to replenish their magical power. Of course, the more important point was that Lu Jing had always fantasized about meeting a witch riding a broomstick. As I passed by, I caught sight of you and fell in love at first glance, then forcefully took herself away. Of course, this witch must have a slender waist, long legs, and ample curves, then step on her own face with her foot while speaking. From now on, you belong to this wicked witch. Of course, Lu Jing had never considered it before. This is really going to happen, how terrifying it will be. At this very moment, Lu Jing almost had a heart attack. At first glance, the dark figure would make anyone think it was a thief. But, this is the 5th floor. Lu Jing didn't call out, for the moonlight sufficed. He saw the figure clearly. She's a girl, and a very beautiful one at that. The most important thing is big boobs. The girl opened the window and flipped gracefully into the room. Then losing his balance, he pitched headfirst onto the ground. Why, you okay? Lu Jing didn't know why he had asked such a question. Forgive me, that was improper of me. I'm fine. The girl stood up again, kneeling on one knee. Place your right fist over your heart. Night Watch Tengu greetings, Captain. Lu Jing. It is an honor to have the privilege of meeting His Excellency the Captain. Lu Jing remained silent for quite a while. Why you? Who did you say you were just now? Night Watcher Obum. Jiawei Fox. Lu Jing had no impression of this name. However, when he first named it, he had used names from the classic of mountains and seas. How is this possible? Lu Jing's mind went completely blank. A member from the group actually came to his home? A pervert. Wait, what pervert could possibly look like this? It should be myself who's twisted, not her. How do you know where I live? How did you find me here? The girl smiled faintly. While detecting elemental disturbances at first high, I happened to witness your trial. To protect my sister, I had no choice but to reveal my true identity. Thus, I followed you here. I beg your forgiveness for my intrusion. So that's how it is. Wait, what on earth is elemental turbulence? The girl explained, sometimes 2 or 3 of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, can become chaotic, forming what we call elemental turbulence. Could it all actually be true? Lu Jing's mouth fell open, his confusion tinged with excitement. Lu Jing plopped onto the bed and slapped himself hard. Ouch! This wasn't a dream. Wait, this isn't another test, is it? Lu Jing had genuinely been traumatized by his last experience. But then again, they couldn't possibly chase him all the way home with an assessment, could they? The girl looked up at Lu Jing with admiration in her eyes. Wait, Lu Jing noticed something odd. What's with the eye patch on your left eye? My left eye has a golden pupil that shouldn't be exposed to others so easily, the girl explained. Lu Jing, this damn thing can't actually be Chinibu, right? Lu Jing recalled some unpleasant memories. Those fools aren't worthy of beholding my golden eyes, but for someone of your status, Captain, I'll make an exception. As she spoke, the girl slowly began removing her eye patch. My golden eyes are nothing compared to yours, Captain. My apologies. Lu Jing leaned back slightly, staring in shock at the girl's left eye. Gold! They're really golden. Lu Jing's expression changed abruptly. The girl wore a triumphant smile at the corner of her lips. So, does my golden eye meet the squad leader's standards? Really, is all of this actually true? Is it not my own fantasy? Lu Jing leaned in close to examine the golden eyes from his fantasy. Too close? Unaware that the girl's face had turned slightly red and her heartbeat had quickened. Being this close to His Excellency the Captain. Is this really allowed? Lu Jing's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. This goddamn thing is just colored contacts. Chapter 9, Lin Mo. Ouch. What are you doing? The girl clutched her head and crouched down, hugging it indignantly. Lu Jingqi was furious. Who exactly are you? Why did you break into my house in the middle of the night? Night Watcher Guonio. Ouch. It hurts so much. Tell the truth. Captain, I truly am a Night's Watch member. Let me show you my identification. The girl pulled out her phone and opened a group chat. Lu Jing, the emergency number is 11. Captain, don't call the police. Night Watch affairs should be handled internally. Lu Jing said calmly, true identity. A student. That's my hidden identity. Oh, so you really are a student. Name, Lin Mo. Which Mo? The Mo from to moisten each other with spit in times of hardship. Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. Though this name is merely my disguise. To outsiders, I'm known as the king of the new generation, the coldest executioner, the ace of the execution division. Ouch. Beat me again. Then you're a student at First High? Lin Mo said, no. To be precise, it's tomorrow. I transferred here to carry out the organization's mission. So it's a transfer student. Lu Jing understood everything now. Get out of my house right now. Captain, please say a few more words to me. Get out, or I'll call the police. Captain, Lin Mo pleaded. Out. Lin Mo had no choice but to move outside the window. Lu Jing only realized then that she had used a rope coiled all the way down from the rooftop to the 5th floor. That's way too dangerous. Startled, Lu Jing quickly pulled her back. Are you an awakener? Lu Jing asked warily. If it were an awakened one, this would naturally be effortless to handle. As a guardian of the Night Watch, how could I possibly be an awakened one? Awakened ones are all slaves to foreign deities, while we of the Night Watch represent the divine will of Huaxia. Lin Mo declared solemnly, echoing Lu Jing's words from back then. Lu Jing just wanted to cover his ears. So this person was a non-awakened like himself. Lu Jing felt this was far too dangerous. Had he done something wrong? What if Lin Mo fell from the building today? There really are fools in this world even dumber than me. And at this late hour, a young woman alone. Such a beautiful young woman at that. Although China's public security is second to none, it's better to be safe than sorry. Where do you live? Let me take you home, Lu Jing said helplessly. The streets were practically deserted at this hour. There were quite a few vehicles on the road. Lu Jing originally planned to hail a taxi for Lin Mo, but then remembered the late-night serial killer in the story who turned out to be a taxi driver. So, he had no choice but to get into the taxi with her. Captain, what's my next mission? Lu Jing, keep it down. Oh, I get it, we need to stay hidden, those outer domain demons are always watching us. Ouch, why do you keep hitting me? Soon, the taxi arrived at their destination. Lu Jing got out of the car and was astonished to see a hotel. Having recently moved to Jiangnan himself, Lu Jing wasn't very familiar with the area yet. So when Lin Mo mentioned the location earlier, it never crossed his mind that it would be a hotel. And not just any small hotel either, but rather a massive, grand and luxurious hotel. What's its star rating? The Nightwatch guardian bird returns home. Lin Mo clenched her right fist and placed it against her chest. Lu Jing fell silent for a moment. You live here? Just staying here temporarily, you could say it's my base of operations. After all, Night Watchers can't have fixed locations, that would make us easy targets for ambushes. So he's a rich second-generation heir. But are rich kids always this clueless? Lu Jing didn't think much of it. Alright, you'd better hurry back, I'm going to sleep too. Captain, won't you come in for a while? Lin Mo said. A man and woman alone together in a hotel late at night. Lu Jing glanced at her face and figure. How could someone look so similar to an anime character? With a small face and huge breasts. Ahem. Lu Jing cleared his throat lightly and turned to leave. Goodbye, Captain. Don't call me Captain. Lu Jing swiftly left the hotel. The next day, Lu Jing woke up very late because of what happened last night. He looked up and saw Lu Xue standing at the door brushing her teeth. Lu Xue looked at him while brushing her teeth. Wah, time to eat. Lu Jing rubbed his eyes. Got it. At the dining table, Lu Jing seemed somewhat downcast. He wanted to pretend to have no appetite, hoping his family would ask if he was feeling unwell. Then he could naturally confess how terrible he felt and skip school for the day. Unfortunately, his parents didn't even notice him. Lu Jing gathered his courage. Dad, Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yuanzhang had already stood up and left in a hurry. He was already putting on his coat while making a phone call to a client. Lu Jing let out a silent sigh. Subway station. Lu Jing sat listlessly on the chair. Lu Xue turned slightly and reached out with slender fingers, gently removing the headphones from her ears. A gentle breeze stirred her long hair, sending the strands dancing in the wind. She tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes shimmering with light. Lu Jing's figure was vividly reflected in the pupils of her eyes. "You're not thinking of skipping school, are you? I want to get sick. Wait until everyone forgets about this whole thing, then go back to school," Lu Jingsheng said with utter despair in his voice. By the time we reached the school gate, Ma Jinyu's chubby face appeared before us. "Well, if it isn't the night watchman. Lu Jing, why didn't you just die for real yesterday?" Back in the classroom, Lu Jing unsurprisingly received no shortage of teasing from others. Lu Jing maintained a breezy smile, as if he hadn't taken the matter to heart at all. In truth, he had long been dead inside. During class break, Lu Jing rested his chin in his hand, listening to Shin Shuiwei chatting with Tian Shiran in front of him. Suddenly, Shin Shuiwei turned around and said, speaking of Lu Jing, "Ha, are you free this weekend?" Lu Jing froze for a moment. Tian Shiran also looked at Shin Shuiwei with confusion, wondering why she'd suddenly invited Lu Jing. Lu Jing slightly raised his eyes. "I am, why? Let's hang out next week for my birthday." "Sounds good," I agreed without thinking. "It's settled then," Shin Shuiwei said. "By the way, we're not even friends yet, right? Tell me your ID." A pretty girl just asked for my contact info. For the very first time in my life, Lu Jing wrote down his ID on the paper, and Shin Shuiwei glanced at it. "Quite an ordinary name." "Ha?" Shin Shuiwei smiled. "I thought your ID would be something more flashy, night watchman." Lu Jing forced out a dry laugh, wishing he could slap himself twice. Fortunately, the teacher walked in at that moment, putting an end to the awkward conversation. Chapter 10, New Student. Another new student transferred to our class today. The teacher opened with this very sentence. Lu Jing nearly died on the spot. Wait a minute, was that Lin Mo transferring to his class? The worst-case scenario had come true. There are 14 classes, and 2 new students, my sister and I, had just transferred into ours not long ago. By all rights, it should have been another class's turn by now. But, why break the pattern now of all times? When the new student walked into the classroom, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What a beauty! And a stunning beauty at that. Lin Mo stood before the podium in her school uniform, looking fresh as a dewdrop. Whether the uniform was a tad too snug or not, it certainly accentuated her figure all the more. Her cheeks slightly flushed, head lowered, clutching at her clothes, overwhelmed with shyness. Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk, Q. Lu Jing let out a sigh of relief in his heart. What's this? So it's just a little girl who can't even speak in front of a crowd. I worried for nothing. Lin Mo, no need to be nervous. Please introduce yourself to everyone. The teacher said considerately. Hello, everyone, my name is Lin Mo, a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Speak up, your classmates can't hear you. Yeah, come on, speak louder. There's some teasing coming from below. The more nervous the beauty gets, the more excited these pervs become. My name is Lin Mo. Which Mo character? Someone shouted loudly. It's the Mo from Lin Mo. Are you an awakened one? At these words, Lin Mo's gaze suddenly grew resolute as she slowly raised her head. Lin Mo, a non-awakened one. Please don't tarnish my pure lineage with those 3 words. Night Watcher codename Go Wen Yao. Inheriting the will of our Chinese deities, bearing the mission to overturn the heavens. Under the dark night sky, she shines like a dazzling star, radiating boundless brilliance. Her figure darts through the corridors of time and space, engaging in fierce battles against the forces of evil. Every strike defends justice, every movement exudes the power and majesty of China's divine protectors. With fearless courage and unwavering faith, they guard the peace and tranquility of the world. Lin Mo clenched his right fist and struck his own chest. The long night is coming, and from this day forth, we begin our watch, until our dying breath. I shall stand before countless souls, my blade raised against the abyss, my blood staining the heavens. Everyone, surprised face. Lu Jing silently bowed his head, praying in his heart. Don't recognize me, don't recognize me. I'd trade 10 years of my life for it. Alright, Lin Mo, that's your seat over there. The teacher, seasoned by life's storms, quickly regained composure. Lin Mo stepped down from the podium. Lu Jing turned his head away. Don't recognize me, don't recognize me. Ouch. Suddenly, Lu Jing instinctively turned his head. Lin Mo was clutching her chest and collapsing right beside him, her face contorted in pain. Lin Mo. The teacher was startled, thinking the other person was having a medical episode. The others nearby were about to help Lin Mo up. But then, Lin Mo waved his hand. Stay back, it's dangerous. Danger. What danger? The guonio within me is vibrating with alarm. What's happening? I had clearly suppressed it. Surroundings, there must be some force in our surroundings that the guonio sensed. It's resonating, it's actually resonating. This power. I can't hold on much longer. No good. Once the Ubum is born, humanity will inevitably face calamity. Lin Mo covered her left eye, staring at Lu Jing with her right. It's you. I never expected to encounter you here, Your Excellency. Night Watcher Goblin Bird pays her respects to the captain. Lin Mo knelt on one knee, pressing a clenched fist against his chest. Lu Jing. Everyone, confused face? Lu Jing looked out the window. What do people live for? Sometimes death might actually be a form of liberation. The school bell rang. Captain, do you have any orders? None. Carry on with your duties. Lu Jing waved dismissively. Would the captain like a drink? No, thank you. How about some coffee? No need. Alright then, I'll go buy some water for you, Captain. Lu Jing was furious. I said I don't need it. Lin Mo scampered off cheerfully. Lu Jing lay sprawled across the desk. Oh, my normal school life has been completely ruined. Lu Jing, do you know this beauty? Ma Jianyu asked curiously. Not just Ma Jianyu, everyone around turned their gaze towards them. And no, I don't know her. But she said the exact same lines as you did, Shen Chuiwei remarked. Lu Jing remained silent. She's so beautiful, just a bit odd in her behavior, someone remarked. Lu Jing thought to himself, that's not a bit odd, that's downright bizarre. At this moment, Lu Jing finally understood how others must have felt when they looked at him back then. So, are you two perhaps online friends? Song Ziki asked curiously. Yeah, Lu Jing responded vaguely. Her shoes and watch aren't cheap. Tian Shiran, as the fashion icon of their class, had an encyclopedic knowledge of brand names. Unable to contribute to the conversation, Lu Jing turned his head to look out the window. Their grade cancelled classes in the afternoon. Everyone was pulled in for physical examinations. This left them utterly baffled. Why the sudden health checks? Lu Jing was first laid flat and pushed into a scanning machine, then stood in a circle again, undergoing a full-body scan, and then, had blood drawn again. The entire process took half an hour to complete. Lu Jing stepped off the examination platform, put his clothes back on, his expression puzzled. At this speed, with so many people in the school, it would take at least a day or two to finish testing everyone. Yet, when he returned, he found his classmates had already completed their tests long ago. How come you're so slow? Ma Jianyu asked. I don't know, Lu Jing retorted. How come you're so fast? Just a blood test and a quick scan. Then why do I have so many? Blood test results are normal. Physical examination normal. Energy levels normal. Skeletal scan normal. The test results were already out in the laboratory. The principal soon obtained first-hand information about Lu Jing. The family background has been thoroughly checked. Both paternal and maternal lineages for 3 generations were normal. After divorcing Lu Jing's mother, his father Lu Yuanjing married his current wife, Gong Liang. The couple had a daughter named Lu Shui. Lu Jing lived with his mother until her passing when he was 8 years old. Lu Jing was then taken in by his father to live with him, his stepmother, and his younger sister Lu Shui. At the age of 15, Lu Shui was discovered to have awakened her abilities. S-grade talent, Archmage. Yet Lu Jing showed no signs of awakening until he turned 18, with nothing remarkable occurring at the usual age of 16. According to former classmates and teachers, Lu Jing was known as an odd character. He constantly indulged in fanciful thoughts, and those peculiar remarks he'd made in dungeons were just adapted lines from anime and novels. The principal nodded thoughtfully. So we've been investigating in the wrong direction? At this point, it seems so. The systems department is currently tracing the source of that unknown energy. It appeared once and then vanished without a trace. Now it looks like there's a high probability a discrepancy occurred in the copy. Perhaps that's the case. Chapter 11 Chapter 1, just kidding. Captain, wait for me. After school, Lu Jing had planned to slip away unnoticed. There was no escaping Lin Mo after all. Lu Shui glanced back at Lin Mo. Just ignore her, Lu Jing said. How exactly did you get to know her in the first place? It's a long story, a karmic entanglement. Lu Jing sighed helplessly. Captain, Lin Mo panted as she ran up. As expected of our captain, did you use the law of time? It looked like you were walking slowly, but you were actually moving incredibly fast. You're just too slow, Lu Shui retorted. Oh, Lin Mo raised her eyes to meet Lu Shui's gaze. How bold of Amir awakened to speak such nonsense. Lu Shui raised an eyebrow. What? Amir awakened? Oh, this is getting interesting. Lin Mo took a step back, staring into Lu Shui's eyes. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Lin Mo suddenly struck a pose. My body is justice. My wings shall eventually become swords and spears. Ah! She immediately headbutted towards Lu Shui. Lu Shui raised her hand and pressed down on his head. Ah! Lin Mo screamed, unable to advance even an inch. Lu Shui pressed down on her head with one hand and gave it a gentle push. Lin Mo immediately landed squarely on her bottom. Oof! Clutching her backside, Lin Mo wore an expression of pain. Truly worthy of being the captain's sister, nothing like those useless sacks of wine. I'm impressed. Lu Shui's face remained expressionless. Ah, just kidding. Lin Mo suddenly sprang into action, executing a fierce slide tackle. Although Lin Mo wasn't an awakened being, it was clear she hadn't neglected her daily training. Her physical abilities were undeniable, those moves simply weren't something an ordinary person could pull off. Lin Mo actually managed to skid a full 2 meters across the ground. Fast and precise. If an ordinary person couldn't react in time, they'd probably fall for it. But Lu Shui wasn't an ordinary person. With a nimble leap, she momentarily hovered in midair, riding the wind's force. Then her toes touched down gently, as the breeze playfully lifted strands of her hair. Lu Shui glanced at Lin Mo, childish. Ah, how could this be? No wonder she's the captain's sister. Lin Mo wore an expression of shock. The subway arrived at the station. Lu Jing stepped inside, followed closely by Lu Shui. Lin Mo also entered behind them. Hey, why are you following us? Lu Shui said. I'm taking the subway home too, Lin Mo declared righteously. As the subway arrived at the station, siblings Lu Jing and Lu Shui stepped off. Lin Mo followed them again. They reached their doorstep. Lin Mo said, Captain, may I visit your home for a proper tour? Yesterday's visit was too rushed to take a good look around. Yesterday? Lu Shui frowned and glanced at Lu Jing. Lu Jing responded helplessly, no, go back where you came from, Captain. And stop calling me Captain from now on. Captain. Lin Mo suddenly had an idea. In that case, I'll move next door to your place. That way I can see you every day. Lu Jing stopped responding to her. But I felt a bit intimidated. This little girl looks quite wealthy. Poor people wouldn't stay at such a high-end hotel, would they? Coincidentally, I ran into my next-door neighbor while going upstairs. There lived an elderly couple across the hall. Lu Jing casually asked, how long have you lived here? Oh, it's been ages, nearly 20 years now. 20 years? You must have grown quite attached to this place. The old man chuckled. Have you ever thought about selling the house? Sell the house? Grandpa scoffed with disdain. They'd have to sell me before I'd ever sell this house. That's right, that's right. This house is just like a person. Once you've lived together long enough, you grow attached. Grandma chimed in from the side. Besides, money's never been an issue for us old folk. We plan to live in this house for the rest of our lives. The old man said, what I despise most are money-grubbing people who do anything for cash. Lu Jing finally nodded in relief. And so, that very night, Lu Jing watched as the elderly couple left forever with the moving company, radiant smiles lighting up their faces. Great, very principled indeed. Knock knock. Lin Mo, I'm your neighbor across the hall. Lu Jing, oh. Lu Yuanzheng sat in the living room, puffing on his cigarette. Dong Liang perked up her ears to listen to the commotion inside, her face full of curiosity. Since childhood, it was the first time a friend of Lu Jing's had come to their home. And they even entered Lu Jing's room. Shuer, what's going on? I don't know. Go in and take a look. I don't want to go. Lu Shui went straight back to her room. Dong Liang noticed her daughter was in a bad mood. What's going on? Inside the room. Did you hear me? Go home right after you finish watching, Lu Jing said helplessly. Lin Mo walked around the room, feeling somewhat disappointed. Captain, did you hide all your good stuff? Not really, Lu Jing replied, sounding a little guilty. I found it. Lin Mo pulled out a cardboard box. Lu Jing's expression changed instantly as he moved to stop her. But Lin Mo had already swiftly opened the box. Wow. What met the eyes was a suggestive photo. Lin Mo's face instantly turned bright red. Lu Jing awkwardly closed the box and stuffed it back in. Don't just rummage through other people's stuff. It's very rude. Lin Mo lowered her head and whispered softly. Captain, you've become corrupted too. Lu Jing angrily retorted, yes, I'm the corrupted accomplice of capitalism. Lin Mo looked left and right. Captain, can I take a look at those boxes? Lu Jing firmly refused. No way, they're all private. Hurry up and go home now. Captain, what about my next assignment? No mission, go home right now. Captain. Lin Mo pouted, her expression adorably unfair. Lu Jing took a deep breath. Alright, now I'm giving you a mission. What is it? What is it? Lin Mo immediately asked excitedly. Remember, from now on you must hide your identity. Don't go around telling everyone I'm the Night Watch captain, understand? Always remember we're meant to silently protect this world, safeguard the lights of countless homes, and be nameless heroes. Don't be an idle celebrity. Don't make it known to everyone. My apologies. I failed to consider this properly. Lin Mo was heartbroken. He actually managed to squeeze out tears. I was too young and naive, Captain. Lu Jing thought to himself, surely she wouldn't cry over this? To recognize one's fault and correct it is the greatest virtue. Lu Jing patted her shoulder. Your task during this period is to quickly adapt to your role as a student and integrate into the group. Understood? Must I mingle with those mediocre people? Though troublesome. Lin Mo's expression twisted in conflict. Still, since it's the captain's order, I'll give it my all. Good. Go on then. Lu Jing thought Lin Mo was truly easy to fool. Chapter 12 The Subway. Captain, before we leave, could you grant me one small request? What? Recite the Night's Watch oath. Lu Jing covered his face. */omega**. I really want to forget that embarrassing memory. Lin Mo stared unblinkingly at Lu Jing with her beautiful Kajilan big eyes, clearly determined not to back down until he agreed to her demand today. Lu Jing sighed helplessly, taking a deep breath. He suddenly stood up, his expression solemn. The long night is coming, and from this day forth, we shall keep watch until our deaths. I shall stand before millions, my sword raised against the abyss, dyeing the heavens with blood. Lin Mo, full of admiration, also stood up and began to recite. After Lin Mo left, Lu Jing couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. He never expected someone would actually believe the lies he made up. And what's more, they believed it wholeheartedly. Today was Xin Chuyue's birthday. Lu Jing was invited. Of course, Lu Shui was also invited. With a 100 yuan bill tucked in his pocket, Lu Jing had no idea what to buy as a birthday gift for the person. Come to think of it, this was his first time attending someone else's birthday party. What can you buy with $100? Xin Chuyue seems to come from a well-off family. The thought made Lu Jing a little excited. Of course, it wasn't that he had a thing for Xin Chuyue. After all, they hadn't known each other for long. But it was certain that he felt attracted deep down. Who could blame him since she was so beautiful? Actually, Lu Jing had crushes on more than just Xin Chuyue. However, she was the first girl to invite Lu Jing to her birthday celebration. Beep. A message came through. Lu Jing had no friends in real life. Naturally, none of his old friends would contact him through chat apps either. But except for the people in his organization. Nightwatch Qilin, Captain, I've encountered another bottleneck recently. Thanks to the books you lent me last time, I've found a new research direction. But to be honest, this book is still too obscure and difficult for me. I've tried my best with all my knowledge, only to comprehend part of it. So this time, I'd like a more beginner-friendly book. Ah, Lu Jing sighed heavily. Thinking about it, he realized how much harm he had caused. This Qilin, Lu Jing remembered it as someone he had started chatting with back in elementary school, as one of his most loyal subordinates. And he had bestowed upon him the title of Qilin. All these years later, Lu Jing had long since awakened in time. Yet this Qilin appears deeply corrupted indeed. Think about that girl named Lin Mo, isn't she also deeply trapped in this situation? If Lu Jing had some ulterior motive, this could practically be considered a cult. Enough to get me executed 8 times over. When I die, will I go to hell? Lu Jing murmured to himself. Lu Jing really wanted to tell the other person the truth. None of it was real. Those books I showed you, I made it all up. And all those ancient scripts were just stuff I made up too. As for those chronicles, complete bullshit. Sometimes, Lu Jing really admired his own imagination and perseverance back then. He had actually filled entire thick volumes of books, totaling in the millions. There was also a complete path to divinity. Of course, Lu Jing hadn't awakened anything himself, so he disdained classifying things like warrior or mage professions, instead creating an entirely new system of his own, based on various mythical creatures from the classic of mountains and seas. For example, Lin Mo's goblin bird. The classic of mountains and seas records that the goblin bird is also known as night-wandering woman, celestial maiden, or ghost bird. It was said to be capable of stealing human souls, and the places it inhabited were always illuminated by flickering phosphorescent lights. The hobby ladies often emerge at night, transforming into birds when donning their feathers, and reverting to human form when shedding them. And Lin Mo had inherited the legacy of the hobby lady. Strength, vitality, and speed would all be significantly enhanced as a result. In contrast to awakened individuals who needed to use various spirit crystals, magic potions, or enlightenment to elevate their own ranks. In Lu Jing's setting, those who had inherited the divine beast's legacy needed to ignite their genetic maps, search for legacy artifacts, and uncover texts related to ancient records. At this moment, faced with the Qilin's questioning, Lu Jing ultimately chose to give it the cold shoulder, simply not responding at all. Lu Jing walked into the subway station. Tap tap tap. Lu Jing suddenly frowned. When did the stairs become this long? An illusion? The staircase leading to the subway connected light above with darkness below at either end. At this moment, the darkness below was extraordinarily dense. Lu Jing continued descending downward. Lu Shui, walking beside him, was the first to sense something amiss and said gravely, "Something's wrong." Lu Jing's heart tightened. "There's the sound of fighting below." "What?" Lu Jing turned to look back, his first instinct urging him to retreat. But when he turned around, the exit he'd come through had vanished completely. Lu Jing's back broke out in a cold sweat, because he knew this time, it couldn't possibly be another test. Lu Shui said, "The portal has appeared." The portal. Portals can appear randomly anywhere in this world at any time. If these portals aren't closed, hordes of creatures from within will emerge, wreaking havoc. However, if one wishes to close a portal, an awakened must enter it, teleporting to an unknown destination to complete certain tasks. Most involved exterminating the monsters from the portals, complete the mission, and the portal would vanish. Naturally, one could also find all sorts of treasures and wealth within them. Of course, countless awakened met their end inside those portals. Not to mention ordinary people. Lu Jing had seen many people accidentally walk into portal gates in the news, but he never imagined it would happen to him. The stairs beneath his feet seemed to stretch endlessly long. Lu Jing nervously pressed his lips together. What do we do now? Lu Shui said, once you're in, there's no way out unless you eliminate all the monsters. Lu Shui had previously participated in trials of some low-level portals and was also an awakener. Naturally, she wasn't as panicked as Lu Jing. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. Sounds of fighting arose from below. It seems someone is even unluckier than us, they've already crossed swords. Lu Shui quickened her pace as she spoke. Wait for me. Lu Jing also hurriedly followed. Hey, mage, don't you know any large-scale combat spells? I'm a life mage. Damn it. At this moment, inside the subway station, a massive white wolf appeared before the crowd, while several awakened took turns attacking it. Of course, in the corner, there were dozens of ordinary people trembling in fear. It was clear that these awakened had formed a temporary team. He must have mistakenly wandered into this place too. Boom! A warrior swinging a warhammer, clad in shoddy armor, attempted to strike the white wolf, but the wolf effortlessly dodged the attack, and the warrior ended up getting swiped by its claw instead. He was sent flying heavily, fortunately being a thick-skinned warrior who could take the hit. Otherwise, if it were any other class, they'd either be dead or crippled. Chapter 13 Non-Awakened. That was too fast. Is there an assassin? Someone shouted. We can't catch it at all, the archer's attacks all missed their mark. That student was the only assassin, and he's already out of commission, completely unable to keep up with the white wolf's speed. The man clad in a blue robe, grasping a long spear, swept his gaze over those behind him. There were quite a number of ordinary people hiding in various spots behind them. Damn it! The spearman cursed loudly. How did so many civilians get inside? The number of people a portal can admit usually depends on the strength of the magical creatures within it. Once the number of people entering exceeds capacity, it automatically shuts down. It won't reopen until everyone inside has died. That's why Spear cursed furiously. Seeing so many useless ordinary people pouring in, this must be a large-scale portal. Otherwise, it couldn't have held so many people. Thus, it was only natural that the monster guarding the portal was unimaginably powerful. We can't hold on any longer. The spearman bellowed, Healer, restore our HP. Al-Qaeda warrior, find an opening. We can't keep dragging this out. The spear wielder, being the strongest in the current team, naturally took over command. As the words fell, a flash of white light flickered before their eyes. Not good. The spear wielder's heart jumped in alarm, performing a sharp sideways roll while simultaneously thrusting their spear forward with force. The white wolf indeed appeared right in front of him. Claws clashed against the spear. The spear leveraged the impact to flip backward. His reaction was quick enough, but the white wolf was even faster. Damn it! This strike would surely kill me instantly. Spear's expression changed, but at his current speed, dodging was completely impossible. Wind tongue. An enchanted breeze seemed to wrap around Spear, who suddenly felt the wind beneath his feet. Instantly, he leveraged the momentum to leap high and backward. Not only did he dodge the attack, but he also raised his long spear high, piercing the white wolf's left eye. Well done. The spear struck home with a single thrust before swiftly retreating to maintain distance. His gaze then shifted to the mage who had just made their move. Thanks. Let's take him down together, Lu Shui said calmly. Rawr ark. The white wolf roared furiously from its injured left eye, the sound deafening like thunder. As it danced, its claws carved arcs through the air, whipping up sharp gusts of wind. The reinforced concrete pillars, once unshakably sturdy, now seemed utterly fragile under the white wolf's assault. In an instant, the pillar was severed, debris scattering everywhere like falling raindrops. The shattered stones carried tremendous force as they smashed into the surrounding walls and ground, leaving deep gouges in their wake. Lu Jing had initially taken cover with the others at a far corner of the passageway. Yet this corner offered no real safety, it was a dead end after all. Should the white wolf charge straight here, there'd be no space whatsoever to maneuver. So, he very cleverly hid behind a pillar. Seeing the flying rubble, he quickly lowered his head. Not far away, two young children were running towards them. They had originally been hiding somewhere as well. Who knew the white wolf would keep closing in on them as the fight went on? Through the thick smoke, a flying stone came shooting their way. Holy shit! This feels just like something out of a novel. Even if something happens, can it at least not happen right in front of me? Lu Jing had no intention of playing the hero. He was just a little coward. When faced with danger, all he wanted was to hide quietly and stay out of trouble. Even if someone were to be killed because of this, he would console himself that even if he went to help, it wouldn't make a difference. Because he was useless even if he went, he would just be throwing his life away. So don't cause trouble for the heroes. But right before his very eyes, two children, plus a flying stone. In that momentary hesitation, Lu Jing didn't know what he was thinking, nor could he recall what decision he had made. His body instinctively lunged forward. Spreading his arms wide, he tackled the two children. Then, he instantly regretted it. What kind of hero was he trying to be? The projectile grazed past his back. Ugh! Lu Jing gasped sharply. The sharp edge of the stone scraped across Lu Jing's back, leaving only a red streak. What incredible luck! The swordsman beside him sneered. Not awakened or all trash, can't even dodge a little rock like this. Lu Jing turned to glance at him, suppressing his rising anger. Yet he didn't even have the courage to show his resentment toward the other. Better avoid trouble when traveling abroad, especially at a time like this. He probably didn't even know how he died. Lu Jing stood up and pulled the two children to hide again. The greatness of humanity lies in courage. The hymn of humanity is a hymn to courage. At the critical moment, without hesitation, he disregarded his own safety and rescued two helpless children. Even though he was not an awakened one, the noble qualities he displayed were truly admirable. At that moment, a calm voice spoke up. It was a hat-wearing old man whose steps were steady and powerful, as if time had left few marks on him. The light cast upon him illuminated his silver-white hair, radiating a unique charm. The silver hair didn't make him look old, instead, it added a unique sense of coolness to him. His gaze was deep and sharp, revealing a wisdom and determination forged through years of hardship. The swordsman froze for a moment before sighing helplessly. Another worthless fool has arrived. There was no awakening aura emanating from the other party. Even among those awakened, despite differences in strength levels, when two such individuals meet, they can instantly recognize each other's awakened status, even in a bustling crowd. Instead of anger, the old man responded with a faint smile. What does it matter whether one is awakened or not? The swordsman yelled angrily, Old fool, stop your pointless chatter. Not far away, the awakened one was locked in combat with the white wolf. Dust swirled as the battle raged fiercely. The awakened moved with athletic grace, his weapon whirling like the wind, each strike carrying tremendous force. The white wolf, however, was lightning fast, nimbly dodging every incoming attack. Simultaneously launching counterattacks, its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air with audible whooshes. Back and forth they fought, with the white wolf clearly gaining the upper hand. The injured white wolf grew even more ferocious. Compared to the white wolf, the awakened ones feared being hurt even more, fighting with extreme caution. The swordsman watched the scene, not daring to step forward. After all, he possessed virtually no combat experience. Besides mocking Lu Jing for overestimating his own abilities. From the very beginning, he just stood there dumbfounded, his heart pounding like thunder. What's the difference between a swordsman who dares not draw his sword and a non-awakener? On the contrary, if a non-awakener possesses the courage to strike at a demonic creature, how could he not be considered a warrior? The old man had appeared before him without warning. The swordsman was startled and raised his foot to kick. You old fool seeking death. Chapter 14 Kylan. The old man effortlessly dodged the kick and simultaneously snatched the longsword from the swordsman's grasp. He glanced at the white wolf not far away. This world isn't solely composed of awakened ones, and those who fight for humanity aren't limited to the awakened either. The old man stood tall and straight, his towering frame draped in loose robes. Yet even so, the bulging muscles of his arms remained unmistakably visible. The old man's face was kind and dignified, but at that very moment, a glint of sharp light suddenly flashed from his eyes. He raised his hand and took a step forward, movements fluid and effortless. The long sword in his hand was hurled forward with momentum, its blade flashing cold light like a bolt of lightning splitting the air. Buzz! The long sword traced an arc through the air, emitting a crisp ringing sound. As the sword flew out, an overwhelming aura erupted from the old man. Almost instantly, screams pierced the air. The long sword struck directly between the white wolf's brows, piercing through the third eye that until now had remained invisible. With its body still suspended mid-air, the white wolf couldn't react in any way. Its form immediately lost all balance, plummeting downward like a kite with its string cut. A dull thud echoed as his body crashed heavily onto the hard ground. Bright red blood gushed continuously from his forehead, staining both his face and the surrounding ground crimson. The other awakened ones froze momentarily before quickly regaining their composure. There wasn't even time to investigate who had done this. They all gathered around, not intending to let this opportunity slip by. Before long, under the collective assault of the crowd, the white wolf breathed its last. The swordsman was immediately dumbfounded, staring at the scene in disbelief. The silver-haired old man didn't even glance at him anymore, instead walking towards Lu Jing. Young man, you saved 2 lives today. Remember this day. Even those who haven't awakened can become heroes. Lu Jing nodded in acknowledgement. The silver-haired old man turned and walked away, leaving behind only a carefree silhouette. Lu Jing swallowed hard. This was a scene he'd only ever seen in anime before. It was also a scenario he had fantasized about countless times. Being the peerless master that he was, mocked and looked down upon by others, he didn't mind it at all. Then effortlessly took down the boss that no one else could defeat. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he turned and walked away. So damn cool. By the time the awakened ones recovered, they all looked around, desperately trying to figure out who had delivered that decisive blow. The silver-haired old man had already left, leaving only the dumbfounded swordsman behind. After dealing with the white wolf, the companions divided the treasures and artifacts from the portal. Then they left the subway. As they stepped out of the subway station again, a sudden roar erupted before their eyes, followed swiftly by a subway train speeding past. The windows reflected the surrounding scenery, stirring up a powerful gust of wind and noise. Everyone let out a sigh of relief in unison. The two children rescued by Lu Jing walked up to him. One took out his own card, while another brought out his favorite Ultraman toy. For both of them, these were likely their most treasured possessions. Lu Jing smiled, it felt wonderful being a hero. Thank you, uncle. With that, the two kids ran off. Lu Jing, hey you two, stop right there. Little brats, who are you calling uncle? Lu Shui glanced at Lu Jing's back. Do you need to go to the hospital? Minor injuries don't warrant retreat from the battlefield, Lu Jing replied. Don't do such dangerous things again, Lu Shui said. I just acted instinctively to save them. I definitely won't do it next time, it was way too dangerous. Lu Jing mumbled while rubbing his back, still visibly shaken. Lowering her head slightly, Lu Shui said softly, you'll probably do the same thing next time because you're an idiot, big brother. Ha, what did you call me? Go to hell. Ha, the silver-haired old man stepped out of the subway. The wind's quite lively today. He took off his hat and basked in the sunlight on his head. The silver-haired old man glanced at his phone. The awaited message still hadn't lit up. The silver-haired old man sighed softly. Was the captain disappointed by my stupidity? He probably was. The captain had such high expectations for me, even entrusting me with his complete works. Yet here I am, still so clumsy. In the end, the captain's writings were just too profound and abstruse, difficult to comprehend. Even he couldn't truly understand them. Sigh. The silver-haired old man let out a long sigh. Night Watchman, Qilin. The title of Qilin was bestowed upon himself by the captain 12 years ago. Back then, Qilin was just a discharged soldier. He experienced countless wars. As a non-awakened, he did his best. He lost an arm and earned the title of hero. The days to come should have been spent drinking tea and playing cards, occasionally catching up with old comrades in arms, reminiscing about their youthful days gone by, finally passing away peacefully in old age. However, during a routine checkup, he learned he had less than 3 months left to live. Kirin felt his life had reached its end, until an accidental web surfing session. He joined that organization called the Night Watch, introducing him to an entirely different world. A world belonging to the unawakened ones, the inheritors. Following the captain's instructions, he successfully obtained the Qilin inheritance. Unlocking the genetic restraints within his body, he sought the inheritance artifact belonging to the Qilin. He had been diligently assisting the captain all along. Yet what weighed on him was that over the past 6 months, the captain rarely spoke within the organization, nor did he often assign them missions, or perhaps guiding them to search for inherited artifacts. Thus, during these past 6 months, the organization has virtually stopped recruiting new members, because apart from the captain, no one knew how to obtain the inheritance. Fortunately, under the guidance of veterans like Qilin, the organization did not come to a standstill. Qilin and the others had been wondering if the captain was planning some major move. Even the captain needed half a year to prepare. Unfortunately, the captain never contacted them again. Not even a single post had appeared on QQ Zone for a long time, and the wallpaper there hadn't been changed for ages. Kirin was eager to know how the captain was doing, yet neither he nor anyone else in the organization knew much about the captain. Qilin withdrew his thoughts and glanced at the sky. Dark clouds loomed overhead, rain was coming. Unhurried, Qilin reached into his fathomless pocket as if probing another realm. When his fingers touched the mysterious object, he slowly withdrew them, clutching a golden pocket watch in his hand. This pocket watch seems to possess an irresistible charm. Its surface is adorned with delicate gold edges, the dial carved with exquisite patterns and numerals, while the hands rotate with elegant grace. Like a precious work of art, every detail exudes unparalleled luxury and masterful craftsmanship. In an instant, the sound of rain merged into a roaring tumult, as if the heavens had split open with countless fissures, transforming the downpour into a cascading waterfall that poured down upon the earth. Crack! The Qilin gently pressed the stop button on his pocket watch. The area around him seemed to have been enchanted, as if time itself had been paused by magic. The falling rain appeared frozen in midair, as though held by some immobilizing spell. It formed a breathtakingly beautiful scene, like an exquisite painting. Wherever the Qilin goes, time stands still. Chapter 15, Utterly Ordinary. If you're reading this letter, I should already be dead. My name is Li Hu, and this is my story. I am a devout follower of decay. Yes, we are called decay. Outsiders generally classify us as a cult, but we don't acknowledge that. Awakened ones who believe in decay will unlock a special ability. Decay consumes the bodies of the awakened, yet with each increment of decay, their power grows stronger. Thus, the outside world calls us a cult. The decay god we worship is also known as the malevolent deity. 5 years ago, the decay organization discovered an exceedingly mysterious faction. Thus, as a cardinal of the southern branch, after 3 long years of effort, I have finally infiltrated this organization. This mysterious organization is known as the Night's Watch. They have their own complete set of doctrines and principles, yet they do not worship any god. They believe only in one creed: man will conquer nature. They use the mythical creatures from the classic of mountains and seas as their codenames. Nightwatcher Vermilion Bird, Nightwatcher Baizé, Nightwatcher Qilin. The founder of the Night Watchers, however, remains a mysterious unknown figure. This enigmatic figure periodically issues missions to the organization, tasking the Night Watchers with finding their respective inheritance artifacts to unlock the genetic locks within their bodies. And these Night Watchers would voluntarily deal with the portals appearing across the land, hunting down notorious monsters. Through years of exploration, I've pinpointed the true identity of this Night Watch captain. I know I might never return, but I have no other choice. The Night Watchers have discovered my presence, and all the corrupted devotees across the Jiangnan region have already come under their assault. I shall face this secretly acting Night Watcher captain alone. All things decay, yet the masses remain undying. May my master protect me. Li Hu's final words. The rain came down hard and fast. The water landed softly, forming a misty veil of rain. Lu Jing sat inside the restaurant, waiting for today's leading lady. He held a gift box in his hand, resting his chin as he gazed at the rain outside. Ma Jianyu said, "What gift did you buy?" "A music box," Lu Jing said. "What are you planning to give?" Ma Jianyu took out his gift, a delicate fountain pen. Lu Jing remembered this fountain pen cost 4 figures. He blinked. Is it necessary to be so extravagant? Extravagant? Tian Shiran gifted a Van Cleef & Arpels necklace, priced at this much. And that punk Song Ziki sent a bottle of perfume costing this much. Ma Jianyu said while raising his finger. Damn, capitalism is so evil. Lu Jing cursed inwardly. Good lord, there are so many rich people in the world, what's wrong with adding one more? How wonderful it would be if this money were his own. Lu Jing thought about throwing a birthday party for himself. Would he also receive gifts from these young masters and misses? He much preferred when they instead told him, "Just look at you, you loser, how could you ever be one of us?" Scattering a thick stack of banknotes everywhere. Take this money and get lost. Lu Jing suddenly felt his own gift was somewhat inadequate. Still, even if beaten to death, he couldn't possibly produce a better present. Judging by this restaurant's lavish decor, a single meal here must cost a fortune. Buy a small gift worth 100 yuan and tag along for a free meal. Not a bad deal, really. Lu Jing skipped breakfast on purpose, just for this meal. Couldn't hide such trivial calculations in his heart. Lu Jing knew nothing about Van Cleef & Arpels, he hadn't even heard of the brand. He only felt how vast the disparities in the world were. Back in his small hometown county, he hadn't realized it before. It was only after coming to the big city that he understood how different he was from others. Lu Jing took a small sip of his drink, not daring to drink too much. He worried he wouldn't be able to eat anything else later. Just then, today's female lead arrived. Shin Chuiwei wore an exquisite black evening gown. The dress, made from high-end custom fabric, was soft and smooth, hugging her curves with a subtle sheen. The neckline features a unique deep V-shaped design, revealing her slender neck and alluring collarbones, while the dress maintains a simple and elegant silhouette. The skirt's tailoring is impeccable, perfectly showcasing her graceful demeanor while retaining a hint of sensual charm. Paired with a pair of high heels, her entire figure appears even more tall and slender. Wow, wow! As soon as she walked in, cheers erupted. Lu Jing was no exception, his eyes widening in amazement. So beautiful. Then everyone presented their gifts one by one, wishing her a happy birthday. Lu Jing noticed quite a few underlying currents. Though Tian Shiran attended Shin Chuyue's birthday party, and the two were seatmates, their relationship didn't seem particularly friendly, though. And really, could you blame them? Two stunning beauties like that? Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Yet Tian Shiran still gave away an exorbitantly expensive necklace. This must be how the wealthy think. Since Tian Shiran didn't get along with herself either, might she also use money to humiliate her on her birthday? Lu Jing began to indulge in wild fantasies. Yet reality would most likely be that she wouldn't even come to his birthday party at all. So, while everyone else was chatting away animatedly, Lu Jing concentrated on devouring the dishes before him. These dishes would normally be completely out of reach. Not that he could get a word in anyway. The spotlight invariably remained on Song Ziki, Tian Shiran, and tonight's leading lady, Shin Chuyue. The conversation turned to Song Ziki's newly acquired watch, rumored to have an 8-figure price tag. Lu Jing was still secretly counting on his fingers. $1 million watch, how utterly inhuman. Lu Jing zeroed in on a large shrimp. Then he served Lin Mo another portion of dishes. Of course, this wasn't because he particularly cared about Lin Mo. He simply wanted the girl to eat more and shut her mouth. Where do you live? Do you like playing badminton then? We should hang out sometime. Lu Jing glanced at Song Ziki, who was making conversation with his younger sister. This guy really wants to become my brother-in-law. However, Lu Shui remained quite indifferent. This girl is always like this with men. I don't like it. I'm usually too busy. No need, Lu Jing can accompany me. Song Ziki glanced at Lu Jing. Lu Jingza continued to focus on peeling his prawns. These gatherings, he was really just here to fill a seat. Feeding himself well was what truly mattered. The waiter entered carrying a bottle of red wine. This red wine was given to my father for his birthday, Shen Shuiyue said. It won't make you drunk easily. Shall we have some? The waiter's gaze seemed to accidentally linger on Lu Jing. Could this be the creator of the Night Watchman? Too mediocre. Chapter 16, Young One, I see great potential in you. Li Hu, disguised as a waiter, couldn't help but feel suspicious. Me, I got the wrong person? Is this young man before me the founder of the Night's Watch? Li Hu infiltrated the Night's Watch group chat. Using his technical skills, he quickly uncovered all the information about the group admin. And he even discovered the target's whereabouts. But when I actually stood face to face with him, Li Hu hesitated again. Wasn't this just too simple? That's right, it was simply too straightforward. The other party's account has no privacy settings configured. With just a bit of technical know-how and some simple analysis, it could be cracked, and accurately extract the person's real name, home address, and other personal details. Yet, this is someone capable of building such a vast and mysterious organization. Could they be this careless? Allowing others to casually uncover their identities. Even the group chat was on QQ. No matter how you think about it, it just feels utterly absurd. Until Li Hu stood face to face with him. He had originally thought that he needed to meet the person in person to gauge their depth. Who would have thought that this person was just an ordinary high school student? He looked utterly unremarkable, the kind you'd never pick out of a crowd. Scheming mind? Doesn't show. Eyes with lions? Even less evident. But, the eating speed is remarkably fast. Not sure if this counts as anything special. The three of them combined couldn't eat as fast as he did. And what's more, he could actually use chopsticks with his left hand. Eating with both hands simultaneously. Good heavens, idiot! Li Hu panicked in an instant. It's a trap. Or perhaps, it was merely a smokescreen. What should I do? But I have no way out now. Indeed, all the corrupt believers in the entire Jiangnan region have been eradicated by the Night's Watch. At any moment, I could be killed by the Night's Watch lurking in the shadows. Even his desire for a final decisive battle had been mocked. Ha ha ha! Li Hu suddenly burst into laughter, though there was a hint of desolation in it. Everyone in the private room turned to look at him upon hearing the laughter. What's wrong with this waiter? What's she laughing at? All things decay, yet all souls endure. Li Hu, like an enraged tiger, suddenly drew his dagger. With lightning speed, he severed his own left hand. In an instant, blood sprayed forth like a fountain, startling everyone present. Li Hu stared viciously and unblinkingly at Lu Jing. Whether you're a decoy or this is a trap, die. At this moment, Li Hu didn't care about the consequences anymore. He simply treated the youngster before him as a scapegoat. Lu Jing, oh, ha! With traces of shrimp still clinging to his lips, Lu Jing's eyes betrayed a look of pure naivety. Then, time froze. Not all time froze. Only the time inside the private room froze. The splattered blood, Li Hu's ferocious face, the bewildered expressions of everyone in the room, formed an exceptionally striking tableau. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Shilin strode in and glanced at Li Hu. Why can't you just stay put like a proper traitor should? What brings you running here? What's this? As a follower of decay, have you taken up the trade of terrorists again? Kirin reached out and lightly brushed his hand across Li Hu's neck. Concealed in his palm was a razor-sharp blade. The blade glided across the throat without drawing blood. He hadn't even bothered to ask Li Hu what he intended to do. A few hours ago, the Night Watch operation in the Jiangnan region commenced. The decaying cultists entrenched in Jiangnan had long been a thorn in the side of the local government. They operated in the shadows, expanding their following. In the name of the decay god, they wreaked havoc. The government's several campaigns against them have yielded no significant results. Yet today, all the decayed believers in the entire Jiangnan region were eradicated at their roots. Several secret churches they used for worship were reduced to ashes in a great fire. All 4 bishops in the Jiangnan region perished without exception. Except for those ordinary believers who have strayed from the right path, all the remaining corrupted followers must be killed. The moment they began targeting the Night Watchers, their fate was already sealed. This time, Kirin came specifically to deal with Archbishop Li Hu. Kirin withdrew his hand and was about to leave with Li Hu's corpse when suddenly, he furrowed his brows. His gaze fell upon Lu Jing amidst the crowd. Lu Jing tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hey, we meet again, old man. Shilin froze for a moment. Looking closely, time around them wasn't frozen but slowed to a crawl. It just appeared motionless because the movement was too slow. However, someone like Lu Jing who could still speak and smile, clearly indicated he remained completely unaffected. Qilin's lips curled slightly as he said, "Young man, it seems fate truly connects us." "Yes, yes." Lu Jing nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, "Since this is fate, please just let me off the hook. Don't worry, I won't say a word more." Of course, shouting would be an even more foolish choice at this moment, but Qilin was in no hurry to leave, instead sizing up Lu Jing from head to toe. Their first meeting had confirmed the young man's character. Their second meeting had confirmed the young man's talent to remain unaffected in the presence of the temporal pocket watch. Moreover, the serendipity of encountering someone twice in a single day. In the past, Qilin would have unquestionably sought to recruit them as a night watcher without hesitation. But now, the Qilin hesitated for a moment. "Young man, would you like to learn some skills?" "Ha!" The Qilin's words reminded Lu Jing of a line from Stephen Chow's movie. "Young man, I see you have extraordinary bones, a rare talent for martial arts. The task of saving the world shall be entrusted to you." Then he'd pull out some manuals and ask if you wanted to buy them. "If you want, come to room 202 at the Hilton Hotel on Guangming Avenue tomorrow. I'm staying there temporarily." Qilin carried Li Hu's body without looking back as he walked away. He didn't even recognize Lin Mo. This was perfectly normal within the organization, apart from a select few. Most of them didn't know each other. That was the rule set by that captain. After the Qilin left, time returned to normal. What just happened? Where'd he go? Is this an illusion? A collective illusion? Chui Wei, was that your performance preparation? Everyone started chattering at once, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Only Lu Jing stood there dumbfounded, taking forever to snap out of it. This kind of plot that only appears in anime had actually happened to him one day. Lu Jing's heart was pounding like thunder. The heavens sure love playing jokes. He firmly believed himself to be the chosen one of destiny, until a bucket of cold water was dumped on him while he was wandering through his fantasy world. "You're just a loser." Then, just as Lu Jing was starting to adjust to ordinary life, then suddenly he pulled him up from the ground and spoke with profound sincerity. "Young man, in truth you are a pearl lost in the vast ocean, gold wrapped in dung. So, what do you say? Will you join me in saving the world?" The next day, Hillman Hotel. Lu Jing felt a bit uneasy in his heart. He wondered if he might have encountered some kind of pervert. Probably wanted to take advantage of his fair and delicate looks by luring him inside. Maybe that creepy old man had a thing for young boys? Lu Jing shook his head. Even if the other party had such thoughts, given the other party's strength, he'd better wash his ass clean and obediently enjoy it. Chapter 17. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Inside the room at Hillman Hotel, Lu Jing marveled at how extravagant the house was. Just how much would it cost per day? With his limited understanding, he couldn't comprehend why anyone would need such luxury just for sleeping. What was the real difference between this and a 50 yuan a night budget motel? Qilin had just finished showering and was sitting on the bed in a bathrobe. Lu Jing was in a panic right now. "Take a shower. What's wrong with you, showering at a time like this?" Subconsciously, he reached back to touch his own butt. "Sit." The Qilin bared its chest, revealing sun-bronzed skin and firm, well-defined muscles. These muscles stood out in sharp relief, as hard and unyielding as forged steel. Upon closer inspection, one could see his body was crisscrossed with savage scars. Some scars meandered like grotesque centipedes, while others bore the deep, clean marks of sword strikes. Every scar tells of fierce battles fought and life-or-death trials endured. This old man boarding the bus definitely won't need me to give up my seat. Lu Jing thought silently to himself. Qilin held a bottle of high-proof chilled vodka in his hand, downing more than half of it in one gulp. Lu Jing thought that if this were an ordinary person, it would be time to call an ambulance by now. "Tell me, why do you want to be different?" Karen said. Lu Jing pondered for a moment. What edgy teenager hasn't dreamed of saving the world and holding a beautiful girl in their arms? Yes, Lu Jing had been having this dream for 18 years. Today, it seemed he had finally caught a glimmer of hope. Qilin smiled faintly, and then? Lu Jing scratched his head. There was no and then. "For this wish, you'd even stake your life?" "Not that noble," Lu Jing muttered. "If it were up to me, survival would definitely come first." "You're very honest." Lu Jing was terrified of being caught in a lie and then getting knocked out by the old man standing before him. "So, am I accepted?" Lu Jing asked. "You're still in the probation period," Qilin said. "Only after passing the assessment will you be considered officially recruited. Let me forewarn you, you're stepping into a completely different world, mysterious and perilous." Lu Jing hesitated only briefly before nodding slightly. "Then smooth sailing to you. What should I do now?" Lu Jing asked. The Qilin pulled an exquisite black box from its embrace and gently opened the lid. Inside the box rested a tiny, delicate vial, no longer than a finger. The transparent bottle contained a dazzling golden liquid, flowing languidly like molten gold, emanating a mysterious glow. "Administer it into your body. How much power you can unleash within 3 months depends entirely on your own ability." "What do you mean?" Lu Jing felt somewhat nervous. It can enhance your potential. To maximize the medicine's effectiveness, you must strictly follow the training plan during these 3 months. Lu Jing took the schedule handed to him by the other person. 3-kilometer run, push-ups, sit-ups. Of course, this was only the plan for the first 2 weeks. Looking further down, there were 10,000-meter runs, 30,000-meter runs, 50,000-meter runs. If you want to be stronger than the awakened, you must work harder than them, Kirin said. Lu Jing nodded, as if he could already see the hope of himself becoming stronger. The Qilin took out the syringe and jabbed it into Lu Jing's arm, slowly injecting the medicine. It's going to be painful, bear with it. Lu Jing gritted his teeth. Apart from the initial sting of the needle, he didn't seem to feel much else. The Qilin lifted its head and looked at Lu Jing. Lu Jing locked eyes with him. Didn't feel anything unusual? Qilin asked. No. Qilin accelerated the propulsion speed. How about now? Still nothing, Lu Jing replied. The Qilin remained silent for a moment before injecting the entire dose of the serum into Lu Jing's body. If you feel unwell, don't hold it in. I don't feel any discomfort, Lu Jing said. They waited a little longer. Don't you feel anything else? Nothing. Did I get a fake injection? Impossible, Qilin said firmly. Qilin still remembered how unbearably painful it had been during her first dose. And back then, it was still an unrefined potion. The current potion has already undergone countless generations of improvements. It's been enhanced many times over compared to the previous versions. How could you possibly not feel anything at all? Were you really not straining yourself? No, Lu Jing replied calmly. The Qilin fell silent for a moment before saying, You're quite different. Lu Jing's heart leaped with joy. Go ahead, Qilin said. I have other matters to attend to. Lu Jing took a deep breath, his emotions still turbulent. Tell me, what's the name of our organization? It's not for you to know right now. How should I address you then? No need for address. Lu Jing thought to herself, how mysterious. Then how do we stay in contact? I'll reach out to you. This is the rule of the Night Watchman. After 2 undercover incidents, the captain established such a rule. Members who have not passed the assessment are not allowed to know any information about the Night Watchman. Kirin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the youth's departing figure. He seemed to have found a promising person. Only. Qilin glanced at his phone again, the captain still hadn't replied. Qilin couldn't help but feel a growing restlessness. He privately messaged Zhu Ke, Bai Zhe, and other night watchers about having spotted another promising newcomer. Beyond the main group chat, they had numerous smaller chat groups among themselves. Of course, these weren't QQ groups they were using, because years earlier, someone had specifically developed a dedicated app for the night watchers to communicate through. This prevents others from peeking. However, the captain never knew about this. The captain always insisted on using Penguin Group. Night Watchman Bays, the captain's not here, and you're looking for new recruits? Night Watcher Suzaku, Qilin, is the matter in Jiangnan settled? Night Watcher Qilin, it's done. Found a promising young talent. Such a pity to let it slip. I'll explain it to the captain personally when he shows up. Night Watcher Suzaku, still no word from the captain? Night Watcher Baku, what kind of secret mission has the captain been on these past 6 months? Why hasn't he told us anything? Night Watcher Suzaku, you're not worthy. Night Watcher Bai Zhe, say that again? Looking for a fight, are you? Suzaku ignored him and instead addressed Kirin. Counting the new, along with the previous 2, that makes 3 who haven't accepted the inheritance. Night Watcher Qilin, I know, without the captain around, what else can we do? Night Watchman Bays, quick, check the captain's QQ zone. Suddenly, the Qilin's eyes lit up. What is this? The captain posted on Penguin Zone. Qilin quickly clicked to check. This world is indeed not as simple as I imagined. I always thought I was too naive before, but it turns out the mistake wasn't me, it was this world. The accompanying image featured a black anime boy covering his face with a cold, aloof expression. The Qilin froze for a moment. Did the captain discover something again? Chapter 18 Blood Serum. This world truly isn't as simple as I imagined. I used to think I was too naive, but now it seems the fault wasn't mine, it was this world. What has the captain discovered this time? Could he have uncovered another truth capable of changing the world? Kirin's expression changed dramatically. The group chat was now in an uproar. Within dozens of group chats, the night watchers hidden among them began emerging. The captain has appeared. Half a year later, the captain posted on QQ Space again. What's going on? Did the captain discover something? Of course, there's no way the captain disappeared for half a year without a reason. What exactly did the captain find? Qilin, I don't know either. What about Qinglong? Qinglong, come out and answer. Can we reach the captain? Don't disturb the captain now, don't bother him. If the captain wants to contact us, he'll reach out himself. Qilin took a deep breath, his trembling hand giving a like to this post. Ding ding ding. In an instant, dozens of likes appeared. Lu Jing glanced at the number of likes, unsurprised. All these poor souls I've fooled. Ah, I've grown up already, when will you ever mature? Lu Jing shook his head. He never imagined that one day he'd actually experience a scenario straight out of an anime. 18 years of pent-up frustration. I couldn't be more excited right now. The folks today are really, truly happy. Shatter reality, splinter the mind, banish this world. Lu Jing skipped all the way home. As soon as he got home, Lu Jing noticed no one was in. His parents were absent, and Lu Shui must have gone to school for training. With practiced ease, he turned on the music, jumped onto the bed, and began to dance wildly. I am what I am, a fireworks unlike any other. Woohoo! I always knew I was different from the rest. Lu Jing's body began to move wildly with the music, head bobbing, tail shaking, arms flailing about, as if already riding into battle, slaying enemies under the gaze of countless spectators. Lu Jing loved to fantasize, because in reality, he was just an ordinary person. But in his fantasies, he was immensely learned, naturally beautiful, wealthy beyond measure, and possessed all sorts of superpowers. In short, it's about imagining yourself to be outstanding and then stunning everyone. He also knew this wasn't good. He'd heard people say it was a psychological disorder. But for someone as ordinary as him in the crowd, this ability was the only way he could bring himself some happiness. Lu Jing? A sudden sound came from outside. HM? Lu Jing looked over in shock. There stood Shin Shuiwei and Lu Shui outside his room's door. Lu Jing blinked his eyes. Oh. At the same time, the Qilin sat in the room with his eyes tightly shut. His consciousness had already connected to another space. Nightwatcher Qilin opened his eyes to face three faint silhouettes seated before him. Nightwatcher Baze, Nightwatcher Suzaku, Nightwatcher Qinglong. Unless something major had happened, the four of them wouldn't reach out like this. Nightwatcher Suzaku lazily rested his head on his hands. So, he drawled, what does our boss actually mean by this? Suzaku habitually referred to their captain as boss. Night Watchman Baze, normally, the captain tells us everything. But this time, disappearing for half a year without saying a word, something huge must have happened. Nightwatcher Suzaku, cut the crap. The real question is why the boss didn't tell us. The unicorn replied coolly, what else could it be? Our strength is simply not enough to earn the captain's trust. The vermilion bird fell silent for a moment. Azure Dragon, you're closest to the captain. Did he say anything to you? No, replied Qinglong indifferently. I still have a mission to attend to. I'll take my leave now. With that, Qinglong's figure vanished into the space. Zhu Kei pursed her lips. What an unsociable fellow. Bei said, he's always been like this, only listens to the captain and ignores everyone else. Zhu Kei said, apart from Qinglong, it seems without our captain's guidance, we've all been idling about recently. Qilin said, that's precisely why I'm training a new recruit. Isai asked, so how is the newbie doing? Qilin replied, I've already injected him with the Class D serum. He didn't seem to react much to it. Zhu Kei, no sensation at all? Qilin, none. If we wait 3 months until the serum is completely metabolized, I plan to inject him directly with Class B serum. Serum? What is blood serum? The physical fitness of ordinary people cannot compete with that of awakened individuals. Even the weakest awakened can easily overpower ordinary people without relying on any external aids. Even dozens, or even hundreds of armed ordinary people. None were a match for even a single awakened one. The serum, meanwhile, could significantly enhance the physical capabilities of non-awakened individuals. Where does the serum come from? At that moment, the rather petite Lu Jing sat at his desk, biting a ballpoint pen in my teeth, adding supplements to my own setup. The serum originates from the ancient god. Ancient god doesn't refer to a specific deity, but is a general term. It landed on Earth 4.6 billion years ago. Although its physical body perished, its soul remains undying. And as for himself, Lu Jing, the creator of the Night Watchman, the unseen chess master, the mysterious guardian of the world, the legend unknown to all, the bearer of golden pupils, the absolute sovereign, the ruler of heaven's will, the existence none dare defy, extracted marrow fluid from the bones of the ancient gods, crafting vast quantities of serum. With these serums, enhancing the physical capabilities of the unawakened. In the ancient past, he roamed the river of time, using these serums to ensure the survival of humanity's ancestral era. Later, Shi Yu and the Yellow Emperor engaged in a great battle. These two individuals were the strongest humans who had received the serum's enhancement through Lu Jing. Through the ages, with the aid of advanced technology, the serum continued to evolve. The young Lu Jing nodded. That's it. This is the origin of the serum. Lu Jing gazed quietly at the glass bottle placed on the table, the liquid inside displaying an enchanting golden hue. This unique color didn't come from a single substance, but rather from the skillful blending of orange and tangerine juices. The fusion of these juices not only brought forth a refreshing fruity aroma, but also endowed the solution with vivid chromatic layers. Yet Lu Jing wasn't content with simple mixing. With distinctive creativity, he added some fine grains of sand into the blend. The sand sparkled like stars scattered within the golden liquid, imbuing the entire solution with a textured, sedimentary quality, as though it held endless stories and secrets within. Ah, a perfect work of art. Ha 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 ha. The young Lu Jing let out a low, rumbling laugh, like the whisper of a demon. Things are getting interesting. The young Lu Shui silently closed the door behind her. Chapter 19, Great Xia's Dragon Saber. At this very moment, Lu Jing took a glance at his room. Well, at least it's clean, and nothing inappropriate was seen. But, why would Shen Shuiwei suddenly come to my place? So embarrassing. The thought of his recent performance made Lu Jing feel utterly embarrassed. Shen Shuiwei appeared to be discussing something with Lu Shui inside the house. Lu Jing pinned the training schedule designed for him by the silver-haired elder onto a prominent spot in his room. Run. First, running. Lu Jing changed into a tracksuit and headed out. He started jogging around the residential complex. Lu Jing's physical fitness was genuinely impressive, as he'd always been strict with himself since childhood. Though he's a devout otaku, that doesn't stop him from working out regularly. After all, in Lu Jing's mind, he's a man who must always be ready to save the world. That's why Lu Jing places extreme importance on physical training. So fast. Lu Jing ran, feeling as light on his feet as if he had grown wings. Wow. Lu Jing ran faster and faster, faster and faster. He felt like he was about to take off. Then, before he knew it, he dashed right into the street. Upstairs, Lin Mo rested her chin in her palms, narrowing her eyes as she watched Lu Jing. Ah, as expected of the team captain, even his regular running speed is this fast. The next instant, bam, a car came crashing over. Lu Jing was flung 3 or 4 meters away. The driver slammed on the brakes in panic and frantically scrambled out of the car. Are you alright? Lu Jing glanced at the car's brand mark and calmly got back on his feet. He'd been going a bit too fast earlier and couldn't stop in time. The car wasn't moving particularly quickly either, probably around 30 miles per hour. Lu Jing felt a slight ache in his arm with some bruising where he'd been hit, but otherwise he was fine. Are you okay? Do I need to call an ambulance? The driver, a white-collar worker, looked panicked at that moment. I'm fine. Lu Jing waved his hand and quickly ran off. As expected from our captain, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled like peach blossoms in bloom. So handsome. Lu Jing started running. On the school playground, in the neighborhood. Whether it's dark night or bright day, Lu Shui could always hear Lu Jing's heavy panting through the wall. She reckoned Lu Jing was either lifting weights in his room again, or doing sit-ups and push-ups. Lu Shui rested her chin in her hand and deftly lifted a corner of the poster on the wall. There was a hole behind it, offering a view into Lu Jing's room through the small opening. Just as expected, her brother was doing push-ups again. This situation had been going on for months. Got abs now? Lu Shui was somewhat surprised. How did my brother achieve such an amazing physique in just a few short months? Lu Jing now sported a well-defined six-pack, his whole body rippling with lean muscle, each contour perfectly sculpted and chiseled. His bare upper body revealed skin that had transformed from its original fair tone to a bronzed hue. He lay flat on the ground, hands cradling his head, knees bent. His abdominal muscles tensed, each movement smooth and powerful without the slightest hint of sluggishness. Then he slowly lowered his torso, keenly feeling the stretch and contraction of his core muscles. Then he rose again, repeating the motion. Each rise and fall was accompanied by the shedding of sweat. The ground beneath him was already soaked with perspiration. 11,021. Lu Jing counted the number of repetitions he had completed, his voice calm and steady. His breathing was even and deep, like a ceaseless machine, continuously channeling strength. His gaze was focused and resolute, brimming with both the desire for self-challenge and unwavering determination. Lu Jing was a rather peculiar individual. He could persist for the sake of a fleeting illusion, burying himself in writing books spanning millions of words, tightening his belt to save up for toy weapons he thought looked cool, while other kids his age were out playing and having fun. He could be alone, rehearsing all sorts of quirky incantations over and over again. You might face social rejection from everyone, endure cold indifference, or even suffer bullying at school. Inwardly, he'd scoff repeatedly, fantasizing about possessing mysterious powers, how with just a wave of his hand he could save the world or become a demon capable of wiping out half its population. Except that he'd sealed this demon within himself, silently guarding the world. Even if subjected to insults and bullying, he wouldn't act impulsively. Yet, those teenage boys had no idea what forbidden force they had provoked. Then, Lu Jing consoled himself. Climbing up from the corner of the bathroom, draped in a school uniform covered with footprints, he walked away with flair under everyone's gaze, as if the one who had been beaten up wasn't him, but rather he had single-handedly taken on the whole group. Always maintain an optimistic mindset, and the determination to put 12 times the effort into everything you do. Now, he naturally could as well. For the plan in Qilin's mouth, he carried it out meticulously. Whenever he set his mind to something, he would see it through to the end. Even if he hit the south wall, he wouldn't turn back. At times, this is a drawback, but sometimes it's also an advantage. The phrase give up simply doesn't exist in his mind. Mission? Experience a dungeon run? Lu Jing swallowed hard as the Qilin before him nodded. It had been 3 months since Lu Jing last saw the Qilin. Find the lowest level portal and participate once, said the Qilin. This is the first step for those yet to awaken. Lu Jing scratched his head. Could it be dangerous? Of course, you could refuse. However, the condition is that I'd need to extract the serum from your body. Lu Jing said, I'm not planning to give up yet. Good. Qilin handed Lu Jing a black briefcase. What is this? Combat case. Lu Jing was astonished. Combat case. Fingerprint unlock. It'll pop open automatically with just a light tap, Qilin explained. Lu Jing opened the suitcase, its contents neatly arranged inside. 3 black gold short knives, a first aid kit, a compass, a black object worn on the wrist, an aluminum box. The contents of the box include but are not limited to a small bottle of water purification tablets. In replica worlds, these can purify water sources when temporarily unavailable. A silver lighter. 5 energy protein bars with terrifyingly high calories. 1 bar could practically replace 3 meals for an ordinary person. A pack of chocolate candies to replenish sugar levels. These are the most basic supplies. Qilin introduced to Lu Jing. The black gold dagger is named Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The case has a unique switch. Press it, and 3 dragon sparrows will slide out from the sides, ready for battle at any moment. He picked up the black metal object from the box again. As for this thing called Faith Wrist, it can shoot grappling hooks, making rock climbing easier. You can also press the switch to make a short dagger appear. Lu Jing, Omega Omega. Do these things actually exist in reality? Chapter 20, First Mission. An awakened can summon their own weapon. If a warrior's weapon is a hammer, then they can summon a hammer anytime, anywhere. Mages also possess their own specialized magical implements. Then she could summon her own magical weapon anytime, anywhere. As for non-awakened individuals, even if they could enhance their physical abilities with serums, what choice did they have regarding weapons? Non-awakened couldn't wield Noble Phantasms. Noble Phantasm generates tools with various special effects across all dimensional gates. Thus, the material of the weapon must meet one most crucial requirement. It must be capable of harming magical beasts. Therefore, Lu Jing chose gold-infused jade as the material. The Classic of Mountains and Seas records in the Classic of the Central Mountains, Mount Tua. Its sunny side holds gold and jade, its shady side contains iron. Lu Jing then combined the gold, jade, and iron, creating gold-jade iron. Therefore, the standard material for weapons used by night watchmen is gold and jade iron. Of course, when dealing with monsters, one must also worry about weapon damage. Thus, it's necessary to carry multiple weapons. This then raises the issue of portability. More importantly, the awakened can receive healing from priests and recover quickly. However, non-awakened individuals cannot receive healing from priests. Priests' healing is limited to the awakened alone. Additionally, with priests present, the awakened no longer need to worry about food supplies either. At this point, the young Lu Jing let out a long sigh of relief. What a hassle. No matter how he looked at it, compared to the awakened ones, the inheritors he had created were still too weak. Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously, his gaze falling on the investigator's wallpaper. The investigator's weapons were all kept in a single case. And so, Lu Jing drew inspiration from this, leading to the creation of this tactical briefcase, including weapons, food, medical supplies. Of course, these are just the most basic pieces of equipment. Lu Jing scribbled and sketched on the blueprint, a happy smile appearing on his face. At that moment, the door opened. Lu Jing quickly tucked away the blueprint. Why aren't you asleep yet? Go to bed, it's so late already. Mother's voice came through. Got it. Little Lu Jing hopped down from the stool and dove right under the covers. Mother tucked him in properly. Tactical briefcase. After years of refinement, it has become more advanced with many additional features. To say it's utterly unrecognizable wouldn't be an exaggeration. At this moment, Lu Jing was carrying this black suitcase, his face beaming with joy. This suitcase can even serve as armor, capable of withstanding attacks. The Qilin tapped the surface of the briefcase, producing a dull metallic thud. It can even withstand rocket launcher impacts. The surface uses a special metal that absorbs vibrational energy. Even if hit, the contents remain unharmed. Lu Jing treated it like a treasure, testing all its mechanisms eagerly. One word, badass. This was the weapon of his dreams. Qilin watched Lu Jing's excited expression with a faint smile. It reminded Qilin irresistibly of his younger self. May your first battle be victorious. Lu Jing nodded heavily. Before leaving, Qilin took some of Lu Jing's blood. Qilin placed Lu Jing's blood in the small testing device. This was to test the compatibility between Lu Jing and the Grade D serum. 5 minutes later, the results appeared on the screen. Qilin was holding a cup of tea and glanced at it absent-mindedly. Put. He spat out a mouthful of water. 100% fusion. At this moment, the always composed old man, one who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was gaping in astonishment. 100%. That can't be possible. No matter how the serum is fused, it can never achieve 100% effectiveness. Kirin remembered that his Type D serum fusion rate had reached 92%. Anything above 90% is already considered an extremely high standard. Only Azure Dragon has achieved a 95% fusion rate. The Qilin suddenly smiled. My judgment of people was indeed spot on. Qilin posted the results in the group chat with Suzaku, Baizai, and Chenglong. Nightwatch Suzaku, 100%. Did you tamper with the data? Nightwatch Qilin, this is real data. Nightwatch Baizai, what's going on? How could it reach 100%? Nightwatch Qilin, I discovered a prodigy. I wondered why he didn't feel anything during the serum injection. Nightwatch Baizai, have you informed the captain? Nightwatch Qilin, not yet. I want to wait until he passes the trial, then give the captain a surprise. Nightwatch Juke, 100% compatibility, tisk tsk wait till you try the C-grade serum. Qilin couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He had a faint intuition this young man named Lu Jing might bring unforeseen changes to the Nightwatch organization. This child might become a shining star for the organization. The captain will surely be delighted. Lu Jing walked down the street carrying the tactical briefcase, feeling like some mysterious agent who sees everyone as a potential threat. He flipped through his phone, examining the software Qilin had downloaded for him. You can instantly know when and where portals of any level appear. This app is widely used among many awakened. However, Lu Jing isn't an awakened and doesn't have permission to download it. At this moment, he scrolls upward. There are many portals discovered. Missing one priest. Team has an overwhelmingly powerful warrior. All dungeon loot rewards except monster drops will be split equally. Group forming, 5-player dungeon, needing 2 more, any class welcome, no priests needed. Missing melee warrior. Lu Jing scrolled through message after message. Close to his location, and also a solo dungeon. Seemed a bit hard to find. Suddenly, Lu Jing's eyes lit up. A solo dungeon has appeared 6.8 kilometers away from you. Level, E-rank dungeon. Dungeons are generally classified into 5 ranks, A, B, C, D, and E. E-rank dungeons are the lowest level, indicating the presence of dangerous elements within. The E-level dungeons correspond to awakened individuals of tiers 1 through 5. According to online chatter, there are actually S-level dungeons as well. However, those higher-level dungeons require more than simply slaughtering the monsters within. It is referred to as a trial, because within it, you never know what you might encounter. Some tasks require surviving for more than a month in a mirrored world, in an unknown dimension, resolving a zombie crisis. They even had to deal with malevolent spirits. In short, all sorts of strange things. Even the most experienced awakened couldn't guarantee victory. Of course, these matters had little to do with Lu Jing at the moment. Lu Jing couldn't care less about the exorbitant taxi fare at this point, worried that someone else might beat him to this simple copy. He hastily hailed a cab and sped straight toward the portal location. Chapter 21, Fooling Himself. Young man, are you an awakener? The taxi driver looked at the deep blue portal not far away and asked. No, I'm not. Lu Jing said. If you're not an awakener, what are you doing here? Lu Jing smiled faintly and stepped out of the car with effortless charm. Just like those protagonists in movies about to head into battle. With one hand carrying a suitcase and the other tucked in his pocket, Lu Jing strode forward with an unapologetic swagger. Hello, the driver called out from behind. Lu Jing waved his hand without turning around. Hurry up and leave, this isn't a place for you to stay. You haven't paid the fare yet, said the driver. Lu Jing paused in silence. How much? 15 yuan. 15 bucks, that expensive? That's the going rate. No, I only got 10 yuan left in my pocket. Hold up, if you only got 10 bucks on you, why you even trying to take a cab? I don't usually take taxis, but today it's an emergency, Lu Jing explained. Moments later, Lu Jing stood once again before the teleportation gate. He took a deep breath and stepped through. Only afterward did Lu Jing realize his courage at that moment had been extraordinarily bold. Ignorance is bliss. E-grade instances correspond to awakened individuals between tiers 1 and 5. However, according to regulations, if it's a solo instance, one must at least reach awakened tier 5. And it must still be elite level, a combat profession awakened individual. Because in a solo dungeon, when you're alone inside, you never know what kind of tricky situations you might encounter. The mortality rate is extremely high. In other words, now including Lu Shui, the vast majority of her peers. According to regulations, none would qualify to enter solo dungeons. Yet at this moment, non-awakened Lu Jing walked right into a solo dungeon, fresh-faced and clutching a box handed to him by what could barely be considered an acquaintance. Beep beep. Kirin had installed a tracking system on Lu Jing. Found the portal so quickly? Qilin was somewhat surprised. From Qilin's perspective, he hadn't set any deadline for Lu Jing. This meant Lu Jing had plenty of time to study strategies and conduct thorough investigations. Choose a strong and highly credible team to participate in a low-risk mission, to broaden your horizons. He didn't let Lu Jing directly wield a blade to kill monsters. The Qilin didn't even demand that Lu Jing must personally slay a single monster. Of course, no sane person would think that simply holding a knife makes them invincible enough to kill gods and Buddhas alike. After all, even the most basic swordsmanship techniques haven't been learned. Kirin would never have imagined that such a person truly exists in this world. And to think he charged alone into a solo dungeon. Kirin pulled up the location where Lu Jing disappeared and quickly found the teleportation gate on the corresponding map. Solo dungeon. As soon as these 4 words appeared, Qilin felt slightly dizzy. Qilin closed her eyes and took another look. Yes, there was no mistake. It's not that my old eyes are failing me. This kid really thinks he's invincible just because he has a blade, daring to take on that solo dungeon alone. Qilin threw his tablet onto the floor outright and slumped helplessly onto the sofa. What on earth is going through that boy's head? Is it mush? Or has he watched too many cartoons? As Lu Jing stepped through the portal, the doorway behind him closed shut. Lu Jing stood in complete darkness, facing a lone thatched cottage ahead. No moon shone in the night sky, only endless darkness enveloping everything. A nighttime breeze brushed against his face, bringing a chill, but more than that, an eerie and sinister atmosphere. The thatched cottage appeared dilapidated, as if it might collapse at any moment. There were no signs of life anywhere, only an eerie silence. Lu Jing stood motionless, enveloped by this oppressive atmosphere, his heart involuntarily swelling with unease and dread. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew past, making the thatched cottage let out a spine-chilling creak. Lu Jing's heartbeat quickened instantly, his fists clenched tightly as he surveyed his surroundings with heightened alertness. Yet, aside from that thatched cottage, he could see nothing else. There must be something inside that cottage. He could hear faint noises coming from within. Gripping the box in his hands, Lu Jing exhaled a deep breath. Summoning his courage, he approached the thatched cottage, each step making his heartbeat faster. When he finally reached the doorway, he found the door slightly ajar, with a faint glow emanating from within. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the room, an oil lamp flickered with a dim light. The dim light could only illuminate a small area around, but it was enough to make out the massive figure sitting in the corner. The figure appeared unusually enormous, almost occupying the entire corner. Upon closer inspection, its outline gradually became clear. It was actually a pig. No, to be precise, it should be a humanoid monster with a pig's head. Its massive form stood like a small mountain, unusually enormous in size. The pig demon's appearance was utterly horrifying, its face covered in coarse fur. Its eyes glowed with a crimson light, and traces of blood still stained its mouth. At this moment, it was crouched beside a mutilated corpse, gnawing silently. Blood and chunks of flesh still clung to its lips, as if it had just finished a cruel feast of slaughter. Gazing at the scene before him, Lu Jing couldn't help but feel a chill creep up his spine. The boar demon turned its head, its crimson eyes fixed on Lu Jing. The next moment, bang! One entire side of the thatched cottage collapsed along with the earthen wall. The boar demon's figure flew out from the debris. Lu Jing held the briefcase in front of him with one hand, barely managing to block the boar demon's savage charge, only to be sent flying 4 or 5 meters before crashing to the ground. He scraped along the ground for another stretch. So cool! Lu Jing was still shaken with fright. Yet the first thought that came to mind wasn't fear, but how incredibly cool it was. Just like dangling on wires. Roar! The boar demon charged towards Lu Jing once more like a gust of wind, kicking up dust from the ground. There was a crisp clang as the short sword suddenly leaped from its sheath in the chest, glittering coldly. Lu Jing held the short sword steadily in one hand, his eyes brimming with both tension and excitement. Come on! Lu Jing roared loudly. This scene. He had seen it. Certainly in his dreams, in his fantasies. Those countless life and death battles had now become reality. Lu Jing dodged sideways, brushing past the boar demon as it charged. The short dagger pierced through the boar demon's hide, but the hide was too thick, the blade too short. Stabbing into it was like plunging into a muddy swamp. I can't pull it out. Lu Jing was nearly yanked away by the boar demon, but fortunately let go just in time. Landing steadily, Lu Jing stared at the blood spreading across his hand. Damn, this feels way too real. No, this is reality. Lu Jing pressed the button again, and a second short blade emerged from the side of the case. Lu Jing drew the short blade, facing the enraged boar demon. His heart pounded like thunder. No, this is thrilling. Unlike that first time when he mistakenly thought monsters were attacking the school on the playground. Right now, Lu Jing is holding a box in one hand and a short knife in the other. He had already imagined himself as one of those top-tier field agents from HQ, the kind wearing black sunglasses and trench coats. There's no mission he can't complete. Just like the Emperor's new clothes, yet here no one exposes him. Unconsciously, Lu Jing deceived himself. Chapter 22 The first time. This is a natural, effortless confidence. For example, a young boy holds a wooden stick in his hand, holding even cooler wooden swords in their hands. These two sensations are entirely different. Some people pick up a gun, and that's all they do, just pick up a gun, while others pick up a gun and instantly fancy themselves the king of killers, dominating the underworld and slaughtering all rivals. Grasp a blade, and they're convinced they wield the peerless techniques of a martial arts master. Hop on a motorcycle, and they're certain they'll pull off some flashy stunt maneuvers. Bang bang! The thatched hut had been completely overturned. Lu Jing took shelter beneath a large tree. The next moment, the tree was snapped in half at its waist. The whooshing sound of palm strikes rang in his ears. Lu Jing nimbly rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the attack. Thrilling, exciting. The me from 3 months ago would never have been able to avoid it. But the current me. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Jing's lips. Like an arrow loosed from the bow, he shot forward, taking the initiative to attack. The reality was, even after taking a Class D serum and undergoing training like push-ups and long-distance running, without professional training, it would still be impossible to possess such reflexes. Long-distance running, push-ups, and sit-ups won't make you strong like One Punch Man. If Qilin were to tell Lu Jing the truth at this moment, your best bet is to run, kid, though of course you can't actually leave the instance, but it might buy you a little more time to live. Lu Jing would surely be scared out of his wits, let alone having to deal with the boar demon here. The boar demon suddenly clapped its hands together with a boom, trapping Lu Jing's short blade between its palms. The blade was now merely a few centimeters away from the boar demon's face. He couldn't match the opponent in brute strength. Lu Jing had no intention of matching strength for strength. Using the momentum, he suddenly soared into midair. The third blade left its sheath. Suspended in the air, Lu Jing grasped the hilt with one hand. Dashing doesn't even begin to describe it. At that very moment, taking advantage of the pig demon's upward glance, he drove the dagger straight into its eye. Roar! In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed by the pig demon's agonized howl. Pft! Scalding blood gushed out in torrents. Lu Jing didn't retrieve the blade, for the boar demon's hands were flailing wildly about. The slightest misstep could earn him a crushing blow. Landing steadily behind the boar demon, Lu Jing pulled out the first knife still embedded in its flesh. Dodging the pig demon's attack with agility, she stepped onto the hand it had planted on the ground. The short blade in her left hand spun and landed firmly in her right. Without hesitation, she drove it mercilessly toward the creature's throat. Thunk! Lu Jing rolled over and delivered another kick to the knife hilt. This time more blood sprayed out, splashing all over Lu Jing. The stench was revolting. However, fortunately, the boar demon staggered and collapsed to the ground. There was a loud bang. Did I win? Lu Jing stood rooted to the spot, as if in a dream. It took him a long moment to collect himself before he finally glanced down at his own body. Bruises, wounds, torn clothing revealing bleeding injuries, some spots still oozing fresh blood. Lost in his earlier excitement, he hadn't even noticed the pain. Now, as his awareness gradually returned to reality, he felt the weight and exhaustion pressing upon his body. Looking down at his battered state, he drew a sharp, involuntary breath. It hurts so much. Lu Jing endured the pain in his body and walked into the collapsed thatched hut. Earlier, he had noticed a box half buried in dust in the corner. Lu Jing opened the box to find two enormous teeth inside, resembling those of prehistoric behemoths from the movies. It looks heavy and weighty. There is also a piece of beast's fur. Several faint blue glowing crystals. Lu Jing knew that every dungeon came with its corresponding rewards. This must be the reward for this time. Lu Jing packed the items into his tactical briefcase, and then the ground began to shake violently. As the mission was completed, the dungeon was about to collapse. Lu Jing grabbed the case and ran in haste. Before long, Lu Jing stepped out of the portal. Sunlight fell on him, making him feel like he had been reborn. Lu Jing let out a long sigh. Phew, came a step too late. An awakened one came running in haste, only to show a look of disappointment upon seeing Lu Jing emerge from the portal. The portal vanished swiftly behind Lu Jing. You're not an awakened one. The bespectacled man before him suddenly wore an expression of astonishment. Lu Jing curled a faint smile at the corner of his lips, patted his shoulder, and walked away without looking back. Don't look back. Absolutely don't look back. This is the coolest. At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly felt all his injuries were worth it. If the person was a cute girl, then one's vanity would surely skyrocket even more. So, you just killed the monsters inside like that? The Qilin sitting across from Lu Jing was holding a large cigar in its mouth. A glass of white liquor sat by his hand, with an egg added inside, making it look even more appealing. Lu Jing nodded, unable to conceal his excitement. The serum is truly incredible. I made a huge leap, then flashed forward with a swoosh, drew my sword, and swung it down. Qilin thoughtfully sized up Lu Jing from head to toe. If it weren't for the tracking showing that Lu Jing had actually entered the dungeon and even brought back loot, Qilin would definitely think this kid was bragging without batting an eye. What should we do with these things? Lu Jing pointed at the spoils he'd brought back. These things are useless to non-awakened individuals. The organization will handle them for you and convert them into contribution points. What can contribution points be used for? Shilin said, everything. As long as it's not illegal, the organization can help you achieve whatever you desire. Lu Jing nodded. Shilin extinguished the cigar with his bare hands, then downed the white liquor in one gulp. His eyes gleamed brightly as he fixed his gaze on Lu Jing. Kid, you know what? You're pretty damn good. Lu Jing smiled to himself. I've been convinced of this for over a decade now, was almost ready to give up. Fortunately, you showed up just in time. Kirin said, your body has been adapting well to the Grade D serum. Next, I plan to administer the Grade B serum to you. But according to regulations, administering any serum above Grade B requires approval from one more person. We'd have to go to the organization for that. Will you have time soon? I have classes. Lu Jing scratched his head. Then it's settled for this Saturday. Shilin finalized the time. I should go back. Lu Jing stood up. The meat in the fridge hadn't been taken out yet. And tomorrow is Monday, and the homework still isn't finished. Farewell to the Kirin. Lu Jing walked excitedly on his way home. The Kirin squinted as it watched Lu Jing's receding figure. Captain, I have important news to report. The Qilin sent out this message. Chapter 23, The Captain's Reply. Lu Jing was just getting excited when suddenly he received a personal message from the Night Watch Qilin. Night Watch Qilin, Captain, I have urgent news to report. Lu Jing was in a good mood today and took another glance at the group chat. TSK, the messages had already piled up to several thousand. Without opening the group chat, Lu Jing fell into a dilemma. Many of these people had stayed by his side since elementary school. All these years, it couldn't be said there were no feelings involved. I'd been deceiving myself for so long. I managed to wake up in time, yet they're still trapped in it. Sigh. Lu Jing let out a sigh. He glanced once more at the tactical briefcase in his hand and gritted his teeth. He couldn't just disappear without a trace. He couldn't be this irresponsible. That's right, he had to complete the evaluation and officially join this mysterious organization. Make yourself stronger in a short time, and then rise together with your good brothers. That way, they won't have followed you in vain all this time. Lu Jing swore silently in his heart. Lu Jing replied, trust me, I'll make things better for everyone, I won't give up now. After sending the message, Shilin had no expectation of receiving any reply from his captain. He had originally planned to leave Jiangnan this very week. Yet now, he suddenly felt no particular urgency to do so anymore. The scenery here is quite nice, perfect for a vacation. Besides, the corrupt believers who tried to dig them up have already been eradicated. Shilin didn't know if the corrupt believers would seek revenge, so for now he needed to stay and oversee Jiangnan. Not to mention, this young man named Lu Jing was truly a pleasant surprise. The Qilin left the hotel. His ride was a modified black Mengsher, an off-road vehicle. The most expensive off-road vehicle in the world, bar none, priced as high as 4 million. Kirin disliked supercars, as well as those flashy luxury vehicles that looked all gaudy. Having been a soldier, he only had a taste for off-road vehicles and pickup trucks. Kirin stepped on the gas, and before long, he arrived at a neglected little clock shop. The owner of the clock shop was a member of the organization, though not a core member. The Night Watch had many members like this. Although the number of Night Watch members was decent, it became quite small when considering the global scale. So the Night Watch had many peripheral members who never accessed its core operations. Yet he could still be considered a member of the Night Watch. The owner of the clock shop was once a mercenary, having participated in 20 operations to overthrow regimes in small African nations and 3 decapitation strikes against enemy states. Later, he was betrayed by his own teammates. At death's door, it was the Night Watch who saved him. The 2 young and beautiful attendants at the watch store were also specially trained agents. Yet due to certain reasons, they were forced to retire, even burdened with legal troubles. The Night Watch helped them resolve the lawsuits and offered them well-paying jobs. Shilin entered the inner room of the watch store and stepped into the elevator. The elevator descended to the 3rd basement level. Shortly after, with a soft ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Before their eyes lay an astonishingly vast space. This space resembled a mysterious and grand world, brimming with futuristic vibes and technological allure. The entire space is constructed from sturdy, durable metal, exuding a cold metallic sheen. The walls, ceiling, and floor all gleam with a metallic texture, giving an indestructible impression. The smooth, mirror-like metal surfaces reflect faint glows, making the entire space appear bright and transparent. Within this metallic structure, there are no superfluous decorations or colors, only pure metallic tones. This concise yet powerful design evokes a sense of austerity and solemnity, while simultaneously exuding a technological allure. In the hall, everyone wears a mask. These masks come in all varieties, some eerie and terrifying, others enigmatic and inscrutable. Yet the most striking of all is Qilin's mask. A fiery red Qilin mask adorned his head. The mask was so lifelike it seemed as though a blazing Qilin had perched upon his crown. Every detail of the mask was exquisitely crafted, with each strand of fur and every scale visible in perfect clarity. Its eyes in particular were deep and intense, striking fear into those who met their gaze. Below it connected seamlessly to a human body, creating a strikingly impactful visual effect. Oh, a woman wearing a vermilion bird mask approached. Though her face remained indistinguishable, her figure alone declared she was an exceptionally alluring woman. The graceful curves were as enticing as a perfectly ripe honey peach. "When did you arrive?" Sheilin asked. "Yesterday afternoon, it just happened to stop here." "Perfect timing. I need to take the new recruits for the Class B serum shots, which requires authorization from at least 2 supervisors," Sheilin said. Shu Kei exclaimed in astonishment, "Grade B serum? Are we really going to do this? Is that kid up to it?" On his first entry into a dungeon, he single-handedly cleared an E-grade dungeon, and a combat-oriented one at that. Shu Kei hissed through his teeth, "Then I must meet this person. What kind of remarkable individual could he be?" Just then, Sheilin heard his phone buzzing. He flipped it open to check, his pupils suddenly contracted. "I read the message sent by the captain from beginning to end at least 10 times carefully. Believe me, I will make everyone better. I won't give up just like that. This is..." Sheilin's mouth fell open, his expression priceless. What on earth is our captain going through? How could our seemingly invincible captain send such a message? "I won't give up"? Just what kind of situation could have made our captain send those words? "Captain, what kind of things are you silently doing behind the scenes again?" Actually, there's no need to even think about it, everyone knows perfectly well. The captain must have silently held up a vast sky to shelter them all along. That's why our world can remain so peaceful and stable today. All this happened because the captain was shouldering the responsibility alone, using his unparalleled strength and determination to protect the entire human race. Kirin typed with trembling fingers, "Captain, you've worked hard. We will always be your strong support." Shu Kei noticed the change in Kirin's expression. "What's wrong? Is it the captain?" She guessed it in an instant. "Kirin, Captain, is there anything I can assist you with? Though my strength may be slight, I'm willing to give my all if it can contribute to humanity. Please tell me what I should do. No matter how difficult or arduous, I'll persevere even if it's just the tiniest bit of help." Before long, Kirin received a reply. "This matter is beyond your involvement for now. When I need you, I'll naturally let you know. Don't make any major moves within the organization while I'm away. I'll find time to notify Azure Dragon and the others." Chapter 24, Leading a Group of People, Part 2. Group Chat. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Sheilin, Baizhe. This is the current roster of the Night Watches for senior members, excluding those abroad or engaged in long-term missions. During my absence, you'll discuss matters among yourselves. Only notify me if it's something significant. Shu Kei was bursting with questions, yet when actually facing the captain, even through just a phone screen, she didn't dare voice that one inquiry. "Captain, what exactly have you been doing all these 6 months?" Simply replied, "Understood. Kirin, copy that." Baizhe, Captain, the Awakened Southern Alliance has recently been trying to reach out to us, specifically asking to meet with you. Vermilion Bird, who the hell do they think they are? They're not worthy of meeting our captain. White Marsh, the Southern Alliance wants to target the S-Class Dimensional Gate in the Mariana Trench. They've proposed cooperation with us. I think it's a solid offer. The Southern Alliance possesses the strength we need, and our ultimate goal is to eliminate dimensional gates anyway. Vermilion Bird, White Marsh, whose side are you on? The captain made it clear before, we operate in secrecy and don't collaborate with any factions. What the hell is the Southern Alliance anyway? Are they even worthy of cooperating with us? Shu Kei's fiery temper was apparent, clearly showing she had some grievances against the Southern Alliance. Baizhe, this isn't child's play, we can't act on emotions. Shu Kei, I'll personally lead the team to the S-Class portal in the Mariana Trench and warn the Southern Alliance to stay the hell away. Kirin, let's hear what the captain has to say. You two should stop arguing. At this moment, Lu Jing before the screen. Lu Jing scratched his head awkwardly. W. This is so awkward. They're making such a fuss as if it's serious. Something about S-rank Mariana Trench portals. Something about leading the team personally. Say it in a domineering fashion, keep them at a distance. Lu Jing steadied himself against the wall, took a few seconds to recover, then drew a slow breath. This is all the consequence of my own foolishness. One fool would be bad enough, but now I've dragged a whole group into this mess. Lu Jing pondered for a moment before replying in the group chat. Everything must prioritize the greater good. You discuss matters regarding contact with the Southern Alliance. I won't intervene in such minor affairs. I'll say it again, since I'm not involved, handle all matters through your own discussions. Remember, don't do anything too outrageous. Lu Jing deliberately added this final sentence. He genuinely feared that someone might take things too far in their obsession, potentially causing major disturbances or even loss of life, and then have the police track him down through the internet. Shilin hastily added, Captain, I have more to report. The organization has recently recruited some new members, all showing great potential. Lu Jing felt his head double in size. You're still recruiting new members. Don't you think there's enough trouble already? No new recruits are to be brought into the organization during my reinstatement period. The Qilin pleaded, but there are indeed some newcomers with remarkable talent, it would be a true pity to let them go. Lu Jing rubbed his temples, remarkable talent indeed. That basically meant they were total idiots. Probably on par with how he'd been back in the day. Lu Jing, listen to me, you won't regret it. Shilin wasn't ready to give up yet. Captain, the new recruit I've been mentoring recently shows genuine talent. If you don't have time to personally pass on the legacy right now, I can temporarily take charge of their training. When you're available later, you can evaluate them yourself. I said no contact with new recruits for now. Lu Jing added 2 exclamation marks to make his sentence appear more serious. Seeing the captain say so, Shilin didn't insist any further and replied with 2 words. Understood. Alright, I'll take my leave first. Lu Jing turned off his phone and let out a soft sigh. Newbies? Must I deal with newbies again? Let those lost sheep find their way back and return to real life. At least I've done a good deed this way. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Jing stepped into the subway. What? Aren't we administering the grade B serum anymore? Zhu Kei said. Shilin sighed. What a pity. That young man truly had exceptional talent. Zhu Kei remarked indifferently, even if he were gold, this gilded world never lacks for another piece of the shining metal. The Kirin shook his head. Without any training, an ordinary student managed to clear an E-rank dungeon just by carrying a tactical briefcase. That kind of courage, determination, and skill is rare. The Suzaka shrugged. If the boss says so, would you dare to disobey his orders? Naturally, the Kirin wouldn't do such a thing, not for a Night Watch member. The captain is an exalted, unquestionable presence. What a real shame. The captain used to be so enthusiastic about recruiting new members. What's gotten into him now? He won't even give us a reason. Vermilion Bird said, the captain surely has his considerations. Keeping us in the dark must be for our own good. Though Kylan could understand the captain's position, he still kept muttering, what a pity, under his breath. That Lu Jing is truly 1 in 10,000, a remarkable seedling. Shu Kei glanced at Qilin and said, if you can't bear to do it yourself, I'll arrange for someone to erase his memories and extract the serum from his body. Qilin responded gravely, I should go myself. Since this fate began with me, it's only right that I be the one to bring it to an end. Zhu Kei gave Qilin's shoulder a reassuring pat. As soon as Lu Jing returned home, he sensed someone was in his room. Pushing the door open, sure enough, Lin Mo appeared inside wearing a black leather outfit. The skin-tight black leather bodysuit clung to her curves, showcasing perfect proportions and alluring lines. The fabric of the clothes clung to the skin as if it were a second layer. Hair cascaded naturally, each strand seemingly emanating a faint floral fragrance. Holding a toy pistol in hand, don't move. Lu Jing rolled his eyes. This outfit, why does it remind him of those inspector-like characters from Japanese adult films? Is the next step mission failure, followed by being overwhelmed by burly men? Captain, what are you hiding behind your back? Lin Mo immediately noticed Lu Jing had something concealed behind him. Lu Jing pressed his tactical briefcase against his back and said, nothing. Who told you to barge into my room for no reason? Get out. Hey, Captain. I have something to report to you, Captain. Lu Jing pushed Lin Mo out of the door and immediately locked it from the inside. Only then did he stash the tactical briefcase under the bed. Lu Jing let out a relieved sigh, then excitedly threw some air punches. The thrill of slaying his first demon monster left Lu Jing unable to calm down for a long time. Captain, open the door please. Lin Mo's persistent voice came from outside the door. Lu Jing opened the door a crack. Your task now is to go back and study hard. Chapter 25, Lost. Late at night, the unicorn infiltrated Lu Jing's home. First was removing the serum. The unicorn took out a bottle of red potion. Once injected into the body, it will neutralize the serum within 1 hour, eliminating all effects brought by the serum. Within 3 hours, it will completely erase all the physical enhancements the serum had given Lu Jing, turning him back into an ordinary person. Finally, it was time to erase the memories. Qilin placed the smart VR glasses on Lu Jing. A message was sent to the technician on the other end. Ready. The technician immediately began to exert their abilities. The night watchman Manhwa closed his eyes. Are we ready to begin? Qilin said solemnly, we're ready to start. In no time at all. The voice of the night watch's Manhwa came through the headphones. Clearance complete. Thank you for your hard work. Qilin found the night watch's tactical briefcase and took one last look at the sleeping Lu Jing. Sweet dreams, kid. Dream taper. The Qilin vanished into the vast night. The next day. Lu Jing. Lu Jing opened his eyes. Lu Shui turned away the moment she saw he was awake. Lu Jing climbed out of bed, yawning blearily. After finishing breakfast, Lu Jing returned to his room and glanced again at the box under the bed. Still there. Wait, what the hell? Lu Jing instantly became much more alert and looked around. The tactical briefcase was gone. Panicked now, Lu Jing began searching frantically throughout the house. He asked his father, stepmother, and even Lu Shui. They all said they hadn't seen the box in their own houses. Lu Jing suddenly remembered someone and hurriedly ran upstairs to Lin Mo's home. Knock knock. Lin Mo, Lin Mo. Before long, Lin Mo rubbed her eyes and opened the door. Captain. Lin Mo was wearing pink cartoon pajamas, looking completely groggy. Where are my things? Lu Jing gave her a light chop on the head with his hand. Lin Mo yelped in pain, covering her head with a pitiful look as she stared at Lu Jing. What thing? It's just, did you come into my room last night? No. Ever since you started putting seals on your windows every night a month ago, I haven't been able to get in. Oh, right. Lin Mo kept sneaking into Lu Jing's room using the rope from upstairs. But Lu Jing thought it was too risky. What if something went wrong? So, he simply locked his own window. That way, Lin Mo couldn't get in anymore. Then who else could have taken my case? Captain, what did you lose? Lin Mo was sobering up considerably now. Was it something to do with the nuclear weapon case? No, wait, the ancient gene lock? Or is it the eye of the ancient god that's missing? I've got it. It must have been those extraterrestrial demons. Captain, lead us in a counterattack. Ow. Lu Jing pinched Lin Mo's ear and let out a frantic scream. Captain, my ear. School. Lu Jing sat listlessly on his stool, though his eyes were fixed on the blackboard. Yet his thoughts had long since wandered to who knows where. What should I do? The tactical briefcase was missing. How was he supposed to explain this to that silver-haired elder? He hadn't even passed the assessment yet, and now he'd lost something so important. Lu Jing clutched his hair in frustration. Lu Jing, let's go for skewers tonight, Ma Jianyu whispered. Forget it, not interested. Lu Jing closed his eyes. Shin Chuiyue is going too. Ma Jianyu winked at Lu Jing. Not interested. Lu Jing still sounded listless. Ma Jianyu finally noticed something was wrong. What's the matter with you? Why do you look so miserable? I think I messed up something. Lu Jing hung his head, utterly dejected. No, not just think. I definitely did. What exactly happened? How can someone make up for their mistakes? Lu Jing murmured to himself. When I was a kid, I once lost my mom's money. I was so scared that I studied hard for a whole month and got really good grades. Only then did I tell my mom about losing the money. She was so happy that she didn't end up hitting me, said Ma Jianyu. Lu Jing seemed lost in thought. It seemed impossible to find the box now. Creating another identical box wasn't very realistic either. The only thing I can do is perform outstandingly, and then take advantage of their good mood to tell them about dropping the box. Lu Jing's eyes lit up. That's right, but how to excel at it? Portal, dungeon. Complete more dungeons during this time, then surprise them later. When they're happy, maybe they'll forgive my mistake. After school, Lu Jing used the software installed on his phone to search for nearby portals. Single-player dungeons were out of the question. Lu Jing pondered for a moment. Without any weapons, entering a single-player dungeon would be suicide. Then it could only be a multiplayer instance. But another problem arose. Lu Jing wasn't an awakener. No team would invite a non-awakener to join their ranks. Lu Jing spent over an hour searching, continuously sending and receiving messages. The final result was always rejection. Just as Lu Jing was about to lose hope, a message suddenly lit up. Non-awakened? Yes. Only carrying luggage, no resource sharing. Okay? Got it. Lu Jing replied immediately. Without another word, he immediately hailed a cab and headed straight for the portal's location. This time, the portal was located in the suburbs. Lu Jing still borrowed $50 from Lu Shui, though he had no idea how he'd get back later. The portal was designed for 5 people. By the time Lu Jing arrived, he noticed the other 4 were already there. 3 men and 1 woman. The woman, judging by her attire, appeared to be a priest. The captain was a spear-wielding warrior named Li Duozhua. He appeared to be in his 30s. Why would a non-awakened person want to enter the portal? Li Duozhua asked. Lu Jing scratched his head. Wanted to see the world. Are you still a student? Yes. Ha! Li Duozhua smiled and reached out a broad palm to pat Lu Jing's shoulder. Decent physique, no problem handling the luggage, right? No problem. We'll do our best to protect you, but if anything unexpected happens, it's not our responsibility. Lu Jing nodded again and signed the electronic contract. Alright, let's hurry up and go. The blonde-haired mage urged. The 5 of them then walked through the teleportation portal one after another. Lu Jing carried 2 large backpacks and held a package in each hand, following at the very end. The portal slowly vanished. Before their eyes lay a forest. For a low-level dungeon, they didn't need to search for a path. Because where there is a path beneath your feet, following it will naturally lead you to encounter monsters. I've heard that in higher-level dungeons, you have to seek out the monsters yourself. Sometimes, you might spend months traveling through a portal. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Jing moved forward with the team. What's your name? At this moment, a hunter holding a short knife struck up a conversation with Lu Jing. Lu Jing, you still look like a student, why would a non-awakened come into a dungeon? Just curious, Lu Jing replied. The hunter chuckled, kid, this is no place for fooling around, this is where lives are at stake. I'm not afraid. Ha! Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Chapter 26. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Be careful. At that moment, the hunter suddenly spoke up as a warning. Among them, the hunter had the strongest perception and was usually the first to detect danger. BZZZT. It's an insect. A vast swarm of black insects. Boom! At the same moment, the blonde mage was the first to chant an incantation. A blinding light shot forth from his palm. The dark tide was instantly torn open. Li Duozhua brandished his spear, standing at the very front as became a warrior. Spear technique, whirlwind. The spear wielder swung their weapon to activate a skill, blocking the first wave of attacks from the black insects. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the group launched their assaults simultaneously. The tide of black insects couldn't hold out for long before being completely eradicated. The remaining few were no longer a threat and were systematically eliminated by the assassins. So strong, Lu Jing silently thought to himself as he witnessed the scene. Their coordination was extremely seamless, they must have been teaming up for a long time. For non-awakened, is there really any hope for a purely human body to catch up to them? The group continued their journey forward. Bright sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. The lush green grass on the meadow resembled an emerald ocean, where gentle breezes stirred waves of verdant ripples. The vivid emerald hue was so intensely beautiful it made one doubt whether such exquisite colors truly existed in reality. The flowers in the grass dotted the landscape, colorful and vibrant, like a dazzling painting. All of it was so unrealistically beautiful, as if stepping into a dreamlike fairyland, completely disconnected from the real world. It's so beautiful, the priestess said. She couldn't resist picking up her camera, ready to capture the scene in a photograph. There are specialized awakened individuals who follow teams into dungeons. Their main purpose is to take all kinds of photographs. It's said that some have even won Pulitzer Prizes. The female priest pressed the shutter button with her finger in that instant. Poof! A dark shadow streaked across the photograph. The priestess froze momentarily. Thunk! A faintly crimson dagger plunged into the female priest's neck. The wielder of the dagger wasn't human, but rather a rabbit covered entirely in red fur. With one decisive motion, the red rabbit cleanly severed the priestess's head from her body. He immediately targeted the priest in the team, knowing full well about the priest's strong healing abilities, taking the head clean off with the strike. Watch out, Xiao He. The blonde-haired boy unleashed a magical laser from his hand. However, the red rabbit was incredibly fast. The spell laser struck the grassy ground, blasting out several craters. A cold glint suddenly flashed. The red rabbit kicked off with both legs, soaring into the air before charging straight forward once again. The blonde mage never expected his opponent to be this fast. In the blink of an eye, death approached his vulnerable neck. At the critical moment, the hunter thrust out his dagger to block the lethal strike. The red rabbit retreated swiftly after failing its first attack. The blonde mage also reacted quickly, flames igniting in his hands. The red rabbit vanished back into the grass. Rustle rustle. Not good. At this moment, the group finally noticed pairs of crimson eyes glowing all around them. Compared to the red rabbits that had ambushed them earlier, these rabbits carried no weapons, but judging by their aura, they were definitely not ordinary mobs that could be dealt with casually. This doesn't match the dungeon's difficulty level. The blonde mage's face suddenly changed color. Li Duozhua cursed under his breath. Where's there any goddamn logic? In a teleportation gate, the one thing you can always expect is the unexpected. What do we do now? Little he's dead. If we fight them here, even if we win, we'll have no chance against the boss. Hunter's Path. A team missing a priest. Who knows what might happen later in the battle without the priest's response? Li Duozhua quickly gave the blonde mage a meaningful glance. Roger that. The blonde mage nodded. We'll split up and run later. I'll use my taunt skill to draw all the monsters aggro onto me. Lu Jing froze momentarily. The head of that female priest called Xiao He lay not far from him. The priestess glared with unwillingness in her eyes. This was the first time Lu Jing had seen someone die before his eyes, in such a brutal manner. People really could die in dungeons. Immediately, Li Duozhua brandished his spear to clear the way. Spear skill 1, shattering stone and piercing cloud. Boom! The glow of the spear suddenly flooded outward. Run! Lu Jing rushed forward, abandoning all his luggage save for the smallest pack left behind. Lu Jing ran towards the east. Ma Kuri! Following the yellow-haired mage's loud shout, a strange light appeared, though only for a fleeting moment. Lu Jing sensed something amiss and whipped his head around sharply. Suddenly, the bushes began to writhe violently, rustling with an eerie sound. Pairs of crimson eyes locked onto him, gleaming with an uncanny light that sent chills down his spine. Before he could react, a horde of red rabbits surged toward him like a tidal wave. They moved with incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the other three dashed off in another direction. Yellow Hair clasped his hands together in a salute and smiled faintly. Goodbye. Could taunting affect others as well? I was actually the bait all along. On my first raid dungeon attempt, I encountered this cliché scenario straight out of anime and novels. The protagonist gets abandoned by the team and struggles to survive alone, only to turn things around and shock everyone. How am I supposed to live like this? Lu Jing pulled the foldable shovel from his last small backpack and swung it forcefully. Yet the first red rabbit that charged at him nimbly dodged the attack. Its razor-sharp claws swiped toward Lu Jing. Lu Jing's mind hadn't processed the danger yet, but his body had already reacted. He jerked backward as claws grazed past his neck, nearly slicing through those vulnerable blood vessels. Too close for comfort. Lu Jing had no time to celebrate, as more red rabbits surged toward him. He couldn't help but recall the tragic fate of that female priest from earlier. Most crucially, all he had at hand was a folding shovel, not even a decent weapon. Damn it! Could it be that I'm going to die here? Is my life really going to end like this? No, this isn't the ending I want. There are still so many things I haven't accomplished, so many people I need to protect. I'm not strong enough yet to face the challenges before me, but I've tried my hardest. I've shed countless tears and drops of sweat, constantly training and fighting, just to become stronger, to protect the people I love. But why is it still so difficult? Has all my effort been in vain? Lu Jing suddenly clutched his head in agony. No, it can't be. I believe I can overcome these challenges and break free from this plight. Because I have faith, and a promise to those I love. I can't lose, I can't fall here. No matter how great the difficulty, I must grit my teeth and persevere. Because I know, if I give up, everything will lose its meaning. So, no matter what, I must keep moving forward and never admit defeat. Come on, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Lu Jing roared towards the sky. The most formidable red rabbit blinked its eyes, looking at Lu Jing with confusion. Oh. The three men led by Li Duozhua in the distance heard Lu Jing's voice and exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell, is this kid shouting? Shouldn't he be begging for mercy or screaming in pain at a time like this? Chapter 27, Let your body remember this. Thud thud. One after another, crimson-eyed rabbits lunged towards Lu Jing. Lu Jing had nowhere to escape. He swung the folding shovel, his wounds multiplying with each movement. Yet his speed only increased, hacking, stabbing, blocking. Lu Jing's eyes burned brighter and brighter. This was the feeling, the exhilaration of snatching life from the jaws of death. The thrill of surviving adversity. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's to decide. Even if ahead lies a bottomless abyss. Slice. The alpha of the Crimson Rabbit Pack, the first to strike earlier, drew its blade once more. The slender crimson blade plunged into Lu Jing's chest. Lu Jing recoiled in agony, collapsing backward as scorching blood sprayed forth. His eyes grew fanatical as he flung aside the shovel, gripping the gleaming dagger with both hands in a death clutch. You think you can kill me? Lu Jing roared furiously. It seemed as though protagonists in anime could unleash unparalleled power simply by letting out such a desperate battle cry. And in that moment of roaring, while the red rabbit stared in shock, Lu Jing managed to snatch the blade barehanded. Lu Jing pulled the red dagger from his chest, gripping the hilt tightly. Instantly, everything felt different. What was in his hand? A blade. With a sword in hand, he became a peerless swordsman. Holding the knife, one naturally becomes the supreme blade master. Laughing while drinking the wine of the mortal world, striking down mountains and rivers with a blade. Lu Jing felt as if he were enveloped in a ball of flames, his entire body filled with a scorching aura. Blood seemed to boil endlessly, surging from his wounds without pause. But at the same time, he felt a powerful force surging within him, filling him with immense excitement. Not only that, his five senses had undergone transformations as well. He could now hear more distant and subtle sounds, feeling the flow of wind and the slightest changes in temperature. His vision had also become sharper, allowing him to discern greater details. Even dust particles in the far distance were now crystal clear. And in his eyes, the reflection of that red rabbit became even more vivid and clear. Is this the power of the serum? Excited. No pain, can't feel any pain at all. The power of the serum seems to have given him rebirth. This is the wonder of the serum. Of course, this only existed in Lu Jing's imagination. Have it you. Phew. Li Duozhou was panting heavily, completely exhausted. Before them loomed a colossal creature, the ruler of this dungeon instance. An enormous black python. Its body was as thick as a barrel. The scales shimmered with a dark, obsidian glow, cold and unyielding, emanating an aura of indomitable strength. Those icy eyes revealed boundless killing intent and majesty, chilling everyone as they stared unwaveringly at the three figures, sending a wave of cold dread crawling up their spines. Li Duozhua glanced at the blonde-haired mage and the hunter. The hunter was poisoned, while the blonde mage had exhausted all his mana and slumped weakly against the tree trunk. Over the limit. Way over the limit. Li Duozhu's heart turned ice cold. The difficulty of this dungeon had far exceeded their capabilities. Never mind those red rabbit hordes they'd encountered. Just that red rabbit chieftain alone was formidable enough to serve as a powerful boss by itself. Yet now, the serpent they faced possessed terrifying strength far beyond what an E-level dungeon should contain. Its massive body was steel-hard, radiating a suffocating aura like some monstrous behemoth from the abyss that made one's blood run cold. A challenge of this magnitude was all but insurmountable for them. As Li Duozhua previously said, the copy world is never short of surprises. This must be what they call a trap-type copy. It disguises itself as a copy with weak magical energy to lure people in. Skilled investigators can detect it in time if they encounter it. But if the investigator's level isn't that high and makes a wrong judgment, if awakened squads enter the portal again, they'll be out of luck. This is exactly the situation they're facing now. Still, it must be said that Li Duozhua's squad has impressive strength. Without a priest, they could still severely injure the black python before them. If the priest hadn't been killed first, they might have actually cleared this level. Li Duozhou glanced at his broken spear. With his weapon shattered, a faint glimmer of light flickered in his hand. Another spear appeared in his hand. Even if it means death, we must fight to the end. He glanced at the exhausted blonde mage beside him and kicked the other man away. Boom! The blonde mage's eyes widened. Boss! Roar! The black python opened its cavernous maw like a dark abyss and swallowed the blonde-haired mage whole in one gulp. The unfortunate blonde mage didn't even have time to let out a single scream before being mercilessly engulfed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Duozhou let out a furious roar. Gripping his spear tightly, he leaped high like a ferocious leopard. The spear thrust fiercely toward the black python's head. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed by. The black python swung its tail with tremendous force, smashing Li Duozhua heavily onto the ground. Li Duozhua coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his entire body feeling as though every bone had been shattered. Put! Blood gushed out in an unending stream as Li Duozhua writhed in agony, unable to even lift his head. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Li Duozhua's eyes. Ha! Li Duozhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Jing stood in the distance, covered in blood, holding the red-eyed rabbit's crimson blade. Sa, save me! Li Duozhua shouted with his last remaining strength. I can give you treasures, I can give you everything I have. Lu Jing stood beside an ancient tree, watching this scene unfold. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength, panting heavily. Save me, save me! Li Duozhua was still struggling desperately, but the black python's gaping maw had already enveloped his body. Crunch! That was the sound of bones being crushed. The next second, Lu Jing moved. His body shot up from the ground like a sharp arrow. He leaped to a height far beyond that of an ordinary human. The black python repeated its trick, lashing out with its tail. Roar! Yet this time, it was the serpent's own cry of pain that rang out. Lu Jing didn't leap directly at the black python's face. Instead, he hurled his crimson blade through the air. The scarlet knife plunged deep into the massive pupil of the black serpent. This dealt an even heavier blow to the already injured black python. Lu Jing stepped onto the python's tail midair and used it as leverage to leap. He seized the crimson blade. The feast of slaughter has officially begun. A wicked smirk curled at the corners of Lu Jing's lips. The surface world has long been under my dominion, pitiful beast. Let your body remember this truth. Chapter 28. Some things are better left unknown. The crimson blade flashed like lightning, piercing viciously through the black python's eyeball. In an instant, an intense smell of blood filled the air. A piercing sound of flesh being sliced echoed throughout the space. Lu Jing brandished his crimson blade amidst a trail of sparks and lightning. No matter how fiercely the black python struggled, Lu Jing landed firmly with both feet upon its head. The black python slammed its head heavily toward the ground, seemingly attempting to use the impact to fling Lu Jing away. Lu Jing swiftly drew his blade and charged toward the black python's body. Shriek! Another grating sound rang out, accompanied by the visceral sensation of flesh being torn apart. This time, the red blade was still sharp enough. It slid down the black python's back as if intending to split its body in two. Blood gushed from the wound, splattering onto the surrounding ground and forming a pool of crimson. As the red blade slid downward, it carved a deep gash through the python's body, extending all the way to its tail. The gash was so deep that it exposed the crimson flesh beneath, revealing the internal organs. Blood gushed incessantly from the wound, making the entire scene exceptionally gruesome and terrifying. The black serpent collapsed heavily, letting out agonized wails, its single eye glaring at Lu Jing with fury. Standing with his back to the serpent, Lu Jing tightly gripped his scarlet blade. He didn't seem to fear the black serpent's potential ambush from behind. Perhaps he hadn't even considered that possibility at all. How amusing. To think you could actually entertain me. You're not half bad. I am Lu Jing of the Night Watch. Remember well who ends your life. This blade was left by me. No demon in hell will dare trouble you. The hunter, with toxins spreading throughout his body, stared wide-eyed at Lu Jing in disbelief. A non-awakened one. How is this possible? Just who the hell is he? Lu Jing sheathed his blade and glanced back at the hunter. As the toxins penetrated his heart and brain, the hunter vomited blood before ultimately breathing his last. Lu Jing glanced at the red knife in his hand. This knife is truly excellent. After the black python's body vanished, it left behind a massive chest. Lu Jing took a look at the items inside the chest. He didn't recognize any of them. Boots, clothes, armor, bracelets. Lu Jing simply lifted the entire box. As the black python died, the entire dungeon replica began to shake. Lu Jing hugged the box, running outside covered in blood. 5 people had entered the dungeon, but in the end, only he managed to escape. How about we go to the back hills of Bixia Mountain? It's deserted there, quiet, and the air is really fresh. Last time, I had a picnic there with my parents, Ma Jianyu said. Shin Shuyue nodded. Alright. Song Ziki was in a somewhat bad mood. The others could all tell originally Song Ziki had intended to invite Lu Shui together. Lu Shui flatly refused him again. Being rejected so many times hurt Song Ziki's pride, and he grew impatient. But Lu Shui wouldn't give him any face at all. They exchanged some unpleasant words. Song Ziki later felt some regret, but couldn't bring himself to apologize. He had hoped to cozy up to Lu Shui's older brother Lu Jing, but it turned out Lu Jing didn't show up either. Ma Jianyu sidled over and explained, Boss, Lu Jing had something come up today. Talk to him properly tomorrow, get him to help you out. Song Ziki gave Ma Jianyu's shoulder a pat. You won't go unrewarded. Brother Xie. Tomorrow, help me arrange a meeting with Lu Jing. I'll treat him to Italian cuisine at that newly opened 3 Michelin star restaurant. Ma Jianyu's eyes lit up. It was a place where the per-person bill would easily exceed 2,000 yuan. Speaking of Lu Jing, one of the girls chimed in. So why is it that one sibling is non-awakened while the other is an awakened with S-grade talent? Judging by bloodline alone, someone with S-grade talent should have relatives whose serum compatibility is at least awakened, even if not as gifted. How could they not be awakened at all? They're half-siblings. Shin Shuyue had been to Lu Jing's home and knew more than others. Oh, no wonder. Someone teased, but Lu Jing was quite the character. I remember during the entrance exam, he suddenly jumped out shouting about possessing the power of kings and golden eyes. Sounds like something straight out of an anime. Shin Shuyue remarked thoughtfully, I actually found it rather cool. According to Lu Shui, Lu Jing stood up to buy time for her to escape. Oh, hearing this, the expressions of those present turned surprised. Shin Shuyue nodded, took a bite of the popsicle in her hand, and continued. At a time like that, an unawakened person dared to stand up. I thought it was really cool, protecting his little sister like that. Everyone fell silent. Even the person who had mocked Lu Jing earlier scratched his head sheepishly. Students at this age don't really have much malice, it's more just joking around. Shin Shuyue added, by the way, have you guys noticed that Lu Shui seems to have a brother complex? Ah, this remark once again made many people show surprised expressions. Lu Shui has a brother complex? No way, Lu Shui is so aloof. Yeah, you just call him Lu Jing as soon as you see him, not even brother. Aside from walking home together after school, they hardly speak to each other in class. Shin Shuyue shook her head, it's just a feeling, but I sense that Lu Shui cares a lot about Lu Jing. Song Ziki couldn't help but ponder upon hearing these words. He seemed to be thinking about how to ingratiate himself with his future brother-in-law. The group continued chatting as they walked. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. The figure appeared out of thin air. It didn't emerge from the end of the road, but rather materialized abruptly midway. The portal vanished behind Lu Jing. Covered in blood, Lu Jing clutched a large box, leaving behind crimson footprints with each step. Lu Jing. Everyone was shocked when they saw it was Lu Jing. Lu Jing, how did you enter the portal? Shin Shuyue was the first to react. Lu Jing clearly stepped out of a portal, and by the looks of it, he had just been through a fierce battle. Are you okay? Do we need to call an ambulance? Lu Jing waved his hand. I'm fine. Lu Jing, what happened to you? Did you go through the portal? Some things are better left unknown to you. Lu Jing smiled faintly, leaving these words behind as he walked away under the stunned gazes of the crowd. Halfway down the path, something suddenly occurred to him again. I don't have any money left in my pocket for a taxi. The only 50 yuan I had was borrowed from Lu Shui. It would be so lame to turn around now and ask Shin Shuyue or the others for money. It'd damage my cool image. So Lu Jing kept walking ahead. This is the feeling, completing something significant, then walking away with nonchalance as if nothing had happened. The key lies in how others look at you. After walking a distance, pull out your phone. Activate Huabei. Chapter 29, Still need more practice, kid. Cloth armor shoes. Snakeskin coat. Snake bone bracelet. Crimson blood blade. Lu Jing searched online for images corresponding to each of the spoils he had taken from the dungeon. Among them, the most valuable was none other than the crimson blood blade. Only 1 in a million red-eyed rabbits has a chance to drop a scarlet blood blade. Rarity creates value. Therefore, this item is extremely expensive, coveted by many collectors. The Scarlet Blood Blade has two unique traits. 1. No magic required. Suitable for all professions, usable by anyone. This is why even magicless Lu Jing could use it. 2. No special portability. An awakened one's equipment can be summoned out of thin air, with the exception of certain special gear. The Crimson Blood Knife falls into this category. As for its attributes, the Crimson Blood Knife enhances damage and is exceptionally sharp. Beyond that, it possesses no other special properties. Lu Jing looked at the Crimson Blood Blade in his hand. It could serve as a temporary weapon for battle. As for the other items, aside from the Serpent Bone Bracelet, none of them were usable. The rest required the user to be an awakened to function. The Serpent Bone Bracelet could enhance the wearer's physical attributes. Though the increase was slight, it could still affect non-awakened individuals. And so, Lu Jing obtained two treasures, the Snake Bone Bracelet and the Crimson Blood Blade. Lu Jing sealed the remaining items in a chest. He prepared to show his accomplishments to the silver-haired elder the next time they met. Lu Jing, your package has arrived. Oh. Lu Shui looked at the two large items Lu Jing had bought online and asked curiously, "What's this?" "A sandbag, and another, you'd better not know," Lu Jing said with meaningful ambiguity. Lu Shui glanced at him, "Then don't make any noise in the middle of the night. I hear those things can make sounds nowadays. You'd better connect your headphones. After all, your little sister lives right next door. Think about your young sister." Lu Jing, "Oh, can't you think of something normal? This is my blade training tool." "Oh," Lu Shui raised an eyebrow. "Where did you get the money from?" "Huawei, and credit pay." It took Lu Jing quite some effort to assemble both items. A sandbag and a wooden dummy. One is practicing boxing while also training physical strength. The other is honing sword skills. Lu Jing crossed his arms and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shui said coolly, "So, are you acting foolish again? You don't understand anything," Lu Jing retorted. Lu Shui said, "You're silently protecting the world. I know. You've said it tens of thousands of times. Get out, get out." Lu Jing shoved Shui out of his room in a fit of anger. Then he began practicing by himself. He wasn't sure how to practice, so he searched for tutorials online, and began training with serious imitation. Does it work? It might be a little helpful, but overall, the effect is minimal. It's like a toddler learning martial arts from online tutorials. Then, he began imitating with great earnestness. Thinking he could now take on 10 men at once, he believed just a bit more practice might make him a martial arts master. In truth, he was still just a brat, albeit one utterly convinced of his own success. Lu Jing stands as the perfect example of this today. Hey! Ha! Eh ha ha ha! Lu Shui listened to the sounds coming from Lu Jing's room next door. Why has my brother reverted back to this state again? The next day, as soon as Lu Jingyi arrived at school, he was subjected to Ma Jianyu's relentless questioning. What exactly happened yesterday? You came out of the portal covered in blood. You scared the hell out of me. Where did you go? You didn't even reply to my messages? Lu Jingyi smirked faintly, resting his hands on the table with his knuckles supporting his chin, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Some things are better left unknown. Ma Jianyu, oh. What thing? I told you it's better you don't know. Lu Jing shook his head. When Shin Shuiyue walked into the classroom, she also gave Lu Jing a strange look. Why aren't some of the girls wearing skirts today? Lu Jing suddenly noticed something odd. Don't you remember the long-distance run this afternoon? Lu Jing remembered now. There was PE class in the afternoon. Of course, for those awakened individuals, physical education class was more akin to combat training. For the non-awakened students, PE class meant playing basketball or taking leisurely strolls. In comparison, they seemed like elderly retirees. Ma Jianyu said, "Get ready for our boss treating us to dinner tonight." Which boss? Song Ziki, of course. He originally wanted to treat you to a meal, but it should have been on another day, just the two of you. Today was about the running thing. Ah, Lu Jing once again wore a puzzled expression. Ma Jianyu explained, every time we run, the boss always comes in first, and after winning he treats everyone to a meal. It's not just running, whether it's exams or competitions, whenever the boss wins, he treats us all to a meal. Really? Then I feel like we won't be eating today. Why? Because I'm about to give it my all. Ma Jianyu. Ma Jianyu thought Lu Jing had been acting strangely these days. It was as if he had become a completely different person. How to put it? A baffling confidence. The previous Lu Jing seemed somewhat invisible to Ma Jianyu, just that kind of fringe character. Average-looking, introverted, too shy to talk to girls. So Ma Jianyu had always thought Lu Jing could be his little sidekick. As the big brother, it was his duty to take this little sidekick along to enjoy their youth together. So they'd take him to karaoke, drag him to all sorts of parties. Yet at some indeterminable point, Lu Jing's entire demeanor underwent a sudden transformation. This was an intrinsic change radiating outward, impossible to fake. Like someone whose bravado has gotten so ridiculous they don't even believe it themselves anymore, just stubbornly doubling down on the nonsense. But Lu Jing was completely different. That confidence seemed to be innate, only it had been hidden before and was now beginning to emerge. Moreover, over these past few months, Lu Jing's height had shot up significantly. He was now even slightly taller than him, and his frame had become noticeably more solid. It's noticeable even through the slightly loose school uniform. In the afternoon, it's the long-distance run test. First up is the boys group. Truth be told, there's little suspense in this long-distance race. Song Ziki has always been first place historically. Song Ziki's profession is warrior, and he's incredibly strong to boot. Even Zhang Qinchai, whose profession is assassin, couldn't outrun him. Song Ziki had already prepared to exert full force, his gaze flickering toward Lu Shui standing amongst the group of girls not far away. Phew! Song Ziki let out a breath and glanced at Lu Jing beside him. Lu Jing, let's have dinner together tonight. Lu Jing waved his hand in refusal. A wave of the hand isn't rejection, it's telling you need more practice, bro. Chapter 30, 100% Fusion. Initial D. As the starting pistol fired, Lu Jing shot off the starting line like an arrow released from its bowstring. His legs erupted with force, his arms swinging in small arcs. Whoosh! Lu Jing felt the wind howling past his ears as his speed kept increasing. Each stride brimmed with power and rhythm, as if he'd become one with the earth itself. His gaze was firm and focused, fixed intently on the track ahead, with only one thought in his mind. Beyond yourself, sprint to the finish line. Why is Lu Jing suddenly running so fast? In just a few seconds, this pace will drain all my energy soon enough. Tian Shiran snorted. Everyone also knew very well that Lu Jing wasn't an awakened one. Using up all your strength at the very start will definitely leave you trailing behind later. Lu Shui's face remained calm, appearing completely unconcerned. Only Lin Mo was shouting loudly, "Boss, go for it. Boss is the best." The boss she mentioned was naturally Lu Jing. Lu Jing wouldn't let her call him captain, so she switched to calling him boss instead, daring to cheer for a boy right in front of everyone on the playground. This Lin Mo is quite bold. Many say she must have feelings for Lu Jing. After all, Lin Mo never bothered to hide her admiration for Lu Jing at school. Who knows what exactly she admires about him anyway? With Lin Mo's stunning looks, plenty of guys pursue her. They don't even care that she's a non-awakened. But Lin Mo's attitude toward everyone else is always the same. Indifference. That's right, don't be fooled by how warmly she treats Lu Jing. When it comes to everyone else, she keeps them at arm's length. Even now, she doesn't have a single friend to eat lunch with. She's become the genuine odd one out in the class. If it weren't for her striking beauty, she probably would have been categorized as an outcast. Tian Shiran wore shorts with her hair tied in a ponytail. She glanced at Shen Shuiyue, then looked at Lu Shui. In the past, the only person who could match her speed was Shen Shuiyue, but now, there was another Lu Shui. Though Lu Shui was a mage, she was a believer in the wind. She could harness the power of the wind. Boss! Boss! At that moment, Lin Mo's loud shout interrupted Tian Shiran's train of thought. Tian Shiran frowned and shot Lin Mo an unhappy glance. No matter how much you shout, your boss still won't catch up to Song Ziki. Who would have thought Lin Mo completely ignored her? Tian Shiran's gaze shifted back to the playground. That's when she noticed Lu Jing and Song Ziki sprinting side by side. Had Song Ziki already lapped him by one circle? Or was it two? Yet soon, Tian Shiran realized something was off. Because at this moment, Song Ziki and Lu Jing were actually running at virtually the same speed. What's going on? Shen Shuiyue slightly opened her mouth in surprise. Does Lu Jing run this fast? I remember seeing him jogging on the track field quite often before. There's no way he could keep up with Song Ziki. Probably because Song Ziki hasn't even started trying yet. Song Ziki glanced sideways at Lu Jing in surprise. For the first time, the person running alongside him wasn't Officer Zhang, but rather, a non-awakened. Song Ziki was inwardly astonished. The Imperial Inspector Zhang trailing behind them wore an even more perplexed expression. Where had this young man suddenly appeared from? Originally, they had all assumed Lu Jing would be lucky to last half a lap at most. Yet now he had already completed 2 full circuits. These past few days, quite a few classmates have indeed noticed Lu Jing exercising like crazy. Even during class, he's constantly gripping a hand exerciser. Is this the result of his training? Not bad at all. Finally, Song Ziki noticed that Lu Jing's breathing had grown somewhat erratic. Song Ziki couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he was still a non-awakened. No matter how much he trained, his physical abilities paled in comparison to those who had awakened. Turning his head, Song Ziki flashed a smile. Sorry, I'm heading out first. He was just about to speed up when he suddenly saw Lu Jing flash him a smile. Not bad. Thanks for keeping me company this far, but I'm about to pick up the pace now. Ha? Song Ziki, confused face? Lu Jing abruptly changed his posture, placing both hands behind his back and leaning forward. A smile curled at the corners of his lips. Come on. Oh, distorted reality, rip through space, let the god of speed blossom behind me. You're not bad, my friend. I've enjoyed playing with you. For human dignity, like life itself, should be guarded with equal care. Lu Jing accelerated like an arrow released from its bowstring. In his eyes, the nearby scenery seemed to dissolve into illusory shadows. As he approached the finish line, the crowd saw a lone figure charging forward like 10,000 galloping horses. Life is like a 10,000-meter race. Should anyone criticize you undeservedly, then you must run faster than the wind. Farther. This way, all those clamorous voices will be left far behind, and you won't hear them anymore. At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly realized that his persistence over the past decade wasn't a joke at all. It was his perseverance that shaped who I am today. Song Ziki let out a low growl. How could he possibly be surpassed by someone who wasn't even awakened? Absolutely not. Mana erupted beneath Song Ziki's feet. Warrior skill, muscle enhancement. He suddenly accelerated as well. The physical enhancements granted by the warrior profession were incomparable to those of non-awakened individuals. So fast. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Song Ziki closed the distance between himself and Lu Jing once again. Lu Jing sensed the approaching footsteps behind him and smiled faintly. You're quite good, but defeating me. I mean, you need to practice more. Lu Jing suddenly turned back, the corner of his lips curling. Song Ziki was stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Jing to turn around at this moment, because turning back now would obviously slow them down. Song Ziki detected a hint of disdain in Lu Jing's gaze, but he was certain it wasn't directed at him personally. That look was despising everyone equally. Song Ziki gritted his teeth. I'd like to see just how capable you really are, he thought. Lu Jing gradually slowed down as Song Ziki overtook him. Song Ziki flashed a contemptuous smile, clearly getting caught up in the moment. Lu Jing murmured softly with his lips, something for nothing, 100% fusion, 12x amplification. Ha! Song Ziki didn't even have time to react before a deafening roar blasted through his ears. Boom! The sound was so thunderous it felt as if the entire world was shaking. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jing had dashed past the finish line as if teleporting, his figure exceptionally dazzling under the sunlight. Song Ziki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. Damn it, he's cheating! Lu Jing won first place. For the first time, he ended Song Ziki's dominance in long-distance running. Before anyone could ask more questions, Lu Jing had already reported his results and left with effortless grace. Lu Jing didn't even feel particularly tired, thinking to himself, the effects of this serum are truly miraculous. Not to mention my extraordinary potential, personally acknowledged by the silver-haired elder, coupled with my confident mantra. What grand endeavor could possibly fail? Ah ha ha ha. Lu Jing held his forehead and burst into laughter. I am the light, and I am the darkness too. The crowd behind him. Only Lin Mo had tears of excitement streaming down his face. Chapter 31 The 996 Wage Slave. Lu Jing noticed his classmates were looking at him differently. This was within his expectations. Propping his head with one hand, Lu Jing turned his gaze toward the window, presenting only a profile to the class. Ha! Big bro, big bro. Lin Mo's excited voice rang out as she couldn't resist pouncing over. Lu Jing pushed her away in one swift motion. Get lost. Don't ruin my perfectly solitary handsomeness. Boss, you're insanely handsome. Lu Jing struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth. Song Ziki walked in, his gaze towards Lu Jing somewhat complicated. The moment the class bell rang, Ma Jianyu told Lu Jing that Song Ziki wanted to treat him to dinner. Just me alone? Ma Jianyu nodded. Lu Jing thought to himself, just because I outran him, surely that's not reason enough? I've got other things to do. Normally, Lu Jing would have gone, since there was a free meal involved. But now, Lu Jing had to focus on completing his mission. Otherwise, how could he possibly explain to the silver-haired elder about losing the tactical briefcase? After telling Lu Shui, Lu Jing hurriedly left the school. Lu Shui slightly furrowed her brows as she watched Lu Jing's retreating figure. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp and melodious sound of the class dismissal bell echoed across the campus, lingering in the air. Students packed their school bags and streamed out of the classroom one after another. Some students walked in small groups, chatting and laughing along the way. Some girls wore pretty skirts that fluttered in the wind, drawing many admiring glances. A young boy sped past on his bicycle like a gust of wind, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. Boarding students leisurely sat on the field, sipping soda, enjoying the golden sunset glow on their shoulders, savoring the precious moments. In the combat chamber, there were still some people diligently training, their clothes soaked with sweat, yet they persevered. It seemed this was exactly how youth should look. Inside a certain dungeon. Boom! Lu Jing gripped the scarlet dagger backward, his gaze sharp and icy, and before him stood a black three-eyed wolf. Damn it! How could we run into a three-eyed black wolf? The odds of encountering this thing are like 1 in 10,000. The team's mage cursed in frustration. In all their years of dungeon runs, they'd never encountered such an unexpected twist. Though not particularly strong, these socially awakened individuals had neither national backing nor family support. They could only rely on their cautious nature, gradually striving to grow stronger step by step. But today, they encountered something unexpected. The original black wolf had transformed into a three-eyed black wolf, its combat power directly doubling. They beat them so badly they couldn't fight back. In the end, even the non-awakened who were just helping carry luggage in the team joined in. This non-awakened person, is he a bit too strong? At that moment, a companion suddenly spoke up beside them. The captain mage also regained his composure, looking with astonishment at the young figure. So fast. Lu Jing was mid-air, completely without any footing, unable to evade. Meanwhile, the three-eyed black wolf had already savagely pounced at him, its maw gaping wide to reveal sharp fangs, ready to tear him to pieces. "Priest, buff him," the captain mage shouted. "Can't. He's a non-awakened," the priest yelled back. He'd already tried earlier, but couldn't cast any buffs on Lu Jing at all. Just then, the team's assassin wanted to step forward, but his injuries made him too slow, there simply wasn't time. Yet just at this critical juncture, Lu Jing suddenly displayed astonishing agility and reflexes. In midair, he executed a breathtaking spin with an inconceivable grace. This turn was as elegant as dance, yet carried an aura of lethal danger. The crimson longsword clenched in his hand shimmered with a chilling, heart-stopping gleam. As he turned, the blade plunged unerringly into the body of the three-eyed black wolf. With a thud, the blade sank deep into the beast's flesh. Crimson blood gushed out immediately, splattering into the surrounding air. The three-eyed black wolf let out a pained howl, its eyes brimming with shock and despair. The two passed by each other, both sensing the murderous aura emanating from the other. Lu Jing's face was smeared with the blood of the three-eyed black wolf, his gaze cold and resolute. Meanwhile, the three-eyed black wolf lay on the ground, convulsing as life gradually drained from its body. The outcome of this life-and-death struggle left everyone in shock. They witnessed the young man, a non-awakened one, perform such a difficult and dazzling mid-air spin, followed by a precise strike that successfully killed the three-eyed black wolf. Lu Jing sheathed his blade with flair and turned around. Before overwhelming power, everything becomes meaningless. Feel the pain, understand the pain. "Captain, who the hell is this? How the hell should I know?" After stepping through the portal, Lu Jing held his share of the spoils. Originally, he had no spoils of war. However, after witnessing his true strength, the team members automatically divided the spoils. They took 6 shares, leaving Lu Jing with 4 all to himself. Lu Jing didn't refuse either, as he was just about to leave. But suddenly, he was stopped by that mage called Zuzuxia, because he wore a pig-like mask on his head, probably some sort of equipment. Great God. Great God? Me? Lu Jing turned his head. "Great God, would you be interested in running a dungeon together?" Zuzuxia asked cautiously. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Agreed. He accepted the offer. Solo dungeons were notoriously hard to secure. Most teams wouldn't even consider taking on an unawakened member, let alone spend time negotiating with one. Having teammates to join him was nothing short of a blessing. And the Porky Pals are pretty decent people too. "I'll look for a portal nearby," said Lu Jing. "Ha!" At those words, they all froze in shock. They just exited one portal and now they were about to enter another? Playing the 996 work schedule? Lu Jing assumed that entering a portal meant finishing one and immediately moving on to the next. After all, he had to attend school during the day, leaving him with little free time. He couldn't stay out too late at night either. The silver-haired elder could contact him at any moment, so he needed to hurry and complete the portal mission in a short time. But for these awakened ones, the basic principle was entering the portal once every 3 days. Sometimes, they would only enter once a week. They looked at each other, exchanging bewildered glances. Captain Zuzuxia seemed to hesitate, holding back his words. Could it be that this is how the masters play the game? With this doubt lingering, no one voiced any objections. After all, Lu Jing had already demonstrated his strength, and the three-eyed black wolf was a rare type of magical creature. The spoils were quite valuable. "There's a 4-person portal nearby. Is that okay?" Lu Jing raised his head. All three nodded in unison and spoke simultaneously. "All right." Chapter 32 The Zombie Crisis. "Captain, judging by that walking gait, this is definitely a top-tier expert," Big Face Cat said to Gigi Bond. Gigi Bond nodded in agreement. Lu Jing had his hands in his pockets, not bothering to watch where he was going. "A non-awakened dude this badass? First time I've ever seen that in my life. Tisk, did we just run into some national-level special agent or something? Look at those moves. Hey, is his back still bleeding? You good, man? I can see the bone already. Holy shit, can't you feel any pain?" Hearing the boasting behind him, Lu Jing's lips twitched faintly. His back burned with pain. The three-eyed wolf's claws had grazed him moments ago. "It hurts. God damn it, it hurts so bad. Is that bone I'm seeing?" Lu Jing felt like he had to gasp in pain with every single step. Just because I didn't want to show an utterly defeated expression, I had to force myself to maintain a straight face and act cool. After all, staying handsome is a lifelong commitment. Maybe I should just call it a day and go back home today. It really hurts. But at this critical moment, how could I possibly bring it up now? When the four arrived at the teleportation gate, they noticed another team had already gotten there first. By principle, first come, first served. Too late? Piggy didn't pay much attention, as there were plenty of such teleportation gates around. At that moment, one person from the group turned around. Hey, long time no see. Piggy recognized the person as someone from the Changlan Guild. Porky greeted indifferently and was about to leave to search for the next portal. Unexpectedly, Li Chaoxian from the Changlan Guild suddenly said, "This is a twin portal." The so-called twin portal has two entrances, closely connected like twins. The world's access through these two entrances contain exactly the same magical creatures. Their appearances, abilities, and behavioral patterns are identical, mirror reflections of each other. Such twin portals are exceptionally rare to encounter. The trio of GG Bond couldn't help but marvel at this discovery. Today is truly strange. First, we encountered a three-eyed black wolf, a 1 in a million chance, and now we've stumbled upon twin teleportation gates. And now, here we are facing twin teleportation gates. Twin teleportation gates, Li Chaoxian said. Rare to come across. Care to make a wager? A wager? Asked Piggy Hero. Same as always, half the spoils. Zhu Xia sniffed but didn't reply immediately, directing his gaze toward Lu Jing instead. They didn't have any real feud with the Blue Sky Guild, though there'd been some friction between them. They'd gambled against each other quite a few times before, mostly losing more than winning. At this moment, Li Chaoxian also noticed Lu Jing and asked in surprise, "A non-awakened? You actually brought a non-awakened along?" Big Face Cat immediately straightened his back and retorted, "What's your tone? What's wrong with non-awakened? Our squad can still wipe the floor with yours. Blow away. Then let's compete." Big-faced Cat and Porky Hero were brimming with confidence, absolutely convinced that Lu Jing among their group was a peerless master, 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the other party was an unawakened individual, making it all the more deceptive. No one should realize how impressive he truly is. Lu Jing at this moment, ouch. That really hurts. Feel the pain, know the pain, understand the pain. Li Chaoxian noticed the somewhat disheveled state of the group and asked suspiciously, "Did you just finish a dungeon?" Porky Knight said proudly, "That's right, but it's none of your business." Li Chaoxian laughed, wondering where this guy got his confidence from. "Alright, it's settled then. Don't go making excuses about this if you lose later. A real man's word is as good as his bond." Piggy Hero and Li Chaoxian sealed their oath with a high five. Immediately afterward, Piggy Hero turned to look at Lu Jing with eager anticipation. After all, his confidence stemmed entirely from Lu Jing. Lu Jing's mind was consumed by nothing but pain. Right now, he genuinely wished his phone would ring even if it were just an alarm. Then he could pretend to have urgent business and turn away. Great God, the wound on your back. At this moment, the female priestess Xiao in the party spoke up. Great One, the wound on your back is oozing black blood. It seems like you've been poisoned. Poisoned? Was that three-eyed black wolf venomous? Ha! It's fine, Lu Jing said through gritted teeth. Let's go in. With that, Lu Jing stepped into the portal first. Li Xiaoxian and the others from the Changlan Guild watched this scene with puzzled expressions. Why does it feel like this non-awakened is the actual team leader? The portal gradually vanished behind them, revealing a long train carriage before their eyes. The train was moving at high speed. The group froze in astonishment. Not to mention the path. Even Big-Face Cat, Pigsy, and Ah Xiao had rarely seen such a scene. The settings for E-grade dungeons are basically forests, caves. Modern technological elements hardly ever appear. And if it does appear, it means this dungeon is going to be anything but ordinary. Some have said that the stronger the modern technology in a dungeon, the higher its difficulty level. Though later, this conclusion was overturned. Because soon after, someone discovered an S-rank dungeon set in the Middle Ages. But to a certain extent, the more advanced the technology, the higher the probability of encountering extremely difficult dungeons. What's going on? Isn't this an E-rank dungeon? Big Face Cat started panicking. After all, their current situation wasn't exactly ideal. The subway before their eyes looked no different from the one they rode daily. Even the people inside appeared identical to those in the real world. Prompt messages appeared before everyone's eyes. Welcome to Kunchi City. Zombie outbreak will commence in 5 minutes. Protect your life without leaving the subway. Note, without magic resistance, be careful not to sustain wounds from zombies. Zombie attacks will deplete magic resistance until it completely disappears. Antidotes and various potions that remove negative effects can heal wounds left by zombies. The antidote is hidden in the carriage. Hint, Fatty Milo Bloom's Delight, playful snacks kids adore. Requesting all members to clear the level. All members clear the level. The 4 of them exchanged glances. This meant that if any one of them died, the remaining 3 would automatically be considered to have failed the challenge. Damn it! What kind of bullshit is this? And these dumbass rules? Big Face Cat snapped. Piggy Hero remained relatively calm, speaking in a low voice. After all, it's just an E-rank dungeon. Given these conditions, there must be corresponding mechanics. The difficulty of this level definitely won't be too high. Hearing this, the other three found his reasoning convincing. Could the entire train car be filled with zombies? Ah Xiao smiled. Lu Jing spoke up at this point. Let's run to the end of the carriage, drive everyone inside out, and take over the last car. That way, we'll only need to guard one door, which will reduce the pressure considerably. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, the three of them agreed without hesitation. Time was running short. The four of them pushed past the crowd ahead and sprinted toward the next carriage. A chorus of curses erupted instantly. Chapter 33 An Unexpected Development. Step aside. Move it. The four pushed through the crowd blocking their way. Inside the train carriage, the four broke into a sprint. They immediately knocked others off balance left and right, drawing a chorus of curses. Shit! You trying to get yourselves killed? What are you doing? Are these people really NPCs? Looking at their faces and the changes in their expressions, just like a real person in the real world, Lu Jing couldn't help but frown. What exactly was this strange copy world? But the thought vanished in an instant. Now was definitely not the time for such reflections. Beep beep beep. It sounded like the ticking of a clock, urging them to move forward quickly. It made everyone even more nervous. Get lost. Stay away. Get out of the way. The foursome's compartment was right in the middle, and getting to the far end took quite some effort. It wasn't a long distance, but every compartment was packed with people. After much difficulty, they finally reached the last compartment. According to Lu Jing's plan, they needed to drive all the NPCs in the compartment into another one. Because they had no idea who might turn into zombies, securing just the last train car would make things much easier for them. GG Bond summoned his weapon. His class was Archer, and GG Bond loosed an arrow. The arrow carried a special magic, emitting sound waves as it flew. Everyone covered their ears in shock. Get the hell out. All of you, get the hell out of here. GG Bond roared. Everyone froze, then turned to look at Zuzuxia. Shock, anger, confusion. Zuzuxia drew his bow and fired an arrow, striking one man's leg. Scram! Ah! Screams of pain mingled with shouts of alarm as the crowd began fleeing toward the front carriages. Piggy Hero gripped his bow and arrow, urging fiercely, Scram! Get lost now! Big-Face Cat flicked his wrist with a commanding shout, Hunter's Trap! His profession was hunter, skilled in tracking and setting traps. Traps are fundamental skills for any hunter worth their salt. Big-Face Cat hurled the paralysis seed again. Time was running out. A Xiao strode forward and began forcefully pushing through the crowd from behind. Lu Jing drew a sharp breath, his back still burned with searing pain. But there was no time to think about that now. Zombies? Resident Evil, The Walking Dead, Dying Light, Dead Island. Lu Jing recalled classic films and games one by one. Finally, only the four of them remained in the last carriage. Everyone else had been kicked out. At that moment, A Xiao suddenly changed expression. Only then did she notice that the carriage doors opened and closed automatically. It automatically opens whenever it detects someone passing by. It can't stop the zombies at all. What should we do? Big-Face Cat reassured him. Don't worry, I'll set up a layer of frost traps. Any zombie passing through will get frozen, hunter trap, paralysis, and freeze effects. With the front zombies immobilized, it becomes difficult for the rear zombies to charge through. The team lacks warriors. GG Bond is an archer. Big-Face Cat is a hunter, not adept at frontal combat. Ah Xiao is a priest. On the other hand, Lu Jing only has a red blade as his weapon, coupled with his agile movements. He resembles more of an assassin. When facing zombies, it's clear that armored warriors have the upper hand, or a mage with large-scale destructive abilities. A warrior holds the front, while the mage freely unleashes attacks from behind, and the priest restores mana. That's the best combination. But now they're doing exactly the opposite. How many zombies are there? Ah Xiao swallowed hard and asked cautiously. God knows. Did the rules say how long we need to hold out? Big-Face Cat suddenly noticed a blind spot. Piggy Hero shook his head. No, it just said someone would turn into a zombie in 5 minutes, and we all need to clear the level. Damn it, when did E-rank dungeons become this hard? The rules couldn't possibly mean we have to kill all the zombies, right? Lu Jing said gravely. If so, the best approach isn't defense, it's killing them in their cradle before they infect others in the carriage. Big-Face Cat said. The problem is, the train car is so long, how could we possibly know who'll turn into a zombie? Lu Jing crouched down in pain, unable to bear the agony in his back any longer. Pig Hero glanced at him and anxiously asked, Are you alright? Now he could clearly see that Lu Jing had been injured by the three-eyed black wolf. Not only was he injured, but the poisoning was also extremely severe. They seemed to have been fooled by him. Wait. At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? The rules are wrong. It's not the people in the train car who turned into zombies, it's us. Ha! GG Bond was shaken by this statement. What do you mean? Lu Jing suddenly raised his head and looked at GG Bond. Piggy Hero was frightened by his gaze. Lu Jing pounced toward Piggy Hero. What are you doing? Piggy Hero stepped back, but Lu Jing moved too quickly. However, his target wasn't Gigi Bond. Lu Jing instead pressed down heavily on Big Face Cat behind him. Gigi Bond turned around in fright, staring at his companion with horror. Big Face Cat's eyes had gone dull and lifeless, staring vacantly ahead as if his soul had been ripped away. Its mouth gaped wide, forming a large O shape, with a glistening strand of saliva dangling from the corner. As time passed, copious amounts of drool began pouring continuously from its mouth, dripping onto the ground and forming a small puddle. This appearance was eerily identical to the zombies in movies, sending shivers down one's spine. A chilling roar emanated from its throat. Gigi Bond turned to look at Aishao. Aishao appeared exactly like Big Face Cat at that moment, as if undergoing some strange transformation. However, as a priest, Aishao possessed stronger resistance and still retained a sliver of consciousness. Save me. I feel so strange. Aishao. Pig Hero was completely dumbfounded. As a social awakened one roaming through E-rank dungeons, when had he ever witnessed such a spectacle? At the critical moment, Lu Jing's shout snapped him out of his daze. Stop spacing out. Lu Jing pounced on Big Face Cat and with a sweeping tail motion, kicked the feline flying away. Piggy Hero came to his senses and drew his bow, knocking an arrow. He shot another arrow at Big Face Cat's leg. The arrow carried an electric current, making Big Face Cat's entire body tremble. What on earth is going on? Piggy Hero couldn't comprehend why they, as awakened ones, had turned into zombies. Lu Jing quickly explained, do you remember the last two sentences of the rules? I forgot them ages ago. Zhu Xia said with unwavering confidence. The rules tell us that the antidote is hidden inside the compartment. But how did they know we would definitely get infected? And they didn't specify the conditions for clearing the level either. Just one sentence was spoken. All members must clear the level. So the ones who turned into zombies were our companions. We need to use the antidote to turn them back into humans before we can clear the mission. Damn it! Porky the Hero cursed angrily. Chapter 34 The Real Monster. Grade 1. Super Porkchop shouted, what do we do now? Where's the antidote? Lu Jing was completely baffled. You really aren't willing to use your brain at all. Antidote hint, fatty rice blooms to delight, playful treats kids adore. What does this mean? Lu Jing said, popcorn. Popcorn? The antidote is popcorn? Gigi Bond asked. Lu Jing badly wanted to slap the other person. Pull your head out from between your heels and think again. Whose antidote could possibly be popcorn? Lu Jing pondered for a moment. The dining car is the only place with food on the train. This clue must be telling us the antidote is there. Holy shit, genius. Piggy Hero gave a thumbs up. You figure out how to restrain those two, I'll go find the antidote. Lu Jing spoke as he ran toward another train car. Great. Porky Man agreed without hesitation. Another arrow was loosed. Aishao proved easy to control as a cleric. She possessed little combat capability. The tricky thing was the big-faced cat who was a hunter. As an archer himself, he was naturally afraid of being attacked at close range, especially in such a cramped carriage. Just as Lu Jing reached the carriage, he suddenly stopped. It suddenly occurred to him that the connecting area between the two carriages had already been booby-trapped by the big-faced cat in advance. I wonder if this counts as hoist with my own petard. Just as Lu Jing was thinking about how to bypass the trap, the scene before him suddenly left him stunned. A sea of shadowy figures simultaneously turned their heads to stare at him. Lu Jing suddenly had a bad premonition. The next moment, it came true. Howl, howl, howl. Why aren't you? Piggy Hero was about to urge Lu Jing to quickly find the antidote when he turned around and froze in shock. In another carriage, a crowd of people stared at them with hollow, lifeless eyes. Then, in perfect unison, they began marching forward step by step toward them. With each step, they emitted deep, guttural growls, a sound like calls from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. They've all turned into zombies. Zhu Xia's face turned pale. Is this really the difficulty level an E-rank dungeon should have? Does this make any sense? Companions turned into zombies, followed by everyone except the remaining two awakened ones. All the people in the train carriages have turned into zombies. We're dead meat. Gigi Bond said despairingly. It doesn't get any worse than this. Lu Jing held the red blade. Someone once told me, never say give up. Disasters always come one after another. This is the constant truth of the world. Do you think just shouting for help will summon a hero to descend from the skies and save you? Dead wrong. The only ones we can rely on are ourselves. It's always been this way. If I die, it just means I was never more than this kind of man. Change of plans, let's both go find the antidote and lure Big Face Cat and Aishao there. Gigi Bond stared at Lu Jing's retreating figure in shock. Damn, that's so fucking cool. At times like this, you can still say such things. Gigi Bond also found his fighting spirit renewed. As the zombies entered the train car, they immediately triggered Big Face Cat's traps. Damn it! The zombie's body froze instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jing leaped up suddenly, his right foot landing precisely on a zombie's head. Then, skillfully using the zombie's head beneath his foot as a pivot point, Lu Jing's body soared as lightly as a bird in flight, sprinting forward with rapid momentum. During this process, several zombies tried to reach out and grab Lu Jing, but he reacted swiftly, the gleam of his blade flashing as he severed the reaching hands in an instant, leaving the zombies no opportunity whatsoever. Then, Lu Jing leaped nimbly and landed steadily on the railing above the train. Gazing down at the sea of shambling zombies below, in this moment, Lu Jing actually felt an intense thrill and excitement, his adrenaline surging sharply. This sensation was truly marvelous. Compared to other magical creatures, the feelings they evoked in Lu Jing were completely different. It was like playing a game where he could effortlessly defeat those massive, powerful bosses, yet without any sense of pressure or tension. However, when playing survival games, seeing that dense horde of zombies, an inexplicable fear surges uncontrollably, sending chills down your spine. It's precisely because these zombies resemble humans more closely that they evoke stronger empathy. Lu Jing stomped on the last zombie's head and stepped into another train car. Fortunately, these zombies weren't particularly strong. Though they turned into zombies, their bodies remained ordinary humans at core. At most, they were fearless of pain, chopping off heads or severing legs would still render them powerless. Lu Jing was about to repeat the tactic, but just as he leaped up, a dark shadow suddenly flashed by. "Watch out!" Gg Bond shouted. Lu Jing was startled, and in the blink of an eye, the shadow had already wrapped around his ankle. Upon closer inspection, it was a head. A zombie's head, her neck stretched obscenely long like she was made of rubber. Before shock could register, Lu Jing swung his blade down in one swift motion. The zombie's head hit the ground with a thud. Landing back on the railing, Lu Jing glanced downward. What he saw raised goosebumps across his entire body. Zombies could be seen rapidly mutating before their eyes, their bodies twisting and contorting as if manipulated by some mysterious force. Some zombies grew to enormous sizes, becoming like lumbering hills of flesh. Others sprouted cascading locks of hair that draped over their entire bodies like waterfalls, obscuring every feature of their faces. Still more zombies developed muscles that swelled as if pumped full of air, turning rigid as steel and radiating tremendous power. What's more, a pair of enormous wings sprouted from its back, stirring up strong gusts with each flap. These mutated zombies had all gained a significant boost in strength, clearly making them far more dangerous than ordinary ones. Gg Bond's legs went weak beneath him, nearly sending him tumbling down. He was on the verge of tears. Is this damn thing really an E-level dungeon? Lu Jing. Cool. So cool. He looked at the crimson blade in his hand and took a deep breath, facing the horde of zombies before him. Come on. He then leaped into the air. Leap of faith. At this point, contemplating how to pass through the train carriage unscathed was no longer realistic. There's no choice but to fight our way through this bloodbath. If I am weak, then destroy me. Otherwise, I will surely annihilate you. A smirk curled at the corners of Lu Jing's lips. Clearly, the zombies couldn't understand what he was saying at that moment. Bang! Lu Jing charged into the horde of zombies. Pork Hero stood frozen in his tracks behind them. He's a monster, right? These zombies aren't the real monsters, the true monster is absolutely Lu Jing. Just moments ago, he looked like he could barely hold on due to the injuries on his back. Now, armed with nothing but a knife, he's charging straight into a horde of zombies. Even a heavily armored shield warrior at maximum defense would probably hesitate before doing something so reckless. However, Lu Jing, Chapter 35, he's like a superhero. Swish, swish, swish. Severed arms and hands fell from the sky one after another, while heads the size of soccer balls rolled across the ground. These zombies feel no pain, but once their heads are severed, they lose their ability to fight. Lu Jing suddenly turned over and leapt up once more. Countless arrows descended like a torrential rain, showering the very spot where he had stood just moments ago. And the zombie that had evolved wings had now successfully completed the transformation of its dual wings. It spread its wings and let out a shrill, piercing cry. Or, Lu Jing clenched the red knife between his teeth while gripping the ankles of two zombies with both hands, hurling them aside. Bang! He immediately charged towards the Birdman zombie at full speed. Piggy Hero's two consecutive arrows were both dodged by this winged zombie. Damn, that's incredibly fast. I wonder if you can handle this arrow. *** meteor shower arrows ***. This move covers a wide area. The Birdman folds his wings. The arrow rain fell entirely upon its wings. The winged humanoid's body momentarily froze mid-air. This brief pause rendered it incapable of further movement. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Jing leapt forward without hesitation, his crimson blade driving toward the Birdman with razor-sharp momentum. The avian reacted with lightning speed, but due to that momentary pause, it was already too late to evade Lu Jing's strike. Lu Jing's crimson blade plunged straight into the avian's chest, sending a spray of blood splattering outward. The avian let out a piercing shriek, "Arg!" Possessing extraordinary vitality, the avian flapped its wings wildly as it grappled furiously with Lu Jing. Lu Jing gave the other party a headbutt. Bang! Then he drew the red blade, this time plunging it into the opponent's throat. Lu Jing dragged the winged man down to the ground with him. A horde of zombies closed in on him from all sides. Lu Jing dodged left and right, the crimson blade in his hand glinting coldly. Holy shit, he's practically a superhuman. Piggy Hero thought that given Lu Jing's physical abilities, no one would believe him if he claimed Lu Jing wasn't awakened. Plans have changed. Lu Jing glanced back, realizing all the zombies were now drawn to them instead of Gigi Bond. You wait here, I'll get the medicine. Gigi Bond was an archer, utterly inept at close-quarters combat. Following oneself might actually be dangerous. Piggy Hero now completely obeyed Lu Jing's every word and nodded eagerly. I understand. Hunter skill, eagle eye activated. An unusual glow shone from Piggy Hero's eyes. In the midst of the chaos, he had completely forgotten about this skill of his. This must be what they call, the more flustered you are, the more mistakes you make. Gigi Bond thought. A fake master is one who possesses a whole bunch of skills but can't use them properly. But everything is forgotten in moments of crisis. A true master wields only a crimson blade, yet harnesses it to perfection. The dining car is in car 8. Car number 8? Lu Jing raised his head to glance at carriage number 10 where they were situated. Then, without hesitation, he rushed into the next carriage. But the zombies inside, be careful. Piggy promptly warned. The zombies in the next 2 carriages have completed their full evolution, clearly becoming even more powerful. Is this an E-class dungeon? Piggy Hero inwardly cursed. He decided that if he could make it back alive this time, he would retire. The replica world was truly unpredictable. The carriage door slowly closed behind Lu Jing as he surveyed the scene before him. Lu Jing wasn't surprised. The further they progressed, the more insane the zombie mutations became. Some could no longer even be recognized as human. Lu Jing tilted his head up and tugged at the corner of his mouth. If it's alive, even if it's a god, I'll kill it before your eyes. Most of the zombies were drawn toward Lu Jing instead, as if he had some automatic taunt skill built into him. Piggy Hero dealt with the lone zombie, then turned back to pester his 2 late arriving companions, Big Face Cat and Laffy. Debuff, withered. Piggy Hero abruptly felt his steps grow heavy. Pastor Ashio waved his hand to cast a spell. Damn! Zombies can use magic now? Piggy Hero felt his head spinning with confusion. Big Face Cat threw out 2 green balls. Porky Knight knew this move, it was Big Face Cat's trap. He quickly slid into a tackle. The moment the green balls touched the ground, 2 giant vines sprouted and entangled Porky Knight. Whoosh! Whoosh! While dodging, Gigi Bond fired 2 consecutive arrows. Big Face Cat and Ashao didn't dodge or evade, letting the arrows strike their legs. Gigi Bond clicked his tongue in disapproval. Guess you don't care since it's not your real bodies, huh? Or. Big Face Cat swung its hooked claws at Gigi Bond. Gigi Bond missed with an arrow shot and waved his bow to fend off the dog claws. Damn it! Big Face Cat, you weren't this strong before. How come you fight so well after turning into a zombie? Pig Man kept complaining while tangled up with Big Face Cat. Ashao was chanting a spell to empower Big Face Cat. Pig Man turned around to gain some distance from Big Face Cat, then raised his hand and shot an arrow. Big Face Cat dodged by tilting its head. Not hitting you, Juju Xiao laughed. Put. The arrow struck Xiaowei's other leg once again. The smiling zombie still didn't care. With just a snap of Piggy Hero's fingers, enchant * frost. A frigid aura instantly radiated from the arrow. In barely a breath's time, Ashiao's body became encased in a transparent shell of ice, rendering him completely immobile. I want to say, I'm the strongest in the team. Gigi Bond grabbed Big Face Cat by the collar and flung him away. Big Face Cat hooked his legs around Gigi Bond's neck. Gigi Bond's head hit the ground with a loud clang. Big Face Cat swung its hooked claws. Super Pig's chest was slashed open, leaving a bloody gash. Super Pig gasped in pain, though he should probably be grateful Big Face Cat was using hooked claws rather than zombie claws. Scissor twist. Piggy Hero ignored his wound and quickly locked down Big Face Cat. This move was taught by you. With a swift kick, Piggy Hero sent Big Face Cat flying, then performed a swallow flip to retrieve the fallen bow and arrows from the ground. Big Face Cat swung his hooked claws at him, missing by just a step. The arrow was practically pressed against Big Face Cat's cheek. If this arrow were loosed, it would pierce right through his head. Should Big Face Cat die here, the mission would automatically fail. Yet in this moment, there seemed no time to consider such consequences. The hooked claws were just one step away from slicing off Juju Xiao's head. As a fragile archer, Juju Xiao certainly didn't have much defensive capability. The only priest, Ashiao, had already turned into a zombie. It's either you die or I live. So, Gigi Bond instinctively let go of his grip. With a twang, the bowstring released with tremendous force. The arrow whizzed past Big Face Cat's cheek. Just as Big Face Cat's hook-like claws were about to slice off Gigi Bond's head, the flying arrow's trailing hook rope swiftly entangled Big Face Cat. It yanked Big Face Cat backward, slamming him hard against the edge of the carriage. The hook rope seemed almost sentient as it confined Big Face Cat. Piggy Hero gasped heavily, nearly scared me to death. Chapter 36, Infection. Piggy Hero temporarily restrained his two companions, Big Face Cat and Laugher. He hastily used Eagle Eye to observe the situation with Lu Jing. Lu Jing's condition was far from optimistic. Inside the carriage, a heavily muscular zombie grabbed Lu Jing. His only weapon, the red knife, fell to the ground as zombies from all sides charged toward them. Lu Jing struggled to break free, but the zombie looming before him was nearly tall enough to pierce the carriage roof, its body packed with explosive muscle. It squeezed Lu Jing's body with just one hand. Crack, crack, crack. Explosive sounds erupted from his bones, as if they were being rapidly crushed. Moreover, Lu Jing's body was covered with numerous wounds left by the zombies. According to the rules, he would soon become a zombie himself. His bones were crushed, and then the muscular zombie threw him to the ground. A horde of zombies swarmed in like madmen, tearing at his body. Lu Jing refused to give up easily. With all his might, he stretched out his hand, trying to grasp the red blade not far away. Yet, just as he was about to touch the hilt, a horde of zombies tightly gripped his arm. The zombies possessed astonishing strength, violently pulling at Lu Jing's arm as if trying to rip it clean from his body. The next second, only a piercing scream could be heard. Lu Jing's arm was actually torn off with brutal force. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red. Ah! Lu Jing screamed in agony, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Yet he still refused to give up, struggling desperately to reach for that crimson blade, as if it could save his life just by having it. Knife, knife, he muttered to himself, his voice growing weaker and weaker. The zombies piled on top of him like a human pyramid. It's over. Upon seeing this scene, Super Porkchops collapsed to the ground in despair. He should never have entertained such wishful thinking. Against so many zombies, even hunters capable of handling D-level dungeons wouldn't stand a chance. Especially since they're just rookies barely capable of handling E-level dungeons. Even the most exceptional non-awakened individuals ultimately remain mere mortals. Knife, the knife. Lu Jing's voice grew increasingly faint. Countless icy hands were tearing at his body, each inch of his skin being mercilessly gnawed away. The horrifying sound of chewing filled his ears, the gruesome crunching sending chills down his spine. They greedily devoured Lu Jing's flesh, ruthlessly stripping his life away bit by bit. Lu Jing struggled to resist, but he found himself utterly powerless. His body had completely lost control, left entirely at the mercy of the zombie. Knife, knife. A zombie grabbed Lu Jing's head, seemingly intent on tearing off this delicious morsel. Thunk! Blade! With this furious shout, the stack of zombies that had formed like a human pyramid exploded instantly, as if someone had lit a powder keg. Countless severed limbs, broken arms, and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, painting the entire train carriage in a gruesome crimson. Meanwhile, Lu Jing's severed arm transformed into a gleaming double-edged blade, razor-sharp, as if capable of slicing through anything. The black substance swiftly enveloped Lu Jing's severed arm like a living creature, merging seamlessly with his body. Lu Jing let out a roar filled with both agony and fury, the sound reverberating through the entire room and making ears ring. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he glared fixedly at the still-moving zombies, as though he wished to devour them alive. Pig Hero, who was observing this scene through hawk vision, was startled into momentary paralysis. Turned into a zombie. Lu Jing has clearly turned into a zombie now, his body undergoing grotesque changes, exactly the same as those mutated zombies. Except, Lu Jing's eyes weren't /T right. Other zombies' eyes were all hollow, lifeless, yet Lu Jing /S eyes burned with rage. Kill! Lu Jing swung the sharp blade in his hand. The muscle zombie swung its massive muscular arm. A cold glint flashed. With a single effortless slash, the blade severed the muscle zombie's arm. The blade gleamed crimson with fresh blood. Lu Jing suddenly charged forward in a murderous rush. Stabbing, slashing, hacking, he didn't stop until the fleshy zombie was completely dead. Lu Jing hadn't forgotten the red knife that had fallen aside. He casually picked it up as he passed. Knife! Knife! As Lu Jing picked up the red knife, his arm miraculously returned to its original appearance. His originally severed arm also transformed anew into a complete limb. Lu Jing flipped open the dining cart. Snacks and beverages were scattered across the floor. 2 glass vials of medicine had rolled onto the ground. Antidote. Found it. Lu Jing picked up the antidote, holding the red knife in his other hand. With a low growl, he turned and charged back into the fray. Zombies blocked the way, but Lu Jing pressed forward against their onslaught. This time, his power was even stronger. He broke through the encirclement with almost effortless ease. When he rushed back to the last train car, even Gigi Bond was stunned by him. Because at that moment, Lu Jing had genuinely fought his way out through a horde of zombies. No tricks, just pure strength and speed. Several zombies hung from both his arms. The creature's teeth were deeply embedded in Lu Jing's arms. Countless more zombies clung to his back and legs, desperately trying to tear him to pieces. Catch this. Lu Jing tossed the potion to Gigi Bond. Hurry! Lu Jing roared. Piggy Hero was sweating bullets. He felt that Lu Jing needed the potion more right now. Hurry, there's no time. There are only 2 antidotes. Lu Jing didn't seem to notice his own condition at all. Full team clear, now. Holy shit! Piggy Hero cursed loudly, grabbing the serum before turning to administer injections to Big Face Cat and Xiao. Lu Jingza blocked the carriage doorway, holding back the zombies trying to rush through. Piggy Hero pinned down Big Face Cat and jabbed the needle into his neck. At that moment, Xiao let out a guttural roar as the ice trapping her exploded apart. She rushed over swiftly and grabbed Gigi Bond from behind in a chokehold. Just after administering the antidote to Big Face Cat, Gigi Bond found his neck seized by Xiao. Paralyzed, the worst-case scenario would be getting infected himself. At the critical moment, Gigi Bond extended a single finger. The treasure ring on his finger activated. Xiao, standing behind him, instantly became immobile. Gigi Bond hastily plunged the antidote into Xiao's thigh. As the injection took effect, Xiao and Big Face Cat gradually regained the sparkle in their eyes. Yet, Gigi Bond didn't breathe a sigh of relief because of this. The rule was clear, all members must pass the level. But there were only 2 antidotes. Now Lu Jing was infected too, which meant they were doomed. Yet just at that moment, the high-speed train suddenly came to a halt. Actions of all zombies froze, then they crumbled into innumerable dust particles vanishing into thin air. Holy shit! I took an arrow to the leg, and my whole body hurts like hell. Fat Cat howled in agony. Xiao hugged his legs and groaned in pain. I've been shot in the leg too. The train has arrived at the station. Please disembark promptly. Let's go. Move it. Piggy's eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted. Chapter 37, Success. They stepped out of the portal. Piggy, Big Face Cat, and Xiao all felt as though an eternity had passed. Although Big Face Cat and Xiao had turned into zombies, they didn't participate at all throughout. Yet they were fully aware of everything happening, their consciousness merely trapped, forced to watch helplessly as their bodies moved on their own. Xiao quickly treated their wounds. There were no high-speed trains rushing past, nor any zombies lurking nearby. Everything was so perfect. All 3 of them turned their gaze toward Lu Jing at the same time. Lu Jing's clothes were torn to shreds, his body smeared with copious amounts of blood, emanating an unbearable stench. In his hand, he clutched a crimson dagger tightly. The wounds left by zombies on Lu Jing's body had already healed completely. Even the injuries inflicted by the 3-eyed black wolf earlier had vanished without a trace, leaving no scars behind. What about the people from the Chanlan Guild? Probably completely done for. Piggy looked at the twin teleportation gates, observing the position of the other gate. The twin teleportation gates contained identical portals within them. This meant the Long Blue Guild members had encountered the exact same situation as them, and they had barely managed to pass through solely by relying on Landscaper's bug-like strength. As for the people from the Changlan Labor Union, their chances of survival seemed slim. Thinking of this, Gigi Bond glanced at Lu Jing again. Why was he attacked by zombies but didn't turn into one? He had clearly witnessed his mutation process, even seeing blades grow from his arms. Yet Lu Jing seemed completely unaffected. After Big Face Cat and Xiao injected the antidote, the system automatically counted them as having cleared the level. In other words, Lu Jing never turned into a zombie. Gigi Bond was full of questions, but he also understood. Mind your own business in this line of work. Everyone has their own secret weapon tucked away. Great one, you distribute the loot, Pororo suggested. Xiao and Big Face Cat raised no objections either. Split it evenly, Lu Jing said calmly. These spoils held little meaning for him if taken in excess. Most of these items were fundamentally useless to him. The only reason he took them was to have proof to show the silver-haired elder later. The evidence proved he had indeed passed through numerous portals these past days, collecting quite a haul of spoils. Split evenly. This time's loot could hardly be described as anything less than plentiful. Piggy Hero, Big Face Cat, and Xiao stood rooted to the spot for quite some time, feeling somewhat incredulous. Converted into money, to put it mildly, these things could cover their living expenses and entertainment for 10 years. Great Master, can I have your contact info? Big Face Cat suddenly said. All right. After bidding farewell to Pororo and Big Face Cat, Lu Jing didn't head home immediately. Instead, he bought a set of clothes from a street vendor. He was dressed like a beggar now. Returning home, Lu Jing locked himself in his room. He looked at his arm in the mirror. Back then, his severed arm had grown, a sharp blade. Lu Jing swallowed hard. Was this a dream? He took a deep breath. The knife! The knife! Obey my command, transform into a blade. Ah, my right hand, it's moving on its own. My king's power. Wait, that's not right. Lu Jing frowned and scratched his head, staring at his utterly unchanged hand. He cleared his mind and focused his thoughts, visualizing the form of that double-edged dagger. Transform, transform, transform. there was only a whoosh. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and his right hand suddenly transformed. In an instant, his normal palm morphed into an extraordinarily sharp double-edged dagger, its blade glinting with a chilling gleam that sent shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, a mysterious black substance surged from his arm, swiftly encasing his entire right limb. The black substance seemed to possess a life of its own, continuously squirming as it tightly bonded with his body. Cool. Lu Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. He tentatively swung it a couple of times. Damn, he's so handsome. Ha, boss. Just as Lu Jing was immersed in excitement, he looked up and saw a delicate face. Lin Himel was hanging by the window, waving at him excitedly. Amazed face, / Lu Jing reacted swiftly, opening the window and pulling her inside in one quick motion. Boss, that was so cool. What was that just now? How did your hand change shape? Teach me, boss. Lin Himel clung to Lu Jing's now normal arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Luckily it was just her who saw me. Lu Jing felt somewhat helpless. Remember, you're not allowed to tell this to anyone. Boss, teach me. I don't know how to do anything right now. Lin Mao pouted and pleaded. Lu Jing responded perfunctorily, I'll teach you when the time comes naturally. Boss, then take me on one mission. Hiding every day is so boring. It's killing me. You're not ready yet, it would be dangerous. Like I said, a good night watch needs to endure solitude. Lin Mo? Lu Jing sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll let you take a look. Yay! Lu Jing also harbored a hint of showing off in his heart, driven by a sudden impulse. His arm transformed once again. Encased in black matter, a gleaming double-edged blade appeared. So cool! Lin Mo widened her large, beautiful eyes in amazement and curiously leaned in, gently reaching out to touch it with her hand. Be careful, Lu Jing warned. Boss, what is this? It's just a knife, he replied. Do you have a name for it? It needs no fame, it's just a lethal weapon for killing. Wow, so cool. Seeing that was enough, Lu Jing transformed it back into an arm. Alright, you've seen it already, hurry up and leave. Ah, boss, let me look a little longer. Lu Jing forcibly pushed Lin Mo out of the room and continued his research. Why did he fall victim to the zombies but didn't turn into one himself? It must be because of the serum. The zombie virus is probably also transmitted through blood, but my body already contains the serum, so the combination has turned me into this state, possessing the mutation abilities of zombies, yet not being controlled by them. That's right, it must be like this. This serum is truly miraculous, and this is only a D-grade serum. If we're talking about grade B serum, wouldn't that be awesome? At the same time, a parallel world, besieged by zombies, an S-class dungeon. This S-class dungeon had been buried deep beneath the Arctic glaciers for ages. Because of its special location, it has remained unresolved. Also due to its special location, even if the replica remains unresolved, the zombies within the replica cannot walk out. Even those with the ability to emerge would be trapped within the glacier. 5 years ago, the Night Watch attempted to enter this dungeon. Back then, the dungeon hadn't yet been buried beneath the glacier. However, that time, the Night Watch suffered heavy casualties. The Night Watchman Tengu and several team members lost their lives. At this moment, countless zombies roamed outside the massive city walls. A zombie's eyes slowly regained consciousness. Chapter 38, Tengu. This is a world filled with despair and fear. The city streets reek of death and decay, with abandoned cars and buildings everywhere. Yet, all these are merely surface-level horrors. What truly chills the soul are those shuffling, undead corpses, zombies. A towering wall stands at the heart of the city, separating the survivors from the outside world. This city wall became humanity's last line of survival and their only hope against the zombies. Within the walls lay a relatively safe zone where people had established their own communities and shelters. Though living conditions were harsh, everyone supported each other, united against the apocalyptic threat. The sights of the apocalypse brought immense heaviness and oppression to the heart. The once prosperous city has now turned into ruins, with broken walls and devastated buildings everywhere. Amid these ruins, countless zombies roam the surface, mindlessly searching for their next prey. World of the Undead. Difficulty, Class A. They will not die, nor will they feel hunger. Achieved physical immortality. Compared to Lu Jing, Gigi Bond and his team deal with the zombies on the train. These zombies have clearly completed their final evolution. The Zombie King has taken control of nearly 90% of this territory. Some zombies have even begun evolving new consciousness. Aha! A certain mountain valley. With an earth-shaking roar, the entire space seemed to tremble for a moment. The zombie leader exuded an overwhelming aura that made the surrounding zombies tremble involuntarily. Its originally ferocious face gradually contorted, with eerie lights flickering in its eyes. Then, something astonishing happened. Its body actually began to degenerate. The once massive and robust body gradually dwindled, its muscular definition no longer so prominent. The enormous wings began to retract, while the previously rigid feathers fell away one by one, as though bereft of vitality. At the same time, its mutated form also started reverting, the grotesque lumps of flesh and malformed organs slowly vanishing, replaced by a relatively normal human appearance. What is this? The zombie's consciousness began to slowly return. Where am I? You warg. Before he could ponder further, the surrounding zombies, which had previously obeyed his commands, roared and charged at him. Stranger, this is the scent of a living person. The man reacted swiftly and began climbing higher. My body feels so light. The man leaped several times and quickly left the valley. At the same time, countless memories that originally belonged to him returned. The man felt as if his head was splitting with pain. I am the Night Watch, codename Lick Dog. Wrong. It's Sky Dog. I'm not some Lick Dog. 5 years ago, I led a team into a Class A portal, but the mission failed unexpectedly. My teammates were killed, and I got infected, turning into a zombie. 3 years ago, the Night's Watch launched another operation, only to meet complete annihilation once more. As a zombie myself, I witnessed their failure with my own eyes. Afterwards, the portal fell beneath the Arctic glaciers, effectively sealing it there permanently. And then came the present moment. Why have I suddenly recovered? The Tengu gasped for air. He could feel the zombie virus losing its effect within his body. What in the world is going on here? Before Tengu could figure it out, zombies from all directions were already closing in on him. At that moment, Tengu unexpectedly mutated into a zombie again, letting out a furious roar from his jaws. At once, the zombies all ceased their movements. The Tengu flapped its wings and flew away into the distance. He quickly considered his options, just get through the portal. There would be no leaving unless the designated task was completed. At present, though he has regained his human form, he simply cannot leave the instance, nor can he send out messages or return to the organization. Thus, his only choice is to seek out the surviving human world. In the world of dungeon instances, there's one crucial principle to remember. Never blindly rely on past experiences to handle every situation. This world is filled with mysteries and dangers, operating under rules that might be completely different from reality. Every dungeon possesses its unique characteristics, traps, and challenges. Just as no two leaves in the world are identical, no two dungeon instances are exactly alike. The teacher was droning on at the podium. Lu Jing yawned as he gazed at the scenery outside. Ma Jianyu nudged Lu Jing with his elbow. Wanna grab dinner together tonight? Lu Jing was about to refuse, but then he reconsidered. This was already who knows how many times he had turned down Ma Jianyu. Ever since that silver-haired old man had brought him into that mysterious organization, he once again immersed himself in his solitary lifestyle. After all, Ma Jianyu was one of his very few friends. No, more than that. Ma Jianyu was his only friend. Sounds good. Lu Jing didn't refuse this time. What have you been busy with lately? You didn't even come to the gathering, Ma Jianyu said. Lu Jing smiled mysteriously. You're better off not knowing. Ma Jianyu frowned. He felt that Lu Jing had changed far too much. After school in the evening, Lu Jing only then realized it wasn't just him and Ma Jianyu having dinner. Nearly the entire class had come. It turned out to be a class gathering. Led by Song Ziki, the group also included several girls including Tian Shiran. Although Lu Jing had no particular feelings toward Tian Shiran, he had to admit, Tian Shiran was indeed extremely beautiful, with her glossy black hair tied up in a high ponytail. It swayed gently with her movements, radiating vibrancy and youthful energy. Her oval face was perfectly shaped with smooth, natural contours, her fair and delicate skin seeming to emit a soft radiance. Song Ziki, for reasons unclear, was in such high spirits that he treated everyone to Italian cuisine. Several younger associates nearby clapped enthusiastically, shouting loudly about how their boss was the most handsome. Ma Jianyu whispered to Lu Jing, eat to your heart's content later, no need to save boss Song any money. Lu Jing smiled. Song Ziki mentioned that this shop was newly opened by his aunt. Tian Shiran gracefully wielded her knife and fork. I usually don't take well to Italian food. Last time my dad took me to Italy, the Italian cuisine was quite unpleasant. But this place is pretty good, plus it's got a hint of Mexican flavor. Lu Jing took a sip of red wine, finding no particular flavor in it. He still preferred drinking chilled iced tea. As for this Italian cuisine, he couldn't tell if it was good or bad anyway, he wasn't footing the bill. When the meal ended, Lu Jing originally planned to leave. Just listen to Song Ziki suggesting taking them to watch someone else run a dungeon. Lu Jing immediately became interested. Watch others enter dungeons? Chapter 39. Your driver is late. My car can only seat 2 people. Song Ziki drove out all the supercars from his family's collection. In this era, driving licenses were easy to obtain. One could start driving at just 15 years old. Yet, Lu Jing never got that chance. Moreover, he had little interest in driving. He hardly recognized any of the cars on the road. But when he saw Song Ziki's black supercar, he instantly understood why most guys are so into cars. They don't prefer ordinary cars, but rather sports cars. So cool. By the time Lu Jing collected his thoughts, he noticed all the cars were already full. It wasn't just Song Ziki, everyone else had driven their own cars over. Lu Jing and Ma Jianyu stood awkwardly in place, so he thought about saying he'd head back first. Song Ziki asked curiously, "You're taking a cab, right? Do you know where you're going?" Ma Jianyu nodded repeatedly, yes, I'll reimburse your taxi fare, Song Ziki said. Boom! At that moment, a roaring sound suddenly erupted by the roadside. Woohoo lads, need a ride? A white supercar appeared. Lin Mo in the car took off her sunglasses and said, "Boss, your driver is late. By the way, this Ferrari is a four-seater. Including the driver, it can seat 4 people." Lu Jing had almost forgotten that Lin Mo was also a super-rich second-generation heir. It's just that she always acted so silly that Lu Jing overlooked her true status. If they hadn't been at the same school, the old version of himself probably wouldn't even have had the right to lay eyes on her. All eyes instantly turned in their direction. Lin Mo personally opened the car door for Lu Jing, bending slightly with a gesture of invitation. The prestige meter was off the charts. One had to admit, at this moment, Lu Jing's vanity was soaring through the roof. Still, he quietly reminded her. Bare, bosom, HM? Lin Mo lowered her head. She was originally wearing a small white tank top with an outer jacket draped over it. Her figure was famously good, and as she bent forward, her chest became even more unconcealed. Lin Mo blushed and quickly straightened up. Then he closed the car door. "Let's go." "Where to?" "Just follow them," said Lu Jing. "Okay." Song Ziki curled his lips and started the car. Lu Jing is really lucky. Damn, he's landed a little rich girl. Someone couldn't hide their envy and jealousy. When do you think Lin Mo will finally catch up with Lu Jing? That shouldn't be hard. Tian Shiran crossed her arms. A woman chasing a man is as easy as peeling a banana. But they're both non-awakens. Someone consoled themselves aloud. The awakened and the unawakened. Before long, they arrived at the location Song Ziki had mentioned. By this time, a considerable crowd had already gathered there. There's a huge screen at the center of the square. Footage played on the screen. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be footage of awakened ones battling dungeon monsters. This is? Lu Jing wondered. Ma Jianyu explained, this is a live broadcast. There are awakened fighting inside one of the dimensional gates. The group parked their cars in turn and disembarked one after another. Song Ziki said, that's an awakened team clearing a dungeon. My older cousin is among them. He already graduated and averages 1 dungeon run per week. Later, we'll head to my cousin's bar for drinks. By the way, have him share his experience with us too. Let me tell you, more than half of the teachers at our school haven't entered a dungeon instance for ages. Exactly, someone immediately chimed in. Your career guidance teacher probably never had a real job, fresh out of graduation and straight into the school system. Boss, what tier is your cousin as an awakened? A 6th tier awakened with an A-grade talent. He's just 1 year older than us. Cool. Song Ziki grinned smugly. The battle within the portal raged on. This was a massive portal. Over 30 people had actually entered this dungeon instance. Why are there so many people here? Ma Jianyu asked curiously. Sometimes there are portals with hundreds of people, but you'd better not enter those casually, they're very dangerous. Tian Shiran added after finishing her sentence. Of course, you won't get the chance to enter a portal anyway. Ma Jianyu scratched his head and chuckled. With you guys around, we bros ain't afraid of nothing. Ma Jianyu threw an arm around Lu Jing's shoulders. Put. Tian Shiran didn't say anything more, continuing to watch the awakened fighters battling in the dungeon. At that moment, Lu Jing suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Big Face Cat? Ever since the twin portal dungeon had concluded, they hadn't contacted each other for over a week. Big Face Cat and the others were indeed maintaining their pace of clearing 1 dungeon per week. However, this progress was far from satisfying for Lu Jing. As a result, Lu Jing had been tackling the dungeons alone these days. This time the large-scale dungeon was resolved quite smoothly. Before long, everyone emerged from the portal. Damn! After experiencing that last incident, I feel like even E-rank dungeons are too easy now. Big Face Cat said to Ah Xiao. A Xiao shrugged, then I'll reward you with another round. Absolutely unnecessary, Big Face Cat said hurriedly. That incident had left quite a shadow on Big Face Cat. Well, we meet again. Big-faced Cat and Ah Xiao raised their heads, speaking in unison. God-tier player. What a coincidence. Running into an acquaintance here made Lu Jing quite happy. After all, we've been through life and death together. Great God. What are you doing here too? Big-faced Cat asked. Just hanging out with friends. Big-faced Cat sized up Lu Jing from head to toe. Lu Jing was still wearing his school uniform, hadn't changed out of it yet. Great God, you're a high school student. Big-faced Cat and Ah Xiao both looked utterly astonished. Big-faced Cat recognized this school's uniform. Cousin. Song Ziki's voice came from behind. The world is really so small. The bar. Big-faced Cat was telling everyone about their squad's combat experience. Song Ziki looked at his cousin, then at Lu Jing. He couldn't figure out how they knew each other. Big Face Cat spoke eloquently. However, Big Face Cat and the others were still mainly focusing on E-level dungeons. During the trials, the content these students faced were E-level dungeons, so it doesn't sound particularly extraordinary at all. Song Ziki's expression darkened slightly as he turned to Fatty Cat and said, "Cousin, didn't you just go through a zombie apocalypse scenario recently, where everyone turned into zombies, and in the end you single-handedly turned the tide?" Lu Jing blinked his eyes. Big Face Cat's expression immediately changed, casting a guilty glance in Lu Jing's direction. Xia teased, "Big Face Cat, I never knew you were this impressive." Big Face Cat looked embarrassed. After all, he had just been boasting to his cousin out of sheer boredom. If it were just Xiao being present, it would have been fine. Who knew the main man himself, Lu Jing, was also there? Chapter 40, Brag. My cousin single-handedly fought off a whole horde of zombies back then. That mission was rated E-level, but afterward, the guild re-evaluated it, the difficulty surpassed even D-level. And there were just 4 people in total, and 3 of them had turned into zombies. The entire carriage was full of zombies, and most importantly, these weren't ordinary zombies, they were the kind that evolved over time. Besides, I had already figured out at that moment that the only 3 antidotes were in the dining car. So alone, I went. Song Ziki recounted the story his cousin had told him for everyone to hear. The listeners' mouths hung slightly open in awe. Under Song Ziki's exaggerated narration, they were completely drawn into the tale. Clearly, compared to Big Face Cat, Song Ziki possessed far greater storytelling talent. Little did Song Ziki notice that his cousin's head was hanging lower and lower. When the story ended, he could feel the burning gazes of everyone around him. Fat-faced Cat scratched his head, then subconsciously glanced at Lu Jing, forcing an awkward smile. Luckily, Lu Jing showed no intention of exposing him. "Cousin, you're truly amazing." Tian Shiran's way of addressing Big-Faced Cat had also changed to Big Bro. The psychology of admiring strength exists in both men and women alike. Ma Jianyu listened with eyes shining bright, as if he'd just watched a blockbuster film. "Cousin, can I be like you all too? You're a non-awakened one." Classmate Li Guanhao laughed beside them. "Stop dreaming you'd be the first to die in a dungeon run. Don't think you can do it just because you've heard others' stories." The girls burst into laughter too, making Ma Jianyu somewhat awkward. "Actually, non-awakened individuals have their own unique strengths too. They're not as weak as you might think." Big Face Cat cleared his throat and defended. "Don't assume that just because you're awakened, you're automatically stronger than non-awakened individuals even if they're just a high school student. This is based on Fat Cat's personal experience." However, Song Ziki and the others believed Fat Cat was just comforting Ma Jianyu, so they didn't pay much attention to it. "Where's Gigi Bond?" Lu Jing was quietly talking to Xiao on the side. Xiao said, "He's retired." "Ha?" Lu Jing was astonished. Xiao shrugged his shoulders. After earning so much money this time, and after what happened last time, he finally decided to retire. He's afraid he won't live to spend the money he's piled up. Oh, Lu Jing suddenly understood. Xiao took a glance at Big Face Cat before turning to Lu Jing. "This kid's always been full of hot air, don't mind him." "Never mind." Lu Jing waved his hand nonchalantly. At first, Big Face Cat felt genuinely awkward, but when he realized Lu Jing wasn't making an issue of it, there was still a subtle thrill in demonstrating one's prowess before a crowd. Add to that his cousin Song Ziki's boastful praises. After all, Big Face Cat really wasn't that old either. Only a year older than them, and besides, Song Ziki had brought so many girls along. Big Face Cat took a liking to Lin Mo at first glance. Compared to Tian Shiran, it was clear that Big Face Cat preferred girls with pure faces and explosive figures. Unfortunately, though eager to strike up a conversation, Lin Mo paid him no mind. "If you have any internship tasks next time, you can reach out to me." Tian Shiran reminded him. "Cousin, she's a non-awakened." Oh, Big Face Cat was utterly lost in the throes of love. Lin Mo crossed her arms stubbornly. "I refuse to play with awakened ones, my boss is all I need." With that declaration, she dashed to Lu Jing's side and grabbed his hand. Lu Jing just shook her off as usual. Lin Mo grabbed a corner of Lu Jing's clothes and proudly puffed out her chest. Tian Shiran snorted disdainfully. Song Ziki worried that Big Face Cat might lose face, so he said to him, "Cousin, don't pay her any mind, she's a bit off in the head." Clearly, Lin Mo had some screws loose, that was the general consensus. After all, who in their right mind would pester someone with no money, no connections, and not even awakened status, a complete nobody? Especially when Lin Mo herself was a stunning beauty from a wealthy family. Something didn't add up no matter how you looked at it. The only conclusion was that Lin Mo must have something wrong with her head. Quit talking nonsense. To everyone's surprise, Song Ziki found himself being scolded by his own cousin. The chubby-cheeked guy guiltily cast a glance at Lu Jing. Not only was he caught boasting, but the girl he set his sights on at first glance turned out to be the gaming god's girlfriend. Big Face Cat felt his image in the god-tier player's eyes had already hit rock bottom. Just then, noisy commotion erupted at the bar entrance. The crowd glanced over but paid little attention. It seemed like two drunkards were acting wild. "Let's play something," someone suggested. "We can't just sit here drinking. Dice? Or finger hooking? I want to play King's game." In the end, following Song Ziki's suggestion, everyone started playing dice. The rules of dice aren't exactly simple, yet not overly complicated either. Only Lu Jing claimed he couldn't understand them. He had never actually played dice games before, Monopoly being the sole exception. Ma Jianyue was explaining the rules to Lu Jing. For example, each player gets 3 dice to roll simultaneously until they stop. Then everyone checks their own results before making calls, guessing how many dice showing matching numbers exist across all players' rolls. After the betting was settled, everyone rolled the dice together to determine the winner, and the loser had to drink. Lu Jing understood the rules but wasn't particularly interested in this kind of game. Moreover, noticing that Tian Shiran and the others didn't seem particularly eager to include him in their play. So instead, he stayed at the bar chatting with Aishao for a while. Big-Faced Cat saw the scene and also put down his dice before joining them. "Cousin, you going to the bathroom? You guys keep playing first." Everyone watching couldn't help but feel curious how had Lu Jing gotten so chummy with Song Ziki's cousin and sister Aishao. Li Guanhao turned to Song Ziki and said, "Boss, does your cousin know Lu Jing? I saw them chatting earlier." "Who knows?" Song Ziki replied curtly, "Never mind them, let's just enjoy our game. Would you like to raid together next time if there's a chance?" Big-Faced Cat asked tentatively. Lu Jing nodded. "I've been running solo dungeons these days and wanted another chance to tackle a multiplayer one." "These days? It's only been a week." Fat-Faced Cat and Aishao exchanged glances. The great god truly doesn't rest at all. Most teens enter the portal only once a week. At most, no more than twice. But judging from Lu Jing's meaning, it seems he hasn't stopped at all. As several people were talking, the commotion at the entrance grew increasingly louder, and the crowd of onlookers continued to swell. Lu Jing listened carefully for a moment. "The door? Why can't we get out now? Is there some event going on at your bar?" We don't know either. Let us go ask the boss." "Damn it. Don't think I don't know your tricks, you're all just acting, and someone's secretly recording to prank random people, right? Get your boss here now, or I'm calling the cops." Chapter 41, The Unexpected Dungeon. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" a man shouted, his voice dripping with impatience and anger. "Open this damn door right now," another man roared in an increasingly savage tone. The waiter was sweating bullets as he desperately tried to explain to the crowd at the entrance, "It's not that I won't open it, the door just suddenly vanished somehow." The door to the bar had mysteriously vanished without a trace. It wasn't that the door was gone, rather, the space where the door had been was now replaced by a solid wall, as if there had never been a door there to begin with. As time passed, the crowd of curious onlookers continued to grow. The crowd began to buzz with speculation, some guessing it was a prank deliberately played by the bar owner. Among the onlookers, shouts of curses could occasionally be heard. The waiter had no choice but to go find the manager. Soon, the manager arrived. At first he was muttering that this new waiter was an idiot, couldn't even open a bar door. But when he arrived on the scene, even he froze in shock. "Where's the door? Holy shit?" The manager looked left and right. "Back door. Go through the back door." Although the manager didn't understand what was going on, he quickly found a solution. A bar has more than one door, front door, back door, and an emergency exit. However, someone soon shouted, "Manager, the back door is gone too, and the emergency exit has been sealed off." The waiter shouted these words. Instantly, many people in the bar heard the commotion and turned their attention in this direction. "The door is gone?" The chubby-faced cat turned its head and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Just then, another shout was heard. "The door's open. So, those inside didn't pay much attention anymore, continuing to jump and play as they pleased. Big-Faced Cat also withdrew his gaze and continued chatting with Lu Jing. As the main door swung wide, people began filing out one after another. Lu Jing glanced at the time, it was getting late. Realizing he should head back, he bid farewell to Big-Faced Cat and Ashio before making his departure. Ma Jianyue was shaking dice enthusiastically over there, showing no intention of going back. However, Lin Mo, uncomfortable with the bar atmosphere, immediately trailed after Lu Jing when she saw him stand up. Everything seemed perfectly normal, it should have just been an ordinary night. At that moment, the person who had stepped out earlier came running back in terror. "Help! Someone help! It's an instance dungeon, we've gone through the portal." The screams didn't wake everyone inside the bar, because the music in the bar was too loud. Only a handful of people raised their heads in astonishment, looking toward the speaker. "Is this some kind of prank? Are there any awakened ones here? Go save people, quickly." Lu Jing froze momentarily, then swiftly regained his composure and rushed forward before anyone else. After leaving the bar, they discovered the scene outside was completely different from before. The once bustling and lively city had turned into ruins, with abandoned vehicles and trash scattered across the streets. the air thick with smoke and the smell of burning. In the distance, buildings were engulfed in raging flames, their firelight illuminating the entire night sky. What was even more terrifying was the appearance of various mutated monsters roaming the streets. They looked bizarre, some covered in sharp spines. Others had wings and could fly through the air. These creatures emitted deep roars, chilling to the bone. Damn! Gasps sounded from behind. Many people had rushed out of the bar, staring at the scene before them in utter shock. A sudden message flashed before his eyes. You must leave the bar within 5 minutes. Confirm the number of participants for the instance. After seeing this message, everyone's expression changed instantly. Unawakened individuals still looked completely bewildered. The awakened had already reacted first, the instance world had descended. Someone ran back shouting, "Hurry! We've entered the instance world." Yet people were still dancing wildly in the depths of the bar. So, the man simply kicked over the speaker, snatched the host's microphone, and roared, "Get out now, or we'll all die here." Crash! When everyone in the bar witnessed the scene before them, they were utterly shocked. Most of them were ordinary people who had never experienced anything like this before. Please evacuate the bar within 5 minutes. Confirm the number of participants entering the dungeon. Time remaining, 2 minutes. Why are there still people in the bar? Damn it, a bunch of idiots. They think it's a joke. Drag them out quickly. They refuse to come out, still partying. Someone was cursing angrily. Cousin? The unawakened still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. The awakened warriors turned pale as they witnessed the scene before them. A sudden portal descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire bar. The odds of this happening were even slimmer than a meteor striking right above the bar. What's worse, this portal hadn't been inspected by regulators who knew what level it might be, which meant they were very likely facing an A-class instance, though the best-case scenario would be stumbling upon an E-class one. The probability was 1 in 5. But no one would believe they'd be that lucky. A dungeon falling from the sky, how could it possibly be just E-rank? Fuck your mother. Someone shouted angrily. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the participants were finalized. Inside the bar, young men and women were still gleefully playing the game of passing paper slips with their lips. Someone glanced around. Is Ace okay? They've all gone out. A young man called Ace, lazily crossing his legs, said, "Don't bother about them, a bunch of idiots. My dad's a rank 20 awakened. As long as you don't actively enter the portal." Boom! The next second, the entire bar turned to dust. The people playing note passing in the bar didn't even feel pain. That eerie, yet terrifying power left everyone shaken with awe. A gust of wind blew past, and the bar behind them, now reduced to dust, vanished without a trace. Participants confirmed. Beyond the dungeon. As the Skyborn dungeon descended, energy scanners belonging to major guilds and government agencies instantly detected its emergence. And that bar contained over 100 people. This could trigger the most catastrophic incident in recent years. Soon, various pieces of information began circulating on short videos. "Sorry, we can't provide any information right now. Please remain calm, they can only rely on themselves at this moment." One phone call after another kept ringing incessantly in the government office. These are all family members of missing loved ones. Everyone knows that once you enter the portal, you either destroy the dungeon or perish. There's no second way to escape. Soon enough, government personnel cordoned off the area around the bar. Chapter 42: The Brain Monster. Wind language. Lu Shui swiftly dodged the instructor's attack. Shin Shuiyue stared at Lu Shui in astonishment. A few days ago, Lu Shui couldn't have countered this move. And now she's already found a solution this quickly? Truly deserving of an S-rank talent. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shui quickly began chanting the magical incantation. Not bad at all. After the battle concluded, even the instructor couldn't help but praise. Lu Shui picked up the energy drink placed beside her and began replenishing her strength. Shin Shuiyue shook her head. The gap is really huge. S-rank talents are truly terrifying. Hey, Lu Shui, want to grab dinner later? Shin Shuiyue changed out of her sweat-drenched clothes. No thanks, I'll eat at home, said Lu Shui. I saw your brother going out to have fun with Song Ziki and the others. Lu Shui responded indifferently. I just checked moments, looks like they're drinking at a bar. Shin Shuiyue said in a casual tone. How come you siblings communicate so little? It feels like you're practically strangers. Lu Shui remained silent for a moment before replying, pretty much. We gradually talked less as we grew older. Oh, really? Guess that's how it usually goes. As an only child, Shin Shuiyue couldn't quite understand. Breaking news. At 7:12 p.m. tonight, mass force teleportation occurred through portals at the Miss You Much bar on Huangquan Road. Currently over 100 people remain trapped. Please contact the police immediately, family members. Forced transmission? Lu Shui stared at the words on the news, such a tiny probability, yet it actually happened. And in a bar packed with people, no less. I wonder how many people will die this time. Shin Shuyue murmured to herself, I really want to go to. Shin Shuyue's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she shot to her feet. Song Ziki, Tian Shiran, they went to the really want to go bar. And Lu Jing is there too. Lu Shui froze for a moment, then calmly took out her phone. Beep beep beep. The number you have dialed is not in the service area. The number you have dialed is not in the service area. Don't worry yet, let me call them again. Maybe they've already left the bar. Shin Shirue hurriedly said. Yet no matter who she called, there was only one response. The number you have dialed is unreachable. Lu Shui put down her phone, pondered for barely 2 seconds, then rushed out of the training room. Moments later, in the instructor's office. Lu Shui, why haven't you left yet? Teacher, my brother might be in danger. Can you help me? Lu Shui's lips trembled slightly. Once the portal closes, it can only be opened from inside. Even non-awakened individuals understand this principle. By now, caution tape had been stretched around the entire bar. The crowd that rushed to hear the news packed the place so tightly that not a drop of water could trickle through. A teleportation involving over 100 people, the last time this happened was a decade ago. But far more numerous were the desperate loved ones. Some wept bitterly, while others begged the government to save their children. Lu Shui stood among the crowd, her legs trembling uncontrollably. If even the government could do nothing, what could the school authorities possibly achieve? All they could do was dispatch high-level awakened individuals to stand ready. For everyone understood too well, those who were teleported might never return. The portal will open once again. At that time, the high-ranking awakened ones will charge through the portal to carry out their mission. My son is in there. How many times did I tell him? Don't wander off. And why was he even drinking for no reason? Alright, quit your bawling and blubbering. It's all fate. It's all fate. Lu Shui suddenly remembered a phrase her brother often said. This is all the choice of fate. Disasters always come one after another, that is the way of the world. Do you think someone will come to save you just because you scream for help? If I die, it just means I was a man of this caliber. Lu Shui clenched her fists tightly. Father sent a message. Are you and Lu Jing at school? I heard about a massive portal appearing at a bar, over 100 people got trapped. Lu Shui hesitated before replying. No, Lu Jing and I are still at school, we'll be back later. Don't stay out too late, the roads are dangerous. Lu Shui knew that even if her parents found out, they'd just be as anxiously helpless as she was. Since you make it sound so cool, you better stay alive. Lu Shui murmured softly. An elderly man with silver hair took off his sunglasses nearby and said, we're still a step too late. The portal was forcibly activated, now all we can do is wait for the outcome. Lu Shui glanced at him. He appeared exceptionally robust, with silver white hair as pure as snow, shimmering with a soft luster. His face was resolute yet kind, deeply etched with the marks of time. Dressed in a black tang suit adorned with exquisite patterns, its delicate needlework and unique design immediately caught the eye. Non-awakened? Lu Shui didn't pay much attention. Bad news, a total of 121 people were trapped in the dungeon world, more than half of whom were non-awakened individuals. Good news, among the awakened, there were 2 individuals at the 25th tier, classified by level. Dungeons are generally divided into 5 levels, A, B, C, D, and E. E-level dungeons are the lowest grade dungeons, indicating the presence of hazardous elements within them. E-rank dungeons correspond to awakened individuals between ranks 1 to 5, and 25th tier awakened individuals. They're already qualified to enter B-rank dungeons. Not to mention there's still that unaffiliated Awakener squad. As long as it's not an A-rank massive dungeon, they have a chance to survive. Inside the replica, please kill the brain monster. This message simultaneously appeared before everyone's eyes. Shortly after the message disappeared, numerous monsters that had been wandering the streets began attacking the group. Roar! Kill! Let's work together! Someone shouted. Awakeners, hold the outermost line. But there were too many people. There were also many monsters around, and even more non-awakened individuals. It didn't take long for someone to fall victim. Screams and cries of panic never ceased. Cousin, what should we do? Song Ziki looked toward his cousin Big Face Cat. Big Face Cat instinctively turned his gaze to Lu Jing. Great one, what do we do? Let's focus on staying alive first. Everyone, stick close to me. Lu Jing pulled out a red knife wrapped in newspaper from his backpack. Song Ziki stared at his cousin in astonishment. Boom! Various spells kept appearing midair. There were too many people, yet no unified command. The moment the battle began, everything fell into chaos, with non-awakened individuals retreating. Some awakened ones also tried to flee, while the stronger ones held the front line. But soon it became clear that monsters were already charging at them from behind. Captain, what should we do? A blond man in the crowd said in a deep voice, conserve our strength and find the brain monster. Chapter 43, Critical Situation. Qin Wenk, a 25th tier awakened. Main combat profession, warrior. Weapon of choice, spear. Yesterday I just survived a B-level dungeon, and today I originally came to this bar with friends for drinks and relaxation. Who would have thought I'd encounter a falling dungeon? But after all, I'm a 25th tier awakened. I didn't panic like everyone else. He didn't make any heroic attempts to turn the tide, nor did he try to save everyone. He merely intervened occasionally, eliminating the nearby monsters when necessary. Target spotted at 12 o'clock. Just then, his teammate's voice rang through his earpiece. Yutanchi, a 25th tier awakened. Primary combat profession, archer. Yutanchi wasted no time in seeking higher ground, ascending to the top of a tall building to survey the situation below from an advantageous position. Non-awakened individuals at the building's edge spotted this vantage point, likely mistaking it for a safe refuge, and attempted to climb up. Yutanchi cast a helpless glance at the group, then looked at the demons trailing behind them. A blood-soaked blonde youth dashed forward first, pleading, "Save us." Yutanchi replied with eerie calm, "Don't bother me. If I can't find the eyeball beast, we'll all die. According to regulations, awakened ones like you are obligated to help non-awakened citizens. The union and government have always maintained strict management over the awakened. However, regarding how to administer them, dungeons remain universally recognized as lawless zones. TSK, you still don't understand the situation." Yutanchi shook his head, unwilling to waste any more words. His heart filled with nothing but frustration as he abruptly kicked off the ground. His legs exploded with astonishing force, launching his body forward like an arrow released from its bow. In a single leap, he crossed dozens of meters, landing directly on the rooftop of another towering building. Given his current physical capabilities, he could effortlessly perform such maneuvers even without using any special skills. He had no desire to waste energy on minor threats, who knew what else lay ahead. Moreover, even if we did save them, we'd only be rescuing non-awakened individuals. At this point, they're no help at all, they can't even qualify as cannon fodder. A wretched scream echoed from behind. Yutanchi didn't turn his head, his gaze continuing to sweep across the street. Target spotted. At that moment, Yutanchi's eyes lit up. His gaze landed on a demonic creature with only a head in a distant street. He hurriedly notified Chinwank. Chinwank didn't rush to act, instead shouting loudly, "At 12 o'clock, found the big head, take it out and we can get out of here." Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to him. 12 o'clock. Someone was very close and charged forward first. It was a warrior armed with sword and shield, with two mages covering him by clearing the monstrous creatures blocking the path. The sword and shield warrior rushed straight toward the brain monster. The brain monster was nothing but a gigantic head like a human skull magnified countless times, covered in disgusting tentacles and eyes. It has no body, no limbs, and can only roll around the streets. It rolled with incredible speed, each impact against the ground producing a dull thud while leaving a small crater behind. The sword and shield warrior charged forward. Strong crackdown. Divine Dragon Charge. Sunfire Shield. 3 skills activated simultaneously. Boom! The sword and shield warrior maxed out his buffs. Like a falling meteorite, he smashed straight into it. Blood instantly sprayed everywhere, forming a crimson mist. The brain monster's body suddenly exploded, shattering into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Its head was torn apart, as if struck by a violent explosion. Shredded flesh and blood flew through the air, the metallic scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. The brain monster was utterly fragmented, beyond any possibility of returning to its original form. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Solved. The sword and shield warrior also broke into a smile. Only a small number of people remained cautiously skeptical. Chinwank slightly raised an eyebrow. He certainly didn't believe such a heaven-sent dungeon instance would be so easily resolved. As expected, the very next second, an enormous shadow enveloped the sword and shield warrior. The sword and shield warrior raised his head. Another enormous head monster came crashing down from the sky, heading straight toward him. The sword and shield warrior reacted swiftly, instantly leaping backward. Boom! The head monster landed with a thunderous impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the warrior could even steady his footing, "Watch out!" someone bellowed. His head jerked upwards, eyes bulging wildly like they might burst, his face a mask of sheer terror and despair. Holy shit! He couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Black shadows fell from the sky like raindrops, descending so swiftly there was no time to dodge. Enormous-headed monsters plummeted from above like an oppressive storm cloud. Boom! Deafening crashes accompanied the impact as massive craters were blasted into the earth. Dust swirled through the air, blotting out the sun, as if the apocalypse had descended. My leg! Terrified screams rose incessantly from the crowd. Some were crushed instantly into bloody pulp, their gore splattering wildly, a scene too horrifying to bear. Some people are luckier, at least they managed to survive. But their lower bodies were crushed, leaving them unable to move. In such conditions, even if there are survivors, they cannot escape their fate of death. Some stood in despair beneath the shadows, witnessing the scene before them, their hearts filled with terror and rage. They knew escape was impossible, so they chose one final way to voice their discontent. Someone raised a middle finger to the sky and yelled, "Fuck you." The next instant, as expected, they were crushed into pulp, becoming casualties of the disaster. The entire scene was bloody and brutal, too horrifying to watch. Tian Shiran and the others' faces turned pale with fright. This wasn't acting, nor was it a battle in virtual reality. This was a real-life dungeon. Blood splattered onto her fair, delicate face. A colossal big-headed monster descended from the sky, crashing heavily right before her eyes, sending up clouds of dust and shattered stones. Fortunately, the creature didn't land directly on her, though it missed by mere inches. Sadly, the classmate standing ahead wasn't so lucky. They were crushed instantly into a bloody pulp. She watched in horror, her eyes wide with terror, staring at the enormous beast before her. The monster's head was unnaturally large, covered in a thick layer of keratin that gleamed with an eerie radiance. Its mouth gaped open, revealing razor-sharp teeth that emitted a nauseating stench of decay. She stumbled backward in terror, her heart pounding so violently it felt ready to leap from her throat. She tried to remain composed, but fear turned her legs to jelly, leaving her barely able to stand. At this moment, it seemed all the lessons taught by the teacher had been forgotten. Poof! Ah! The big head let out a painful sound. Chapter 44, Mission Complete? Lu Jing wielded the crimson blade, slicing through the brain monster's dual eyes. The brain monster roared in fury. Its head abruptly leapt from ground level, soaring over 2 meters into the air. It came crashing toward Lu Jing. The red blade in Lu Jing's hand was suited for assassination, but when it came to dealing with large-scale monsters like this, it fell noticeably short. Thwack! The brain monster split in two, Lu Jing's hand transforming into a blade. The double-edged dagger glistened with fresh blood. Lu Jing cleaved through the brain monster with a single slash, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The mission was to eliminate the big-eyed monsters, but nobody said there'd be so many of them. No wonder so many players joined this dungeon instance. Lu Jing glanced at his classmate who had been crushed into a pancake, slightly frowning with a trace of discomfort in his heart. Men are not made of wood or grass, who can be devoid of feelings. They had been classmates, spending several months together, and now to see him like this. No time for sentimentality. Lu Jing's figure flickered as he swiftly cleared out the nearby brain monsters. Compared to Red Blade, these colossal demonic creatures wielded mutated demonic blades that carried far greater menace. With a slip of his foot, Lu Jing landed before Ma Jianyu. Ma Jianyu currently had his head buried in the dirt. It's unclear whether he buried himself intentionally or was involuntarily swept in by the force. Lu Jing pulled him out. Ma Jianyu was startled by Lu Jing's appearance. Lu Jing had no time to explain and shouted at Big Face Cat. Big Face Cat, organize them. Roger that. Without any hesitation, Big Face Cat immediately agreed. Most of them, including Song Ziki, were awakened individuals. Moreover, Song Ziki and the others were all quite powerful. But at that moment, they lacked a leader. Warriors take the perimeter. Spread out in a triangle formation. Mages and priests inside. Big Face Cat roared. The group from First High quickly formed an impromptu squad. The crowd gathered around at the sound of Big Face Cat's roar. Song Ziki, facing the enormous brain monster charging toward him, raised his shield with steady breaths. He forcefully planted the shield onto the ground, deploying his defense, blocking the brain monster's first assault. Tian Shiran behind him and another mage immediately launched their attacks. The spell's radiance fell upon the brain monster. The brain monster's defense was astonishingly strong as it continued rolling forward. At that moment, a streak of bloody light suddenly flashed. The enormous and grotesque head of the brain monster was instantly struck by a razor-sharp blade aura. Half of its head exploded like a shattered watermelon, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Lu Jing stood quietly amid the bloody mist. He raised his hand gently, wiping away the blood splattered across his eyes, revealing a gaze that was both icy and resolute. Ah, gotta keep up appearances when needed. You'll soon learn how pitifully small this world appears in my eyes. Thunder Moon Slash. Lu Jing roared fiercely. He leapt violently, clearing 4 or 5 meters in a single bound. The battle blade came slicing down with savage force. Before the end of the world, seize that final lightning bolt. The soul trembled. Another cycle of 100 millennia begun anew. One more glance at you reignites the flame of conviction. My mission flashes bright. Let me polish the dignity of universal life. Pity there's no soundtrack. Yet for Lu Jing, such scenes remain equally electrifying. Kill. Another brain monster was cleaved in two by Lu Jing's blade. Lu Jing didn't pause for even a moment. Every additional kill meant he could complete the mission sooner. Damn it. Holy shit, is that Lu Jing? Everyone's eyes widened. What the hell is that in his hand? The sharp blade connected to Lu Jing's body was particularly eye-catching. Isn't he a non-awakened? Could he have been hiding his identity as an awakened all along? Li Guanhao exclaimed in shock. Song Ziki snapped impatiently. Idiot, have you ever seen an awakened looking like this? Boss, the handsomest. Lin Mo shouted loudly. Stop spacing out. Didn't your academy teach you how to position for an ambush? Keep your damn eyes peeled, or you won't even see death coming. Big-faced cat roared with fury. Now was not the time to be lost in thought. Qin Wank weaved through the brain monsters, his spear in hand. He was fast enough. A single swing of his spear. He had completely cleared out the brain monsters in this area. Apart from their initial wave of landing attacks, these brain monsters had caused massive casualties. In reality, they moved extremely sluggishly. Though highly defensive, their offensive power was mediocre, and their attack methods were exceedingly limited. They could only rely on biting with their mouths or using their heads as weapons to ram. Any moderately experienced awakened could handle them with ease. As expected, after the first wave of impact, groups of awakened warriors began maintaining formations, working in teams of 3 or 5 to slaughter the brain monsters. These brain creatures aren't very bright, just lure them away by having one person distract them. Meanwhile, another awakened warrior delivers the main attack, making it easy to take them down. Before long, the swarm of brain creatures was reduced to nothing but corpses littering the ground. Nasty. Qin Wank retracted his red spear, standing atop the traffic light at the intersection as he lightly crouched down. His gaze swept across the surroundings. If it were just like this, then this would be an incredibly stupid instance. The brain monster had just descended from the sky, unexpectedly crushing all the surrounding monsters to death. The casualties weren't just challengers, far more of those fallen were other monsters. And after the brain monster dropped down, it actually began devouring other creatures. Cannibalism. Ha! How utterly moronic. Qin Wank rubbed his chin with his fingertip. But soon, Qin Wank noticed something was off. There were no living big-eyed monsters left in sight, yet the dungeon hadn't shown any mission completion message. The group began searching around anxiously. But quite some time passed, and nothing happened. Could this be some sort of hide-and-seek game? Is the final task actually just finding the last hidden big-eyed monster? Gradually, everyone was growing somewhat impatient. Someone even blew up the buildings along the street. Someone suggested setting a fire to burn everything here down and force out the last brain monster. But soon, others objected. What if they didn't manage to drive out the brain monster but ended up burning themselves to death? That wouldn't be worth it. Damn it, stupid brain monster. Some even tried to provoke the creature by hurling insults, hoping to draw it out. Yet despite exhausting every possible method, the dungeon world remained shrouded in darkness, with no trace of the final brain monster. Some simply sat down to rest and conserve their energy. Lu Jing's arm had healed, so he found a spot to sit down. He seemed to think there was no point in continuing the futile search. Lin Imo was enthusiastically boasting about Lu Jing's abilities to Song Ziki, Tian Shiran, and the others. To be honest, though it secretly pleased him, Lu Jing was starting to feel a bit embarrassed from all the praise. Big-faced Cat and Aishao crowded around Lu Jing, wanting to ask the gaming legend what they should do next. Lu Jing didn't realize either that his gaze had fallen upon the enormous clock at the center of the street. Tick, tick, tick. In the silent center of the street, that massive clock stood like a quiet guardian, continuously emitting crisp and rhythmic sounds with every passing second. As time flowed by, it seemed to grow increasingly tense and expectant, as if aware that the approaching moment held special significance. The ticking sound echoed through the air, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding silence, evoking an inexplicable sense of mystery and unease. The minute hand crept forward, mere seconds away from striking midnight. At that moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting some unknown transformation. Chapter 45, The Final Brain Creature. Bang bang, boom. Just as the street fell into silence save for the ticking of clocks, a heavy thud suddenly resounded. The crowd that had been cursing earlier had their tempers worn thin by the passage of time. However, this voice instantly captured everyone's attention. A figure that everyone had been waiting for appeared. A giant-headed monster was bouncing on the ground. Its body was enormous, several times larger than other brain monsters. One could even say they weren't on the same scale. The monster had only a single enormous eye on its head, and that eye took up its entire face, as though it could take in everything at a glance. It's here! Someone shouted in delight. No one felt afraid. Everyone was dying for it to appear. Because without killing it, they simply couldn't leave this place. Besides, they had already completely wiped out the brain monsters from earlier. Now when they saw this brain monster again, they simply felt it was nothing special after all. Kill it! Don't let it get away! The two closest warriors. One wielded a sword, the other an axe, charging forward without hesitation. The sword and axe almost simultaneously unleashed their skills upon the brain monster. The giant-eyed monster closed its eyes, rendering the attacks ineffective. The giant-eyed monster leaped high into the air, crashing down toward the two figures. Boom! The speed wasn't fast, so the two dodged just in time. Fire Dragon's Breath. A spell attack came hurtling towards them. The spellcasting mage was highly skilled, the flames burning endlessly. But soon, the large-eyed monster reappeared in sight. It still hadn't suffered any harm, not even a scratch on its skin. Incredible defensive power. The group began taking turns to attack. Bang, bang, bang. The warriors swung their weapons, engaging in close combat with the monsters. The mages chanted incantations, unleashing powerful spells. The archers drew their bows and fired arrows from a distance. The priest chanted healing spells, restoring mana to his teammates. The assassin moved with agile grace, seeking the perfect moment to strike. The hunters busied themselves setting traps while commanding their pets to join the battle. For a moment, the battlefield became a dazzling tapestry as skills and magic spells intertwined in a spectacular display. Every attack carried tremendous force as it struck the brain monster. Yet, minute by minute, time slipped away. These blows left wounds on the brain monster's body with frightening speed. But the good news, wounds appeared. Bad news, the wounds were few, not fatal, and didn't even hinder the brain monster's movements. Yutanchi also tried shooting a few arrows, but they had absolutely no effect. He was somewhat surprised that if others' attacks could inflict damage, then his own arrows couldn't possibly be ineffective. You should know that Yutanchi, just like Qin Wenk, is a 25th tier awakened being. Among the crowd, he holds one of the 2 highest ranks and boasts the most formidable combat strength. Moreover, compared to warriors and mages, archers clearly possess superior single-target attack power. Yet while others could inflict damage, his arrows couldn't even pierce the skin. That's not right. Yutanchi furrowed his brows, examining the brain monster's status in eagle-eye mode. At that moment, Qin Wenk's voice came through. I've got it. Qin Wenk's words were left unfinished, when a voice suddenly rang out. Attack only when the brain monster's eyes are open. It's invincible when its eyes are closed. Qin Wenk was just about to voice this exact warning, never expecting someone would discover it before him. He turned his head slightly in surprise, looking at the young man who had called out. He remembered this person. He had seen the young man's arm morph into a sharp blade before. Non-awakened? Ugh! Qin Wenk hissed through his teeth. Good observation. Upon hearing Lu Jing shout, the crowd quickly reacted and began stepping back. The brain monster kept its eyes tightly shut, bouncing leisurely on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After a long pause, the brain monster's single eye slowly opened. Attack! A furious roar rang out. The recovered group launched a simultaneous attack. Lu Jing stood at the periphery, his gaze blazing like torches. Just as expected, when the brain monster's eyes closed once more. Although their attacks didn't destroy the brain monster, they undeniably left more wounds upon its body. It's working! Ma Jianyu exclaimed in amazement. Even he, a non-awakened individual, could see the effect. Big Face Cat let out a sigh of relief. At this rate, defeating the brain monster was merely a matter of time. Truly, a supreme expert is a supreme expert. Big Face Cat cast an admiring glance at Lu Jing. Song Ziki was currently receiving healing from the priest after accidentally getting his leg crushed while fighting the brain monster earlier. Fortunately, the injury wasn't too serious. Song Ziki shot a glance at Tian Shiran. Tian Shiran was taking off her clothes while crying. Her clothes were covered in blood along with unidentifiable bits of flesh. Tian Shiran clearly couldn't stand any of it. Such a pampered young lady. Song Ziki shook his head, then turned his gaze back to Lu Jing. Damn it! What's Lu Jing's deal anyway? Li Guanghao beside him voiced the question Song Ziki had been wanting to ask. The brain monster continued moving as everyone waited patiently, waiting for the brain monster to open its single eye. The poised crowd once again launched their righteous gang up. Soon, the brain monster closed its eyes again. Humph, easy as pie. The assassin leaped down, exhaling lightly. The movement trajectory wasn't fast either, except for the first wave of attacks which wiped out a group of non-awakened individuals. His words barely faded, when his companion's expression suddenly changed beside him. The assassin reacted swiftly, activating the skill, Shadow Step. But, his body suddenly froze. The teleportation spell failed. It's not working anymore. Before he could react, it was already too late. The massive shadow crashed down, crushing the two awakened into bloody pulp. Damn it! Everyone could sense the brain monster's speed increasing. Even more astonishingly, no abilities could be activated within its immediate vicinity. This applied to both passive and active skills. Scatter! Someone roared. The crowd quickly retreated. Boom! 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 The brain monster's speed increased several-fold. Its body became indistinct, as if it might vanish at any moment. Yet at that very instant, a dark shadow flashed past. A spear ignited a burst of flames still far from reaching the brain creature. The flames blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire battlefield. As Qin Wenk forcefully hurled the spear, it seemed to tear through the void, carrying boundless momentum and power as it shot toward the brain monster. The strength of a 25th tier awakened was simply beyond compare to that of other awakened beings. The spear traced a brilliant arc through the air, like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly rending the air asunder. The spear tip gleamed with a cold light, as if capable of piercing through any obstacle. The brain fiend sensed the threat brought by the spear. It attempted to evade, only to realize escape was no longer possible. The spear moved too fast, its force too overwhelming, leaving the creature no room to flee. Whoosh! Chapter 46, The Unkillable Monster. Gray RR. The power of this single shot dealt several times more damage than all previous attacks combined. The spear pierced through the brain monster's lone eye, followed immediately by an arrow that split the heavens. Under the full force blows of two rank 25 awakened ones, the brain monster could only let out agonized wails. Lu Jing clenched his fists tightly. This was the power of a high-level awakened one? The difference was like night and day compared to what he'd seen from Fatty Cat and the others. Qin Wang grasped his spear anew and thrust repeatedly with it. Thud, 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 without pause. The cycloptic creature's eye remained open this time. Instead, its entire head exploded. Dead? Someone cheered. Lu Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Something's wrong. Qin Wang's expression also shifted strangely. The brain monster's entire head exploded instantly, countless chunks of flesh and blood splattering in all directions, forming a grotesque curtain of bloody rain. The shredded flesh and blood splattering on the ground emitted a pungent odor that made people nauseous, presenting an extremely gruesome scene. However, Qin Wang didn't think victory would come to him so easily. Within the bloody mist, a new fiend was born. Its body displayed an eerie green hue, as though it were a demon crawling out from the abyss. Its form resembled that of a human, yet it bore a completely different aura and appearance. Its skin looked like leather soaked in venom, emitting a pungent odor. Its muscles bulged like mountain ranges, brimming with power and menace. Every sinew seemed to pulsate, as if ready to unleash astonishing force at any moment. The creature's eyes gleamed with a red light, revealing an unmistakable cruelty and bloodlust. Its mouth gaped open, bearing sharp teeth that looked capable of effortlessly tearing through any foe. Its hands and feet were unnaturally powerful, claws honed like blades. Before it could even let out a roar, Qin Wang's spear came following closely behind. 18 fatal thrusts. In almost an instant, the green monster before him was riddled with holes like a beehive. Yet in another instant, the green monster's body fully regenerated as if nothing had happened. Boom! A headshot with an arrow. Yu Tianqi's arrow from a distance instantly turned the green demon's head into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, it regenerated completely. Qin Wang swung his spear, momentarily at a loss for how to deal with this creature before him. 99% of monsters would die instantly upon having their heads severed. Yet this one before him, the green monster suddenly sprang into action, swinging its massive fist through the air with a fierce whoosh as it smashed towards Qin Wang. Qin Wang's expression changed abruptly as he nimbly retreated, his body darting back like lightning to evade the strike. Yet the demonic creature's assault did not cease. It pursued relentlessly, continuing to swing its fists in furious attacks. Each punch carried tremendous force, making the surrounding air tremble violently. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the monster's fist slammed heavily into the ground. The ground was instantly smashed into a huge crater. Dust billowed, stones flew, as if the entire world was trembling. Qin Wang stood in the distance, watching the demon's movements, a trace of worry welling up in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. Determined to prove it wrong, Yu Tianqi shot arrow after arrow at the green demon. The green demon neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the rain of arrows to fall upon its body. Shit! Yu Tianqi cursed loudly, feeling as though he was performing acupuncture on his opponent. Boom! The green monster's speed noticeably increased as it charged toward Qin Wang like a phantom, its fist howling through the air toward him. Qin Wang's expression changed as he hastily raised his defenses, but the green monster possessed tremendous strength, forcefully sending him flying dozens of yards back. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He's growing stronger so quickly. Qin Wang was inwardly shocked. This demon was becoming more powerful with each passing moment. Roar! The green monster let out a furious roar and pounced again, giving Qin Wang no chance to catch his breath. With a squelching sound, green blood gushed from the monster's neck, splattering across the surrounding ground. Its ferocious head was ruthlessly severed by Lu Jing. Lu Jing wielded his crimson blade as if descending from the heavens, landing firmly on the ground. The green demon didn't perish from losing its head, regenerating the wound with astonishing speed once more. Enraged, it swung its massive fists toward Lu Jing, each punch carrying razor-sharp wind pressure. Lu Jing deftly sidestepped the attack with nimble grace. Then, wielding the crimson blade, it slithered across the green monster's body like an agile snake. Every strike precisely sliced into the green monster's flesh, carving deep wounds one after another. Yet the green monster possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. These wounds healed almost instantly, vanishing as if they'd never existed. An unawakened. Damn it! Qin Wang stabbed through the green monster with a single spear thrust. The two exchanged a glance. They began their coordinated assault from left and right, pincering the green demon between them. In the distance, Yu Tianqi made a precise follow-up shot with his arrow. As for the remaining awakened ones around, all they could do was watch from afar. Except for the priests who could still cast healing spells within effective range, the rest could only stand helplessly by. Too strong. It was evident that this was no longer a battle they could participate in. The combat power of these three individuals before them far surpassed their own. Lu Jing, is this strong? Ma Jianyu swallowed hard, staring dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before his eyes. No one was more shocked than the classmates who interacted with Lu Jing daily. They stood wide-eyed and slack-jawed, staring at Lu Jing as he battled the green-skinned monster. Under normal circumstances, Lu Jing would have been absolutely thrilled. This was exactly the moment he'd always fantasized about. Usually just an ordinary kid, overlooked in class and at home, everyone thought he was just an average teenager. Yet in crucial moments, he could astound the world with his abilities. Granted, he'd told people this before. Folks would say he'd inhaled too much glue fumes. However, now Lu Jing could only feel his heart pounding wildly. The oppressive aura emanating from this green-skinned monster before him was unlike anything he'd encountered in previous dungeons. The more we fight, the stronger it gets. The stronger it gets. There's simply no way to kill this thing. Lu Jing transformed his right hand into a blade, dark substance spreading across it. With a single slash, he severed his opponent's right arm. Qin Wenk, meanwhile, used both fists to cripple the green demon's legs. Blast him to smithereens in one go. Qin Wenk roared. Lu Jing didn't hesitate, gripping the red dagger in his left hand as he once again severed the opponent's head. Get out of the way. Yu Tianqi's shout came from the rooftop. Lu Jing sensed the aura of danger and retreated without hesitation. Having collaborated for many years, Qin Wenk naturally knew what Yu Tianqi intended to do. Star-shattering strike. Boom! With an ear-splitting roar, a brilliant light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. The radiance burned like a celestial body, emanating boundless heat and energy, illuminating the entire battlefield. Beneath this dazzling brilliance, everything appeared insignificant and fragile. Chapter 47, The Brink of Despair. Under that dazzling radiance, Yu Tianqi unleashed his ultimate technique as an archer. The arrow streaked across the sky like a brilliant meteor, carrying boundless majesty and power, as if intent on burning away every trace of darkness. With an earth-shaking roar, the whistling arrow shot forward at terrifying speed. And now, that green monstrosity whose limbs had been severed by Lu Jing and Qin Wenk. It could do nothing to evade this lethal strike, watching helplessly as the arrow surged toward it with overwhelming energy. In the blink of an eye, the arrow's formidable energy completely engulfed the green demon. The creature didn't even have time to let out a scream before being annihilated in the brilliant light, reduced to nothingness. A thick cloud of smoke exploded outward. Lu Jing retreated from the smoke's range, his gaze blazing. For some reason, he suddenly thought of a very bad possibility. The smoke without injury trope. But if they could still revive after all this, then there really would be no way left at all. As the green demon turned to ashes, a black pearl appeared in its place. This is self-destruct. Qin Wenk was the first to think of this possibility. Lu Jing retreated instinctively, just as he had anticipated. During the last solo dungeon run, a demon had self-destructed in the same manner after death. Suddenly, a soft poof sounded. The green demon's body and limbs rapidly unfurled from the black orb. The speed was astonishing, leaving no time for any reaction. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, its body had already reformed. Arg! Holy shit! Qin Wenk couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Lu Jing's expression also changed. Damn hard to kill. Lu Jing only felt a swift wind brush past him, sensing danger. Yet his body couldn't react in time. A deafening roar echoed from the distant building as the entire rooftop collapsed under the impact of the green monster. A violent explosion followed immediately. That was precisely where the archer Yu Tianqi had been positioned. Not only had the green monster grown stronger, but it had also become more cunning. Know who should be dealt with first. Lu Jing and Qin Wenk reacted almost simultaneously, both about to rush to Yu Tianqi's aid. A dark figure was flung down ahead of them. Upon closer inspection, it was Yu Tianqi's severed head. Qin Wenk's eyes cracked with fury. Old Yu Tianqi, a 25th tier awakened, has fallen in battle. The green monster twitched the corners of its mouth, revealing a cruel yet amused grin. Damn it! This guy is becoming more and more human-like by the day. Lu Jing found himself inexplicably thinking. Damn your mother! Qin Wenk roared in fury, the spear in his hand gleaming coldly. Three figures clashed fiercely, sparks flying everywhere like a dazzling fireworks display. Their movements were swift as lightning, leaving spectators dazzled and breathless. The ground trembled with deafening booms, enormous fissures spiderwebbing outward with each impact. Street lamps, parked cars, and debris went flying through the air as if caught in a tornado. Some traced an arc through the air before crashing down heavily, while others were directly smashed to pieces by the tremendous force. The scene was utterly chaotic, with the remaining people fleeing in panic in all directions, terrified of being dragged into this horrifying battle. This wasn't even a fight between equals. Enraged, Qin Wenk no longer cared about the depletion of his magic or stamina. But as the green monsters grew stronger, his combat speed gradually couldn't keep up. As for Lu Jing, Qin Wenk quickly realized he could no longer take charge of the main offensive. Instead, it was a non-awakened individual who ended up carrying the primary attacking role. Aura, 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 aura. Qin Wenk stared at Lu Jing in astonishment. Strange sounds escaped Lu Jing's mouth as he continuously swung the combat saber in his right hand. The red blade in his left hand stabbed forth relentlessly. He was clearly right-handed. Logically, his left hand should feel unnatural to wield, but Lu Jing seemed to have long forgotten about this matter. Gripping the red blade in his left hand, he showed no signs of unfamiliarity whatsoever. The green fiend grew stronger with each bout. Lu Jing didn't lag behind in the slightest, his eyes growing brighter and his focus sharper by the moment. At first, I just thought I looked really cool. Showing off in front of my classmates felt so badass, but now I'm completely immersed in it. Boom! Lu Jing was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at his torn-off severed arm. The green demon's crimson eyes were less than half an inch away from him. How could it be this close? The green demon seized Lu Jing's other arm. ZZZZT. Ah! In the distance, the girls including Tian Shiran screamed at the sight, too horrified to watch any longer. Both arms, gone? Time itself seemed to freeze before Lu Jing's eyes. Soon, he felt excruciating pain. The green monster tore off his arms and then grabbed his head. The intense pain on his head overwhelmed him. Lu Jing was dazed. Am I going to die? It felt as though my head would be crushed or torn off at any moment. Qin Wenk muttered under his breath, special artifact. It seemed he was preparing to unleash some devastating move. But it was already too late. So strong, the opponent was truly formidable. Since when does the main character encounter such a boss right at the start? Lu Jing thought to himself. Which protagonist doesn't gradually level up by defeating small monsters step by step, only to face the big boss when reaching max level? I'm so unlucky. Consciousness gradually fades. If destined to be weak, then perhaps dying wouldn't change anything anyway. Night Watcher Lin Mo stands here. Harm my master at your peril. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted. It startled Lu Jing awake. Before his eyes flashed a crimson gleam. Lin Mo appeared before him, a scarlet blade in hand. The blade severed the green monster's hand with a single stroke. Captain, don't give up now. A true hero is someone who keeps breaking through impossible situations, no matter when. Lin Mo, wielding Lu Jing's red blade, couldn't even last a single exchange against the green monster before being sent flying by its punch. Lin Mo grunted in pain. His body was flung 4 to 5 meters away, slightly contorted, his mouth full of blood. No telling whether he was alive or dead. Ah! Another furious roar rang out. This time, it came from Lu Jing himself. A sinister black substance surged from his body, rapidly spreading across both arms. The viscous darkness writhed unnaturally, as though possessed of its own malevolent vitality. In the blink of an eye, both arms became encased in the obsidian matter, transforming into hardened carapaces of swirling darkness. Then, the black shell began to transform, gradually morphing into a pair of razor-sharp claws. Each finger grew slender and pointed, gleaming coldly as if capable of tearing through anything with ease. Lu Jing's face twisted grotesquely. This was unmistakably the hallmark of a zombie's evolution. The gleaming claws flashed with cold precision, slicing cleanly through the green monster's skull. In an instant, the green creature's head was effortlessly severed and rolled onto the ground. Immediately after, Lu Jing's movements were as swift as lightning. His claws continued to dance, shifting targets to various parts of the green creature's body. Each swipe brought with it a sharp sound of air being split. Amidst the pain shrieks of the green creature, its body began to disintegrate. As Lu Jing relentlessly swung his claws, the green fiend's body was torn into fragments, flesh and blood splattering through the air. Once again, that black orb was revealed. Move aside. Chapter 48, Metamorphosis. As Lu Jing swung his claws and tore the green demon apart once more, revealing the black orb within. Move aside. Qin Wenk growled. They absolutely couldn't allow that green demon to regenerate again. Otherwise, no one would survive. Qin Wenk gathered all his strength in his arms. With a fierce motion, he hurled the spear forward. This time, Qin Wenk held nothing back. As the spear flew, an immense surge of energy erupted alongside it, scorching and ferocious as a volcanic explosion. Boom! With a deafening roar, the spear carved a dazzling arc through the air. Before the spear's trajectory, a cluster of fiercely burning flames rapidly spread, forming a sea of fire. The flames blazed intensely, unbearably scorching, as if determined to reduce everything to ashes. The entire space became distorted and illusory. Waves of scorching heat surged forth, spreading outward like raging ocean tides. And amidst this endless sea of flames, the spear finally unleashed its ultimate technique. In an instant, the already searing flames erupted with renewed intensity, violent as a volcanic eruption. Flames spread out, engulfing everything in their embrace. Die! Qin Wenk roared. His face contorted abnormally, not from zombie mutation this time, but from overwhelming emotion. Boom! The sound lasted for a full 30 seconds. The entire ground collapsed downward. The surrounding people all scrambled backward, already unable to endure the scorching heat wave. As for the non-awakened, like Ma Jianyu, who was screaming in pain from being scalded, Lu Jing quickly rushed to protect Lin Mo, pulling her aside. At the same time, he checked her breathing. Fortunately, she wasn't dead. He had merely fainted. The flames spread, and that black bead had long since turned to ashes in the intense heat. This time, the green demon creature indeed did not revive rapidly. Yet Lu Jing didn't dare let his guard down in the slightest. Assuming a defensive stance, he stared unblinking into the flames. As the fire dissipated, only devastation remained in its wake. Qin Wink secretly let out a sigh of relief. No more resurrections. The instance isn't over yet, Lu Jing said solemnly. Some delay is perfectly normal. Qin Wink seemed to be comforting himself. However, Lu Jing had a bad feeling about this. Damn it! Qin Wink's face suddenly changed. A completely naked man rose from the ashes. His face showed a hint of confusion as he looked at his arms and touched his own body. It was as if he had just been born. 3 states. Brain freak. The green monster. In the end, it actually transformed into a human. Lu Jing and Qin Wink, standing closest to it, felt their hearts bleeding. When will this ever end? I can't help but feel that this thing has completed its final evolution, Lu Jing murmured under his breath. Qin Wink gnashed his teeth and said, this state doesn't look threatening at all. The figure before them had no hair, a bare backside, not even a scrap of underwear. It was impossible to tell its gender, for it seemed to have both, and gender neutral. A fusion of male and female? How bizarre. But perhaps the most powerful, remarked Lu Jing. The naked man was still sizing himself up, his eyes filled with confusion and vacancy. Who cares what the hell he is? A flash of determination crossed Qin Wink's eyes. He abruptly raised the spear in his hand and thrust it forward with all his might. In an instant, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a buzzing hum. The spear thrust was swift and precise, yet its tip found only empty air. The androgynous figure had leapt lightly onto the spear point at some unnoticed moment. Crouching there motionless, their expression remained blank as if everything unfolded according to their design. Get lost. Qin Wink brandished his spear, yet no matter how he swung it, he couldn't shake off the androgynous figure clinging to its tip. The person seemed weightless, sticking to the spear like a feather. Frantic, Qin Wink sent flames coursing along the spearhead. Boom! The man effortlessly dodged the flames, his gaze indifferent. Ah! Qin Wink let out another low roar, his spear pointing straight at the heavens. There was another thunderous boom. The androgynous figure sidestepped effortlessly to evade. Lu Jing swung his blade forward, yet the opponent dodged with another sidestep. Though their movements seemed unhurried, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a single touch upon them. He was just a little short several times. Lu Jing and Qin Wink were exhausted from running around constantly, every strike missing their target. The androgynous figure landed again, but the moment its feet touched the ground, countless thick vines suddenly erupted. The vines spread rapidly, tightly entangling the androgynous figure's body and rendering it immobile. Trap! Big-Face Cat's face lit up with excitement, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he inwardly rejoiced at his scheme's success. It turned out Big-Face Cat had been quietly planting vine seeds from the very beginning. Vine seeds were a common trapping technique. The vines of Big-Face Cat had an added special effect, making them nearly undetectable when first laid out. Over time, they would continue to grow and strengthen. Big-Face Cat utilized this characteristic, cleverly hiding the vine seeds beneath the ground. While Lu Jing, Qin Wink, and Yutanchi were engaged in fierce combat with the green demon creatures, Big-Face Cat seized the opportunity to plant the vine seeds. Who would have thought the green monster would be vanquished? Yet the new neutrals failed to perceive this subtle change, remaining completely off guard. Now these vine seeds have become the key to counterattack. Perish for me! Qin Wink seized the opportunity and thrust his spear backward in a swift counterattack. The androgynous figure twisted at the waist, executing yet another complete 180-degree turn. Lu Jing closed in immediately, razor-sharp claws slashing through the air. Yet even with their feet entangled, the androgynous being's body continued spinning with uncanny agility. Qin Wink turned to attack his body instead. The androgynous figure reached back to touch their spear, slender fingers brushing against Qin Wink's chest. It held no real aggression. Qin Wink had already braced himself to be sent flying dozens of feet away by tremendous force. Yet those fingers seemed almost like a woman's, teasing him. Boom! The next instant, Qin Wink was left with only his lower half, his upper body vanishing. Lu Jing's pupils contracted sharply, but it was already too late. The androgynous being's other hand had reached Lu Jing's lower half. Bang! Lu Jing couldn't feel any pain, only an overwhelming weakness spreading through his body, rendering him completely powerless. He stood dumbfounded, feeling the roaring wind whistle past his ears, his gaze drifting downward. His lower half was gone. Lu Jing and Qin Wink had already been dealt with. The androgynous figure tore through the vines and charged toward the distant crowd. In just moments, wails of agony, terrified screams, and explosions intertwined into a continuous cacophony. Slaughter, a massacre without restraint. After Yutanchi, Qin and Lu Jing were slain, the others had no strength left to fight back. Even if they did, they couldn't last more than a couple of rounds. Ah, it hurts. Am I going to die? Lu Jing lay in the ruins, only half of his body remaining as he stared wide-eyed, lacking even the strength to blink. Chapter 49, Three Forms. Die, die, die. The blue-haired youth brandished a long sword, slashing relentlessly. At the same time, he kept stepping backward, his face twisted in horror. But he couldn't even graze the androgynous figure. Instead, the opponent effortlessly reached out and touched his stomach. Boom! Instant death. Thunderstorm. Blazing city. Elemental mage attacks. Wide-range techniques. Boom! Still, smoke rises but no injury appears. With a smile curling at the corners of their lips, the androgynous figure flickers out from the mist. Two more thunderous booms sound. None who have been touched by it have survived. First form, Brain Monster, possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities, has the skill of invincibility when closing its eyes. Second form, Green Demon, with powerful recovery abilities and combat strength. Even if the body is torn apart, the black bead within remains intact. Thus, rebirth is possible once more. Third form, Humanoid, indistinguishable from humans in size and appearance, with weak defensive capabilities. Agility maxed out, hands equipped with special skills. Those touched by it will crumble to dust. A boss with three full forms completely shattered the awakened within the entire dungeon. Androgynous beings wandered recklessly through the crowd. With the deaths of Lu Jing, Yutanchi, and Qin, no one could stop its movements now. The androgynous figure's gaze fell upon a girl lying on the ground. Tian Shiran's face had already drained of color from terror, her legs immobilized by the explosion's aftermath. At this moment, all talk of million-dollar watches, luxury cars, and mansions. Nothing is worth as much as this life. The androgynous figure extended a finger, on the verge of touching the spot between her eyebrows. Big-Face Cat suddenly swung its hooked claw, attacking from the side. The androgynous one dodged effortlessly. Water mist. Big-Face Cat suddenly exhaled a thick puff of smoke. Big-Face Cat is a hunter by profession. Among professions, his hunter characteristics aren't particularly distinctive. Among hunters, there are specialized branches. For example, beastmasters are considered a subset within the hunter class. Some hunters choose to nurture a spiritual beast companion. Meanwhile, Big-Face Cat leans more towards assassin-type professions, skilled in traps and stealth techniques. He even knows this kind of water element magic mist. In short, he's studied quite a mix of things. Though his learning is eclectic, he can effectively utilize it, and the results are impressive. Big-Face Cat concealed himself within the mist, seemingly seeking an opportunity for assassination. He had already figured it out. In a head-on confrontation, he couldn't even lay a finger on his opponent. Only a sneak attack would do. Big-Faced Cat silently crept toward the androgynous figure. The opponent didn't recklessly act within the mist, simply standing still in their spot. This was exactly what Big-Faced Cat desired. Holding his breath, he edged closer and closer, closer and closer. Then, suddenly, the other person abruptly turned their head, a sinister smirk curling at the corner of their mouth. Oh no! Big-Faced Cat's expression suddenly changed, but it was already too late. He had no choice but to swing the hand holding his dagger. As expected, the stab missed its mark. The androgynous figure's hand reached out. Big-Faced Cat immediately retreated while wildly swinging the dagger, trying to drive them back. Yet not only did it fail to work, instead, his arm was grabbed by the other side. Boom! With a muffled groan, Chubby Cat's arm vanished completely. He couldn't even process the pain. His life might be lost in the very next second. His other hand was about to activate the capture skill when his eyelids suddenly twitched. The androgynous figure before him had vanished. At the same moment, a chilling sensation crept up from behind. Suddenly, the androgynous figure reappeared right at his back. Damn! Boom! A violent explosion sounded from behind, shaking the very ground. Big-Faced Cat was sent flying through the air. Only when he hit the ground did he realize what had happened. He looked down at his own body. No, nothing wrong? Aside from the severed arm, both his upper and lower body were still intact. He stared in disbelief. Two figures could be seen entangled within the gradually dissipating mist. Is that Lu Jing? Great God! Ah Shao exclaimed in shock. Lu Jing, who was supposed to be dead, had appeared once again. His severed body had miraculously regained life. At this moment, Lu Jing's entire body was emanating an eerie aura. His skin had turned dull and gray, his gleaming crimson eyes resembling those of a demon from hell. His hands transformed into razor-sharp claws that continuously slashed through the air, each swing accompanied by a howling gust of wind. The androgynous figure, meanwhile, appeared visibly disheveled. He dodged left and right, trying to evade Lu Jing's attacks, yet remained unable to completely shake off his relentless pursuit. Lu Jing's speed and strength seemed to have increased dramatically, his assaults coming like a torrential storm, leaving no room to breathe. The androgynous figure kept their eyes fixed on Lu Jing, searching for the right moment to strike next. Suddenly, they spotted a fleeting opening in Lu Jing's defense and seized it without hesitation. His hand shot out like lightning, accurately grabbing Lu Jing's back shoulder. The androgynous being's attack methods were singular, but it was utterly unreasonable. No defense could withstand his assault. Bang! With a deafening boom, Lu Jing's entire back shoulder and part of the surrounding area vanished instantly. The tremendous impact threw Lu Jing off balance, sending him stumbling forward uncontrollably. Yet at that very moment, an inexplicable force began surging silently. With another boom, dark matter erupted like a raging black tide, spreading rapidly in all directions. They filled the vacant parts of Lu Jing's body at an astonishing speed, like some miraculous repair mechanism. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jing's body was whole again, and the area destroyed by the neutral beings reappeared. Plop, plop. Lu Jing's body underwent another mutation. The upper body, already covered in black substance, now saw these dark materials spreading further down to his legs. In the blink of an eye, his legs turned ink black as well, radiating an eerie glow. With this surge of power, Lu Jing's speed actually doubled yet again, charging toward the androgynous figure like lightning. The androgynous figure could only continuously dodge, attempting to evade his fierce onslaught. Lu Jing swung his sharp claws, each swipe cutting through the air with a fierce whistle, effortlessly shattering the massive boulders before him. Yet, the neutral one's hand always landed precisely on Lu Jing's body with each strike. No matter how fast Lu Jing moved, he couldn't lay a finger on his opponent. However, each time, Lu Jing could swiftly regenerate his body. Relying on formidable vitality and resilience, he stood firm against his opponent. Shit! Song Ziki cursed under his breath. The scene before him was utterly staggering. Lu Jing's body kept being destroyed, only to regenerate again and again. His arms, legs, chest, and other parts of his body were continuously being destroyed by the neutral beings, vanishing into nothingness. Yet, the instant these body parts disappeared, new limbs rapidly regenerated, as if he possessed boundless vitality. Simultaneously, the space around Lu Jing violently undulated amidst thunderous roars and flashing lights. Each disappearance and regeneration of limbs triggered a surge of powerful energy shockwaves, transforming the entire scene into an extraordinarily spectacular spectacle. Chapter 50. Do you think you can kill me? Boom, boom, boom. Lu Jing's severed arms grew back once again. With another furious roar, he continued charging toward the androgynous figure. The androgynous figure swiftly dodged, fingers grazing Lu Jing's waist. Another loud boom rang out. Lu Jing paid no heed, his lower body rapidly regenerating as dark matter spread. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely believe Lu Jing was the monstrous creature in this dungeon instance. The androgynous person opposite was an awakened challenger of the dungeon. Lu Jing wasn't striking randomly either. Though his attacks were relentless, he remained vigilant against any attempts from the opponent to touch his head. Lu Jing didn't know whether he'd still be unharmed if his head were blown off. The androgynous individual moved too fast, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It could effortlessly reach Lu Jing countless times, yet Lu Jing couldn't even graze its edges. The neutroid individual stared at Lu Jing with astonished eyes. As time passed, its intelligence seemed to grow ever higher. Thus, the gaze directed at Lu Jing carried even more uncertainty and suspicion. Neither of the two currently held the upper hand. Lu Jing couldn't lay a finger on the androgynous figure, yet the androgynous one couldn't quite deal with him either, for the moment. Time passed minute by minute. Fat-faced Cat stared at Lu Jing in the distance, his mouth agape, completely unable to utter a complete sentence. The mass of black substance had already spread across Lu Jing's entire body, completely enveloping him. Lu Jing's appearance at this moment was extremely terrifying. Apart from his head still retaining its human form, his body had undergone a dramatic transformation. Razor-sharp claws extended from his fingertips, gleaming with a terrifying cold light. Sharp bone spikes grew from his back and legs, resembling daggers ready to pierce an enemy's chest at any moment. His tail had transformed into an extraordinarily hard steel appendage. At this moment, Lu Jing was like a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell, exuding an endless aura of oppression and killing intent. Apart from retaining human consciousness, he was practically a fully evolved mutant zombie. You, monster. Lu Jing stared at the androgynous person with a bewildered expression. It spoke. This thing can actually talk? And calls itself a monster? I'm the monster? You're the real monster here. Lu Jing charged forward again without hesitation. He suddenly leaped into the air. Surprisingly, the androgyne had unexpectedly gained the ability to hover briefly. Lu Jing sprang upward, his body crashing headlong into the building behind the androgyne. The androgynous figure stopped obsessing over Lu Jing, shifting their gaze to the remaining individuals. They would deal with Lu Jing after handling the others. With heightened intelligence, they clearly understood the strategy of prioritizing which enemy to eliminate first. Their body was plummeting at tremendous speed, but at the moment before impact, an intense sense of alertness surged through them. He turned his head forcefully without hesitation, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. A thick black tentacle reached out from the darkness, coiling around his body like the arm of a demon. The tentacle was pitch black, its surface covered with tiny granules and hairs, as if it belonged to some terrifying creature from the abyss. At the other end of the tentacle was a figure. Lu Jing, got you at last. Lu Jing abruptly retracted his tentacles. The androgynous figure was flung uncontrollably toward Lu Jing. At this critical moment, the androgynous figure's hand pressed down on Lu Jing's tentacle. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire tentacle vanished. Their abilities were evolving as well. Lu Jing was stunned. At first, the mechanism only triggered when touching other people's bodies. Now it could even activate by touching his own tentacles? Indeed, Lu's guess was correct. As time passed, the neutrals were evolving into more powerful and intelligent beings. Its body continued flying toward Lu Jing by momentum while extending a hand. Lu Jing swung his left arm that was attached with a dagger. The neutrals seemed to have seized the opportunity. Lu Jing's right hand transformed into a tentacle, but this time it didn't quickly revert back. Perhaps it was because it was his first time transforming into a tentacle, or maybe his body had already reached its recovery limit. This gave the androgynous person, or neutral person, an opening to exploit. Boom! Lu Jing's left hand had also vanished. His expression grave, he swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, his body began rotating midair with whirlwind-like ferocity. Without hesitation, his left leg lashed out with razor-sharp momentum. With a loud whoosh, this kick forced the androgynous figure back and ultimately landed on the thick central pillar. The central pillar couldn't withstand such immense force. In an instant, it began to shake, cracks spreading rapidly as dust flew everywhere. Then, with a thunderous crash, the pillar collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust like a small-scale earthquake. Yet it didn't harm the androgynous being in the slightest. A leg! The entire leg had vanished. The androgynous being began frantically touching Lu Jing's body. Bang! 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 At this moment, the black substance clinging to Lu Jing fell to the ground like viscous cement, rustling and crumbling away. Only half of Lu Jing's body remained, his head still thrashing wildly in desperation. The black substance swiftly worked to regenerate his body, but clearly, it was already too late to keep up. The androgynous figure's hand was about to touch his forehead. "You are strong," he suddenly spoke. There was something peculiar about his voice, making it instantly recognizable, for it carried no emotion whatsoever, merely an imitation of how others might sound. Like a machine. But, it ends here. Ends here? Lu Jing couldn't bear to hear such words. He suddenly broke free from his fear, his gaze swiftly turning resolute. "Do you think you can kill me?" The androgynous figure abruptly realized something. Everyone heard nothing but an ear-splitting explosion. Boom! Inside the building, the black object exploded like a bomb containing infinite destructive power. Countless blade-like projectiles covered in black matter surged forth. They were like a violent storm of metal, mercilessly battering everything around them. The entire building trembled violently under this terrifying assault. Even the sturdiest walls and pillars were powerless against such overwhelming destructive force. The razor-sharp blade sliced effortlessly through layer after layer of obstacles, riddling the entire structure with countless holes. What was once a solid architectural framework now teetered precariously, seeming ready to collapse at any moment. "Damn it! What the hell is this?" Big-faced Cat exclaimed. "This seems to be the masterpiece of a grandmaster." Chapter 51, Being a Hero is Exhausting. The night was ablaze with lights. The city streets were lined with crowds of people, one circle after another. 5 hours had passed since the dungeon manifested. Yet, there was still no news within the copy. The police were maintaining order, but many people had already lost all hope. Every passing second was agony for them. Lu Shui clutched her phone tightly. This steadfast materialist who had never believed in gods or spirits now found herself devoutly praying to all the deities in heaven. A vendor pushed his food cart over here, his hawking cries rising from all sides. Those who had loved ones trapped in the dungeon were furious that vendors would choose this moment to do business nearby. One angry person grabbed the vendor by the collar, demanding an explanation. Shilin glanced at his pocket watch. The longer the dungeon remained, the lower the chances of survival. Many people understand in their hearts, yet none are willing to admit it. Clutching tightly to that last shred of hope. Elemental anomaly. Signs of a duplicate reopening. Beep beep beep. The alarm sounded. Spread out. Scatter. The police began shoving the crowd back as the already prepared awakened squad stepped forward, ready to enter the dungeon the moment it opened. Witnessing this scene, many hearts trembled with dread. No, this can't be happening. It can't. Boom. A massive portal tore open. A solitary figure stepped through first, followed closely by more. The surrounding gasps formed a continuous wave of astonishment. Coming out. Someone's coming out. Someone made it out alive. The night wind howled fiercely. Lu Shui didn't notice that the back of her school uniform had long been soaked through with sweat. The damp fabric clung tightly to her back, outlining its contours. The once pure white had now turned slightly transparent, faintly revealing the color of her skin beneath. The distant lights made Lu Shui squint, and she shielded her eyes with her hand. Her heart seemed to skip a beat, and her throat tightened. Brother? Brother! Lu Shui rushed through the crowd. Lu Jing was the first to emerge from the dungeon, momentarily dazed as he looked around. Then he saw a figure charging straight toward him, colliding into his arms in an instant. Brother! Brother? That address feels somewhat unfamiliar, but there's only one person in this world who could call me brother. He looked down at Lu Shui in his arms and gently patted her back. It's alright, didn't I come out completely unharmed? Lu Shui's body trembled slightly as she buried her face against Lu Jing's shoulder. Shouts erupted all around them. My son, where's my son? Has anyone seen my daughter? Ha! My son! My son! The cries rose and fell in waves. Over 100 people had been forcibly dragged into this dungeon instance. Now only 20-some people remain alive. Neither of the two highest-ranked individuals, Yu Tianqi and Qin Wank, are among them. Like many unfortunate souls, they perished within the dungeon. The remaining 20-odd survivors are in wretched states, each looking like refugees fleeing disaster. Song Ziki, Tian Shiran. Upon seeing most of the familiar faces, the teachers from First High couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The fathers of Tian Shiran and Song Ziki currently wore grim expressions at the police station. These two were no ordinary individuals. Upon hearing that their son and daughter had been struck by a falling dungeon, Tian Shiran and Song Ziki's families all rushed over at once. Both families wielded considerable influence. Even the mayor of Jiangnan made a phone call about the incident. Seeing Tian Shiran and Song Ziki unharmed, many of those present finally let out sighs of relief. Bro! Lu Shui couldn't help but sob softly. Lu Jing raised his head, his gaze meeting Qilin's in the crowd. Qilin showed a hint of surprise on his face. He never expected such a coincidence. Lu Jing was actually among them. Moreover, he had actually managed to come out alive. Bear in mind, after the serum was neutralized, Lu Jing was now just an ordinary person, without an ounce of ability left. In this situation, he actually managed to come back alive. Was it luck? Lu Jing gave Qilin a slight smile and nodded. Qilin felt somewhat puzzled again, not understanding why Lu Jing had suddenly smiled at him. Logically speaking, Lu Jing should have already lost his memories of himself by now. It must just be a coincidence. This was how Qilin thought. But Lu Jing gave him a meaningful glance and silently mouthed, "See you at the usual spot tomorrow." Ha! A look of shock flashed in Qilin's eyes. He still remembers me. Mom, Dad, I thought I'd never come back. Woo, I was so scared. Ma Jianyu was sobbing uncontrollably in his parents' arms. His crying triggered tears from everyone else present. The feeling of narrowly escaping death is something one can only truly understand through personal experience. It was already very late when they left the Awakeners Guild. Lu Jing and Lu Shui sat at a roadside food stall. It was obvious Lu Jing was genuinely hungry. The stall owner's wok flame never went out, continuously sizzling as he stir-fried. Lu Jing's mouth hadn't stopped either, continuing until the boss announced they'd sold out of stock. Only then did he finally pause. Phew, I'm beat. Lu Jing let out a long sigh. Damn, being a hero is tough. After playing the hero, now I can only eat street snacks at a roadside stall. Lu Shui paid the bill, walking home with Lu Jing. I told my parents we're staying at a classmate's place today. Don't mention getting trapped in the dungeon when you go back, Lu Shui said. Oh, Lu Jing nodded. His hands stuffed in his pockets, he hung his head low, hair tousled, yawning repeatedly. At that moment, a young man just exiting the internet cafe looked exactly the same. What set him apart was the cigarette dangling from his lips. He noticed Lu Jing giving him a respectful glance. Comrade. But then his expression shifted to one of envy and resentment. With such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he spends all night in an internet cafe. What exactly happened? Lu Shui asked. Why do Ma Jianyu and the others all say you saved them? Didn't I tell you? I'm really strong, Lu Jing replied with slight smugness. Lu Shui turned her head to look at him. Lu Jing still looked the same, half-dead. Exactly like when he usually went to internet cafes to watch anime all night. Next time, come home earlier and don't go to those sketchy places. Lu Jing had thought Lu Shui was going to say something important, but it turned out to be just that. He scratched his head and explained, Old Ma dragged me along, who knew we'd bump into something as unlucky as encountering an unexpected dungeon instance. Returning home, Lu Jing dragged his exhausted body into the shower. Though he desperately wanted to collapse straight into bed, the foul stench clinging to him was unbearable. Lying on the bed, as soon as he closed his eyes, he knew nothing more. He was truly exhausted. Chapter 52, Who exactly is this person? In a dazed state, Lu Jing was shaken awake by someone. He thought it was Lu Shui waking him up, and he rolled over. Not going to school today. Tell Dad I'm sick. Lu Jing mumbled. Lu Shui didn't agree, instead she kept patting him. Lu Jing suddenly turned over, but it wasn't Lu Shui. Rather, it was the figure he had long awaited. The silver-haired old man. You're here. Lu Jing instantly perked up, springing to his feet from the bed. Kirin sat on the stool, smiling as he gazed at Lu Jing. You still remember me? Ha! This question caught Lu Jing off guard. He wasn't suffering from childhood dementia, how could he possibly forget the other person? Shilin narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. It seems the Dream Devourer's memory erasing technique had no effect on Lu Jing. What's going on? With a Dream Taper's abilities, this shouldn't have happened. Lu Jing scratched his head sheepishly, thinking the other party had come to hold him accountable. After all, he'd lost the tactical briefcase. So, without hesitation, he first pulled out the box he had hidden under the bed. Phew! These are the spoils I obtained after entering the portal. Lu Jing opened the box. The Qilin fixed its gaze and saw that the box was densely packed with all kinds of items. These were all the spoils Lu Jing had obtained in the dungeon. What caught the eye first were piles of crystals shimmering with strange light, varying in color and shape, emanating powerful energy waves. These crystals could be used to enhance one's strength, forge magical artifacts, or trade for other precious resources. Next, some shattered remnants of armor. Though now in ruins, one could still sense the intense battles they had endured from these fragments. Besides crystals and armor fragments, the chest also contained an assortment of weapons. Some were sharp swords and blades, gleaming coldly. There were heavy axes, along with some peculiar hidden weapons. Additionally, the box was filled with all sorts of miscellaneous items. For instance, a cluster of crystalline spider silk that appeared remarkably sturdy, perfect for crafting traps or ropes. A black hat that seemed to conceal some mysterious power. There were also several sharp beast fangs and pieces of soft fur, all potentially useful for special purposes. 2 whole large chests full. Where did you get these? Shilin asked. Obtained from dungeon raids, Lu Jing replied. Did you enter any instances before? Alone? Mostly alone, though I participated in a few team instances, Lu Jing replied. Shilin's expression turned peculiar. Lu Jing continued, by the way, I noticed something strange about the serum too. The serum isn't working anymore, I know that. Shilin thought to himself. The next instant, Lu Jing's hand suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. His originally normal palm gradually grew razor-sharp, morphing into a lethal blade. A mysterious black substance spread rapidly from his arm, swiftly covering his entire hand, making it appear eerie and terrifying, like a demon's hand straight from hell. Shilin, the serum and the zombie virus triggered a chain reaction within my body, Lu Jing stated calmly. Shilin looked utterly bewildered. Oh. This battle-hardened veteran who had weathered countless storms and crawled out from piles of corpses, had faced life and death situations multiple times among the Night's Watch, witnessing supernatural scenes, and forces that didn't belong to this world. Nothing should have been able to provoke such a reaction from him anymore. Serum? Zombie virus. Lu Jing then briefly described to the other person the entire process of entering the Twin Teleportation Gate dungeon and encountering the zombie scenario. I suspect the serum in my body reacted with the zombie virus, causing this mutation. Lu Jing stated with certainty. Otherwise, there's no way he'd still be alive. Moreover, he'd now gained these mutated abilities. And my vitality is incredibly strong. Before, even when I lost my lower body, I could still regenerate. Right. And my arms and legs kept regenerating non-stop. It was precisely because of this that I managed to complete the mission by surprise in the end. Shilin nodded thoughtfully. She was internally losing her mind. Serum. There's no serum left in your body at all. I've already extracted all of it. As for the zombie virus reacting chemically with the serum, that's even more impossible. The serum has been thoroughly researched by the organization through several generations of study. If the serum could really trigger some chemical reaction with the zombie virus, it wouldn't have been Lu Jing's turn. Before this, so many inoculated team members who got infected during zombie missions still lost their consciousness and became part of the zombie horde. Yet Lu Jing's reality lay plainly before her eyes. Observing the mutated Lu Jing, Shilin's expression became profoundly conflicted. Just what kind of person is this? Without any prior training, armed only with a bottle of Grade D serum, he had ventured alone into the instance. The weapons were also snatched from others. Without even considering the possibility of getting injured in the dungeon, they just charged in recklessly. Fused with the zombie virus, mutations occurred within the body while remaining fully conscious. Possessed monstrous-level regeneration abilities. Lu Jing returned to his original appearance, observing the other party's peculiar expression. He scratched his head and said rather sheepishly, "You probably already know, but actually, I lost the tactical briefcase. I swear I don't know how it got lost either. I clearly remember putting it under the bed, but when I woke up the next day, it was gone. I suspect it might have been stolen by our enemies?" Speaking through gritted teeth, Lu Jing said viciously, "Don't let me find out who did this, or I'll screw their mother." The Qilin remained silent. That was stolen by me, old man. However, Qilin didn't have time to think about these things right now. It seemed Lu Jing hadn't lost his memory after all, nor had the serum been neutralized. In fact, for some unknown reason, it had triggered an evolution within his body, making him mistakenly believe the serum had triggered some strange chemical reaction with the zombie virus. Given the current situation, it's too complicated. Besides, the team leader had previously strictly forbidden him from recruiting new members into the organization again. Avoid contact with other people. Troublesome. Qilin instantly felt his head splitting in two. Logically speaking, such an incident should be reported to the captain. But, if the captain found out that insisting on recruiting new members had caused trouble, Qilin hesitated momentarily. Lu Jing scratched his head. Does this count as redeeming myself? Qilin didn't know how to respond either and remained silent for a while before saying, I'll go back and study it carefully. During this time, you shouldn't enter any more dungeons. Understood. Lu Jing nodded like pounding garlic. Qilin looked at Lu Jing, hesitating to speak. He simply vanished into the bedroom in the end. Chapter 53, Black Wings. Jiangnan City Base. Vermilion Bird had already departed. But Qilin paced back and forth, its expression filled with anxiety. Time ticked by minute by minute. The appointed time had arrived. The Qilin entered the realm of consciousness. Before long, when the Qilin opened its eyes, 3 figures appeared before it. Nightwatcher Baizhe, Nightwatcher Chunlong, and Nightwatcher Zhu Ke. According to regulations, the 4 regional leaders must conduct a consciousness link every week to exchange information they've acquired. They then compile all intelligence and report it to their captain. However, due to special circumstances, the captain has temporarily withdrawn from active operations. Consequently, all intelligence must now be reviewed by the 4 district heads, who must collectively determine subsequent countermeasures. Baizhe said indifferently, my informants tell me that the Corrosion Church seems to be utterly infuriated over the Jiangnan incident. Corrupt believers. The awakened ones with decaying faith, decay will consume their very flesh. And with each additional layer of decay, the awakened one's power grows stronger. All things shall decay, yet no life shall perish. For the cult of decay has been eyeing the Night's Watch covetously, even infiltrating their ranks to steal intelligence. Yet their followers in the Jiangnan region were exterminated by the Night's Watch. With disdain, Vermilion Bird scoffed, then let there be war. Push me too far, and I'll storm their gates to wipe them out myself. Qinglong said solemnly, have you forgotten the captain's instructions before he left? Avoid trouble. Wait until the captain returns to deal with anything. It's best to steer clear of conflict whenever possible. Zhu Ke curled her lips in displeasure but didn't dare argue directly with Qinglong. Although Qinglong was a man of few words, he was the most senior among the 4, and also the captain's most capable assistant. Although the 4 of them had no hierarchical distinctions, most of the time when the captain was absent, Qinglong had to make the final decisions. Qilin, what about you? Have you heard any news while being in Jiangnan recently? Qinglong turned his gaze towards Qilin, who had remained silent thus far. After a moment of silence, Qilin replied, yes. Azure Dragon, White Marsh, and Vermilion Bird all cast slightly surprised glances at Kirin. After all, Kirin had always been straightforward. When had he ever spoken so hesitantly? What's happened? Azure Dragon asked gravely. It's about what I mentioned before, the recruitment issue. That young man named Lu Jing is in trouble. Dead? Suzaku raised an eyebrow. No, I was following the captain's orders to purge the serum from his body, and while I was at it, erase his memories of me. I thought it was done. Little did I know, the serum wasn't purged, and the memory wipe didn't take hold either. What's more, the serum in his body mutated with the zombie virus. Did you hear about the instance dungeon that descended upon Jiangnan City the day before yesterday? Lu Jing was among those caught in it. I happened to run into him and learned all the details. Mutation? Zhu Ke showed slight surprise. Research on serum had always been under her responsibility. She had never known that serum could mutate. What has changed? Suzaku asked. Kirin waved her hand lightly. An image appeared before the eyes of the other 3. It was a video of Lu Jing's hands morphing into sharp claws, then transforming into blades, and later whips. The black substance seemed alive as it spread beyond his body. After the mutation, Lu Jing's strength increased significantly, and he gained extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even with half his body destroyed, he can recover rapidly. Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Baizhe all fell silent. At first I didn't believe it either, but the evidence is right before our eyes. This youth is truly extraordinary, said Qilin. Zhu Ke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I'll make a trip to Jiangnan and give him a comprehensive examination. Should we report this matter to the captain? As he spoke, Qilin glanced at Qinglong. Qinglong remained silent, seemingly hesitating. Let's wait for the test results before reporting to the captain, Zhu Ke shrugged. Otherwise we'd look like complete incompetents who need the captain for everything. Hearing Zhu Ke say this, Qinglong also nodded. Then it's settled. Zhu Ke will go to Jiangnan to conduct a comprehensive inspection for the other party, and report the results in real time. Got it. Claw mode. Blade form. Whip form. Inside the house, Lu Jing experimented with switching weapons between 3 different states. He nodded thoughtfully. Lu Jing looked at the weapon in his hand, his heart stirring. A spear. He attempted to transform the weapon into a spear. Following his will, the black substance swiftly spread to his right hand, indeed morphing into a long spear. However, the design of this spear appeared rather lackluster compared to the previous daggers and claws. It lacked that razor-sharp edge and bore no imposing majesty. Yet despite this, Lu Jing still felt a flicker of excitement. After all, this was his first attempt at shaping a weapon into spear form. He swung the spear, feeling its weight and balance. Though not as nimble as daggers or claws, the spear possessed a unique sense of power. Shift again. This time, Lu Jing imagined a pair of black wings. As his inner call grew stronger, a mysterious power began to surge within him. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing sound echoed through the air, as if something was forcing its way out of Lu Jing's body. Holy shit! It hurts like hell! Lu Jing felt as though his bones had been severed, the pain unbearable. A black substance spread across Lu Jing's back, forming sharp bone spikes. At first, these spikes resembled fragile buds, tender and seemingly delicate. Yet they grew at an astonishing rate, swiftly transforming into something hard and razor-sharp. Poo-chi! The sound of fabric tearing. With a crisp sound, the tender shoot pierced through the clothes on Lu Jing's back and abruptly sprouted outward. Lu Jing grimaced in pain, but his burning desire to become handsome made him grit his teeth and endure it. Ever since experiencing the continuous disappearance and recombination of his hands, feet, and body, Lu Jing's endurance had clearly improved by more than one level. At this moment, it felt as if a rope had been thrust through his collarbones, and someone was using it to play cat's cradle. In the past, such pain would have probably made him faint outright. As time passed, the wings gradually unfolded, each feather gleaming with a lustrous black sheen. Lu Jing felt a surge of immense power rushing through his heart. He stood before a mirror, gazing at the pair of black wings that stretched behind him. So cool! ******. This was exactly how he had once dreamed his life would be. Lu Jing dug out the books he had illustrated as a child from the box. Sitting on the floor, he unfolded each drawing one by one, as if stepping into a world brimming with imagination. Among them was one particular sketch. The screen showed the silhouette of a person with a pair of black wings, standing beneath a towering building as they overlooked the entire city. The figure's outline was indistinct, yet those black wings appeared vividly realistic, as if they might spread and take flight at any moment. It represented Lu Jing's childhood curiosity and exploration of this world, along with those dreams he had long forgotten. Chapter 54, Pretend. Keep pretending until you drop dead. Night falls, and the city lights begin to shine. The entire city is bathed in light, dazzling and brilliant, like a city that never sleeps. Lu Jing stands quietly atop the high-rise, gazing at the bustling and noisy urban nightscape below, feeling a surge of exhilaration in his heart. His gaze traverses the towering skyscrapers and crosses the bustling streets, as if seeing into every corner of this city. The black wings slowly unfurled behind him, making a creaking sound that seemed like an ancient and mystical melody playing. The wings bore no sense of lightness, instead, they gave off a heavy, ponderous feeling, as if meticulously woven from thick metal plates. Each feather glistened with the distinct texture and sheen of metal, cold and unyielding, exuding an aura that sent chills through the heart. Lu Jing took a selfie and saved it to his phone. Then, he took a deep breath. In his heart, he silently chanted, "Fly, fly, fly." After mustering enough courage for himself, Lu Jing took a deep breath, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. He leapt with all his might, jumping from the edge of the towering building, his body plunging rapidly through the air as the wind howled past. Just then, the wings behind him abruptly snapped open with a metallic screech, as if tearing through the very air itself. The wings flapped swiftly, lifting his body upward. Damn cool! The words had barely left his mouth when Lu Jing instinctively let out an ah, as his body suddenly plummeted downward. His wings clearly couldn't sustain flight, though momentary freefall didn't seem to pose much danger. Lu Jing swiftly changed hand positions, reaching out to grab the railing. But whether it was due to excessive force or the sheer impact, the railing at the edge snapped clean off from his violent pull. "Chase me? See those birds in the sky?" The boy looked up, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean? If this bird lands within a minute, you'll agree to be my girlfriend?" "What I'm saying is, if a birdman appears within a minute, then I'll agree to be your girlfriend," the girl replied. The boy, oh. The next instant, ah! A figure fluttering its wings plummeted from the sky and landed squarely in a nearby trash bin. Thud! Lu Jing scrambled out of the garbage bin, grimacing in pain as he hunched over, clutching his back. "My apologies for the disturbance." Lu Jing fled the scene swiftly with 2 pairs of large wings, leaving behind only 2 stunned individuals. The next day, at the dinner table, stepmother Eng Li Gong chattered incessantly. She was talking about the recent pork price hike. Xiao Shui, is today your monthly exam? Suddenly, Gong Liang steered the conversation back. Yes. Lu Shui nodded. Gong Liang immediately beamed with joy. Every exam taken by the awakened, regardless of whether it's the monthly exam, comes with bonus money for those who rank within a certain top percentage. Moreover, the amount is quite substantial. This serves as an indirect way to financially support academically outstanding students. Good luck on your exam, Father Lu Yuanqing said. Lu Shui nodded. Lu Jing, you should study hard to and aim for at least a second-tier university. Under no circumstances should you settle for a vocational college. Gong Liang gave Lu Jing another look and added a reminder. Just so old Lu wouldn't feel she was playing favorites. All right. As usual, Lu Jing nodded in agreement. His response was neither perfunctory nor particularly earnest. Pocket money. Lu Yuanjing took out 2 10-yuan bills and divided them equally between the siblings. Lu Jing stuffed the money into his pocket. Gong Liang returned to household chatter. Is old Lu working overtime again tonight? Damn it, so busy. Lu Jing thought even superheroes must deal with trivial domestic matters. After finishing breakfast, Lu Jing and Lu Shui left home together, heading toward the subway station. They hadn't walked far when Lin Mo's voice called out from behind them. Boss, wait for me. Lin Mo held a bread roll between her teeth as she hurried over. Lu Jing glanced back and thought to himself, this was such a classic anime trope. A tardy female lead, running with bread in her mouth. The next second, she should be bumping into the male lead right around the corner. Lin Mo ran closer and rubbed her eyes. I overslept today. Lu Jing had long grown accustomed to Lin Mo's clingy behavior. There's no driving him away now. When it comes down to it, he still believes this is retribution for his past misdeeds, including a whole group from the chat, night watchmen like Qilin, Qinglong, and others. Boss, do I have any tasks today? Take your exam seriously, Lu Jing said casually. Boss, teach me some combat skills, I want to be as strong as you. After yesterday's dungeon run, Lin Mo's admiration for Lu Jing had grown even deeper. You're still too young. Hey boss. Lu Jing, hurry up. Lu Shui walked swiftly ahead, while the voices of Lu Jing and Lin Mo chattered behind her. She glanced back and noticed Lu Jing hadn't kept up with her. She stomped back angrily, grabbed Lu Jing, and dragged him away. What's the rush? Lu Jing said. We won't be late. I need to go shopping. Move faster. Hey, wait for me. Lin Mo quickly finished the bread. Lu Shui only felt anger bubbling inside her. This guy named Lin Mo was truly infuriating. Why did he keep pestering her brother for no reason? Inside the classroom. The moment Lu Jing stepped into the classroom, he instantly felt the scorching gazes of everyone. Ma Jianyu had been in the middle of the crowd, storytelling with great fanfare, until he spotted Lu Jing entering and abruptly stopped. It goes without saying what kind of story Ma Jianyu was just telling. It was nothing more than how Lu Jing dominated the dungeon battlefield, and how he turned the tide when all seemed lost. Honestly, Ma Jianyu didn't even need to tell it. Many classmates were there that day, and most of them were fortunate enough to survive. This secretly pleased Lu Jing, though he couldn't show it. Instead, it made him feel rather awkward. So much so that even his walking became stiff and unnatural. Lu Jing returned to his seat and glanced down at his desk. Inside the desk was stuffed an exquisite box. Ma Jianyu leaned close to Lu Jing's ear and whispered, Tian Shiran gave this to you, probably a thank you gift, after all, you did save her. Lu Jing calmly set down his backpack. Lu Jing recalled his high school classmate. He knew exactly which girl had left that gift in his desk, then deliberately asked loudly, who put the gift on my desk? Was it a mistake? Or is it for me? The whole act must make it seem like you know nothing about it. The louder you shout, the better. All to showcase your superiority, privately gloating with smug satisfaction. Back then, Lu Jing scoffed at it, boiling with envy and resentment. Pretentious, you're just putting on a damn act. Lu Jing still remembered how Christmas Eve was all the rage back then, with everyone exchanging apples. Lu Jing had exactly 0. So during school, I bought one myself and paraded around carrying the apple. Then, I deliberately tossed the apple away in front of everyone, declaring coolly, Chinese people don't celebrate foreign holidays, I don't even want this. I was really incredibly stupid back then. At this moment, Lu Jing really wished he could do what his former classmates used to do. The proud, aloof celebrity classmate was voluntarily giving him a gift. He wanted the whole world to know about it. But such thoughts remain just that, thoughts. Lu Jing planned to open it and see what was inside when he had some free time. Given it was a gift from Tian Shiran, it probably wasn't cheap. Lu Jing glanced at Tian Shiran. Coincidentally, Tian Shiran also turned her head at that moment, their gazes colliding in midair. Tian Shiran immediately averted her eyes, guilt flashing through them. Chapter 55, Monthly Exam. After class, Lu Jing seized a spare moment when no one was watching and stealthily unwrapped the gift box. He looked like a thief. After all, it wouldn't be easy to explain if others found out. Since Tian Shiran had secretly slipped it under his desk, she probably didn't want others to know. Lu Jing didn't want to embarrass her either. Opening the box revealed a silver white watch. An Omega watch. Ma Jianyu's eyes lit up. As expected from our little rich girl, only the best will do. This model costs over $1 million, doesn't it? She's really loaded. Lu Jing glanced at the watch, his expression remaining calm on the surface. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help feeling shocked. Over $1 million. To casually gift something like this. The $10 in my pocket suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. Ma Jianyu said, actually, Tian Shiran is quite good looking. If you made your move now, brother Jing, you could have her in no time. Vulgar Lu Jing said with affected pretentiousness, how can one think of home when the world is yet to be conquered? Had it been before, Ma Jianyu would have just thought Lu Jing was acting crazy. But now, Ma Jianyu just wanted to applaud for Lu Jing, looking at him with admiration. Help me return it to her. Lu Jing handed the watch to Ma Jianyu. Ha, you don't want it anymore. Ma Jianyu was shocked. What kind of person do you take me for? Eliminating monsters is just a hero's duty. I don't need any repayment from her. As long as this fearless courage and the belief in lending a helping hand to others are passed on, that would be the best reward for me. With these words, Lu Jing left with style. Ma Jianyu stared blankly at Lu Jing's retreating figure. Damn, he's really so handsome. Lu Jing stuffed his hands in his pockets, walking with an effortless swagger. Hey, catch the ball. Someone shouted from the basketball court in the distance. Lu Jing looked up and stretched out his arms to securely catch the basketball. He glanced at the crowd. Holding the basketball in my hand felt both unfamiliar and somewhat nostalgic. Once upon a time during high school PE class, all the boys in class were playing basketball, even the 200-pound chubby kid was stationed under the hoop. Yet I, because I didn't fit in, was assigned by the PE teacher to stay outside collecting stray balls that rolled away. In the sweltering summer, everyone else was playing basketball, while the remaining girls were all watching the game. Like a complete fool, I was running back and forth helping to retrieve the ball. Lu Jing distinctly remembered that afternoon. The stifling air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. From the distant flower beds came the incessant chirping of cicadas, as if lamenting the sweltering heat and restlessness of summer. On the playground, the rhythmic bouncing of basketballs against the ground echoed, while figures leaped under the sunlight, their shirts soaked through with sweat. Yet they continued to run and jump with undiminished energy, thoroughly enjoying the joy that sports brought them. Every basket scored was met with cheers from the surrounding spectators. Lu Jing gazed at the girl he liked, while she was looking at the school heartthrob. To say it was admiration wouldn't be wrong. After all, what teenage boy doesn't have a crush on someone pretty? And who doesn't have a secret love interest? Lu Jing, get the basketball. Lu Jing scurried over eagerly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, ran to the far end of the playground, and threw the basketball back. Then he continued standing aside, waiting for the basketball to go flying again. Lu Jing felt aggrieved inside, thinking about slacking off, thinking about standing up to the PE teacher. Thinking about waiting for the basketball to come his way, grabbing it, and then tossing it aside before walking off without a backward glance. But when he caught sight of the gym teacher's dark, stern face, he didn't dare utter a word or make a move, afraid they'd report him to the homeroom teacher. Back at home, he muttered to himself, how come you don't dare to stand up to him? What are you so afraid of? Then he pointed at the air as if the PE teacher was standing right there. Why is everyone else playing basketball while I'm just picking up the balls? Who do you think you are? Playing favorites? Do you have any idea who I am? You're a teacher serving the people, looking down on me, aren't you? I'm not afraid to escalate this matter. Go ahead and call the principal if you dare. I'll post videos, I'll report to the Education Bureau. Begging me now? Too late. After venting his emotions, Lu Jing felt much better, lying on the bed staring at the ceiling, pondering the future, thinking about what was to come. Actually, for the first 18 years, all he could do was fantasize. Lu Jing was no different from an ordinary person. His thoughts gradually returned to the present. Throw the ball back, the man shouted again. Whoosh! With a sharp whistling sound, the basketball shot from Lu Jing's hand like an arrow released from its bowstring. It traced a near-perfect parabola through the air, as if precisely calculated, rushing rapidly toward the basketball hoop. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes tightly following that swiftly spinning basketball. Under the gaze of the crowd, the basketball landed perfectly in the hoop with a crisp swish sound. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Lu Jing turned and walked away. Hey man, wanna play around? A voice came from behind. Lu Jing waved his hand without turning around. Today was the monthly exam day. For those classmates who hadn't yet awakened, they only needed to face a few test papers. However, for those who had already awakened, this monthly exam will be more formal and grand, even with some major maneuvers. It's reported that this monthly exam will arrange awakened individuals to take helicopters to mountainous areas for testing. All senior high third-year students have gathered on the playground behind the school, with the crowd bustling in excitement and anticipation glowing on every face. They whisper and murmur among themselves, their hearts filled with curiosity and questions. Are we actually going into a dungeon? A guy spoke up, his voice tinged with a mix of nervousness and excitement. Definitely. Why else would they bring us here? Holy shit, there's no way it's this straightforward. Even a helicopter showed up. What the hell is going on here? Ma Jianyu, being a non-awakened, had nothing to do with all the excitement around him. He turned to Lu Jing, Brother Jing, it's a waste not to show off your abilities. Many in our class see you as their idol now. Keep a low profile, Lu Jing said nonchalantly. As a member of a secretive organization, he tried to keep as low a profile as possible. The silver-haired elder had also cautioned him about this. Yet just when Lu Jing wanted to remain inconspicuous, some people wouldn't allow it. The first one to bear the brunt was Lin Mo. Teacher, take me and my boss too. What? My boss Lu Jing? You all don't know about that sudden dungeon incident at the bar? It was my boss who handled it. If anyone deserves recognition, it should be my boss. He's just too modest. A 25th rank awakened warrior was defeated, and my boss single-handedly wiped out the demonic creatures? What? Song Ziki and the others? They were just cowering in a corner, trembling with fear. Song Ziki's expression immediately darkened. The teacher had a helpless look on his face. Chapter 56. Being handsome is a lifetime commitment. Song Ziki's expression turned extremely unpleasant as he glared at Lin Mo. The most frustrating part was that most of what Lin Mo said was the truth. Shivering with fear, he really was like that. Anyway, practically useless in dungeons. Well, can't really blame him for that. A 25th rank awakened died in the dungeon. He was just a high school dropout. Except for that freak Lu Jing. Lin Mo was speaking eloquently, still engaged in an endless debate with the teacher. They can all testify to it. If you don't believe me, just ask Song Ziki or Tian Shiran. I can testify. Ma Jianyu chimed in weakly. The teacher glanced at him but ignored Ma Jianyu's remark. At this moment, the academic dean walked over, moving straight through the crowd to Lu Jing's side, and kindly asked, Lu Jing, would you like to participate in the assessment? That night, they learned that students from their school were trapped. The school's senior leadership all rushed to the scene. When the dungeon ended, the survivors went to the Awakened Union to give detailed reports. They also gained a general understanding of the situation. Logically speaking, 225th tier Awakened had fallen in battle. From everyone's reports, they concluded it was a non-awakened named Lu Jing. Finally killing the boss in the dungeon, they turned the tide and completed the mission. This left the entire guild utterly baffled. If not for the strikingly consistent reports from all survivors, it would surely have been dismissed as fabricated evidence. Afterwards, the Awakened Guild still wanted to conduct physical examinations on Lu Jing, suspecting whether he was an awakener, but it was only because for some reason, no awakener had succeeded before. But Lu Jing simply refused. Then, recalling the abnormal energy detection during the previous entrance examination, the school authorities reasonably suspected that Lu Jing was hiding something. All eyes turned to Lu Jing, making him somewhat nervous. Yet more gazes held confusion and bewilderment. Why would the academic director suddenly ask a non-awakened individual about participating in an assessment meant for the awakened? Lu Jing raised his head and met the academic director's gaze. In the distance, the principal and vice principal also turned their gaze this way. Some noticed the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. Just then, the first helicopter had already begun its descent. The tremendous roar of its rotating blades thundered across the entire field, stirring up a fierce wind. The deafening roar reverberated through the air as the strong wind sent nearby flags on the playground whipping violently. People looked up one after another. As the helicopter drew closer, everyone could clearly see various weapons and equipment mounted on its fuselage. Most striking were the missile launchers and rocket pods suspended beneath the short wings on either side. Holy shit, it's an attack helicopter! Someone cried out in alarm. Our school is this extravagant. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the armed helicopter drew closer and closer. It wasn't an ordinary passenger helicopter, but an armed gunship that arrived. Its massive fuselage, heavy armor, and formidable weapon systems made an imposing sight. As the helicopter came to a steady halt on the training ground, its rotor blades gradually slowed. Finally coming to a complete stop, the cabin door slowly began to open. A tall woman stepped out and saluted to the crowd. Wow! Someone couldn't help but open their mouth wide. That woman, like a movie star, drew everyone's attention. She wore a pair of stylish black sunglasses, mysterious and captivating. Tall and slender, her graceful figure made her look like a model straight off the runway. Dressed in a classic office lady suit, the well-tailored skirt perfectly accentuated both her professional demeanor and feminine charm. Her long and shapely legs, clad in sheer black stockings, exuded an alluring glow. Her slightly curly hair swayed gently with each step, like a soft breeze brushing by. Her sharply defined face possessed the distinctive three-dimensionality and delicacy characteristic of Western features. She appeared to be a mixed-race beauty. The woman instantly captured the attention of everyone present the moment she appeared. "That's not our school's plane," someone shouted to the principal. Clearly, it was evident from the principal's furrowed brow that he was also unaware. The woman ignored the principal and strode straight through the crowd. Walking up to Lu Jing, she removed her sunglasses. "We should go now, time is running out." The woman had mesmerizing eyes that sparkled like stars. Lu Jing, huh? This scene had appeared countless times in dreams. Yet when it truly happened in reality, Lu Jing froze. "What's going on? Commissioner Lu, it's time to go." The woman repeated herself again. "Who are you?" "I'm teacher Lu Jing. Are you from our school?" The speaker wasn't Lu Jing, but the Dean of Academic Affairs. "This is our school. You." As the woman pulled out her credentials, the dean's words caught in his throat, staring at the woman before him in astonishment. "I'm sorry, this is an order from above. I'm just following orders. Specialist Lu needs to come with me now." The woman smiled faintly. Without another word, she reached out and forcibly removed Lu Jing's school uniform. Lu Jing was stripped of his clothes while still completely bewildered. The woman casually tossed the school uniform to a sunglasses-wearing man behind her, then took a luxurious black overcoat and draped it over Lu Jing. "Commissioner Lu, everyone is waiting for you at the meeting. It's time to go." She gestured gracefully with an inviting motion. "So damn cool." Lu Jing thought to himself, right now, he must look absolutely legendary. This must be a scene straight out of a dream. Lu Jing had a personal ranking of badass moments in his mind. Number 3 on the list was, during the flag-raising ceremony, a massive rift spanned the sky, unleashing countless monsters. The teacher and classmates were all fleeing backward. Lu Jing smiled faintly and walked against the crowd. He then transformed and instantly killed the monster, shocking the entire school. This incident had already happened earlier, but who would have thought it was just a test? And it ended up making Lu Jing lose face terribly. As for the second-place performance of pretentiousness, this current situation takes the crown. All the elements are perfectly in place. Helicopter, in front of all the teachers and students, a beautiful assistant in a black trench coat. Even the lines were exactly the same. "Special Agent Lu, we should depart now." Her tone made it seem like she was about to save the world. The tall woman draped a black trench coat over Lu Jing. Lu Jing whispered, "One question. Can I still come back tonight?" The tall woman was taken aback. She had expected Lu Jing to ask who she was or why he should follow her. I never expected that to be the first question out of her mouth. Truth be told, the tall woman knew nothing about Lu Jing. Given the current situation, even if she planned to lead Lu Jing straight to hell, he would follow without looking back. After all, looks matter for a lifetime. "It depends," the tall woman replied. Lu Jing then turned and left. Hope my dear readers can give some good reviews. The tomatoes given are too few. Chapter 57 Vermilion Bird. After receiving the tall woman's reply that she probably wouldn't be returning that night, Lu Jing turned and walked straight over to Lu Shui. "If I don't come back tonight, let the family know." "Okay," Lu Shui responded, then couldn't help asking, "Who is she? Where are you going?" "Nothing's wrong." Lu Jing waved his hand, giving Lu Shui a reassuring glance. After all, he couldn't possibly say, "Actually, I don't know either. My mind is just as much of a muddled mess as yours." That would be way too lame. "There won't be any danger, right?" Lu Shui frowned slightly with her delicate eyebrows. "No, there's nothing to worry about." Who knew if there would be any danger? Lu Jing thought to himself. He turned and walked back. Escorted by the tall woman, he boarded the armed helicopter under the astonished gazes of numerous classmates and teachers. As Lu Jing reached the highest point, he suddenly turned to sweep a glance over the crowd behind him. His attention lingered particularly on a few pretty female students, like Shin Shuiyue, whom he had previously felt somewhat fond of. Her gaze towards him was full of admiration. Yes, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Lu Jing admitted he was undoubtedly a vulgar person, someone who thoroughly enjoyed showing off. At this moment, Lu Jing's eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions. To others, it seemed as if he were about to embark on a life-or-death mission. Without hesitation, Lu Jing resolutely boarded the helicopter. Boss, take me with you," Lin Mo shouted from below. Lu Jing ignored him. With a low rumble, the armed helicopter began to ascend slowly, its rotor blades spinning faster and faster, emitting a deafening roar. The powerful downdraft kicked up dust and blades of grass around it, forcing people to squint and turn away. The aircraft gradually gained altitude and flew toward the distance. Soon, it shrank to a tiny black speck before finally vanishing beyond the horizon. Only silence and emptiness remained, as if everything that had just happened was nothing but an illusory dream. Was it really a dream? Which teenage boy hasn't had similar dreams? Being taken away by a beautiful girl in the most badass way imaginable, right in front of everyone. But now reality had struck Lu Jing. He watched the shadowy figures on the ground gradually shrink into black dots. Calming down, he turned to the tall beauty beside him. "Where are we going?" "Find a secluded spot to bury you alive." Lu Jing. Just kidding, it's Chi. The vermilion bird caught herself. There's a silver-haired old man who asked me to take you somewhere. Oh. Lu Jing didn't pay much attention to that word Chi in the other's remark. Realizing he was about to make contact with the organization, he couldn't help but feel even more nervous. Then why be so flashy? Isn't our organization usually very low-key? Lu Jing asked again. Zhuge smiled. I thought making an entrance like this would give you more face, so I purposely arranged this whole show. Do you not like it? No, it's not. Though Lu Jing's lips said these words, his heart was screaming. Great. Absolutely fantastic. You're the best. I love it so much. Soon, the helicopter landed outside the city. Zhuge shrugged. We still have to drive in to put on this show. I should have known better and picked you up by car. It's just that a helicopter seemed more impressive. After all, one can't exactly land a helicopter casually at the Night Watch's Jiangnan headquarters. Lu Jing found the other person's thinking perfectly aligned with his own tastes. Exactly. Even the most luxurious sports car can't match the prestige of a helicopter. Unless you roll up in a tank, then forget I said anything. Afterward, Lu Jing and Zhuge drove back into the city in a black off-road vehicle. Zhuge gripped the steering wheel with one hand while lighting a cigarette with the other. Lu Jing couldn't help but glance at her. He had to admit, this woman's smoking posture was downright cool. Amidst the swirling smoke, her eyes carried a hint of dreamy languor that was utterly captivating. Her delicate, sculpted features paired with porcelain-like skin, while slightly upturned lips exuded an air of quiet confidence and untamed spirit. Unlike young girls like Shen Shuiwei and Tian Shiran in their late teens, this woman exuded the charm of a mature woman. Tall and slender with graceful curves, she was dressed fashionably yet sexily, her every movement radiating a unique allure. Zhuge casually remarked, I heard you've become a pervert. Ha! Lu Jing thought to himself, I merely glanced at you a second longer, that hardly qualifies me as a pervert, does it? I mean mutation. Oh, can you show me? Lu Jing activated his ability without hesitation. In an instant, the black substance on his body surged like tidal waves, rapidly covering half of his upper body. As the black substance flowed, his arm gradually transformed, ultimately morphing into a handsome yet razor-sharp claw. The claw gleamed with a metallic sheen, as if forged from steel, shimmering with a cold, piercing glint. Wow, how terrifying. Xu Chue's mouth hung agape. What else can you transform into? Things like wings, blades, or stretching out to resemble something like a rope. Lu Jing listed them one by one. Zhuge nodded in acknowledgement. Were these changes definitely caused by zombie infection? Lu Jing nodded again. So you think the zombie virus had some kind of interaction with the serum in your body? What else could it be? Lu Jing retorted. Let's run some tests first. Cases like this have never appeared before. I also heard that before you got infected, you alone had cleared many solo dungeons. All thanks to the serum, said Lu Jing. The serum isn't that powerful. What matters more isn't how much the serum can do, but the person who possesses it. For example, some people can only exert 10% of their strength, while others can unleash 200%. Zhuge didn't elaborate any further. In reality, the primary function of the serum is to help inheritors through an awkward transitional phase. During this period, the inheritors haven't yet fully received their inheritance. They don't have the physical constitution of an awakened. That's why serum is necessary. On the other hand, it's also meant to provide the successor with some essential physical attributes when searching for an heir. Finally, the serum helps the successor better receive the inheritance. Otherwise, with the fragile human body, they might not survive the inheritance stage. After truly becoming an heir, once inheriting some sacred relic, the serum would no longer be of much use. To put it in gaming terms, in the beginning they were gods, later not even worth a glance. Soon, Zhuge drove the car to the location. It stopped in front of a neglected watch shop. Chapter 58, Zhuge's story. Halfway there, Lu Jing was blindfolded and had his ears plugged. Soon the car stopped at a clock shop. Two attractive waitresses opened the door. Lu Jing followed Zhuge inside. Zhuge led Lu Jing, whose eyes and ears had been sealed, into the elevator inside the clock shop and placed a white mask over his face. Only then did she remove the black cloth covering his eyes and the headphones blasting loud music in his ears. Lu Jing rubbed his ears, which were perhaps aching from the noise. Through the elevator's reflection, he noticed the white mask now covering his head. The mask atop Zhuchua's head was even more striking, resembling the lifelike head of a phoenix. The feathers were as fine as silk, shimmering with dazzling brilliance, giving the illusion of an actual phoenix standing there. Every single feather was exquisitely detailed, its splendor evoking nothing short of awe. Lu Jing couldn't help but steal several more glances before turning to examine his own mask in the mirror. A bit shabby. What kind of place is this? Our secret base, Suzaku said. Cool. Lu Jing thought to himself. Do you only have bases in the Jiangnan region? Of course not. Our organization operates nationwide and even internationally. Who on earth established such a massive organization? Lu Jing asked curiously. A mysterious and powerful person. With just a mention of the captain, Suzaku instantly transformed into a devoted fangirl. Then will we get to see him this time? Dream on. Suzaku knocked his head lightly. Even I don't get the chance to see the boss. Who do you think you are? Oh. Lu Jing thought to himself, if even the boss can't be seen, it seems this tall woman before him isn't very high-ranked. As if reading his thoughts, Zhu Kei immediately said, the boss is as elusive as a divine dragon. Even I haven't met them, let alone most people in the organization. Maybe only a few old-timers have, but who really knows? The Suzaku shrugged. Never seen him in person? And this organization could still be established? Lu Jing inwardly complained, what kind of leader was this, exactly? What kind of power did he even possess? To us, the leader is more like a godlike existence. He redeemed us, pulled us back from the brink of death, and gave us hope to live on. The vermilion bird seemed to recall something. From childhood, the vermilion bird had lived in an underground city. That city was buried deep beneath the earth, where sunlight never reached. Only dim lights illuminated the narrow streets and dilapidated houses. There is no distinction between day and night here. Time seems to stand still, leaving people to rely solely on electronic clocks to track its passage. Only for 2 brief hours each day do the city's residents emerge from underground to bask in the rare glimpse of sunlight. Suzaku had never seen her father since childhood. Her mother was her sole pillar of support and warmth. Yet fate played a cruel joke on this pitiful family. A gang of vicious thugs broke into their home, stole what little money they had, and brutally murdered Suzaku's mother. At that moment, Suzaku crouched helplessly beside his mother's body. Death was such a common occurrence here that a few more corpses meant nothing. Even hearing gunshots wouldn't startle the residents in the slightest. Zhu Kei didn't know what she should do. She just crouched by the bedside, watching helplessly as her mother's corpse gradually decomposed, emitting the stench of death. Wine emptied, guests departed, invites you to join the chat group Night Watchers. Zhu Kei looked at the somewhat ridiculous introduction and that ridiculous conversation. Do you desire extraordinary power? Do you want to uncover the truth of this world and change your current life? Zhu Kei, who are you? Some kind of lunatic? I am the Night Watcher. What are the Night Watchers? An extraordinary organization, and I am the captain of the Night Watchers. You can call me Captain. Zhu Kei slowly typed, extraordinary? Is there any way to bring my mother back to life? The person on the other end fell silent for a moment, just when Zhu Kei thought they couldn't answer. Revival? Of course, but the price is steep. Zhu Kei, I'm willing to pay any price. Give me your soul. Take it. The vermilion bird hesitated not. Excellent. Contract valid. Seeing the 4 large characters on the screen before it, the vermilion bird couldn't help feeling tense. Prepare the following items: parchment for the contract, a quill pen made from a raven or vulture's wing feather, and animal blood. Vermilion bird, I can't find any of these things. After a moment of silence, then it's fine without them. Vermilion bird grew even more convinced that the other party was a fraud. So casual about it? Yet the other party didn't seem to mind at all, and actually sent a voice message directly. From this day onward, you shall be my servant. Your soul has been acquired by me, and in exchange, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power. Like a phoenix reborn from flames, akin to the breaking dawn, shining with endless radiance. Brighter than dawn, redder than sunset, share this with my servant. The voice sounded like some child speaking through pinched nostrils, convincing Suzaku further that he was being toyed with. Yet at the very moment Suzaku finished listening to that voice clip, she suddenly felt an irresistible force surging through her heart, as if bound by some mysterious magic. At that moment, she felt her body no longer under her control, as if invisible hands had tightly grasped her, rendering her immobile. As time passed, Zhu Kei sensed a strange energy being forcibly drawn out from within her. This sensation filled her with extreme discomfort and agony. She tried to struggle, but found herself powerless, forced to watch everything unfold before her eyes. The feeling of being stripped away grew increasingly intense, until Suzaku could no longer suppress a pained moan. Her face turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, leaving her looking utterly drained. When she finally came to her senses, it felt like a weight had been lifted. As if coming back to life, she slowly got up from the ground. Unintentionally, she saw her already decomposed mother eerily open her eyes. Xiaoqi, how long has Mom been sleeping? Zhu Kei froze in place, widening her eyes in disbelief. Mom! At the same time, in a rural residential house somewhere, Lu Jing, who had been gang-kicked outside, got scolded by his mom again for coming home late. Lu Jing returned home, finished his homework, and then cuddled up with his mom's phone to chat with others. Lu Jing, dinner's ready. Mom's voice came through. Playing with my phone again, aren't you? Did you finish your homework? No, finished writing. Young Lu Jing quickly logged out of his account and placed the phone back in its original spot. He hastily ran downstairs. Chapter 59, The Test. Since then, Zhu Kei became one of the Night's Watch. Zhu Kei also became her name. Ding dong. Zhu Chue's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the elevator doors opening. We're here. Wow. Lu Jingzi involuntarily opened his mouth wide, staring at the dreamlike scene before him. Beneath the clock shop, there actually existed such a magnificent space. The entire space was constructed from sturdy and durable metal. The metal emitted a cold luster, giving one the impression of indomitable strength and endurance. The walls, ceiling, and floor all gleamed with a metallic texture, giving an indestructible impression. The smooth metal surfaces reflected faint glows, making the entire space appear bright and translucent. Here, light appeared to be skillfully employed, creating a soft and evenly distributed illumination that rendered every corner crystal clear. In this metallic space, there were no superfluous decorations or colors. Everything was so clean and simple, with only pure metallic tones. Staff in white lab coats moved about inside. They gave Suzaku a slight nod of greeting when they saw him. Let's go. Suzaku gave Lu Jing a push from behind. Lu Jing finally took his first step. Soon, Lu Jing spotted the silver-haired old man. Except now he was also wearing a mask. Why so slow? Shilin complained impatiently. Shukei spread his hands, just acted cool at school. What trouble did you stir up this time? Relax, it's nothing serious. Fearful that the old-timer Qilin might nag further, Shukei hastily changed the subject. Are all the things prepared? Everything is ready. Shukei patted Lu Jing's shoulder. There'll be an inspection later, don't be nervous. Oh, Lu Jing nodded like a pecking chick. He was led inside by Shukei. Take off your clothes. Ha, all of them? Everything. Lu Jing thought to himself, at least he'd taken a bath yesterday. He also changed into fresh underwear. But, he raised his head and glanced at Suzaku. Suzaku turned her body away. I won't look. Just take off your clothes and put on that gown next to you. Oh. Lu Jing felt somewhat embarrassed, giving a light cough before unhurriedly stripping off his clothes completely. After all, it was the first time undressing in front of someone of the opposite sex, and such a beautiful woman at that. Eventually, only a pair of panties remained. No underwear either. Shukei said. Lu Jing's face flushed red as he removed his last piece of underwear. He placed it aside, deliberately covering it with other clothes. Changed into a gown. There you go. Shukei nodded approvingly and reached out to touch Lu Jing's abdominal muscles. These muscles are truly captivating. Lu Jing's face instantly burned as if set aflame. Shukei burst into laughter. Just look at, you'd clearly never had a girlfriend before. Our organization actually permits romantic relationships. It's specially approved by the boss. No need to worry. Our organization has plenty of beautiful women. You can take your time choosing later. Of course, someone as exceptionally beautiful as me is rare. Shukei said with particular smugness. However, anyone who had seen her would never doubt the credibility of that statement. Shukei truly was stunningly gorgeous. Next, Lu Jing was subjected to a full set of physical examinations, far more thorough than the previous tests. Beep beep beep. Amidst a cacophony of noise, various instruments and devices sprang into rapid operation, emitting dazzling rays of light and intense vibrations. Lu Jing, caught within it, only felt a scorching wave of heat rush toward him as if trapped in a blazing furnace, unbearably intense. Tisk, not a single trace of anything unusual. Shukei arched a graceful eyebrow. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I'd hardly believe there's anything special about him. That's what's most abnormal, Kirin said. Everything appears normal, yet he's clearly not normal. Should we report this to the boss? Given the captain's current condition, it's probably not advisable to bother him with trivial matters like this, Kirin replied solemnly. But what should we do about this boy? The Qilin remained silent for a moment. Since physical examinations show no issues, we might test him through the legacy trial. The legacy trial? The vermilion bird frowned. According to protocol, only team members about to become official night watchers are permitted to undergo the legacy trial. Special cases deserve special treatment. Shukei hesitated for a moment before shrugging. Alright then, since this is your decision, don't drag me into it if things go wrong. Qilin chuckled. Don't worry, this old man doesn't need you to take the blame for me. Bring him out, the next test probably won't serve any purpose anyway. Inheritance. For every night watchman, receiving the inheritance is a sullen rite of passage that is crucial and destiny determining. For only through this inheritance can they truly attain that incomparably formidable power and wisdom, enabling them to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the world's peace and tranquility. Yet only the captain of the Night Watch possesses the authority to bestow this inherited power upon them. That legendary figure who seemed almost mythical. He was not only the founder of this mysterious organization but also the revered spiritual leader admired by all. In the beginning, the Night Watch system was still incomplete, with various rules and procedures in the trial and error phase, appearing somewhat chaotic and disorderly. However, with the passage of time, the traditions have now become extremely rigorous and well-regulated. Every inheritance undergoes rigorous selection and trials to ensure only the most outstanding and promising Night Watchers are worthy of receiving this precious gift. Night Watchers, there are currently 18 inheritances available. In other words, these are unclaimed inheritances awaiting their destined inheritors. Lu Jing found himself standing in a space brimming with mysterious energy, his feet planted on a massive metal platform interconnected by colossal iron chains. The iron chains shimmered with a cold, piercing light, as if whispering ancient and forbidden tales. As the white-coated figure activated the machine, an invisible force instantly enveloped Lu Jing. The surrounding scenery gradually twisted, and Lu Jing felt his consciousness sinking into a swirling mist, growing increasingly hazy. He tried to struggle, desperate to remain awake. But that force was exceptionally powerful, continuously tugging at his thoughts, dragging him involuntarily deeper into the unknown abyss. Energy wave measurements can determine his potential. The stronger the recognition from a legacy, the greater his potential. Vermilion Bird Avenue. Among the existing legacies, whose recognition do you think he could earn? The Candle Dragon has remained masterless for over a decade since its discovery, yet it has never recognized an owner, Qilin said solemnly. You don't think it's him, do you? Suzaku asked, slightly surprised. Perhaps. If he truly gains the Candle Dragon's recognition, we'll have to report it to the captain immediately. Chapter 60, The Legacy. Lu Jing found himself drifting in a hazy, chaotic world, enveloped by an atmosphere both mysterious and oppressive. He struggled to open his eyes, yet before him stretched only endless darkness and indistinct, blurry shapes. Despite this, Lu Jing keenly sensed the presence of numerous living beings surrounding him. Their mingling breaths intertwined in the air. Lu Jing tried to make out the forms of these creatures, but the surrounding gloom frustrated his efforts. Yet, Lu Jing could clearly sense the power emanating from these beings. It unsettled him while simultaneously stirring a deep curiosity and desire for exploration within his heart. Lu Jing took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. He focused his mind, attempting to perceive everything around him through the layer of mist. Gradually, he began to adapt to the darkness and slowly sensed the locations and movements of those creatures. Lu Jing reached out to grab, but the other suddenly darted away. So Lu Jing started swimming. Here, it felt more like a swimming pool, surrounded entirely by water, except breathing wasn't restricted. Lu Jing recalled the few swimming strokes he knew doggy paddle. Why wasn't it coming toward him at all? Does no one recognize my worth? Lu Jing murmured to himself in doubt. Since you won't come to me, then I'll go to you. Having made up his mind, Lu Jing began swimming toward the source of that presence. In an instant, those mysterious auras began to scatter and flee. Lu Jing chased after them relentlessly. Outside, Zhuke and Qilin, along with the other staff members witnessing this scene, all widened their eyes in shock, their mouths agape. Oh, ha, what are you doing? Playing eagle catches chicks? Why are these inheritors looking at Lu Jing like he's a monster? Has it already reached the point of such disdain? Zhulong. Zhuke pointed with a wave of her hand. Qilin followed her gaze. The Shulong, Candle Dragon, inheritance is one of the most ferocious lineages discovered to date. Its brutality rivals even that of the notoriously vicious White Tiger inheritance. Over the decades since its discovery, countless inheritors have been injured during the succession process. On one occasion, it nearly resulted in loss of human life. Other lineages would gladly stay 800 miles away from the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon coiled alone in the southeast corner, with all other lineages too afraid to approach. Yet at this very moment, Lu Jing was driving numerous lineages toward the southeast in frantic retreat. Compared to the Candle Dragon, it seemed Lu Jing was the more terrifying presence, so terrifying they'd rather not go near. The Shulong has awakened. The Qilin spoke in a grave voice. Boom! With deafening roars, the slumbering Zhulong of the southeast began to stir slowly. Its massive body stood like a small mountain, with mysterious lights flickering across Zhulong's form. Its ferocious head was raised high, its sharp claws swiping through the air as if it intended to tear the entire world apart. But before it could even let out a roar, it sensed Lu Jing standing behind the numerous legacies. The next instant, Zhulong joined the many legacies and began running as well. For a moment, they chased each other in a frenzied scramble. Before long, Lu Jing came to a halt. Moving through this space felt as if he were carrying weights amounting to thousands of kilograms. Exhausted, Lu Jing gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Damn it! At last, he left this place. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back at the center of the massive metal pedestal. Lu Jing scratched his head somewhat disappointedly. Did I fail? The Qilin nodded in affirmation. It's not really a failure, Suzaku comforted. This is just a test, don't worry. Oh, Lu Jing's disappointment instantly vanished. Alright, I'll take you home now. Suzaku glanced at the time. Lu Jing, blindfolded, sat in the car and arrived home shortly after. Here, this is for you. Before leaving, Zhuke handed Lu Jing a tactical briefcase. Delighted, Lu Jing opened the case. 3 black and gold Daxia Long K daggers, securely strapped to the wrist. First aid kit, compass, water purification tablets, a silver lighter. Standard issue equipment from the organization. The last time he lost the tactical briefcase, Lu Jing couldn't stop blaming himself. Shu Kei held a cigarette between his lips. Wait for my signal. Understood. Without another word, Zhu Kei slammed on the gas and sped off. Lu Jing turned around to find Lu Shui looking at him. That fast? You're done with the exams already? Lu Jing asked with a puzzled expression. Normally, the school would allocate sufficient time for students to complete all examination subjects. Not to mention they even deployed helicopters for this examination, such high-end transportation. Where have you been? Lu Shui ignored Lu Jing's question and directly asked instead. Went to discuss some matters with a friend. What friend? Secret. What are we talking about? A secret. Lu Shui angrily hit Lu Jing hard with her book. Lu Jing frowned. What was that for? No one will help you when you get into trouble. After saying that, Lu Shui ran off. Lu Jing muttered, that little girl's temper is getting fiercer by the day. When he got home, Lu Jing asked Ma Jianyu and only then learned that Lu Shui hadn't gone to take the exam, having asked for leave halfway through. Hey, what's bothering you? Lu Jing spoke towards the other side of the wall. No sound came from the other side. He knew Lu Shui could hear him clearly, but she was deliberately staying silent. Angry? What's there to be angry about? Are you feeling unwell? Should we see a doctor? Lu Jing muttered quietly. Is it maybe that time of the month? Drop dead, you disgusting perv. Lu Shui's angry voice came through. It was accompanied by the sound of something hitting the wall. Lu Jing pursed his lips. Going through puberty? Lu Jing pondered silently, concealing the tactical briefcase beneath his wardrobe and, for added security, piling a thick layer of clothes on top. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Watcher Qilin, Captain, it's about that rookie from last time again. This rookie is special. It's too late to back out now. This is entirely my fault, and I'm willing to accept any punishment. Lu Jing rubbed his temples with a trace of helplessness. Is it too late to give up now? What does this mean? Which means the teenage boy or girl is already deeply caught up in it. What a sin! Another naive soul has been led astray. Lu Jing thought for a moment before replying. Forget it, you decide for yourself, just don't go overboard. Lu Jing figured that once adolescence passed, the person would naturally come to their senses. Just make sure not to do anything illegal, okay? What if someone takes a leap of faith from the 18th floor? Guardian Qilin, understood. Never again. Guardian Qilin, yes. In front of the screen, Qilin let out a heavy sigh of relief. Chapter 61, Jiangnan Squad. At the same time, ding and dong. Lu Jing's phone lit up again. It was the silver-haired old man sending him coordinates. Report at 9 tomorrow morning. Yes. Lu Jing jumped excitedly on the bed. Lu Shui crouched by the wall, watching her brother bounce up and down on the bed through a small hole in the wall, her delicate brows furrowed into a pronounced frown. The next day was the weekend. At this time, Lu Shui was supposed to be taking her monthly exam at the location arranged by the school, but because she had taken leave, she was still at home. Not that she was actually sick. Deep down, I was still worried about that idiot brother of mine, afraid he'd run off with some bad people. The door opened a crack as Lu Jing peeked his head out. I won't be back for lunch, maybe you should order takeout yourself. Where are you going? I'm heading out for something. Lu Jing didn't elaborate further. Oh, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need. Oh, Lu Jing closed the door again, fully dressed, and went out. Lu Jing arrived at the location the silver-haired elder had told him about, a villa area situated in Jiangnan. The surroundings are beautiful, tranquil, and pleasant, yet they also exude an air of luxury and prestige. However, when he reached the entrance of the villa district, he was stopped by security. These guards were extremely cautious with every person coming and going, ensuring that only property owners could enter this upscale community. Clearly, Lu Jing was not within their recognized acquaintance. Lu Jing had no choice, the silver-haired old man hadn't given him an access card. But such a minor obstacle couldn't possibly stop him. Finding a secluded spot, he glanced at the over 2-meter-high wall, and sprang over effortlessly with just the power of his legs, barely needing a running start. Still holding the tactical briefcase firmly, he landed steadily on the ground. Lu Jing swept his gaze around and finally located apartment number 12. Standing before the apartment door, Lu Jing instinctively smoothed his collar, just as he was preparing how to make his opening remarks. At that moment, the tightly closed door suddenly began to creak open with a soft, slow groan. Then, a petite figure emerged from the room. She wore a pair of black thigh-high socks that clung snugly to her legs, accentuating their slender and graceful lines. Her upper body was dressed in a loose white shirt paired with a blue pleated skirt, the hem of which swayed gently with her movements. The girl wore her hair in twin pigtails, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders and swaying slightly with each step she took. Her face bore a trace of drowsiness and lethargy as she lazily yawned while walking, as if she had just woken up. Behind her, 3 others emerged as well. Who are you? Lu Jing scratched his head. I'm the newbie here to register. Oh, the twin-tailed girl responded and turned to shout, "Captain, the newbie's here." A man with a scar on his left cheek walked up to Lu Jing, sizing him up from head to toe. "Lu Jing? Yes, that's me, Chao Lihao." Chao Lihao extended his hand. Lu Jing also reached out his hand. "Pleased to meet you. We are members of the Jiangnan Squad's reserve team. We received word yesterday that a new member would be joining us. I represent the Southern Division in welcoming you aboard." The so-called reserve team consists of provisional members who haven't yet received their inheritances. To join the Night's Watch, one must complete their required years in the reserve team. Only those who've distinguished themselves through meritorious service will be selected to join the formal ranks and receive their inheritances. "I wouldn't dare trouble you to come greet me like this," Lu Jing replied modestly. "You're overthinking it, we're actually heading out on a mission." A man wearing a hat behind them spoke up. "Would you like to join us on this mission?" Chao Lihao extended the invitation to Lu Jing. Lu Jing genuinely hadn't expected to be assigned a mission on his very first day joining the squad, yet he still cheerfully agreed. Convenient, very convenient. Along the way, Lu Jing also got to know the other members of this small team. The squad currently has 5 members, including Lu Jing. They're all reserve team members. Team leader Chao Lihao, aged 26, is also the oldest among them. The twin-tailed girl they'd first encountered was called Miao Miao. The other 3. The fat guy is called Li Sini. The man nicknamed Monkey is named Shui Yunda, 21 years old. Among them, Miao Miao is 19, surprisingly a year older than Lu Jing. Lu Jing cast a glance at Miao Miao, who appeared much younger than herself. "How did all of you join the organization?" Lu Jing asked curiously. "I was a live-streaming hostess online. At the time, I went exploring in a building, encountered some monsters, and then was rescued by one of the guys from the organization. Basically, I ended up falling for him." Miao Miao shrugged. "A female streamer? No wonder she looked somewhat familiar. And this kind of appearance is definitely popular online. What's our organization called? Do you know?" "I don't know. These things are confidential before becoming an official member," Miao Miao said. "Haven't you memorized the confidentiality rules?" Lu Jing shook his head. "I'll send you a copy. Don't violate the organization's regulations, our organization is very strict." Miao Miao fully embraced her role as the caring big sister. After all, she was the youngest in the team. Now that there's finally a younger brother around, she can finally experience what it feels like to be an older sister. "What kind of portal needs fixing this time?" Lu Jing was eager to get started. He had unknowingly fallen in love with the thrill of battle. The intel indicates it's another combat-type portal. Easy enough. Originally planned to wrap this up and grab lunch afterward. Now that we've run into you, perfect timing to test your skills. We'll sit this one out. Team leader Chao Lihao remarked. Lu Jing guessed he must have been a soldier. This was evident from his posture while walking, his speaking style, and the aura he exuded. "Rookie, our squad doesn't take on greenhorns." Shui Yunda, nicknamed Monkey, chuckled. "Leave him alone." Miao Miao shot Shui Yunda a glare. "He doesn't speak human language, he's just a monkey." Oddly enough, the monkey wasn't angry at this remark. Instead, he started making ooh sounds, perfectly imitating a monkey. This made the others burst out laughing despite themselves. Through these brief interactions, Lu Jing had already begun to understand the distinct personalities of these 4 companions. Captain Chao Lihao was steady and reliable, serving as the backbone of the team. Monkey Shui Yunda was fond of joking around, being the life of the party. Fatty Li Sini was a man of few words, preferring to chuckle with an hee-hee laugh. Miao Miao, on the other hand, was warm and lively, brimming with the playful charm typical of girls her age. "We're here." Chao Lihao smoothly parked the car outside a factory. Chao Lihao lit a cigarette. The project manager, who had been waiting for some time, promptly came forward to greet them. "You're finally here. Wait, non-enlightened ones?" The manager in charge, being an enlightened one himself, immediately sensed it. Chapter 62, Rules-Based Dungeon. Non-awakened? The construction site manager looked perplexed. He had originally gone through special channels to find a trusted contact to help locate an awakened who could deal with the portal that had appeared on the construction site. Otherwise, if the portal remained open, construction work would have to be halted. How much money would be lost in a single day? Who would have guessed they'd actually find a group of non-awakened individuals? "Don't worry, we'll get the job done for you. This is what we do." Chao Lihao couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. The team of 5 carrying tactical suitcases went straight to the entrance of the portal. "Portal, no entry restrictions." "No entry restrictions?" The monkey raised an eyebrow. Miao Miao whispered, "Captain, there won't be any accidents, right?" "Won't happen. This dungeon's level isn't high." Chao Lihao's confidence wasn't unfounded. Typically, their squad carried out missions in pairs. It's rare for the entire team to mobilize at once. What's more, this time there's a new member joining the operation. "Check your gear." Chao Lihao swiftly opened his tactical case first. Lu Jingdi extended his finger and lightly touched the fingerprint scanner on the suitcase. A faint glow flashed, accompanied by a soft beep as the lock silently released. The lid of the case slowly rose, its internal mechanical structures emitting faint friction sounds. When the lid fully opened, a cool, pale light emanated from within the case, illuminating the surrounding space. The interior of the case was filled with intricate circuits and electronic components, emitting a faint glow that exuded a strong technological vibe. Everything's here. Everything's here. Lu Jing chimed in as well. It's so cool to act with the organization. Enter. Chao Lihao took the lead, and the others filed in one after another. Lu Jing was the last to enter the portal. The cold wind cut like knives, using the vast earth as its chopping block upon which all living beings were but fish and meat. 10,000 miles of flying snow turned the firmament into a crucible, melting all creation into silver. In such bitter cold, all things seemed to have lost their vigor and vitality. Lu Jing swept his gaze around and found they had emerged onto a mountain path. The path beneath our feet twisted and turned. Ha, where's Fatty? Monkey wondered. The group instinctively glanced around. There was no sign of Fatty Li Sini. Did he not come in? Perhaps someone arrived first and reached the limit, Captain Chao Lihao said grimly. Miao Miao objected. That can't be. I remember Lu Jing was the last one to enter. If there really was a limit, it should have been Lu Jing who couldn't join. Although Miao Miao had been walking ahead earlier, her observational skills were sharp. Perhaps it's some other condition. This situation isn't very common, but it's not rare either. Chao Lihao found a reasonable explanation. Alert! All four had unlocked their Xia Long K short swords and gripped their blades, ready for combat at any moment. Normally, minor monsters should have come to harass them immediately upon entering the dungeon. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. At this moment, Li Sini hadn't entered the dungeon. With no way to retreat, the group had no choice but to proceed along the narrow path. Step by step, they walked for what felt like half an hour. Not a single monster had been encountered, making the four of them inwardly uneasy. Clearly, there was something off about this dungeon. Finally, a different sight unfolded before them. A village. Lu Jing gazed into the distance, where a village nestled amidst the vast expanse of snow. It seemed as if time had forgotten it in this frozen wilderness, quiet and mysterious. Chao Lihao suddenly came to a halt. The others behind him stopped in their tracks simultaneously. At the entrance of the village, complete the construction of the mountain god temple within 1 month. Damn, it's a rules-based dungeon. The monkey couldn't help but swear. Rules-based dungeons, as the name suggests, require completing tasks within established rules. Otherwise, even if you possess the highest rank, you would be indiscriminately killed. Moreover, it often requires using your brain. That's why rule-based dungeons are commonly referred to as Grim Reaper dungeons. Encountered a big one. Miao Miao clicked her tongue in frustration. If only Fatty were here, he knows about architecture. Right, why did it have to be Fatty who didn't make it inside? Chao Lihao also wore a solemn expression. Since we're already here, we might as well make the best of it. Let's go. Only Lu Jing and the team still didn't realize the severity of the situation, scratching his head. A rules-based instance? Why do I feel a little excited? Oh, they're here. Everyone's arrived now. Just as they entered the village, a young man with fiery red hair spotted them. Come on, we got here a day before you. The red-haired guy walked over, greeting them like old friends. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Redhead explained, this hidden instance requires 14 people to activate. We already had 10 assembled, and your group of 4 makes it just right. A 14-member rule-based instance? Even Chao Lihao, a veteran of numerous instances, had never seen anything like it. The 4 newcomers then followed Redhead to the awakened gathering place. They were staying at a villager's home, gathered around a large dining table eating sauerkraut stew with meat. You're together? A burly man wearing only a tank top asked. This guy was clearly a warrior at first glance. Yes. Non-awakened? The burly man frowned. Yes. In an instant, sighs filled the room as everyone exchanged glances, their disdain openly displayed. Non-awakened individuals had wandered into the teleportation gate by mistake. 4 of them at once, what a damn nuisance. The portal only allows entry, not exit, there's simply no way out until the mission is completed. Now that everyone's gathered, meaning they have no choice but to complete the mission. Damn it, why the hell did you all run around blindly? Don't you know how portals work? The tank top-clad man said irritably. Watch your tone. Who's the deadweight here remains to be seen. Miao Miao retorted disdainfully, arms akimbo. Holy shit. The tank top man had already been annoyed by these 4 non-awakened individuals. Seeing them dare to speak to him like this, he immediately stood up in a rage. Newbie, teach him a lesson. Don't let him look down on us. Nia patted Lu Jing on the shoulder. Lu Jing, huh? He thought Sister Miao Miao would take matters into her own hands. What, still trying to lecture me? The tank-topped man snorted coldly. Alright, cough cough, now cough cough, is not. The others couldn't help but look at the man who spoke. The man, wrapped in an overcoat, looked pale, his words coming in broken fragments. The tank top guy rolled his eyes dramatically. Great, a bunch of useless idiots. Talk about the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Let's get our information straight first. Chao Lihao stepped forward, trying to take charge of the situation. Get lost. The tank top guy completely brushed him off. Clearly, some other people also completely looked down on those who weren't awakened individuals. Chao Lihao didn't say a word, silently placing his tactical carry case on the ground. At that moment, his figure suddenly blurred as he moved with ghostly speed. In the blink of an eye, his fingers were already inches from the tank top man's eyes. The man in the vest was startled by this sudden turn of events. Thank you all for your gifts and support. Although the platform's algorithm isn't giving much exposure, the author will persist in writing. Chapter 63, Never Look Back While Climbing. Chao Lihao's fingers were merely inches away from the vest-clad man's eyes, just a slight exertion would be enough to puncture them. The man in the tank top stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Chao Lihao said calmly, now, let's review the current situation. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Even fools could tell now, these non-awakened individuals uniformly carrying boxes before them were no ordinary civilians who'd wandered into the teleportation gate by mistake. On the contrary, it's more like a national-level special agent. Ahem, ahem. The pale-faced man said, we arrived a day earlier than you, but it was already very late when we came, so we don't know much information. According to the setting, there is a mountain god in this village. Under the mountain god's protection, the villagers could avoid misfortunes. However, due to a violent earthquake, the mountain god's temple was destroyed. So we need to reconstruct it before the 100 ghosts invade our village, which will be in just 1 month. Rebuild the mountain god's temple, and we'll clear the level successfully. Miao Miao rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Sounds simple enough. Do we have anyone here who understands construction? After all, building a mountain temple isn't something you can just do on a whim. At the very least, you'd need some relevant knowledge. The pale man weakly raised his hand. I, cough cough cough. Holy smokes. Lu Jing was afraid the man might cough up his lungs the next second. Sorry, I was cursed after clearing the last dungeon, that's why I'm in this state. Then quit running around, so you don't cause trouble for others. The tank top guy shot him a glance. Building the mountain god temple requires wood. Where can we chop wood in the village? Chao Lihao said. East of the village. The village chief said only the wood from the east side can be used to build the mountain god temple. You haven't eaten yet, have you? After finishing your meal, let's all go check out the east side of the village together. Outside was the bitter cold of winter's depths, with torrential snowfall and wind that sliced across cheeks like knives. Inside, squeezed among the crowd, they ate sour cabbage stew with blood sausage. This scene made Lu Jing feel both thrilled and warm. The thrill came from not knowing what might happen next in this dungeon run. The warmth comes from a large crowd gathering together, eating sour cabbage with blood sausage, giving a sense of security. After the meal, everyone set off toward the east end of the village. The cold here was bone-chilling. Even the awakened ones shivered uncontrollably, forcing the group to turn back and borrow thick cotton-padded jackets from the villagers. Only then did we set off again, walking for what must have been half an hour. Far ahead, we could see those mountains by the eastern edge of the village. Just as we were about to climb, Chao Lihao, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Do not look back while climbing the mountain. A massive signboard appeared before them. Never look back while climbing? Second rule incoming, everyone be careful. Chao Lihao shouted. Don't look back while climbing the mountain. Lu Jing pressed his lips together, staring at the bloody words on the sign. Thrilling. The group steeled themselves and began their ascent. At first it seemed normal, but as he walked on, Lu Jing keenly sensed an unusual gaze projecting from behind, staring intently at him. The sensation grew increasingly intense, as if an invisible ghost had quietly attached itself to him, unsettling his mind. This eerie feeling was utterly chilling, making it impossible to resist the urge to turn around and see who was secretly watching him. Don't look back while climbing the mountain. Lu Jing could only forcefully suppress the urge to turn his head, gritting his teeth as he continued ascending. Yet the more he tried to resist, the stronger the impulse to look back became, like a hand clawing at his heart, making him unbearably restless. Lu Jing had no choice but to fix his gaze rigidly on the person ahead, using it to ward off all distracting thoughts. At this moment, I suppose everyone else must be feeling the same way. The person walking ahead of Lu Jing was named Gao Mingyuan. He was a high school teacher, specializing in combat studies, besides teaching classes. On regular days, he'd raid dungeons with a few close companions. This time was no different, except he happened to stumble into a rules-based dungeon by mistake. This left him feeling uneasy. His level was sufficient, and he considered himself quite capable. But when it came to rules-based dungeons, he really had no experience. Gao Mingyuan. Someone called his name from behind. Gao Mingyuan instinctively turned his head. HM? Turning around, I stared at Lu Jing behind me. You called me. Lu Jing's face changed slightly. Never look back while climbing mountains. Gao Mingyuan suddenly jolted awake, his face instantly paling. He whirled around in a desperate attempt to remedy the situation, but it was already too late. Ah! Gao Mingyuan screamed as his body was suddenly yanked by an overwhelming force. He felt as though a giant hand had seized his left leg and was violently wrenching it apart. Excruciating pain flooded his entire body the instant he watched his left leg detach at the knee, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Despite being a trained warrior, he found himself completely powerless to resist. His feet were already clad in armor capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 15th-tier magical beast. Yet his feet were severed cleanly out of thin air. Then, that mysterious force came surging back. This time, its target was both his arms. Gao Mingyuan was horrified to discover that his arms had also been mercilessly torn from his body, with massive amounts of blood gushing from the severed limbs. Ah! He collapsed to the ground in agony, his screams piercing the heavens. He couldn't comprehend how any of this had happened. An intangible force seemed to surround him, pushing him step by step toward the edge of death, and he was utterly powerless to resist it. Save me, it hurts so much, save me, it hurts, save me, help me. Gao Mingyuan's blood-curdling screams seemed to emerge from the deepest abyss of hell, echoing horrifically through the air. Each shriek pierced through everyone's hearts like a sharpened blade. The sudden terror had petrified everyone present, their bodies frozen stiff like blocks of ice, utterly paralyzed with fear. Though their hearts were filled with terror, no one dared to look back at what had happened. Yet, the ghastly screams clung to them like a shadow, relentlessly echoing in their ears, making their hearts pound even faster. As time ticked by, Gao Mingyuan's screams finally began to fade, disappearing at last into the silent air. The entire world seemed to stand still at that moment, leaving behind nothing but utter stillness. The frigid air pierced to the bone, yet beads of sweat dotted every forehead, their faces drained pale as paper. They gasped heavily, struggling to calm their pounding hearts. What now? What do we do? Someone asked. Keep moving. Chao Lihao steadied his nerves. He was different from the others. Gao Mingyuan died right before Lu Jing's eyes. Though Lu Jing had already slain numerous demonic creatures, he was ultimately still just a boy. Facing such a bloody and brutal scene, it's inevitable to feel fear and discomfort in one's heart. Gao Mingyuan's corpse lay on the ground, his limbs completely separated from his body and scattered around. Each limb was torn apart beyond recognition, revealing pale bones and severed muscle tissue. His body had also suffered cruel destruction, as if torn apart by some tremendous force. Entrails and organs were scattered everywhere, blood staining the entire ground. His head was even more gruesome, with eyeballs lying nearby, hollow sockets still carrying traces of terror and despair. Ha! Things are getting more interesting. Lu Jing let out soft chuckles one after another. Crowd! Is this guy nuts? Chapter 64, The Mountain God Temple. The group resumed their journey. At this moment, everyone was fully alert. Gao Mingyuan's death served as a warning to all. Here, the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. This is hell. Even with all sorts of powerful artifacts on you, killing you requires no justification whatsoever. Everyone being awakened, they cut down trees with impressive speed. Even Lu Jing and his three companions, empowered by the serum, found wielding the great Xia dragon's saber to fell trees effortless. When the group returned with the felled trees and saw Gao Mingyuan's corpse by the roadside, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Ow ow. Some people couldn't help but vomit. The way Gao Mingyuan died was truly too miserable. On the way back, Zhang Songdan, who had been coughing persistently, stumbled and nearly rolled down the mountain. The tank-top guy looked utterly disgusted. With that physique, and he still wants to enter a dungeon? Thank goodness this is a rules-based dungeon. Chao Lihao had the monkey carry Zhang Songdan on its back all the way home. Chao Lihao also had his own considerations. Zhang Songdan was the only person in the team who understood architecture. If something happened to him, it would be troublesome. Returning to the village, they found that Zhang Songdan had already completed the architectural plans for the Mountain God Temple the previous evening. Only some minor details remained to be added. Some went looking for tools, while others worked on repairing the wooden beams. The task sounded simple, but in reality, it was anything but easy to execute. Had it not been for Zhang Sangdan's constant guidance, the mountain temple would never have been restored. The only problem was that Zhang Songdan was panting and out of breath. Even if he hadn't lifted a single piece of wood, Chao Lihao had Lu Jing bring him a stool, letting the others sit there and supervise the work. Wrapped in thick cotton-padded clothes with 2 hot water bottles inside, he finally felt slightly warmer. With such poor constitution, even an ordinary person would be 8 times stronger than him. One can imagine what kind of curse he, as an awakened one, had suffered. After working hard for almost a whole day, only some logs had been erected at the mountain temple, with no real structure in sight. They had initially planned to work through the night. After all, no one wanted to stay in the dungeon longer than necessary. Moreover, it was a rules-based dungeon, leaving no one confident they wouldn't accidentally trigger some rule. Gao Mingyuan is the best example. After all, everyone is awakened. Going without sleep for several days doesn't matter at all. But when night falls, the situation changes drastically. After sunset, the temperature drops even further. The biting cold wind sliced across people's skin like knives, bringing a bone-chilling coldness. Even as awakened ones with strength and endurance beyond ordinary people, it was hard to withstand such harsh conditions. They had no choice but to retreat back into the house. Damn it, how unnatural. The man in the tank top shook the snow off his body. Before, he could run around bare-assed in temperatures below -30°C, playing snow volleyball with others. He could even dive into icy water and swim underwater. Now he couldn't stand being outside for just a little while. Xiao Lihao appeared much calmer. It must be the restriction of the rules. Otherwise, we could finish the task quickly by working overnight. Hope there won't be any more nasty surprises. The sleeveless man's name was Fan Jiyu, professional warrior, level 20. Although his profession is that of a warrior, to be more specific, he belongs to the night class, a profession that comes with a spirit beast. He is also jokingly referred to as the Royal Knight, because this profession's demeanor carries not only the traits of a warrior, but also incorporates the hunter's ability to nurture spirit beasts. That's precisely why Fan Jiyu could be so wild. The north wind howled through the night. Everyone had come in groups, so naturally they all chose to sleep with their own little circles when bedtime came. Wei Jing and his 3 companions squeezed into one room together. The bulb in the room remained lit. The 4 of them chatted away, each chiming in with their own remarks. Lu Jing curled up under the blankets, thinking this was actually quite nice, so comforting and safe. It felt just like when we watched horror movies with friends as kids. Everyone was scared out of their wits. By evening, everyone had crowded together on the heated Kong bed in the inner room. The Kong was warmed to a cozy temperature. In the outer room, the adults were either playing cards or chatting leisurely, never forgetting to snack on melon seeds. Boss, something feels off about this. Could the mission really be this simple? Just building a temple? Niao Miao said. Let's play it by ear, but everyone needs to stay sharp. Roger that. Xiao Lihao glanced at Lu Jing with some apology in his voice. I was hoping to give you a trial run, but I never expected we'd encounter a rules-based dungeon on your first try. Lu Jing waved it off. No worries, this is actually my first time entering this type of dungeon anyway. Have you entered the instance before? The monkey caught the loophole in Lu Jing's words. Lu Jing nodded. How many times? Once or twice? Lu Jing counted carefully on his fingers. He just did it so many times that he forgot. Probably more than a dozen times. Put. Both Monkey and Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh. Miao Miao reached out and ruffled Lu Jing's hair. Talk big and count double. Monkey exposed him directly. Lu Jing wanted to explain, but Xiao Lihao didn't give him the chance, waving his hand dismissively. Alright everyone, rest now. I'll keep watch tonight, though it seems safe for now. But in this dungeon world, we absolutely can't let everyone fall asleep together. If something unexpected happens, it could be a matter of life and death. The next day, they proceeded with building the temple as planned. No unexpected incidents occurred during this time. They went up the mountain again, borrowed ox carts from the villagers, chopped enough wood, and hauled it back. They probably wouldn't need to go up the mountain anymore after this. After all, Gao Mingyuan had died there. After 3 days of effort, the temple had already taken substantial shape. At this rate, they would complete the task in less than 10 days. But accidents strike without warning. On the midnight of the 4th day, the night watch was Monkey. Get up! Something's happened. Get up now. Monkey's first cry. The other 3, keenly alert, had already opened their eyes. Flames were seen leaping into the sky outside. Is there a fire over there? Shit! It looks like it's coming from the mountain god temple. Fan Jida's roar could already be heard from outside. Bad news, the mountain temple was burned down. Good news, the damage wasn't severe, it wasn't completely destroyed. Zhang Songgan inspected it thoroughly and said, fortunately, nothing major happened, and the existing snow made it harder to burn completely. No big deal, just a matter of spending a few extra days. It won't delay our plans. Just some damaged wood. The basic structure is still intact. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, don't let me find out who did this, Fan Jiyu said angrily. Not just Fan Jiyu, everyone involuntarily clenched their fists. As the saying goes, the grandson sells his grandfather's land without a second thought. This mountain god temple before them was a matter of life and death. And this wood was what they had chopped down tree by tree, then transported back tree by tree. Only after laborious polishing did it finally become part of what the mountain temple required, the bitterness of this process known only to themselves. Yet more furious than them were the villagers in the settlement. When news spread that flame had consumed the mountain temple, the people emerged from their homes one after another, gathering at the sacred site. Angry and dissatisfied expressions appeared on everyone's faces. People began talking all at once, their voices rising and falling in waves. Who on earth did this? How could anyone treat our mountain shrine this way? This is outright blasphemy. Need you ask? It must be those damn Li family members behind this. someone said angrily. The voice brimmed with indignation as others chimed in agreement. Those bastards are downright wicked. Disrespect the mountain god, and sooner or later punishment will come. Come on, let's settle the score with them. Chapter 65, The Eerie Villagers. As emotions ran high, someone in the crowd suggested going to confront the Lee clan and settle accounts. Let's go, we'll settle scores with them. A burly man shouted. His voice was loud and firm, immediately drawing responses from the others. Let's go, let's go. People joined in shouting one after another, determined to demand an explanation. Thus, a crowd of angry villagers marched off in full force. The outsiders exchanged glances with each other. Seems like there are quite some conflicts among these villagers, someone remarked. Why are there only families with the surnames Li and Zhang in this village? Miao Miao asked curiously. The villagers with the surname Zhang made up the vast majority in the village. Those with the surname Li accounted for only a small portion. Perhaps two villages merged, Chao Lihao suggested. One village was mainly Li's, the other mostly Zhang's. Miao Miao nodded, finding this reason quite reasonable. Fan Jiyu said, what do we do next? We can't possibly guard the mountain temple day and night, can we? Staying up late wasn't a problem for them at all, but staying outside the village at night was simply impossible. That piercing cold was unbearable even for the awakened ones. Cough cough. Zhang Songgan spoke while coughing. Perhaps we could discuss this with the villagers and see if they can help us. Judging by how the villagers are behaving, they seem to place particular importance on the mountain god temple. Chao Lihao nodded. I think it's worth a try. In fact, there was no need for them to say anything at all. That very night, villagers took turns standing guard outside the temple. They even borrowed tents from the old hunter, working in shifts of 3, armed with farm tools like shovels and pitchforks in their hands. Unlike those outsiders, the villagers remained completely unaffected by the chilling night wind. Witnessing this scene eased everyone's worries considerably. Yet in the depths of night, Lu Jing detected movement outside. He rose from bed and gazed into the distance. In the distance, there was a glow of fire, as if somewhere was burning. Faint pleas for mercy could still be heard. Too far away, Lu Jing couldn't hear clearly. No, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Spare my life. I didn't burn the mountain god shrine. Must have been someone else, go ask the others. I was at home the whole time. Immediately after, the man's voice turned into desperate screams. Then, the sound vanished. Those villagers weren't just talking, they really went to settle scores with the villagers surnamed Li. It seemed they even resorted to vigilante justice. The next day, when the crowd reached the mountain temple, everyone froze in shock. Some strange things had appeared in front of the mountain temple ahead. Upon closer inspection, several wooden stakes had been erected there at some unknown time. There was actually a person tied to each stake, 4 in total, 3 men and 1 woman. They all appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, completely naked with wounds and bloodstains covering their bodies. Some were missing an eye, others had lost several fingers. There was another person who had already stopped breathing, their head hanging low in a truly wretched state. Even more horrifying, 2 fierce wolfhounds crouched nearby, greedily gnawing at the corpse of the deceased. Before the wooden stake stood 7 or 8 villagers, armed with various weapons, who immediately put on welcoming smiles upon seeing the approaching group. You're here. On such a cold day, you've really gone through some hardship for us. My family's slaughtering a pig tonight for pork dinner. Everyone must come, another villager said warmly. Exactly. Pork stew with pickled cabbage, his wife cooks it so fragrantly. Is the ox cart enough? Should we find another one? The villagers wore simple smiles on their faces, appearing warm and friendly. Yet, for Lu Jing and the others, those smiles seemed oddly eerie. The surrounding environment was steeped in an oppressive atmosphere, as if making it hard to breathe. An involuntary chill crept up their spines, filling their hearts with doubts and unease. They stared intently at the 4 figures hanging from the wooden stakes, their eyes betraying traces of fear and shock. These poor souls had clearly endured inhuman torment. Their bodies were twisted and deformed, drenched in blood. The despair and agony lingering in their expressions stood in stark contrast to the villagers' beaming smiles. One of the men said sternly, they're the ones who set the temple on fire. They must pay for what they've done. Chao Lihao nodded, his smile failing to reach his eyes. The girls in the group averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. After leaving the mountain temple, everyone headed up the mountain. Due to the fire damage, they had no choice but to go cut more wood. They really went too far. I think one of them might already be dead, Miao Miao said. Serves them right. Who the hell told them to burn down the temple we built? They got what they deserved. They're burning our temples, that's tantamount to murdering us. It's either them or us. Fan Jiyu scoffed dismissively. But that's against the law, protested a young girl nervously. This was her first time participating in this instance. Fan Jiyu snorted coldly, the law? Go find the police if you want. If we could find the police, we wouldn't have needed to build this damn temple in the first place. The young girl was left speechless. But why did those villagers burn down the mountain god's temple? Someone asked curiously. Why else? Probably obstacles set by the dungeon, otherwise building the temple would have been too smooth for us. That explanation made reasonable sense. By the time they returned with the chopped wood, all 4 people tied to the stakes before the temple had already died. Tortured all night long, his body was already covered in wounds. Now in the bitter cold of midwinter, he was stripped naked and left exposed for a full day and night. No wonder he didn't survive. Yet the villagers stubbornly refused to remove the corpse, claiming it would serve as a warning to others with ill intentions. Whether it intimidated others was unclear, but it certainly stunned Lu Jing and his companions. In less than a night, the corpse had frozen into an ice sculpture. With 4 humanoid ice sculptures placed there, someone with weak nerves might get quite a fright at first glance. Though everyone had seen corpses before, they weren't exactly serial killers themselves. This spectacle still made her rather uncomfortable. So during their break, Chao Lihao organized a tour around other sections of the village for the group. There might very well be other undiscovered rules lurking about. Lu Jing teamed up with Miao Miao, and the two headed toward the village center. Stretching lazily, Miao Miao remarked, "This mission is so boring. I'd much rather just jump into action. Thinking stuff through isn't really my strong suit." Lu Jing chuckled. "Speaking of which, were you serious when you said you joined over a dozen instances before?" "It's true," Lu Jing replied. Chapter 66, The Rebel. "No joking?" Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. Lu Jing gave an approving hum. "So, why did you join the organization?" "Because it's cool," Lu Jing answered without hesitation. "And you?" "Me, obviously because of the captain." "Captain Chao Lihao?" "Not this captain, but the legendary one." Miao Miao pointed upwards with her finger, as if that captain existed in the heavens themselves. "Have you seen him?" Lu Jing asked suspiciously. Miao Miao proudly puffed out her somewhat sparse chest. "Of course I've seen him. He's so handsome. When I get married, I'll marry someone just like him." "Oh," Lu Jing responded somewhat absent-mindedly. Miao Miao was displeased, only to see Lu Jing staring intently at the crack beneath his feet. Was the earthquake this severe? Lu Jing clicked his tongue. The story's backdrop was an earthquake, one that had toppled the original mountain temple. That's why they needed to build the mountain god temple. The earthquake left cracks that spread across the entire village like a giant spiderweb. These fissures varied in depth and width, with some gaps large enough to fit a leg. The closer to the village center, the larger these cracks grew. The ground in some areas has completely split open, forming deep chasms that are nearly impossible to cross. Other spots show only slight depressions, yet they still make one's heart race with fear. These fissures have not only destroyed village roads and homes but also transformed once familiar surroundings beyond recognition. Villagers can only tread carefully around these cracks, searching for safe paths forward. A familiar sign suddenly appeared ahead as we walked further. Marked in red letters, "Do not approach the ancestral hall in the village center." Lu Jing and Miao Miao exchanged glances. "Another rule has been uncovered. Let's go take a look," Miao Miao said. Lu Jing pointed at the rule. "Not inside, let's look outside," Miao Miao responded. Lu Jing didn't insist then. If their team leader Chao Lihao were present, he would definitely have stopped them both. When two young people get together, they always come up with brilliant ideas. Soon the two arrived at the village center. In the center of the village stood an ancient tree, and the ancestral hall was located not far from it. A few villagers were chatting idly in front of the ancestral hall. The moment Lu Jing and Miao Miao appeared, they immediately caught everyone's attention. A kind-faced middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward and asked, "Can I help you with something?" "Nothing much, just wandering around casually." Miao Miao showed no signs of stage fright and replied with a cheerful grin. "You didn't notice the warning signs when you came this way." "What warning signs?" Lu Jing played dumb with an air of feigned ignorance. The middle-aged man continued speaking, "Outsiders aren't permitted near the ancestral hall, that's our village's rule. We hope you'll understand." Throughout his explanation, the middle-aged man maintained a kindly smile on his face. Miao Miao suddenly understood and apologized. "We're terribly sorry, we didn't realize." "It's alright, you can freely explore anywhere else in the village." Lu Jing and Miao Miao had no choice but to turn back. Glancing over his shoulder, Lu Jing noticed the middle-aged man had sat back down again. These people didn't seem to be here simply for idle chatter, they appeared more like sentries, stationed there to guard the ancestral hall. "That's really strange," Lu Jing said. "Oh, if it's taboo, why didn't anyone warn us when we went up the mountain to chop trees? On the contrary, there are even people stationed here guarding the place, as if afraid we might enter." Miao Miao furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing this, but quickly smoothed her expression. "Don't overthink it. This village has seen plenty of strange things." Miao Miao had just finished speaking, when a woman in her 30s brushed past them. Another man who appeared to be about her age nearby remarked, "Mother, slow down." Both Lu Jing and Miao Miao showed expressions of slight astonishment. "Mom?" The two turned their heads simultaneously. Miao Miao whispered, "These two look more like a married couple, maybe she's his father's second wife." Lu Jing said gravely, no one calls their stepmother mother. Niamyo shrugged. After the two returned, I compared notes with the others. The other group also discovered several additional rules. Don't trust villagers with the surname Li. Never draw well water as a pair. Don't dry clothes at night. Don't blow the whistle at midnight. Don't pluck out gray hair. What the hell is all this? Fan Jiyu frowned. Every rule corresponds to a legend, Xiao Lihao explained. This village has so many supernatural occurrences that it spawned the mountain god, which is why they're making us build the mountain god temple. Thank goodness these rules are all so bizarre, otherwise if we accidentally triggered one, it'd be disastrous. A girl named Tian Shouju said with lingering fear. Clearly, rule-based dungeons were relatively unfamiliar to them. No one had a mature solution. Fortunately, this rule-based dungeon was suitable for beginners. Rules like, don't hang clothes at night, no whistling after midnight, and, never pluck white hair. This rule wouldn't be triggered unless someone was extraordinarily unlucky. Just be careful, everyone. Xiao Lihao reminded them and then asked Zhang Songdan about the progress on the mountain temple. Zhang Songdan said that at the current pace, with just a bit more refining, the mountain temple would be completed within a few days. Hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that victory was within reach. Nighttime. Lu Jing tossed and turned through the night. The events of the day grew stranger the more he thought about them. His sixth sense faintly told him something wasn't quite right. Niamyo was on night watch tonight. Seeing him awake, she asked curiously, what? Can't sleep? Yeah, I feel really strange. What's strange? Niamyo inquired. I want to go take a look at the ancestral hall. Niamyo frowned. Are you crazy? No, I just think there's something strange about that hall. During the day, I found out a lot of things. All the other rules have their own legends behind them. Only near the ancestral hall was shrouded in mist. Yet villagers guarded the area around the hall, as if fearing we might enter. Lu Jing voiced his suspicions out loud. Niamyo narrowed her eyes and sized up Lu Jing again from head to toe. At first, she thought Lu Jing was just a novice who had never participated in a dungeon. He needed others to tell him what to do before he would act. But clearly, she was mistaken. This guy was just as rebellious and adolescent as she was. Late at night, two figures ran one after another through the silent village. Unlike the bright and bustling cities, the countryside nights here always seemed particularly tranquil and mysterious. Especially at this hour, the entire village appeared shrouded in a thick blanket of darkness, evoking an indescribable sense of loneliness and fear. The stars in the sky, however, shone ever larger and brighter. Footsteps on the snow inevitably make sounds. Sha-sha. From time to time, the wind comes from behind. No matter how thick your cotton coat is, it pierces right through, making one instinctively quicken their pace. We're almost there, Lu Jing said. The two passed by a warning sign. Snowflakes still fluttered in the sky, and the village was blanketed in snow everywhere. Yet not a single snowflake touched the ground around the warning sign. The crimson letters stood out strikingly even in the darkness of the night. Do not approach the ancestral hall at the village center. It was a clear warning to all against trespassing into forbidden territory. At this moment, Niamyo's heart stirred with unease. The consequences of violating the rules. Gao Mingyuan is the perfect example. Are you absolutely sure your intuition is right? Niamyo pressed anxiously. Not sure. Ha, Niamyo said, that's exactly why I like you. Chapter 67 The Genealogy. When it comes down to it, why do you think the ancestral hall might be strange? Niamyo said. It's not that the ancestral hall is strange, but I think there's something strange about this village. This village was never normal to begin with. Niamyo exclaimed. No, if you look at everything in the village from a different perspective, it actually follows its own logic, but there are things existing completely beyond that logic. Niamyo couldn't quite understand. So Lu Jing rephrased it. Take how the mentally ill see the world, for example, while chaotic and nonsensical to others. In their eyes, this world is perfectly normal, governed by a self-consistent logic of its own. As they spoke, the two of them had already reached the entrance of the ancestral hall. At this moment, no one was guarding the hall anymore. Are we really going in? Niamyo asked. Yes. Lu Jing nodded. I'll go in alone. You wait outside. What kind of talk is that? If we're going in together. Niamyo refused to show timidity in front of her junior. The ancestral hall at night appeared even more eerie and terrifying. The faint candlelight flickered unsteadily, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The shadows in the darkness seemed to dance, sending shivers down the spine. Within the silent atmosphere, an occasional whisper of wind could be heard like the murmuring of ghosts. The ancient building exhaled a musty air, its mottled walls and faded murals adding another layer of eerie dread. The two of them cautiously stepped into the inner hall of the ancestral temple, where dim light blurred everything into indistinct shapes. The ancestral tablets stood quietly in place, enveloped by the lingering scent of incense that mingled with the musty smell of dust in the air. Ancient utensils, tattered books, and mysterious symbols evoked visions of past sacrificial rites and enigmatic religious beliefs. Miao Miao lit a candle and placed it gently in the corner of the room. "What does this mean?" Lu Jing asked curiously. Miao Mao explained, "When the candle flame changes color, it means something strange is happening. By observing the color changes of the flame, we can also determine the level of danger." "Isn't this a plot straight out of a tomb raiding novel?" Lu Jing's eyes lit up. "It's kind of similar, but this is what props are for. What else can I do? A prop that serves its purpose is a good prop," Miao Miao said. Lu Jing held the flashlight in his hand, sweeping its beam around the surroundings. The ancestral hall contained everything it should, plaques inscribed with its name, portraits of ancestors, and a pair of traditional wooden beds. Lantern cabinets, hall couplets. "Seems, nothing strange here." Miao Miao glanced at the candle she had placed in the corner. Its flame showed no change in color, which is precisely why it's strange. "If there's nothing unusual, why won't they let us near the ancestral hall?" Lu Jing's gaze settled on an object hanging from the roof beam. "What's that?" "It must be the family records." "How do you know?" Miao Miao asked. "In our village, since there's no study to store the family records, yet we need to protect them from being gnawed by rats or damaged by moisture. People usually hang their family records from the beams in their houses. First, it represented divinity. Second, contact with rodents, water, or fire could easily damage the genealogy. So, it was usually wrapped in oiled paper and hung from the ceiling beam at home. Normally, no one would open it casually." "Miao Miao, how do you even know that?" "My grandfather told me about it when I was little." Lu Jing hadn't even finished speaking. Miao Miao had already leapt onto the roof beam, untied the rope in a few swift motions, and brought down the ancestral record. Lu Jing took the family register and began flipping through it. The origins of surnames, summaries of the earliest generations in the genealogy, and the ascending branches of the ancestral tree. Basic information, family relationships, deeds, and contributions of each ancestor and family member, arranged in order of bloodline relationships. Everything that should be in a family tree is accounted for. Why does this family tree only include those with the surname Li? Where are those with the surname Zhang? Lu Jing spotted the blind spot. At that moment, Miao Miao took down another genealogy book. Lu Jing reached out to take it and immediately noticed the difference in texture. "This Zhang family genealogy has been refurbished. And thicker too, looks more formal as well," Miao Miao nodded. "No wonder, since most villagers nowadays bear the Zhang surname, very few are named Li anymore." Lu Jing opened the Zhang family genealogy book. "Notice anything unusual?" Lu Jing shook his head. "Nothing obvious for now." Miao Miao turned her head and glanced once more at the candle flame placed in the corner of the wall. "This ancestral hall doesn't seem to have any issues. Why does the guideline forbid us from entering?" "Shoo! Someone's here." Miao Miao's expression abruptly changed as she immediately blew out the candle in the corner. "Whoosh! Making me come here at this hour. Who in their right mind would visit the ancestral hall in the dead of night?" A man in his 40s, gripping a flashlight, swept its beam around the dim interior of the ancestral hall. Fortunately, he was too sleepy to keep his eyes open at this moment, otherwise he would have noticed that the family genealogy hanging from the beam was missing. The man yawned repeatedly, took another glance, and then walked out of the ancestral hall. Under the dark moon and high night, the two large red lanterns in front of the ancestral hall were particularly conspicuous. The man walked with his head down when suddenly he froze. He turned and quickly returned to the ancestral hall. "No." Lu Jing and Miao Mao realized something at the same time. With such heavy snow footprints, there was no way to erase the trail they had left behind. They had hoped the footprints would be buried under fresh snowfall by morning. Who would have thought someone would still come to the ancestral hall at this hour? The man swept his flashlight beam across the room once more, this time examining every detail carefully. Lu Jing and Miao Miao lay flat behind the table, holding their breath. Frowning, the man muttered to himself. Could it be something left from daytime? Lu Jing could see the man's legs getting closer. The thick cotton trousers even had a hole in them. Lu Jing stared at the pattern inside those cotton pants. Louis Vuitton? Even folks in the village are this stylish? The man sniffled and stopped dwelling on it. Both Lu Jing and Miao Miao secretly sighed in relief. The man shut the heavy gate of the ancestral hall behind him, its bronze rings clinking sharply against the wood. With both hands tucked deeply into his sleeves, his head bowed slightly, his hunched back curved like a drawn bow. Step by deliberately placed step, he began the slow trudge back, the crunch of snow beneath his feet sounding like the very earth sighing. The man suddenly realized. No, why didn't he see the clan genealogy inside the ancestral hall? No wonder he kept feeling something was missing. The man took 3 steps in 2, swiftly turning back to run again. Tap tap tap. The man violently flung the door open again and rushed back in. The flashlight beam swept across, the family genealogy scroll hanging from the roof beam was right there in plain sight. A false alarm after all. The man scratched his head hard, thinking he was overcomplicating things, grumbling under his breath, "Can't even let a person rest at this ungodly hour." After the man left, Meow Meow crouched on the beam, wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, sweat-born from tension. Just a few seconds more and we would have been caught. Lu Jing also emerged from the darkness. After waiting a while longer to confirm there was no further movement, the two then cautiously resumed their examination. Having confirmed there was nothing, he then retraced his steps back. Chapter 68, The Problem. Footsteps sounded outside the house. Two figures entered the house, one after the other. Captain Chow Li Hao and Monkey were in another room. Lu Jing and Meow Meow, afraid of waking the two, brushed the snow off their clothes in the hallway. Meow Meow exhaled a visible breath, her voice trembling, clearly from the cold. "It looks like we made a wasted trip, didn't find anything." "On the contrary, I'd say we came to exactly the right place." "How so?" "That's what's strange, we went to the ancestral hall but found nothing." Meow Meow was quick-witted, understanding perfectly with just a hint, but the rules clearly stated not to approach the ancestral hall. Lu Jing nodded. "Maybe we're just the lucky ones," Meow Meow said. Lu Jing replied, "I can't quite explain it either, but something feels very wrong." But something felt off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Something was amiss. The ancestral hall felt wrong. Yet what exactly was wrong with the ancestral hall? That crucial point kept eluding Lu Jing's grasp. If rules were ironclad laws that must never be broken. Yet now we can be certain one of these rules is flawed. They deliberately prevented them from entering the ancestral hall. But what secrets lie hidden within that ancestral hall? Two family genealogies? Lu Jing couldn't figure out why. At that moment, footsteps sounded. Zhang Songgan, draped in his clothes, walked in. "What's up?" Meow Meow said. "No, I just saw you guys coming back from outside when I was in the bathroom." "What happened?" Zhang Songgan lightly coughed twice as he spoke. Lu Jing replied calmly, "Nothing much, just went out for a bit." "Oh." Zhang Songgan stopped asking further. Meow Meow and Lu Jing exchanged glances. "Alright, get some sleep early. We've got work to do tomorrow." The time that followed, everyone continued building the temple. It must be said, Zhang Songgan truly lived up to his reputation as a top architecture student. Under his guidance, the temple soon took on a proper shape. Even after going through the fire, it was still completed more than 10 days ahead of the scheduled time. The mountain god temple is built. Not only was it built, but the villagers were also extremely satisfied. All that's left is to move the mountain god into the temple, and everything will be complete. The heavy stone in everyone's heart had finally fallen away. On the eve of moving the mountain god from the old temple to the new one, the entire village was immersed in a festive atmosphere. The villagers sprang into action, preparing to welcome this significant moment. They slaughtered pigs and sheep, cooked delicious food, and prepared fine wine. As night fell, the village was brightly lit and bustling with excitement. The villagers gathered around the bonfire, their laughter and chatter echoing through the night sky. While enjoying delicious food, everyone shared tales and legends about the mountain god. As key contributors to the construction of the mountain god temple, Lu Jing and his companions were deeply touched by the villagers' warmth and hospitality. "So many villagers have come?" Lu Jing took a quick glance. Normally, these villagers hardly ever step outside. It's rare to see such a full turnout of villagers. It seemed like the entire village had come. Come, let's drink, let's drink." Fan Jiyu threw an arm around Chow Li Hao's shoulder. He'd already had quite a bit to drink. Owing to his temper, Fan Jiyu had initially had numerous unpleasant run-ins with the four non-awakened individuals. However, this guy has a free and easy personality. After spending time together, I realized he actually means no harm. Bottoms up. To celebrate our meeting, Chow Li Hao raised his glass with a smile. Fan Jiyu said, "This is the first time I've experienced such a long instance. To be honest, I'm actually a bit reluctant to leave now. We've been eating farm-fresh dishes every day and enjoying the quaint scenery. Isn't that much better than living in constant fear outside?" Cheering voices from the villagers could be heard nearby. Just then, sudden bursts of merry laughter and cheerful music filled the air. Lu Jing turned toward the sound and saw Lu Wing, a young woman from their group, her face flushed with drink, dancing excitedly. The villagers had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Wide-eyed, they stared fixedly at the scene before them. Their faces lit up with delight as they instinctively clapped along to the rhythm, their thunderous applause echoing all around. The entire scene was alive with excitement, the atmosphere reaching an unprecedented climax. Fan Jiyu was belting out "Love Until Death," believing that only by singing with utter abandon could one find true catharsis. The others joined in the chorus. There wasn't a trace of melody, just sheer vocal volume carrying the tune. "It seems nothing bad has happened now." Chow Li Hao stood beside Lu Jing. "Maybe we were just being overly cautious." Since the gathering began, Lu Jing had been silently observing everything without saying a word. Meow Meow had already told Captain Chow Li Hao about her situation with Lu Jing. Chow Li Hao thought Lu Jing might be feeling disappointed and frustrated because his judgment hadn't been validated. So she came over and comforted him thoughtfully. Nothing happening is for the best, but caution is still necessary, better safe than sorry. He patted Lu Jing's shoulder. Instance worlds are inherently strange, who knows if the rules might not trigger for some reason, or it might be failing to meet a certain condition. Lu Jing ignored her attempt at comfort and instead said, "Look, that man just now called that woman daughter." Chow Lihao followed the direction of his pointing finger and looked over. The man appeared to be around 30 years old. He probably wasn't over 35. As for the woman, she looked to be in her 20s. What's wrong? Does the age gap seem a bit small? Lu Jing said. And that man who looks about 50 is being called grandpa by someone in their 30s. That couple who appeared to be husband and wife are actually mother and son. And that 20-year-old youngster actually has children who also look to be in their 20s. Lu Jing pointed them out one by one. From the very beginning, he had been observing everyone. Chow Lihao couldn't help but furrow his brow either. This could no longer be explained by simply looking aged or youthful. What do you mean by this? Lu Jing said, they all share the surname Zhang, isn't that strange? Over the past few days, I've tracked down several villagers namely, and their ages were perfectly normal. The man goes by Zhang Dali. According to the family records, he should be 46 years old. Chow Lihao frowned, but he doesn't look a day over 36. Lu Jing nodded and continued. That man is called Zhang Xuanhai. According to the genealogy records, he should be 52 years old, but look at him, where does he seem 52? And that Zhang Yi, do you know how old she is this year? She should be 20, but she looks well over 30 already. Chow Lihao's face darkened like still water. Lu Jingshan said in a deep voice, the genealogy is fake, and what's strange is that only the Zhang family's genealogy is fake, while the Li family's genealogy appears to be normal. The rules forbid us from trusting villagers with the surname Li, yet these villagers surnamed Zhang are acting suspiciously at every turn. Lu Jingshan and Chow Lihao stood together in the darkness. Not far away, the crowd gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing. The darkness before them seemed to divide yin and yang. Perhaps, this is just the strangeness of the dungeon world, Chow Lihao shrugged. No. Lu Jing exhaled deeply. These villagers with the surname Zhang were never the true villagers of this place. What? Chow Lihao turned to Lu Jing in astonishment. They're not villagers. They're players like us, trying to clear this level. Lu Jing spoke each word deliberately. Chapter 4. This dungeon is a bit long, but nearing its end. Thanks for your support. Chapter 69, The Dark Dragon Slumbering Upon Crimson Lotus Flames. They're not villagers. They're players just like us, here to clear the level. Lu Jing enunciated each word deliberately. Chow Lihao's face froze in shock. They failed the challenge and got trapped here, becoming the villagers of this place. Their memories were tampered with, so the family tree is newly created. It's not at all as we imagined that it was renovated by the villagers with the surname Zhang. So their ages and appearances don't match, and most importantly, their relationships are all mixed up. That's also why a 20-something would call a 30-year-old mom. That's why there are so many abnormalities, and the Li family villagers were the original inhabitants of this village. Lu Jing finished speaking in one breath. So what? Chow Lihao asked. Even if the villager surnamed Zhang is an outsider, what does that actually prove? They failed the trials and were trapped here forever, becoming villagers of this place. Lu Jing pondered for a moment. The crucial question is why? Why would these failed ones help us build the temple? And why would the villager surnamed Li want to destroy it? The rules are no longer absolute. We trespassed into the ancestral hall yet encountered no supernatural phenomena, only to discover 2 genealogy books that revealed the Zhang surnamed villager wasn't originally from this village. The rules told us not to trust villagers with the surname Li, but now the ones causing problems are actually these people, the failed challengers whose memories were erased to become new villagers. Could it be? Could it? Chow Lihao's throat moved as he too realized a terrifying possibility. Could it be that even the rule telling us to build the temple is fake? Lu Jing said with grave solemnity. Chow Lihao's body stiffened slightly. What if all of this had been a lie from the very beginning? Then, what is real? Wouldn't everything they'd done be rendered utterly meaningless? Chow Lihao pondered for a moment, but this is all speculation on your part. Lu Jing nodded. Exactly, precisely because it's speculation, that's why I only told you. Thus far, everything has been Lu Jing's conjecture. He had no other choice but to use this reasoning to persuade his companion to cease the construction of the temple. Besides, the temple is already completed now. Of course, Lu Jing himself wasn't entirely certain either. If I'd known this earlier, I wouldn't have come to comfort you, Chow Lihao suddenly sighed. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow. Chow Lihao explained, tonight, no one but the heavens will know whether your guess is true or false. If you're right, our fate will surely be dire. But if we actually followed your advice and destroyed the temple now, and it turns out your guess was wrong, we'll still be in deep trouble. So, I'd prefer to know nothing until you come up with solid evidence. That way, I could happily spend what might be the last night of my life, instead of being scared like this. Lu Jing smiled. Chow Lihao lit a cigarette for himself and handed another one to Lu Jing. Do you like gambling? Lu Jing raised his eyes. Why are you asking this? Chow Li Hao said leisurely, part of the reason gamblers enjoy gambling is because they seek excitement and thrill in it. Both the anticipation of winning and the possibility of losing stimulate people's nerves, producing an innate surge of hormones. Therefore, gamblers crave this hormonal metabolism to bring lasting sensations. There's also a saying that gambling is a refuge for the lonely and depressed. Typically, gamblers lack good interpersonal relationships because their habits make them excessively focused on their own lives. Gambling can also be an escape from reality. At this point, Chow Li Hao paused and looked at Lu Jing. Then which one are you, gambler? Lu Jing smiled. He gazed at the distant shimmering lights, his eyes gradually hardening with determination as a wicked smirk curled at the corner of his lips. A gambler? No, people always live bound by certain perceptions, that's reality. And these perceptions themselves are ambiguous. Reality may be nothing but moonshine in the water. All unfavorable circumstances in this world arise from the incompetence of those involved. And I happen to be the most competent of all. Apologies if I've said too much. I'm exactly that kind of person, outwardly appearing wild and unrestrained, yet inwardly having complete control over everything. Chow Li Hao, confused face? He's now somewhat suspecting whether Lu Jing might be suffering from some kind of mental illness. Late at night, the joyful atmosphere hadn't yet dispersed, its fragrance lingering in the air. The biting cold wind and swirling snowflakes quietly departed this night, as if they had never existed at all. The frigid air grew gentle, the wind ceased its howling, and the snowflakes stopped their dance. Beneath the night sky, a profound silence enveloped the earth, with only faint starlight twinkling on the horizon. With neither wind nor snow to stir the air, the world seemed to have fallen into slumber, everything appearing so tranquil and serene. This sudden silence brings an eerie sense of warmth and comfort. Before the temple, two villagers lay fallen on the ground. Spilled liquor spreads across the earth, slowly trickling down the temple's surrounding grounds. Lu Jing carried a liquor bottle. When it ran out, he'd grab another, until he decided it was enough. Only then did he stop, and suddenly there was a lighter in his hand. Lu Jing stood before the temple. Chow Li Hao was wrong, Lu Jing wasn't a gambler. He was a lunatic. A complete madman who didn't care whether his decisions would doom himself or others. At this moment, what reflected in Lu Jing's eyes was not the mountain temple, but madness. When you're uncertain about something, don't entrust your fate to others. Before things happen, no one knows what's right or wrong. Since it's all about choice, why not leave it to myself? I am the world. Put. The flames suddenly leaped up. At that moment, a hand suddenly pressed down on Lu Jing's hand. You're a downright gambler. Chow Li Hao's voice rang out. So sure about your guess? Take the reins of your own destiny, Lu Jing said calmly. But this isn't just about your life now, it's about all of our lives. If you gamble wrong, we all die together. Chow Li Hao's expression turned grave. As he spoke, he reached out and snatched away the lighter. Lu Jing sighed, seemingly conceding in resignation. Chow Li Hao was just about to say something more. Then unexpectedly, in the very next instant, Lu Jing suddenly threw a punch at him. Chow Li Hao was sent flying backward from the blow. Lu Jingza took the lighter and appeared in front of the mountain temple. O dragon of darkness slumbering upon crimson lotus flames, let your roar incinerate my enemies. Chow Li Hao's expression changed. Only now did he truly understand this Lu Jing was a complete idiot. Chapter 70 Chaos. Lu Jing relit the lighter, raised his hand. Boom! The next second, a gash burst open on Lu Jing's hand. The lighter fell onto the snow, its flame immediately snuffed out. In the distance, a figure holding a gun appeared. What are you trying to do? It was Zhang Songan. At this moment, Zhang Songan was holding a pistol, aiming it straight at Lu Jing. How could there be wine at the mountain god temple? Are you the mole, trying to get us all killed? No, don't be rash. Let me explain this to you slowly. Chow Li Hao walked over. Speaking of which, Lu Jing had it rough too. Don't you move either. Zhang Songan pointed his gun at Chow Li Hao again. Professional gunner. Woohoo! At that moment, the sound of a horn rose in the distance, deep and prolonged, like the roar of a mighty dragon. As the sound of the horn rang out, a powerful force seemed to emanate from afar, shaking both the earth and the sky. Chow Li Hao gazed into the distance. What is that sound? It's the divine statue. Lu Jing suddenly realized. They're moving the deity statue to the mountain temple not tomorrow, but tonight. If we don't burn it now, it'll be too late. The sound of gunshots and horns startled Fan Jida and the others from their deep slumber. They hurriedly dressed and rushed to the temple at once. Yet faced with this bewildering scene before them, everyone was left utterly confused. They want to burn down the temple. Zhang Songan spoke first. What? All eyes turned toward Lu Jing and Chow Li Hao. Chow Li Hao immediately felt a headache coming on. Fan Jiyu glanced at the lighter on the ground, then walked over and instantly caught the strong scent of liquor on the mountain temple. The alcohol flowed across the floor. You're insane! Fan Jiyu roared. Damn it! What are you trying to do? Chow Lihao understood there was absolutely no way to explain things clearly at this moment. These people wouldn't believe Lu Jing even if he pointed out all the suspicious aspects of the village. They'd say all the Zhang villagers were just like them, people who failed the trials and lost their minds here. They'd claim the rules about building the mountain god temple might be fabricated. Even Chow Lihao himself couldn't convince his own doubts. Chow Lihao urgently shouted, "Lu Jing, aren't you usually quite eloquent?" "There's no use explaining any more to them," Lu Jing replied with a hint of resignation in his tone. "What should we do now then?" "Tie them up first." Fan Jita rolled up his sleeves. "We can't let them drag us down with them." The others, hearing Fan Jita's words, stepped forward to restrain Lu Jing. Even Miao Miao and Hosey looked at their squad leader Chow Lihao with confusion. They couldn't understand why the temple was suddenly set on fire. "Captain?" Chow Lihao's mind was in utter turmoil at this moment. "Don't fucking ask me, I don't know what's going on either. These new recruits nowadays really have some nerve." Lu Jing's figure flashed as he covered several steps in an instant. He came right before Zhang Songgan's face, planting a kick squarely on his chin. Zhang Songgan collapsed to the ground on the spot, not even making a sound. Lu Jing's hand, which had been smashed by a blow, had already healed. With a single graceful motion, he caught the pistol that fell from the other's grip. Fan Jiyu was quick to react, sharp-eyed and decisive, instantly catching sight of Lu Jing's subtle maneuver. His feet flew like the wind, covering ground 3 steps at a time, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lu Jing. Lu Jing hadn't even steadied himself yet. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Without mercy, he unleashed a low sweeping kick, swift as lightning, carrying a sharp whistling through the air as it viciously lashed toward Lu Jing. With just a slight sidestep, Lu Jing deftly dodged the attack. Fan Jiyu did not give up despite this. With a wave of both hands, he summoned a massive shield out of thin air and pressed it down fiercely towards Lu Jing without hesitation. Lu Jing raised his right hand as a mysterious black substance crawled up his arm, instantly transforming it into an incredibly sturdy hammer, as if wrapping it in a heavy suit of armor. Lu Jing mustered all his strength and swung the hammer with devastating force towards Fan Jita. There was only a loud bang boom. The moment the hammer touched the shield, the black substance swiftly spread and enveloped the entire shield in an instant. Lu Jing pulled with all his might. Fan Jiyu felt as if the shield in his hand had become uncontrollable. The two pulled back and forth in a tug-of-war. Clearly, Lu Jing had the stronger pull. Just then, a figure suddenly lunged forward. A blonde-haired youth from the group abruptly wrapped his arms around Lu Jing's waist. Lu Jing immediately delivered 2 elbow strikes, making the man scream twice in pain. "Come help! Lu Jing has gone mad, he's turned into a monster." This description wasn't exaggerated at all. Wrapped in black substances, Lu Jing did resemble a monster. Lu Jing didn't have time to explain anything to them either, flinging the person clinging to him far away. Roar! With a piercing neigh, Fan Jiyu came charging forward astride a warhorse blazing red like fire. Like a streak of burning flame, he swept toward Lu Jing with lightning speed. Clutched tightly in his hands was an enormous, razor-sharp battle axe, its cold glint flickering ominously. Professional Knight. Mount, damage bonus of 20%, defense bonus of 30%, possesses additional health. "Captain, who should we help?" the monkey shouted. Chow Lihao's lips twitched slightly. "Who do I ask if not you? Has Lu Jing been possessed or something?" "Hard to say. Old Huang, don't you have that potion that can dispel evil spirits?" "That potion of mine doesn't come cheap." "Damn, who cares about that now?" Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Miao Miao." Everyone turned to look and saw that Miao Miao had somehow already picked up the lighter. Without hesitation, she resolutely threw the lighter over. "Damn it," the blonde guy yelled. The flame instantly ignited the strong liquor, then rapidly spread onward. "Put it out quick," the blonde guy shouted anxiously. Yet before the word fire fully left his lips, right before everyone's eyes, the flames suddenly extinguished. It wasn't snuffed out by wind, nor did any obvious cause put it out. The raging inferno that had been moments away from triggering catastrophe inexplicably died away, as if a mysterious force had descended, quietly suppressing the flames. Without pausing to be shocked, Miao Miao hastily pulled another lighter from her pocket, and threw it over once more. This time, the same thing happened again. The flames leaped up in an instant, only to die out in the blink of an eye. Miao Miao stared dumbfounded at the scene. "No fucking way, mountain spirits are real? This is some weird shit." Bang! Just as she was about to try again, the yellow-haired lad had already rushed over. The dagger in his hand plunged straight toward Miao Miao's heart. Blondie activated his skill, Moon Shadow Empowerment. The speed was blindingly fast. By the time Miao Miao realized what was happening, it was already too late. "Go to hell!" Thunk! Under the night sky, a steel trident came flying through the air, piercing straight through the chest of the blonde-haired youth, impaling him directly into the ground. The blonde-haired youth spat out blood, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 71, Invoking the Gods. Everyone was terrified by this sight. A stream of blood erupted violently from the blonde youth's mouth, spraying forth like a fountain and staining the ground before him crimson. The icy, razor-sharp steel trident had mercilessly pierced through his chest and lung, embedding itself deep within his body. The blonde youth could feel his life force rapidly draining away, as if gripped by an invisible, crushing hand. His complexion turned deathly pale in an instant, his eyes brimming with despair and agony. "Help! Help me!" The blonde's companion was about to rush over. "Look out!" But it was already too late. This time what came flying wasn't a steel fork, but an axe. "Ah!" Someone screamed in shock. The heavy axe whistled through the air before embedding itself in Blondie's skull with a sickening crunch. Not far away, more deadly weapons came raining down like hail, tracing deadly arcs through the air as they sought their targets. The villagers gradually gathered around, their figures appearing particularly menacing in the darkness. At this moment, the usual brightness in their eyes had vanished, replaced by a cold and determined resolve. Each of them held various weapons in their hands. Warriors, mages, hunters, assassins. They stopped pretending. The villagers were like a pack of starving wolves staring at a helpless sheep. The gruesome sight shocked everyone. While dodging weapons, they stared in terror at the villagers charging toward them. "Hey, it wasn't us, it was him. He wanted to burn down the temple, we came to stop them. This has nothing to do with us." One of the group, a man with a crew cut, stepped forward and exclaimed loudly. As he shouted, he pointed at Lu Jing standing nearby. "It's those two, nothing to do with us." His reply was met with a crossbow bolt from the darkness. With a whistling sound, the buzzcut man's head exploded instantly, blood and brain matter spraying everywhere. As if a blooming crimson flower had burst open in midair, gruesome yet striking. The moment his head exploded, time seemed to stand still. Everything around became eerily quiet. Then, the buzzcut man's body collapsed limply onto the ground. Blood gushed from his head, staining the earth crimson. "Kill!" With a low, growled command, the villagers roared like a pack of enraged beasts. They brandished their weapons and launched a fierce charge toward their target. Their steps were resolute and powerful, their faces twisted with cruelty and madness, as if determined to crush anyone who stood in their way. "Crazy! Everyone's gone mad! These villagers have gone insane! Run for your lives!" Someone shouted. Lu Jing yelled, "To the temple!" Running now was no different from waiting to die. Once they left the mountain temple, they would have to wait for the idols to be moved into the mountain temple. Now, entering the temple was the best choice. The group rushed into the temple like a swarm. Even the yellow-haired fellow, still impaled by the steel fork, struggled desperately to run toward the temple. It was as if the mountain god's temple represented the path to survival. But he'd only taken a few steps before Huang Mao collapsed onto the ground. "Help me!" His eyelids felt unnaturally heavy, as if weighted down by dumbbells. The remaining villagers rushed into the mountain temple. "Barricade the door." The villagers began to gather in a crowd. "Are you satisfied now?" Someone with a face pale as paper glared hatefully at Lu Jing. "Now we're all going to die happy now?" In their eyes, there was no doubt Lu Jing's actions in damaging the mountain shrine had brought this calamity upon them all. "Shut your mouth if you've got no brains." Unexpectedly, the shouting came from Fan Jiyu. These villagers clearly weren't going mad because anyone was trying to destroy the temple. News couldn't have spread this fast. And so many of them came at once. It was clear that the villagers intended to kill them tonight. Could Lu Jing's guess actually be right? Fan Jiyu turned to Lu Jing. "What do we do now?" "Think of something." Miao Miao snapped. "What were you doing earlier? Who the hell could have guessed before? And is this really the time to argue? We're almost fucking dead together." Fan Jiyu shouted. Chao Lihao said, "There's still time to burn the temple now." Right, fire." Fan Jiyu fumbled out a lighter from his pocket. Fortunately, he had the good habit of smoking. Yet despite several attempts, he couldn't ignite this timber-filled temple. "God damn it! Come help me quick!" Fan Jiyu was nearly in tears from anxiety. The villagers outside the temple gathered in growing numbers, standing motionless like puppets at the temple gates. Amid the reverberating beats of distant gongs and drums, villagers clad in festive attire slowly advanced, waving colorful banners and bronze symbols that filled the air with deafening clangor. "Summon the gods! Summon the gods!" Amidst these emotionless chants, 16 robust sedan carriers lifted an enormous palanquin. The palanquin was lavishly adorned, embroidered with exquisite patterns and enigmatic symbols. Inside the sedan chair, an altar was enshrined. "It won't light." Someone was almost crying in desperation. The villagers outside were like ravenous wolves, seemingly ready to charge at any moment and tear them to pieces. "Does anyone still have usable items? Stop hiding them. It's now or never, use them now." Yet, no one could answer him. Forget lighters, even a mage's flames couldn't ignite the mountain temple. Fan Jiyu and his companions simply swung their axes wildly, smashing at the temple. Boom, boom, boom. However, when those razor-sharp weapons struck the temple's wooden structure, they left not even a scratch. It was as if they weren't hitting wood, but rather solid concrete. In other words, even concrete buildings. couldn't withstand a single strike from their awakened weapons. Motherfucker! Fanjita cursed at the top of his voice. What kind of bullshit is this? Zhang Songgan, damn you for building it so sturdy. Zhang Songgan remained silent, knowing Fanjita had already reached the point of no return. It's over. The temple we built has become our final resting place, someone said despairingly. It won't budge. Fan Jiyu let out a desperate roar. His hands were numb from the vibrations, yet the wood remained unscathed, not even a scratch on its surface. At this moment, Fan Jiyu was completely overwhelmed by despair. It wasn't the wood's toughness, there was a mysterious force protecting the temple, whether it's setting fires or hacking with an axe. Even if they were to drop a nuclear bomb now, it probably wouldn't make a difference. The die is cast. Keeping vigil until midnight. Chapter 72 The Truth. The monkey plopped down onto the ground. Are we going to die? What the hell is going on here? Didn't the guidelines say we were supposed to build a temple? Some people are still totally confused to this moment, while the rest are just as clueless. They're all equally in the dark. The rules are fake, Lu Jing said. They've been deceiving us from the start. The villagers aren't real either. Fan Jiyu felt that even if he were to die, he at least wanted to understand why. If the rules are fake, then why did Gao Mingyuan die? Don't look back when climbing the mountain, never fetch well water together at night, don't hang laundry after dark, and never whistle past midnight. Aren't all these rules actually true? Lu Jing replied, exactly, they're genuine because these rules have always existed here. This village has always been haunted by supernatural affairs, which is precisely why the mountain deity protects this place. Hiding a leaf in the forest. Have you read ABC Murders? The killer committed the first 3 murders just to conceal his real motive, targeting the last victim. It added 3 more rules to the system, compelling us to build a temple for it. They forbade us from visiting the ancestral hall because the clan records were kept there. Those genealogy records were forged. The villagers' surname Zhang had long been under control. To prevent those villagers with the surname Li from causing trouble, and to make sure we don't trust villagers with the surname Li. Therefore, we absolutely dare not violate the rules anymore. Everything will proceed according to its will. What about the villagers with the surname Zhang? The monkey asked. Lu Jing explained, the villagers with the surname Zhang are all like us challengers who failed their tasks and became lost here. The Li family villagers were actually the original inhabitants. Everyone looked at Lu Jing in surprise. Lu Jing continued, the backstory is that there was once a devastating earthquake in the village, which destroyed the mountain temple. That's why we needed to rebuild it. My guess is that very earthquake must have weakened the original mountain deity, or perhaps injured it. Then, there was another entity that wanted to take the mountain god's place, which is why it needed us to build its temple. Now that the temple is complete, naturally it no longer needs us, so those villagers would want to kill us. After hearing Lu Jing's explanation and considering their current predicament, even those who doubted had no choice but to believe. Zhang Songgan stared deeply at Lu Jing. You had already figured this out. Why didn't you tell us? I only verified this speculation not long ago, said Lu Jing. Damn, we've been had. Fan Jiyu rested his head against the wooden board in despair. Now it's all too late. Let's escape, the monkey urged anxiously. Maybe there's still a chance. Escaping won't help, Chao Lihao said grimly. The villagers had already surrounded the outside. But even if they weren't surrounded, what would be the point of escaping anyway? They can neither destroy the temple now, nor can they defeat the numerous villagers. Once they move the shrine to the mountain temple, everything will be settled. What awaits them is inevitable defeat. Silence, deathly silence. Fan Jiyu recalled the experiences of these past days, utterly ridiculous. It was truly laughable. How could he have ever naively believed this dungeon run would be so straightforward? Just having them build a temple. The rules were clearly written on the signboard for them. Nothing would happen as long as they weren't triggered. Moreover, even the final chance to make amends was ruined by me. Put. At that moment, Fan Jiyu's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of crimson. He raised his eyebrows, staring at Lu Jing in shock. Just then, Lu Jing raised his blade and swiftly struck, chopping off Zhang Senggan's head. Are you insane? Miao Miao shouted. Still fighting amongst ourselves at a time like this? Chao Lihao couldn't help but frown. It was Zhang Songgan who fired the shot just now, severing Lu Jing's hand with a single bullet. I suppose this was for revenge? When you're about to die anyway, might as well vent your spleen before the end. This kid really holds a grudge. Zhang Songgan's head rolled on the ground like a ball, spinning a few times before coming to rest against the wall. His face still bore an expression of confusion, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe he had died just like that. Blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering across the walls and floor, forming a pool of crimson. An ordinary blade could never sever a person's head in a single stroke. Yet what he held was the Great Xiaolongke, a blade specially issued by the organization. Lu Jing's hand holding the knife trembled slightly, but soon, his gaze regained its composure. Lu Jing snatched the lighter from Fan Jiyu's hand. This time, the flame leaped up with a whoosh. Immediately, the fire spread at an astonishing speed, raging fiercely through the mountain god temple. Earlier, Lu Jing had already doused the entire perimeter of the mountain god temple with strong liquor. The liquor acted as an accelerant, fueling the fire to become even fiercer and more uncontrollable. Holy shit, what's going on? Everyone inside the temple was stunned. That kid really is strange. Lu Jing gave Zhang Sanggan's head another wary chop with his knife to make sure. Zhang Sanggan? Him? Chao Lihao wore an expression of utter disbelief. The others shared the same look even if someone in their team had turned traitor. No one would ever suspect Zhang Sanggan. With his frail physique, a gust of wind could knock him over. He's the only one among us who never chopped trees or built temples from start to finish. So what? Said Chao Lihao. The fake mountain god can't build its own temple, which is why it tricked us into constructing one for it. How can you be so sure it's him? I'm not certain. Just giving it a try. We're going to die anyway, sooner or later makes no difference, Lu Jing said calmly. Actually, there was one more thing he didn't say. Because Zhang Songdan was the only one in the entire team who understood architecture. But the chubby guy in their group who knew about construction hadn't made it into the dungeon successfully. Monkey shot Lu Jing a deep look. Damn, this kid is seriously fucking eerie. He looks like a complete rookie, but he talks like an absolute idiot. Because you can't understand what he's saying, he keeps mumbling to himself. Yet when it comes to action, he's undeniably insane. Let me explain everything from the beginning later. What should we do now? Fight our way out? Miao Miao watched as the temple caught fire. The mountain god's temple was now blazing. But they were still inside the temple, and clearly couldn't make a run for it now. They would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by those villagers if they tried. The outsiders are rushing in. They're coming to put out the fire, the monkey said anxiously. Stop them. At the sight of the flames, the villagers who had been standing dumbfounded suddenly sprang into action. Some carried buckets of water, while others dashed toward the mountain temple clutching handfuls of snow. Some mages were preparing to cast water attribute spells, but had their heads blown off the moment they started chanting incantations. Chao Lihao drew the Dasha Long K blade. Try chopping off their heads. Don't let them extinguish the flames. We just need to hold out a little longer. The ape's eyes also reignited with hope. Fuck it, I'm going all in. Chapter 73, Chaotic Battle. The villagers now demonstrated their combat capabilities as awakened beings. If they could coordinate with each other, they probably wouldn't even consider these people enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Fortunately, although these people could fight as awakened beings, they were still engaged in mindless slaughter. This gave everyone room to maneuver. Chao Lihao gently twisted his neck, then casually took off the black jacket he was wearing and tossed it aside. As the jacket slipped off, his incredibly powerful muscles were instantly revealed in all their glory. His arms were thick and strong, with veins bulging prominently on their surface. Like emerald serpents slithering, they radiated raw power and explosive potential. His bones emitted crisp popping sounds, reminiscent of clashing steel, sending shivers down the spine. Now gripping a pair of razor-sharp Xia Long K sabers, their blades glinted with frigid brilliance under the moonlight. When lunar beams illuminated his form, his formidable musculature intertwined with majestic tattoos made him appear like a war deity descended upon the mortal realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two faint sounds echoed as two heads hit the ground instantly, blood splattering. Chao Lihao struck with ruthless precision, showing no mercy whatsoever. His strikes landed flawlessly on the enemy's vital points, his movements as swift and elusive as a phantom, making it impossible for anyone to track his actions. Everyone just felt a cool breeze sweep past, and before they could react, they saw two heads already rolling on the ground. It was simply too fast. Damn it! Fan Jiyu shouted loudly, summoning his iron steed. He also charged into the crowd. Lu Jing, wielding the great Xiaolongke, barely dodged an attack from a mage. Freeze! Lu Jing hastily leaped backward. These awakened individuals are far more troublesome to deal with than imagined. There stood a frenzied warrior, muscles bulging all over his body, eyes bloodshot, veins protruding violently, wielding a greatsword that gleamed with a chilling light. Like a ferocious beast, he charged forward with astonishing speed. His footsteps were heavy and powerful, each step seemingly capable of shattering the ground beneath him. Lu Jing swung his blade to meet the enemy. When their swords clashed, a crisp metallic ring echoed through the air, sending sparks flying. Their figures instantly became entangled in combat. The greatsword carved through the air, leaving behind trails of razor-sharp sword energy. Meanwhile, Lu Jing deftly dodged and countered. No sooner had he avoided one strike than a weakness spell hit his leg. The assassin shadowed him relentlessly while archers and gunners fired simultaneously in the distance. They clearly didn't fear accidentally hitting their own allies. Not only Lu Jing, but everyone else was equally trapped in such a dire predicament. Standing before them was a relentless tide of awakened warriors, fiercely charging forward without fear of death. For a moment, all of them were at a loss, unsure of how to respond. After all, every single one of these opponents was just as formidable in combat strength as they were. What's more, the sheer number of opponents now was overwhelming enough to crush everything in their path. For a time, the battlefield was filled with continuous waves of agonized shrieks and mournful wails that seemed endless. A villager who had awakened, half his skull missing, appeared utterly impervious to pain. With his last ounce of strength, he drove a blade through a young girl's heart. Chao Lihao's blade plunged into an assassin's gut, spilling entrails. Yet another strike pierced straight through a mage's face. Alone, he charged straight into the heart of the awakened army's rear lines. S-class serum. An overwhelming surge of power instantly flooded Chao Lihao's body. His temples throbbed violently, each pulsation threatening to burst through his skin. That intense rhythm, like war drums, set his blood aflame. As his blood surged wildly, Chao Lihao could distinctly feel his lifeblood coursing at a frenzied pace. They were no longer quietly flowing liquids, but had transformed into blazing flames, roaring through the veins. The blood coursing through my veins seemed to boil, scorching hot yet brimming with power. Madman! More awakened ones came swarming like a hive of bees, fearless and undaunted. The crowd was simply too large. Unless they could pull off some impossible feat, there was no way to stop them. Lu Jing's hands had already transformed into massive claws, piercing through the chests of two awakened fighters, pushing against those behind them. At this moment, Lu Jing bore wounds of varying severity all over his body, yet they were rapidly healing. An assassin's severed arm effortlessly pierced through his kidney, sending a wave of pain through Lu Jing as he gasped sharply. Another assassin attempted to stab through Lu Jing's head. Lu Jing barely managed to clamp down on the assailant's dagger with his teeth in the nick of time. Lu Jing's combat prowess far exceeded Miao Miao's expectations. Miao Miao and the monkey worked seamlessly together. Lu Jing's wounds were healing at an astonishing rate, making him seem like an unkillable cockroach. They decided to simply use him as a human shield to draw the enemy's attention. Meanwhile, Miao Miao and the monkeys swiftly began harvesting the lives of the villagers. The fire had already transformed into a ferocious beast, mercilessly devouring the entire mountain temple. Flames licked at the walls, beams, and roof tiles, crackling with a relentless hunger. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upwards, filling the air and shrouding the temple grounds in a ghostly white haze. By now, even the most skilled water magic enchanter could no longer quench the inferno. Got it! Lu Jing shouted, "Run!" With that, he immediately turned and fled. After kicking one man to the ground, Chao Lihao didn't linger and took off running. The awakened villagers charged toward the mountain temple, but by now the entire structure was completely engulfed in flames. The remaining few also turned and fled without looking back. Villagers in the distance seemed to have gone mad. Seeing the fire couldn't be extinguished, they roared and rushed toward those responsible for this disaster. Further away stood the shrine the villagers had been carefully carrying earlier. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared from top to bottom of the shrine, as if torn open by some tremendous force. The crack instantly spread across the entire shrine, leaving it looking dangerously unstable. Immediately afterwards, a piercing wail erupted from within the shrine. It stabbed through the heavens, reverberating across the entire village. The sound was indescribably terrifying, sending shivers down the spine and making hearts race. It was like the scream of a demon from the depths of hell, or the agonized cries of countless tortured souls. The sound instantly filled Lu Jing and the others with overwhelming terror and despair, as if the apocalypse was upon them. The monkey collapsed in fright, while Fan Jiyu stumbled and nearly fell. Lu Jing felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, his mind completely blank, unable to think of anything before collapsing to the ground. He struggled to get up but found himself utterly powerless. Chao Lihao managed to stumble forward a few steps before collapsing without exception. Damn, what's going on? It's the fake mountain god, Lu Jing said. It's coming to take revenge on us. Didn't we already burn down the mountain god temple? Fan Jiyu replied. Exactly why it's furious and will never let us go. So this is a death trap? Chao Lihao said gravely. Even after destroying the temple, this false mountain god still exists. Exactly. It controls hundreds of villagers. Who knows what other abilities this fake mountain deity might have? With just one shout, it could render us all powerless and immobile. Even if we burned down the temple, we'd still be dead. The monkey felt utterly hopeless. Chapter 74, Blood Fury. The village is just this small. 200 plus awakened villagers, plus a fake mountain god with unknown abilities. There's nowhere for them to run. Lu Jing, hurry up and think of something. Fan Jiyu could feel it, that force was rapidly approaching, and he pinned all his hopes on Lu Jing. Quiet, quiet. I'm thinking. Lu Jing was overwhelmed, sweating profusely from sheer anxiety. After all, he was the youngest among them. I am a genius. I am a genius. I am God. I can't possibly die here. This world cannot go on like this forever. No, that's not right. Isn't this exactly what I've been longing for? This is perfect. Everything is proceeding exactly as I anticipated. If it's alive, even if it's a god, I'll kill it for you to see. The only one who can defeat me is myself. The remaining few stared at him with complete bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend what he was saying. Under normal circumstances, one would absolutely think Lu Jing had developed some sort of mental disorder. In reality, these were words Lu Jing forced himself to say to remain calm. It's like when you pick up a god-tier weapon in a shooter game and instantly fantasize yourself as the MVP. In Soul-like games, obtaining new gear feels like becoming invincible across the universe. At this moment, he imagined himself as the protagonist in various life and death challenge games. Stay calm. Must stay calm. Everyone else could panic, even if he himself was scared to death. Stay calm even at this moment. Looking handsome is a lifelong commitment. I got it. Lu Jing suddenly shouted. Mountain God Temple, to the Mountain God Temple. But wasn't the Mountain God Temple already burned down by us? Monkey looked puzzled. He now suspected that Lu Jing might genuinely be insane. The fake Mountain God Temple was burned by us. Only the true Mountain God can protect us. A sudden remark wakes the dreamer from illusion. Go to the most severely affected area by the earthquake. The real Mountain Temple must be there. Near the center of the village, Chao Lihao immediately realized. The group struggled to their feet. Help me. I can't get up either. The only ones who could stand were Lu Jing, Chao Lihao, Monkey, Miao Miao, Fan Jiyu, and Lu Ying, 6 people in total. The remaining 3 people now seemed as if all their strength had been drained from their bodies. They could only lie powerless on the cold ground, unable to move their bodies even an inch, no matter how hard they strained. It felt as if some mysterious and overwhelming force was pressing down on them, pinning them firmly in place. What terrified and filled them with even greater despair was the eerie voice of that fake mountain deity. It seemed to possess a strange penetrative power, capable of passing directly through their bodies and delving deep into the depths of their souls. Each note carried boundless oppressive force, as if trying to crush them completely. Help me. Miao Miao was about to reach out her hand when Chao Lihao stopped her with just a glance. At this point, no one could help anyone else. They could barely manage to stand up themselves, let alone carry another person. In the distant sky, a sinister aura was spreading towards them. Run! The group hurriedly began rushing towards the village center. They said they were charging, but their running speed was extremely slow. Under normal circumstances, for such a short distance, awakened individuals or Chao Lihao's group who had taken the serum could reach the village center in a matter of moments. After all, when they truly ran, their speed surpassed even that of a car at top velocity. But now, everyone seems to carry a mountain on their backs, struggling to move forward. Every step forward requires tremendous effort. Save me, don't leave. We're comrades. Mom, save me, I don't want to die. Lu Jing tried his best not to look back or dwell on the voices in his ears. Soon, screams erupted. And likely before long, those same screams would be coming from their own mouths. Everyone strained their muscles to the limit as they ran. Lu Jing rapidly spread the black substance to his legs, making them more powerful. Each to their own fate. Fan Jiyu shouted loudly, summoning his iron cavalry. With one hand, he grabbed Lu Ying. Lu Ying was his real-life fiancé. Others could be ignored, but one's own fiancé could never be abandoned. With the help of the armored cavalry, Fan Jiyu and Lu Ying quickly left Lu Jing and his 3 companions behind. However, it wasn't long before, with a soft plop, Fan Jiyu, mounted on his knight's steed, struggled frantically before suddenly collapsing to the ground, unable to advance any further. Yet for Fan Jiyu, having made it this far was already beyond expectation. The creature behind them had already slain the 3 who fell at the rear and was now closing in on their position. Blood rage. With this furious roar, Chao Lihao transformed into a frenzied beast. His eyes turned crimson red, flickering with ferocity and madness. Strangely, his skin gradually began to secrete an eerie bloody hue, as if every pore on his body was about to burst forth with blood. Then came a series of dull, muffled sounds, the creaking and popping of bones. Each sound struck like a hammer blow, chilling to the core. It seemed his bones were enduring unimaginable pressure, on the verge of shattering at any moment from the immense force of the violent surge of blood. Yet, even as his body reached its limit, Chao Lihao showed no trace of retreat. On the contrary, an overwhelming force surged from within him, continuously pouring forth. This was a skill unique to the serum, capable of temporarily enhancing the body's strength. The drawback was that it consumed bodily functions. Moreover, maintaining it for too long could even be life-threatening. Catch me! Chao Lihao reached out with both hands, grabbing Lu Jing and Miao Miao in each. Miao Miao reached out and grabbed the monkey. 1 belt, 3 companions. Chao Lihao's face flushed crimson as he let out a low roar and broke into a frenzied sprint. Yet just as quickly, his running pace soon slowed down again. Blood Fury. Chao Lihao activated Blood Fury for the second time. The thing behind them was getting closer. Blood Frenzy. This time, it wasn't Chao Lihao who shouted. Miao Miao and Hosey stared at Lu Jing in astonishment. Lu Jing's face was equally flushed crimson, hot breaths escaping his lips. Damn it all. The damn serum can actually trigger frenzied bloodlust. Since when did it have this ability? Why didn't you useless bastards tell me earlier? Lu Jing didn't think too much. After triggering blood rage, he also let out a loud roar. Charge! Bang, bang, bang. Every footstep landed with such immense pressure that it left deep imprints in the ground. Monkey Meow Meow stared at Lu Jing in shock. You can do it too. Another midnight update. Reading everyone's messages, I'm deeply moved. Hope everyone can give more 5-star reviews and leave written comments. Chapter 75 Holy shit. Blood Rage, currently within the squad. Only the captain and Fatty Lee Cine possess this ability among the team. The monkey and Meow Meow haven't mastered it yet. Early stage blood frenzy carries significant danger. A single moment of carelessness could cause blood to burst from the body. At best, it leads to injury. At worst, it's fatal. No wonder the two of them were so shocked. Even Chao Lihao gave Lu Jing a surprised glance. However, now was not the time for idle chatter. Run! With Lu Jing's assistance, Chao Lihao's burden was significantly alleviated. They quickly overtook Fan Jiyu and Lu Ying. The ground behind me rapidly collapsed, that evil god seemingly enraged. Nonsense! His own mountain god temple had been burnt down. If he fell into that man's hands, it would surely be worse than ending his own life right now. Lu Jing felt lightheaded and dizzy, as if he were floating on his feet. This seemed to be the lingering effects of the blood frenzy. They were so close now, just the final stretch remained before they saw the massive crater. It was a giant pit left behind by the earthquake. Just the last stretch now. Lu Jing clenched his teeth and made a desperate leap. All four of them plummeted into the enormous crater. The depth of the crater far exceeded what they had imagined. All four of them were knocked senseless by the fall. Fan Jiyu gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, desperately pulling his fiancée Lu Ying along. True love conquers all. The thing behind them seemed just a few steps away now. Fan Jiyu finally pushed Lu Ying into the deep pit, yet he himself no longer had the strength to take another step, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Shit! At that very moment, vines of black substance coiled around his body and abruptly yanked him downward. They dragged Fan Jiyu down. Fan Jiyu tumbled to the ground, instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Thanks. The pit was pitch black. Glowstick. Lu Ying summoned forth the light. Yet before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they already sensed that terrifying presence in the darkness. It's coming! It plunged directly into the deep pit. Everyone's faces were deathly pale, completely drained of color. The monkey nearly broke down as it spoke. Lu Jing, didn't you say this place was supposed to be safe? Lu Jing swallowed hard. Truth be told, he wasn't confident himself. Perhaps it wasn't at all what he had imagined. Perhaps the path was correct after all. But the original mountain temple wasn't located here. Lu Ying's light went out. Everyone froze in that moment. Chao Lihao attempted to forcibly activate his bloodline once more, but found it impossible now. His blood seemed frozen solid before this terrifying and unknown entity. Back when he watched Journey to the West, even the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals had seemed like nothing special. The local earth gods appeared to rank among the lowest of all. As for the so-called mountain god, the great sage wouldn't even spare it a glance. Yet now, when this so-called false mountain god stood before them, all resistance drained from everyone in an instant. It was an overwhelming suppression of power. It was as if they had turned into insects, while the other party was a human raising a slipper to smash them. At least insects know to flee, yet they couldn't even manage that. Lambs to the slaughter. Overwhelming fear made them forget everything. They could only hear the vicious voice whispering in their ears at this moment, a voice that seemed to come from a demon in the abyss, dragging them down to the 18th layer of hell, never to be reborn. Lu Ying looked dazed, her eyes empty and lifeless. She slammed her head heavily against the ground, producing a dull thud. Each impact split open her scalp, sending blood streaming down, yet she seemed completely oblivious to the pain, showing no intention of stopping. Fan Jiyu's eyes were equally vacant as he began snapping his fingers one by one, moving like a walking corpse. Each snap of bone produced a crisp sound, yet he showed no reaction whatsoever, as if those hands didn't belong to him. Chao Lihao, who possessed S-class serum, was slamming his head violently against the ground just like Lu Ying, creating bone-chilling thuds with each impact. As for Hosey and Miao Miao, they too were mutilating their own bodies in different ways, frantically clawing at their own faces or biting their arms with tremendous force, even picking up sharp objects to stab at their own bodies. The entire scene was bloody and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. It was as if they were controlled by some invisible force, utterly unable to free themselves. This self-harming behavior plunged them into an extreme state, completely losing all reason and self-preservation instinct. That entity finally stood before Lu Jing. For the one who had ruined its plans, it intended to deliver the cruelest punishment. Lu Jing felt the power surging within him, dark, malevolent energy rising through his veins. His entire body seemed beyond his control. A voice echoed in his heart. Indeed, that voice didn't come from his ears, but arose from the depths of his heart. I will make you taste the most excruciating pain this world has to offer. I will torment you with the cruelest, most vicious means, leaving you longing for death yet unable to die. I will drag you down to the 18th layer of hell, ensuring you can never escape my grasp. You shall be cast into the Avicii hell, with no hope of ever rising again. You will be damned for eternity, never to perish, yet enduring sufferings far worse than death itself. You will endure the torment of being flayed and having your sinews torn out, suffer the agony of 1,000 cuts. This is my punishment for you. Lu Jing's throat moved. He was clearly terrified. Every human being knows fear. He feared enduring pain more than death itself. He'd heard of a particularly cruel torture method, threading a thin string through a man's eggs, then plucking the string like a pipa until the victim wished for death. Just the thought of it made him wince. Lu Jing's hand rose uncontrollably as he slowly spoke. It's too late for regrets now. Ha ha ha. A malicious laugh rang out. Lu Jing flipped the bird at the figure before him. Fuck your mother. After a brief silence came an angry roar. The next second, a dazzling golden light suddenly blazed forth, resplendent as the sun. Then followed an earth-shaking bellow that echoed throughout the valley. You worthless scoundrels, prepare to die. The roar seemed to contain endless majesty and power, sending tremors through the heart. As the golden glow spread, the true mountain deity appeared before them. At that moment, the earth began to quiver faintly, then quickly gathered together, forming a surging, overwhelming force. Accompanied by violent vibrations, the ground trembled ceaselessly, as if preparing to devour everything in its grasp. At the same time, Chao Lihao and others, who had been banging their heads against the ground, snapped out of it and stopped. The false mountain deity panicked and ran around, still turning back in an attempt to take Lu Jing with him. But it was already too late, and the false deity could no longer afford to think of anything else. He hastily bolted into the sky and vanished. Boom! Soon, the sound of wailing rose. Chapter 76, Resolution. With the appearance of the true mountain deity, the awakened villagers' formation collapsed abruptly. The false mountain deity fled desperately like a stray dog gone mad. It moved with nimble grace and lightning speed, yet could never shake off the relentless enemies chasing close behind. Suddenly, the false mountain deity leaped up with tremendous force, soaring straight into the air. Soon after, two powerful auras, one black, one yellow, intertwined like twin bolts of lightning, chasing and clashing with each other repeatedly. Explosions of dazzling light and deafening roars erupted across the sky. Amid their fierce clashes, piercing shrieks and agonized howls pierced the heavens, sending chills down one's spine. The entire sky was shrouded by this terrifying battle, as if doomsday had descended. The few survivors stood dumbstruck, gazing blankly at the unfolding scene. It was power that did not belong to this world. Compared to them, so-called monsters are utterly insignificant. Thankfully this was a rule-based dungeon. If it had been a combat-type dungeon, their chances against the false mountain god would be zero. That's simply not being on the same level. It's like an ordinary person going into a boxing match, and the referee tells you your opponent's last name is Tai. You assume it's Tyson, trembling with fear, unsure if you'll make it out alive. With the determination of someone facing certain death, you decide to give it a shot. After all, everyone's got just one head on their shoulders. Only upon arriving did I realize the opponent was Ultraman Taro. Meow Meow suddenly remembered a popular saying from some time ago. In the eyes of the world, you're the gifted prodigy who strove your whole life to cultivate and attain enlightenment. In the end, you became one of the 100,000 celestial soldiers besieging the great sage. Completed dungeon mission. Blessing from the mountain god obtained. Mountain god's blessing. 3 wisps of mystic yellow chi. Yellow and black aura. Grants the user temporary invulnerability, impervious to weapons, fire, and water. Obtained the mountain god's treasure. Apart from these, Lu Jing also saw a special piece of information before his eyes. You have received the false mountain god's curse. Holding such a grudge? The false mountain god's curse, it will keep watching you, forever and ever. So please be careful. Lu Jing. Damn your grandma's legs. This is way too stingy. Just then, another message quickly popped up. Due to your outstanding performance in the instance, you've received an additional item, Mountain God Boots. Effect, increases agility, enhances evasion ability. Special skill, can briefly burrow underground. Cool. Lu Jing knew that even non-awakened individuals could wear this type of special equipment. Though not able to summon it whenever and wherever like the awakened do, having it worn on one's feet eliminates the need for summoning. The portal swung wide open. Those villagers who were awakened and trapped inside the dungeon gradually regained consciousness. The real world. As the portal opened once again, a crowd of people came pouring out noisily. By the time the construction site manager heard the news and rushed over, he was completely stunned. How could 4 people go in, yet so many emerge at once? This meant the portal had already existed for a long time. The portal doesn't remain stationary in one place for extended periods. Some special portals are capable of movement. Captain, are you alright? Chao Lihao glanced at Li Sini waiting outside, shook his head, and let out a heavy sigh. The monkey and Meow Meow also felt as if a great weight had been lifted off their shoulders, as though they had come back to life. This sensation was something they had only experienced the first time they stepped through the portal. Never did they imagine they would go through it again. So damn thrilling. Fortunately, everyone returned safely. Wah! Ah, I'm calling my mom. Hey dad, I'm back, I'm still alive. Xiaohong, our wedding can continue. I'm not dead, Xiaohong, why do I hear a man's voice on your end? Chao Lihao waved his hand, signaling everyone to get in the car. Lu Jing stepped into the car wearing his mountain god boots. Ah! In the distance, Fan Jiyu waved at him. Thanks. Lu Jing's reciprocated with a gesture, everything spoken without words. In no time at all, the group returned to the villa in rather sorry states. Apart from Lu Jing, the other three sustained varying degrees of injuries. Chao Lihao poured himself a glass of chilled white liquor, gulping it down in quick succession. Only then did he say to Lu Jing, "You'd better call your family." Lu Jing nodded. No one had anticipated that this dungeon run would last so long, leaving them completely unprepared for what was to come. Fortunately, the architect Li Sini, affectionately called Fatty, was denied entry by the portal due to his profession. When Lu Jing's younger sister Lu Shui was found, Li Sini arranged a convincing excuse in coordination with the school authorities. This prevented Lu Jing's family from filing a police report. This contribution score is definitely earned big time. Li Sini glanced at the spoils they brought back, it nearly equaled the total value of their harvests over half a year. The monkey lay sprawled on the bed, not moving a muscle. This has left me with psychological trauma. The cost was too great. Never before had the monkey felt such overwhelming fear and unease. He had joined the team 2 years ago and had experienced plenty of instances, but nothing like this. He had experienced horror dungeons before. Back then, he'd only felt slightly afraid. He never recalled them afterward. But this mountain deity dungeon, its overwhelming power was different. That terror, that unknown existence. Miao Miao, when the time comes, explain to Lu Jing about the uses of the organization's contribution points, Chao Lihao said. Miao Miao nodded, understood. The silver-haired old man had briefly mentioned the uses of the points to Lu Jing before, though it was only a simple sentence. Contribution points within an organization can help you accomplish anything that doesn't violate ethics. However, Lu Jing still didn't quite understand the specifics. Lu Jing took a deep breath, changed clothes, and headed home. His father and stepmother Gong Liang hadn't gotten off work yet. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Jing felt a chilling gaze. His younger sister, Lu Shui, was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. Hearing movement at the door, she immediately looked up. Lu Jing's hair was a mess, and his body reeked from not having showered for days. Suddenly, Lu Jing thought of those superheroes from the movies. When he was a child watching superhero movies, he noticed that after the protagonist defeated the main villain, they would always return home alone, surrounded by chaos and exhaustion. Back then, Lu Jing thought, if you're already a superhero, can't you come back gloriously, stunningly, and show off a little in front of everyone? Now Lu Jing somewhat understands. Fatigue, utter physical and mental exhaustion. Back home, still struggling to find ways to explain things to the family. Chapter 77, Divine Judgment. Lu Shui took a deep breath. Lu Jing knew she was probably about to explode, but this was only to be expected. Lu Jing drooped his head, preparing to explain. Lu Shui stood up and laughed. HM? Lu Jing raised his head, was she really this angry? Yet soon enough, Lu Shui returned. Carrying the dishes, he silently placed them on the table. Lu Jing pursed his lips and chuckled with a smirk. Lu Shui paid no attention to his friendly gesture. She turned and headed back to her room, the bathwater's ready. Oh, these past few days you. Bang! A loud door slam. Lu Jing pursed his lips and began wolfing down his food. After finishing the meal, taking a shower, and lying on his own bed, feeling the familiar scent, his entire body relaxed. This sensation was like working away from home for a long time and suddenly returning. Lu Jing turned over, knock knock. The sound of knocking on the window. Lu Jing ignored it. There was no need to guess who had come. Knock, knock, knock. The other party persisted relentlessly. Lu Jing frowned, wanting to ignore it, yet also worried she might fall. With no other choice, he had to open the window. What met his eyes was a fair and delicate foot, landing squarely and directly on Lu Jing's face. The foot exuded a fresh, clean scent, as if just washed in a clear spring. Its skin was smooth as silk, the toes plump and adorable, like a meticulously crafted work of art. It pressed lightly against Lu Jing's face, bringing a cool touch and an indescribable softness. Put. Watch your step. Lin Mo hopped in abruptly. Night Watch Tengu greetings, Captain. Lu Jing ignored him and lay back down on the bed once more. Captain, where did you go those past few days? Why didn't you take me along? I was heartbroken for ages. Captain, tell me about it, I'm curious. Lu Jing burrowed back under the covers, waving a dismissive hand. Go away. Lin Mo knelt on Lu Jing's bed, tugging at his blanket. Captain, I'm leaving tomorrow. Where are you going? Shilin assigned me a mission. I have to go on an out-of-town assignment. Oh, when will you be back? Probably 1 or 2 months. Lu Jing guessed it must be something about Lin Mo's family affairs. She needs to go home for a while, though it's senior year of high school, but after all, her family is so wealthy. Who knows, maybe she'll start training at her family's company right after graduation. Alright, I got it. Captain, haven't you got anything to tell me before I go? Have a safe trip, and take care. Got it. Oh, and you didn't tell the others in the group about my thing, did you? Lin Mo said solemnly. How could that be? I always follow your orders, Captain. I haven't even hinted a word to Qilin. Good. Lu Jing turned over. By the way, where are you going? I'm heading to the North Pole for a mission. The North Pole? Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, thinking Lin Mo's Chinibyu syndrome was acting up again. Assuming it was just random nonsense, he didn't pay much attention. Captain, this mission might be exceptionally dangerous. Don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Mo reached under the blanket to push Lu Jing. Lu Jing said helplessly, stay safe. Is that all? Captain, you should at least give me some life-saving tools. Lu Jing ignored her, hoping the girl would back off when faced with difficulty. But Lin Mo clearly wasn't willing to give up so easily. She crawled under the bed to rummage through Lu Jing's box. Lu Jing panicked. That box contained his entire embarrassing past. It wasn't just ordinary embarrassing stuff either. There were even a few risque manga volumes inside that absolutely couldn't be seen by Lin Mo. He quickly pressed Lin Mo's head down. Over here. Ah, Captain. Lu Jing protected his box, knowing if he didn't give her something today, she'd keep pestering him. With no other choice, Lu Jing reluctantly began rummaging through the box. Soon, he found a silver necklace. It was a delicate and minimalist piece, its chain shimmering with a faint silvery glow. At the end of the necklace dangled a small and exquisite silver plastic sword. Its blade intricately carved with fine patterns, and its hilt inlaid with a crystal-clear gem that emitted a soft radiance. Such silver plastic swords were quite common in childhood corner shops, but nowadays they've become exceedingly rare. It carries Lu Jing's childhood memories and dreams, bringing back those carefree days to his mind. Perhaps it's precisely because of these precious memories that this necklace has become so special. It boasts an incredibly cool name, Judgment. This sword wasn't forged by ordinary mortal hands, it's a mighty weapon from ancient times that once slew a true dragon. In that fierce battle, this sword was destroyed by the true dragon's scorching flames, yet it did not vanish completely. Later, people utilized the true dragon's bones and the remaining fragments of the sword. Employing the most advanced alchemical techniques of the time, they reforged it into an even more powerful and enigmatic blade. Now, Holy Retribution is no longer merely a sword of steel. It contains the power and will of a true dragon, making it an awe-inspiring divine artifact. Note, the above content was entirely fabricated by Lu Jing. Here you go. Lu Jing shielded the box with one hand while extending the silver pendant named Sacred Judgment to Lin Mo with the other. Wow, Captain, this is the Holy Judgment. Use it when you encounter danger, it will protect you. Lu Jing briefly explained the history of the Holy Judgment to Lin Mo. Lin Mo's mouth fell open, his face filled with excitement. Captain, I won't let you down. She was even on the verge of tears. Lu Jingza lowered his head. Alright, hurry along now. Lin Mo hung the Sacred Judgment around her neck. Captain, I'll complete the mission properly and won't fail your expectations. Lu Jing pushed her out the door. Alright, give my regards to the penguins at the North Pole for me. Captain, penguins live in the South Pole. Then send my greetings to the polar bears instead. Finally managing to send Lin Mo away, Lu Jing lay back down on the bed. Lu Jing let out a sigh of relief and closed his eyes. At last, he drifted peacefully into sleep. Bang! He was startled awake by the sound of the door being forcefully pushed open. Lu Jing drowsily opened his eyes. Then he caught sight of Lu Shue's slightly flustered gaze. Bro, something's happened to Dad. Lu Shue rarely addressed Lu Jing as brother in his presence. This made Lu Jing freeze for a moment, thinking he must be dreaming. But upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, his expression suddenly stiffened. Chapter 78, Accident. Hospital. Intensive Care Unit. When Lu Jing and Lu Shui arrived in a hurry, they found their stepmother Gong Liying sitting outside the corridor, crying uncontrollably. This ordinarily strong-willed woman seemed completely at a loss when faced with such a situation. Clutching her daughter Lu Shui, she wept endlessly, unable to form a single coherent sentence, her entire body trembling. Lu Jing's lips were trembling, his heart pounding rapidly. He forced himself to stay calm and asked the doctor what had happened. The doctor's answer was brief. A car accident. We're doing emergency treatment now. Whether she survives depends on fate. Lu Jing felt his legs growing weak. Before long, Shin Shuiyue also arrived. Shin Shuiyue had originally arranged to train with Lu Shui today. When she called after arriving at Lu Jing's place, she learned about the shocking incident that had occurred. As Lu Shui's friend, she naturally came to check on the situation. Family member, please come over here to make the payment. Gong Liying's hands were trembling as she handed over the prepared bank card. Lu Yuanjing was a truck driver. He had managed to save quite a bit over these years. Additional expenses will be required later. Gong Liying glanced at the figure, and her face turned even paler. And this was just for the emergency treatment. There would still be hospitalization costs ahead. It would likely drain the family's savings completely, and still not be enough. Gong Liang nodded with trembling lips. Gong Liang's parents had died early, and she had no siblings. As for Lu Yuanzhang, he did have a younger brother, though they hadn't been in contact for years. May I ask what the exact cost would be? Gong Liang didn't notice her speech had become slightly stuttering. We don't know yet, but it shouldn't be less than 500,000. The family's total savings were only 100,000 yuan. Mom, doesn't Dad's truck fleet have insurance? Lu Shui remained relatively composed. Gong Liang burst into even heavier sobs. These past few days your father was working side jobs, trying to earn some extra money. Xin Shuiwa gently tugged at Lu Shui's sleeve. If your family's facing difficulties, I could help, lend you. Xin Shuiwa didn't want her tone to sound like she was pitying Lu Shui. She knew exactly what kind of temperament Lu Shui had. It's unclear exactly what Xin Shuiwa's family circumstances are like, but judging by her usual behavior and style, it's quite obvious that Xin Shuiwa isn't short of money. Moreover, her family background is no weaker than that of Tian Shiran, our little heiress, nor does it fall short of Song Ziki, that rich second-generation heir. Lu Shui glanced gratefully at Xin Shuiwa. I'll pay you back, she said firmly. Lu Shui, a mage with an S-rank talent. His future achievements are boundless. This money would naturally mean nothing to her future self. Just casually entering a dungeon or becoming affiliated with a major corporation. Put it on my card. All subsequent expenses will be charged to this card. Only after receiving Lu Shui's approval did Xin Shuiwei take out her black gold card. She handed the card to Lu Shui instead of giving it directly to the nurse. Lu Shui nodded in acknowledgement. The card's body was pitch black like ink, adorned with mysterious and ornate patterns. Black gold card. This was no ordinary credit card, but a super card symbolizing status, prestige, and wealth. Owning it equated to possessing an unlimited credit card that could be lavishly spent at will. And there are no restrictions at all, you can shop to your heart's content. Gong Liang had seen her fair share of the world, but even she couldn't help her eyes lighting up at the sight of this card. She excitedly grabbed Xin Shuiwa's hands. Thank you. Luckily, Xiao Shue has a friend like you. Rest assured, we'll pay you back. Auntie, saving lives comes first. Don't worry about repaying the money right now. Lu Jingzi plopped down onto the icy corridor chair, leaning back heavily as he let out a profound sigh of relief. When he heard Xin Shuiwa was willing to help, Lu Jing felt immensely fortunate. Fortunate that his younger sister Lu Shui had a good relationship with Xin Shuiwei, who was willing to lend a hand. Perhaps if he'd called the wealthy heiress Tian Shiran instead, given that he'd once saved her life, she might have been willing to help too. Perhaps he should have accepted that $1 million watch Tian Shiran offered him back then. Who does he think he's fooling with this noble facade? At this moment, Lu Jing felt like a deflated balloon utterly drained and devoid of energy. His eyes lost their luster, his expression turning profoundly desolate and dejected. He slumped his head in a completely undignified manner, his arms hanging limply over his knees. It was as if he had awakened from his heroic dream, his heart filled with confusion and helplessness. The spirited and ambitious young man from the dungeon world had vanished without a trace. In his place stood an utterly exhausted soul, drained both physically and mentally. Suddenly, he thought of something. Lu Jing took out his phone and made a call. Beep beep. The call. Captain. Hey, Lu Jing, what's wrong? On the other end of the line, Chao Lihao answered the call. How many contribution points do I have? What's wrong? My dad was in a car accident. 10 minutes later, the Lu family was still anxiously awaiting news. Lu Jing sat in his seat, resting his head to one side. His expression and demeanor seemed to have returned to their former state. Like an abandoned puppy, he looked utterly dejected. Lu Jing's thoughts were running wild. Mom was already gone. If Dad were to leave him too, he couldn't possibly end up living with his stepmother, could he? After all, he shared no blood relation with Gong Liang. Lu Jing recalled his childhood, when his father had just brought him to this home. More than once, he had imagined living alone by himself, because he neither liked his father's new wife, nor did he like this home. He wanted to return to his own home, not stay in someone else's like a guest. Lu Yuanzhang was exactly the stereotypical traditional father. Taciturn and clumsy with words, he never knew how to talk to his child. Lu Jing barely exchanged a few sentences with Lu Yuanzhang in daily life. In fact, he spoke far more often with his stepmother Gong Liang than he did with his own father. The only time the two of them went out to eat alone together. Lu Jing still remembers every detail vividly. Needless to say, it was beyond awkward. Throughout the entire meal, they exchanged fewer than 10 sentences. It was as if they were the stepfather and stepson instead. Lu Jing scraped at the wall with his fingers. He couldn't cry, just felt unbearably sick at heart. Xin Shuiwa patted him on the shoulder. Lu Jing thought he shouldn't let a pretty girl see him like this, but he simply couldn't muster any energy. He just said somewhat awkwardly, "The money. I'll pay you back later." At this moment, he seemed to transform back into that hopeless dreamer again. Tap tap tap. The sound of leather shoes hitting the floor. A neatly dressed man in black suddenly walked into the hospital corridor. Chapter 79, Underground Society? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of leather shoes hitting the floor echoed through the corridor. A group of men in black appeared. They instantly drew everyone's attention. Others instinctively made way. Gangsters? It was obvious these people had come specifically for Lu Jing's family. Gong Liang instinctively shielded the two children, fearing that the hit-and-run driver had come for revenge. Excuse me, are you Lu Jing, Special Commissioner Lu? The leader of the black-clad men gave a slight bow. Gong Liang turned to look at Lu Jing. Lu Jing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. You are. Mr. Chow sent me. Mr. Chow? Lu Jing thought of Captain Chow Lihao. He tried calling the squad leader just now, who simply told him to leave it to him. Never expected this to happen so fast, sending such a group of people. But my dad was just injured. Why dispatch so many men in black? Are you planning to beat up the driver who hit my dad to vent our family's anger? Taking another look at the boxes they were carrying, could those possibly contain submachine guns? The men in black uniformly removed their coats, revealing white lab coats beneath. Then they pushed open the operating room doors without hesitation. Hey, who are you? Get out. There's a surgery in progress. Sorry, this area is temporarily under our supervision. Who are you guys? Which hospital are you from? Leave now or we'll call the police. The nurse hurriedly said. This area is under your control? Do you think this is some TV drama? This is surgery. Every second counts. If the patient suffers any delays, will you take responsibility? Beep beep. Please answer the leader's call. Who asked you to answer my leader's call? I'm a doctor. Get out now. Sorry, this is your leader. The doctor remained silent for a moment before taking the call. A few seconds later, several doctors and nurses who had been performing surgery walked out looking utterly bewildered. Being kicked out mid-surgery, this was absolutely unprecedented. Soon, the men in black took over the operation and closed the emergency room doors behind them. Before shutting the door, they thoughtfully added, no need to worry. Specialist Lu's family is our family, will spare no effort to save his life. The remaining man in black came back holding Shin Chuyue's black gold card. When he went to pay earlier, he learned that someone had already settled the bill. So he asked the nurse to switch to a different card for payment. He then returned Shin Chuyue's card to her. The man in black returned the black gold card intact to Shin Chuyue. The deducted amount has already been transferred back to your account. Please check. Shin Chuyue was momentarily stunned before nodding. After completing these tasks, the man in black turned to face Lu Jing and said, Commissioner Lu, once your father's surgery is completed, he will be transferred to the presidential ICU suite at Xuanli Hospital in Jiangnan City. Xuanli Hospital? Lu Jing had never heard of it. But Shin Chuyue knew it was the top-ranked private hospital not just in Jiangnan, no. It was number one across the entire Asian region. The presidential ICU suite costs up to 800,000 per day. There, one can receive top-tier medical care. It's completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So this money, although Lu Jing hadn't heard of Xuanli Hospital's reputation, the mere mention of a presidential suite in ICU told him this wouldn't come cheap. Don't worry, Officer Lu. Someone has already settled all expenses for you. You can stay in the presidential suite as long as needed. It comes with an open kitchen, private bathroom, and swimming pool. Everything's arranged for your family's convenience until your father makes a full recovery. The man in black said very generously. Lu Jing nodded blankly. A private swimming pool? Is this a hospital or a vacation resort? Lu Jing leaned in and whispered, are you also with the organization? The black-clad man smiled faintly without speaking. Strictly speaking, these men in black weren't members of the organization. They were more like outsourced workers, handling other miscellaneous tasks. For example, right now, the Night Watch organization appears to have many members, but in reality, they are scattered across the globe and extremely few in number. Often, a city has only a handful of Night Watch members. In such circumstances, they had no choice but to expand a substantial periphery, to assist them with miscellaneous tasks, such as resolving members' family issues, or dealing with various social problems concerning the members. They didn't know the Night's Watch by name, only that they served a vast organization, and the organization was registered under the name of a certain Awakeners Union. The surgery lasted only 1 hour. An hour later, a black-clad figure in a white coat emerged. The operation was successful, and the patient is in good condition. They can be transferred to Xuanli Hospital now. Thank you. Gong Liang breathed a sigh of relief. You're welcome, it's our duty. Commissioner Lu will take responsibility for transporting your father to Xuanli Hospital. Tomorrow both you and your younger sister still have school to attend, and it's already very late. Please hurry back and get some rest soon. You could tell they were genuinely considerate. Gong Liang also came to her senses. Right, you all go back. There's no need to worry about things here anymore. It's senior year of high school, the most crucial time for studying. Nothing should interfere with one's studies. Finally, at Gong Liang's persuasion, Lu Jing and Lu Shui left the hospital. Before leaving, Gong Liang tugged at Lu Jing's hand. Who are they? Am my friend. Lu Jing scratched his head. Reliable? Reliable. You. Gong Liang seemed to hesitate with unspoken words, casting a profound glance at her stepson. Lu Jing had been living with her since he was under 10 years old. Despite sharing the same roof all these years, she found this stepson somewhat peculiar and not particularly likable. Yet after all, she had raised this boy since childhood. Gong Liang thought she knew Lu Jing quite well. Yet today, she suddenly realized that the young man before her seemed somewhat unfamiliar. You haven't been doing anything illegal outside, have you? Nope, Lu Jing replied. Don't worry. That's good. Don't worry your dad and aunt. Outside the hospital, a helicopter had already landed. The men in black brought Lu Yuanzhang onto the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter flew away. The three of them, Lu Jing and the others, reached the fork in the road. I should get going, Shen Shuiyue said. Thank you for today, Lu Shui said. Don't say that. I didn't really help much. As she spoke, Shen Shuiyue glanced at Lu Jing. You're pretty capable, huh? She lightly punched Lu Jing's shoulder. Don't forget your old classmates when you make it big. Lu Jing smiled. Shen Shuiyue, I'll get going then. Chapter 80, Contribution Points. The siblings walked side by side toward home, bathed in the bright moonlight, their elongated shadows stretching behind them like two solitary ghosts drifting along the quiet street. From time to time, vehicles roared past them, stirring up waves of noise. Yet the brother and sister seemed to inhabit another world, walking their path in quiet and composed steps. When they reached home, Bro, Lu Shui suddenly spoke. Big brother, please don't get into any accidents from now on. She tugged at Lu Jing's hand, lowering her head as she whispered these words. Our family just needs peace and safety, don't go playing the hero or anything. She bit her lip urgently. Lu Jing responded with a hum and reached out to pat his younger sister's head. A crisp sound, proof of a good melon. Wait, no, a good head. Relax, even if there were gods in this world, I'd still beat them by half a move. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Are you an idiot? Lu Shui said calmly. Maybe. Lu Jing shrugged. The next day, Lu Jing went to school as usual. During the day, he absent-mindedly finished his classes, and in the evening, he went with Lu Shui to visit their father. Lu Yuanzheng's condition was much better than they had imagined. The organization's people certainly weren't just sitting around doing nothing. Lu Yuanzhang has now regained full consciousness and is in excellent condition. Lu Yuanzhang is not an awakened individual, which means that using current medical methods to treat him would inevitably result in an extremely slow recovery process. After all, the vast majority of advanced medical technologies today are specifically designed for awakened individuals. For example, even support class professionals like priests who are awakened can successfully revive someone whose body has been nearly half destroyed. However, these astonishing medical techniques are only applicable to the awakened individuals and do not include ordinary humans. But Lu Jing's organization is different. All members within their organization are non-awakened individuals. Thus, they possess medical technologies that other organizations, even the state, lack, and these are exclusively for non-awakened individuals. How much does this hospital cost per day? Lu Yuanzhang quietly asked Lu Jing. It's okay, my friend will pay. Quite proud of himself, Lu Jing replied. Every boy deeply desires to prove to his father that he has grown from a naive little boy into a strong and capable man. Moreover, compared to their mothers, they secretly long even more intensely for their father's recognition and approval. Because in their eyes, their father was the hero and role model of their childhood, the pillar supporting the entire household. They yearn to become someone as strong, brave, and responsible as their fathers. So, when they finally got the chance to prove themselves to their father, their excitement and pride were palpable. Lu Yuanzhang gave his son a deep look. This money must be paid back. Don't worry, I'll pay it back, Lu Jing said. After a brief silence, Lu Yuanzhang spoke again. You've grown up, handle things as you see fit. Just remember one thing, people from our Lu family don't break the law. You can't be a hero, but you must never be a villain. Have you grown up? I'm 18 now. It was the first time Lu Jing had heard his father say that. I know. I probably won't be recovering anytime soon. You're the man of the house now, take care of things at home. After leaving the hospital, Lu Jing arrived at the teen's base. Earlier, Miao Miao had already given him the villa keys and registered his facial recognition. So this time, he swaggered openly into the villa district. Miao Miao was wearing figure-hugging yoga pants with 200-pound iron weights hanging from each leg while doing pull-ups. Seeing Lu Jing arrive, she said, "How about it? How's your father's recovery coming along?" Things are looking good, Lu Jing said. "Where's the captain?" "Having tea in the lounge." The lounge was on the second floor, and Lu Jing headed upstairs. Monkey and the chubby Li Sini were playing the Dark Horse Monkey game. Lu Jing greeted the two and found Captain Chao Lihao. "Let's have some tea." Chao Lihao poured a cup of tea for Lu Jing. Captain, can I exchange my contribution points for that expense? Lu Jing got straight to the point. No need, every family member of our organization enjoys comprehensive medical services. If a member unfortunately dies in a dungeon, the organization will also support their family. So humane. Lu Jing felt emotional, thinking he'd made the right choice joining this organization. By the way, are those people in black outfits also members of the organization? They're not, they're just here to do work for us. Then why do they call me Commissioner Lu? Because it makes you look cooler, Chao Lihao said. Lu Jing gave him a thumbs up. Thanks a lot. Don't mention it, we're all brothers who've been through life and death now. Let Miao Miao show you around the contribution points system. Chao Lihao shouted loudly. Miao Miao. Soon, Miao Miao in yoga pants came running over. Take Lu Jing to get familiar with the contribution point exchange system. Understood. Miao Miao wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and turned to Lu Jing. Come with me. Lu Jing followed Miao Miao to the villa's basement. I told you before that contribution points can be exchanged for anything you want. Can I buy a sports car? Lu Jing said. Driving a sports car to school would be so cool. Is that all you dream of? Then buy 2 pistols, Desert Eagles. Lu Jing figured contribution points could at most afford these kinds of firearms. Or he could just exchange them all for cash. Miao Miao's lips curved slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile. She then reached out gently and pushed open the basement door. As the door slowly swung open, a wave of futuristic technological atmosphere rushed towards her. Stepping into the basement, she saw the entire space occupied by various high-tech equipment. At the center of the room, a three-dimensional halo of light encircles the space like a mysterious and powerful energy core, radiating a mesmerizing glow. The flickering light continuously shifts and transforms, as if concealing boundless mysteries and power within its brilliance. The walls are lined with massive screens displaying intricate data and images, creating a dazzling spectacle for the eyes. Beneath the transparent glass floor, one can glimpse the labyrinth of circuits and pipelines beneath, resembling the infrastructure of a miniature metropolis. Everything here appeared so advanced, mysterious, and full of charm. Lu Jing cautiously stepped inside. Following Miao Miao's instructions, he sat down in the technological chair. Don't move around, Miao Miao said. Connecting 5 senses. Connection successful. Accessing. Lu Jing opened his eyes once again. It seemed as though he was suspended in a void, and before him stretched a massive blue screen. Lu Jing clenched his fist. So real. You're in the virtual world now. Look at the screen in front of you. Miao Miao's voice came through. Chapter 81, Permissions Mall. Lu Jing looked at the screen before him and froze momentarily. This is Authority Mall. Firearms category. FAMI SAF submachine gun. Standard with 230-round magazines, easy to maintain, and can be disassembled without specialized tools. Highly accurate, reliable in performance, and lightweight, it is a top-performance submachine gun. HANK MP7, featuring a unique design and materials, characterized by its lightweight, compact size, high precision, and superior performance. Chambered in 4.6 by 30 mm ammunition with a firing rate of 950 rounds per minute. It possesses high penetration and lethality, capable of effectively piercing through bulletproof vests and light protective gear. Considered prohibited weapons, they are not readily available on the civilian market. Lu Jing continued flipping through the pages: submachine guns, pistols, trench guns, sniper rifles, machine guns, rifles, carbines, anti-material rifles, and more. These are all within reasonable limits. You can even buy mortars, recoilless rifles, and anti-aircraft guns. Intercontinental ballistic missiles can carry nuclear warheads. Lu Jing's jaw dropped. Sigma. No way, this thing is actually for sale? Fortunately, the system showed that my permissions didn't allow purchasing. Lu Jing immediately let out a sigh of relief. If every team member could purchase this thing without limits, it would be extremely dangerous. And this thing is ridiculously expensive. Lu Jing continues reading. Cold weapons. Invisible greatsword, a sword that only shows the hilt, not the blade. Han Jianqing Xan, forged at the Taoist sacred site Dragon Tiger Mountain, capable of inflicting damage upon demons and vengeful spirits. Damaged demon armor unleashes 150% of one's combat potential. Duration of use determined by wearer's physical endurance. Upon removal, the wearer experiences debilitation, with severity and recovery time varying according to individual stamina. Holy Mother of Heavens! And this thing exists too. Lu Jing scrolled through the categories of lifespan and wealth. Damn! Lifespan? This is absolutely insane. Lu Jing tapped on lifespan, only to find its permissions weren't accessible to him. Lu Jing gulped, suddenly feeling a wave of fear. Isn't this organization a bit too overpowered? You can actually buy lifespan here? In his understanding, anything that could sell lifespan was definitely no good. He suddenly understood why, when he told Meow Meow about wanting to exchange contribution points for a sports car or 2 desert eagles. Meow Meow would show disdain. Compared to these things, even the most expensive sports car seems insignificant. Lu Jing took a deep breath. Exotic items category, if you can imagine it, you can buy it. Level 1 Combat Essence. Essence of First Class Muay Thai. Essence of First Class Bagwazang. Essence of First Class Judo. Essence of First Class Bajiquan. Lu Jing's eyes lit up, his mouth slightly agape. Yellow Talisman, temporarily removes evil chi from the body. Single-use item. Note, also effective for treating poisoning and other non-life-threatening injuries. Summoning type, Scissor Ghost. Can summon a scissor ghost to obey the host's commands, duration 5 minutes. Lu Jing scrolled to the end and sought his own information. Name, Lu Jing. Age, 18. Status, unofficial member. Equipment, tactical briefcase, red-eye blade, mountain deity boots, 3 strands of primal yellow chi. Serum, Class D. Mastery, Blood Rage. No inheritance. Note, the serum and zombie virus undergo internal mutation, granting extraordinary recovery capabilities. Contribution points, 200 points. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment before selecting, Essence of First Level Baji Fist. 20 contribution points deducted. In that very instant, a dazzling streak of light, like a shooting star, swiftly surged into Lu Jing's body. Immediately afterward, a voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Level 1 Essence of Baji Quan. Your melee combat specialization has been enhanced by 10%. Please note that this proficiency cannot be used for melee breakthrough. At critical moments, you must still rely on your own efforts. In an instant, a marvelous sensation flooded Lu Jing's mind, as if he had acquired the experience and skills that ordinary people would need countless repetitions to master. He couldn't wait to try out a move, clenching his fists tightly. As he moved, a formidable power surged within him, and the wind howled fiercely. Hiya, ha! Lu Jing spun around and delivered another powerful kick. Indeed, it's not just Baji Quan. I could really feel my close combat abilities had improved significantly. A powerful surge of confidence welled up within me. Monster Storage Bag. Lu Jing looked at the description of this item. Has a certain storage space and can store items? A storage bag? Lu Jing thought inexplicably. Contribution points, 60. TSK. This is so convenient, no need to carry a box around every day. But why don't I see other teammates buying it? And it can also store various props. Lu Jing chose the monster storage bag without hesitation. Moments later, a ghostly infant with snow-white skin quietly appeared behind Lu Jing. Its 2 chubby little hands were plump like segments of lotus root. Its body displayed an unhealthy, deathly pale complexion, as if entirely devoid of blood. Those round, glistening eyes emitted an eerie light, staring unblinkingly straight ahead. Holy shit! This gave Lu Jing a massive fright. Monster Storage Bag can store objects, invisible to others. The white ghost baby slightly opened its mouth, and thick liquid oozed out like molten candle wax. The liquid slipped from the corner of its mouth, dripping onto the ground with a drip-drop sound. The disgusting sight made Lu Jing's stomach churn, almost causing him to vomit uncontrollably. How do you store this thing? As if sensing Lu Jing's thoughts, the phantom opened its mouth. It pointed to its own mouth with its little finger. Woo woo. Strangely enough, even though Lu Jing couldn't understand what it was saying, yet one could sense its sentiment, as if saying there's storage space inside its mouth. Lu Jing finally understood why nobody else wanted to buy this thing. That's disgusting. Fushiguro Toji? Lu Jing inexplicably thought of him. Technique, swordsmanship, first level essence. Lu Jing's primary weapon is the Great Xiaolong Sparrow. He used all his remaining contribution points to purchase sword technique essences. Skill, sword technique, level 2 essence. Lu Jing tried swinging it a couple of times. Soon after, Lu Jing exited the virtual space. Meow Meow removed the equipment for him. Lu Jing clenched his fist tightly. It was real. Those things didn't exist solely in virtual reality. Lu Jing turned his head and glanced once more at the ghostly figure clinging to his back. Damn it! 4th update today, deserves your free 5-star rating. Chapter 82 I Am Your Father. Walking out of the Privilege Mall. Meow Meow watched his face with keen interest and nodded. Exactly the same expression I had when I first entered the mall. After collecting himself, Lu Jing exclaimed, "This is incredible. It's just like the systems in novels." You could say that, Meow Meow replied. Now you understand how amazing our organization is. Lu Jing nodded heavily. Alright, we'll do another virtual reality training session later. Very soon, under Meow Meow's arrangements, Lu Jing entered the virtual reality training. It was the same chair as before, only the scene before his eyes had changed. Lu Jing sensed the ghost infant behind him. Weightless, invisible to others. These 2 points were quite favorable. I'm just afraid that one day I might suddenly turn around unexpectedly and get scared out of my wits without any mental preparation. Mommy, The ghost baby spoke, and Lu Jing twitched the corner of his mouth. I'm your daddy. He tried stuffing the tactical briefcase into the ghost infant's mouth. It worked, just as expected. While the ghost infant appeared small, its internal space turned out to be much larger than imagined. Just not as stylish as using a storage ring. It also has a bit of a horror movie vibe. 3 red magic wolves with fur blazing like flames appeared before him. Their eyes gleamed with bloodlust, their mouths slightly parted to reveal sharp fangs as they emitted low, guttural growls. This virtual reality is almost indistinguishable from actual reality. Lu Jing remained expressionless at the sight. He reached out once more, retrieving a Xiaolong K blade from the ghost infant's mouth. Channeling his energy into his dantian, his entire aura abruptly sharpened. Confronted by the siege of demonic wolves, Lu Jing swung his blade directly at one of them. Immediately, his body leaped high into the air, dodging the attacks of the other 2 demon wolves. After purchasing the essence of second-level blade techniques and the essence of first-level Bajiquan, Lu Jing could distinctly feel that he was different from before. The battle ended moments later. Immediately after, Lu Jing proceeded to challenge various demonic creatures. Only when fatigue set in did he finally disconnect from the virtual reality. That evening, the team held a celebration banquet, celebrating our narrow escape from the Mountain God Temple dungeon. Cheers to Lu Jing, our greatest hero. Chao Lihao raised his glass. Cheers. To be honest, I was practically pissing my pants back then, Monkey sighed emotionally. We owe you our lives, Lu Jing. Without you, we wouldn't even know how we died. Lu Jing smiled somewhat sheepishly. For someone who had received almost no praise since childhood, this kind of compliment was particularly flattering. Back then I still thought you were just a rookie, never expected you to be so damn impressive. The group chatted away, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. At that moment, beep beep beep, the alarm sounded. A portal had appeared nearby. Chao Lihao poured some peanuts into his mouth. The dungeon difficulty isn't high. Lu Jing, you head home first. Let Monkey and Fatso handle it. For them, entering and exiting dungeons had already become routine. Alright. Lu Jing felt that he should quickly get accustomed to this new life. By the time he left the villa, it was already very late. The night was thick. Lu Jing had just received a call from his stepmother, Gong Liang, asking him to return home, pick up a few of his father Lu Yuanjing's clothes, and bring them to the hospital. Lu Jing returned home to find that his sister Lu Shui and stepmother Gong Liang had moved to the presidential suite over there to care for his father. There was even a swimming pool, extremely comfortable, to say the least. This was Lu Jing's first glimpse into how the wealthy truly lived. He glanced at his dark, empty home, then looked up again. Lin Mo's home was also dark. That girl really did leave. Who knows what exactly happened in her family? With these thoughts running through his mind, Lu Jing had already finished packing his clothes and went downstairs. Turning the corner of the alley, I heard noises inside. Hey, did I not tell you what would happen if there's no money today? Bang! Damn your mother! Are you taking me for a joke? Come on, take his shoes off and slap him hard. In the alleyway, a group of teenagers surrounded one person, kicking and punching relentlessly. Lu Jing stood under the dim streetlight, hands tucked in his pockets. A blonde-haired youth among them turned his head and gave Lu Jing a sidelong glance. Hey, what are you looking at? Get lost, you second-rate scum. With the emergence of awakened ones and dimensional portals, the world's ideologies underwent tremendous changes. The formidable power possessed by awakened ones essentially made them and non-awakened creatures practically separate species now. Gradually, some awakeners began questioning why these powerless individuals should enjoy their protection without contributing anything at all. And they constantly risked life and limb in the dungeons. No one knew exactly when the term second-class citizens began circulating online. It was specifically used to refer to those who hadn't awakened. Lu Jing took a step forward. If someone directs violence towards the innocent and vulnerable, no matter how justified they claim to be, they cannot escape moral condemnation. True strength never comes from harming those weaker to gain a sense of achievement or satisfaction, but rather from willingly taking the freedom of the vulnerable as one's boundary. Lu Jing looked calmly at the other party and flashed a wicked smile. It's my turn, Long Outian. Ah ha 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 ha. Okay, cut. Was this video saved? The cameraman emerged from the darkness. It's saved. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Someone walked over and shook Lu Jing's hand. Lu Jing looked completely bewildered. We're filming a short video to test people's reactions, the person said. Oh, Lu Jing finally realized what was happening. Then he felt a surge of anger, as if he'd been played for a fool. This is your payment. The blonde man smiled as he handed over an envelope. Lu Jing pinched the thickness of the envelope before casually tucking it into his coat and walking off. Laughter trailed behind him. Ha ha ha. Clearly, the one laughing had been restraining themselves with great effort. I'm dying. Did you hear what he just said? What true strength means lies in respecting the freedom of the weak. Would anyone actually say something like this in real life? Holy shit. This part would go viral if posted online. This is fucking priceless entertainment. He's still a non-awakened one, putting on such an act like he's all that. Oh my god, I can't. I'm dying of laughter, this is too hilarious. The bespectacled young man who pretended to have been beaten earlier was laughing the loudest. Lu Jing puckered his lips in disdain. Damn it! Bang! Chapter 83, A hero won't retreat because of others' ridicule and misunderstanding. Bang! In that instant, one wall of the originally quiet and deep alley was suddenly shattered by a tremendous force as if it were fragile tissue paper. The impact sounded like a heavy hammer smashing violently into the surrounding air. Its reverberation buzzed endlessly, lingering painfully long. A black shadow suddenly darted out from the shattered wall like lightning. Then, a completely muscular monstrosity emerged majestically, its body bulging with hardened chunks of muscle. Its massive body nearly filled the entire alleyway, with blood-red eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty, like two blazing flames that pierced through the darkness. Its mouth parted slightly, revealing sharp, jagged teeth and the eerie darkness within. Roar! At that very moment, emergency alerts blared from everyone's phones. This is the early warning system provided by the government. Once a portal appears nearby without being promptly dealt with, the demonic creatures from within the portals will cross over into our reality. But right now the warning seems to have come too late. Everyone was completely terrified. Although there were awakened individuals among them, they hadn't seen combat for many years. Coming face to face with this situation so abruptly, they instantly lost all presence of mind. Panicking, they desperately tried to flee. But the monster's massive paw struck suddenly, smashing several people ahead like cannonballs. Those several people flew through the air like kites with severed strings, tracing a tragic arc before crashing heavily onto the distant ground. The monster showed no intention of stopping. Its claw, covered in sharp bone spikes, clamped down on the bespectacled youth like iron tongs, treating him as nothing more than an insignificant ant. Ah! The bespectacled youth's terrified scream echoed through the entire space. The demonic creature possessed terrifying strength, as if it could crush his bones to powder. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, beads of sweat the size of peas forming on his forehead, his eyes filled with utter despair and terror. The sensation of being controlled by that immense force made him feel as though his internal organs had been violently displaced. Excruciating pain spread throughout his body, every nerve trembling in agony. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the demon's grip. But it was futile, all he could do was watch helplessly as that terrifying claw tightened around him. Whoosh! The silver light suddenly flashed through the dark alley like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was so astonishing that one could barely catch a glimpse of that fleeting silver gleam. The gleaming blade now resembled a mirror, faintly reflecting the agonized expression of that monstrous creature in its blurry surface. Its ferocious features were twisted and contorted by pain. As the blade danced, a thin crimson line silently appeared on its sharp edge, like a winding red ribbon. It ultimately converged at the cold tip of the knife, then condensed into a dark red drop of blood. Under the pull of gravity, it slowly rolled down. A robust, densely furred arm brimming with power fell to the ground just like that. The thick muscle contours stood out strikingly under the dim light. That arm belonged to none other than the demon creature wounded by the great Xia dragon's saber. In its excruciating pain, it let out a piercing, agonized roar. Or! The voice roared like demons from hell, echoing through the alley, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, the bespectacled young man's already terrified face grew even paler. His body swayed unsteadily, like a leaf trembling in the wind. He struggled to stand up, his mind holding only one thought. That was to escape this terrifying place, far from the looming shadow of impending death. Yet his body felt as if pierced by countless needles, every joint screaming with pain, rendering him utterly incapable of summoning even the slightest bit of strength. He could only collapse helplessly to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Lu Jing held the great Xiao Longke in his hand, not even sparing a glance at the bespectacled youth whose face was twisted in fright. With just a slight squint of his eyes, the mighty Xia dragon sparrow in his hand shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. That fierce momentum seemed capable of tearing apart everything in its path as it lunged toward the wounded demonic creature. Lu Jing didn't like the bespectacled man who had just toyed with him, but that didn't mean he wouldn't save him. A true hero never gives up or abandons their principles just because of others' mockery and misunderstanding. No matter how the external world changes, they always steadfastly uphold their beliefs and mission, never swayed by trivial negative emotions. Dodge, rise, and wrap around the monster's neck. Reverse grip the knife handle and plunge it in. The monster's blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding ground crimson red. The entire movement was executed in one seamless motion, clean and precise without the slightest hesitation. It was as if this scene had been rehearsed countless times, and now it was being flawlessly presented before everyone's eyes. The monster's body swayed slightly before collapsing with a loud thud. Lu Jing wiped the blood smeared on his cheek, making him appear even more intimidating. There's a portal nearby. Lu Jing glanced at his wristwatch. This was the watch issued by the organization, capable of quickly detecting any portals in the vicinity. We need to resolve this quickly, otherwise if more monsters appear and harm the civilians, it'll be disastrous. Lu Jing drew his blade and swiftly vanished into the darkness. The bespectacled man's chest heaved violently, as if trying to expel all the fear and insecurity filling his heart. Gasping for breath, he stared at the fallen monster. Its ferocious appearance now seemed terrifyingly vivid in his eyes, as if it might pounce on him again at any moment. His gaze involuntarily turned once more toward the direction where Lu Jing had disappeared. The next day, Lu Jing arrived at school as usual. "Damn, Jing, you're killing it," said Ma Jianyu. "Ha?" Lu Jing glanced at the mirror on the wall, confirming that he remained, indeed, as handsome as ever. He reached up and tugged at his own hair. Ma Jianyu pulled out his phone and said, "The video online, you haven't seen it?" "What video?" Ma Jianyu played the video for Lu Jing. The video's content showed precisely Lu Jing slaying monsters in the alley. Lu Jing scratched his head. "Everyone in our student group is spreading it, Jing. You looked freaking awesome," Ma Jianyu said excitedly. Lu Jing feigned indifference with a smile and waved his hand dismissively. "That's nothing. Brother Jing, I used to think we were cut from the same cloth. Seems I was naive," Ma Jianyu sighed. Lu Jing patted Ma Jianyu on the shoulder, assuring him he wouldn't forget this brother of his. For the rest of the day, Lu Jing indulged himself to his heart's content. This was different from the last time in the Heavenly Descent dungeon, because back then only a handful of classmates had participated and witnessed how Lu Jing fought desperately against the monsters. But this time, videos surfaced and went viral in the group chats. It even ended up being posted on the confession wall. Chapter 84, The Gift of Fate. Well, if it isn't our big star." Everyone greeted him with that same line. Lu Jingza pretended not to care with a casual smile. In reality, he'd secretly hide in the bathroom scrolling through confession walls to see how people were talking about him, letting out an excited ape-like cry. "Ooh, damn, I look cool." That felt good. Nothing beats the thrill of showing off in front of classmates. This feeling. Lu Jing suddenly recalled a story he had once fantasized about. In that story, he was like a speck of dust in a vast sea of people utterly insignificant in daily life, as if forgotten by the world in some obscure corner. Every day, silently carrying my school bag, I walk into that spacious yet somewhat desolate classroom, obediently taking my seat in the last row. In this campus brimming with youthful energy, I feel like an invisible person who draws absolutely no attention from anyone. Watching the campus queens and kings shining like stars, with handsome boys and beautiful girls passing by me while joking and laughing, occasional wisps of faint envy and melancholy would well up in my heart. Only, nobody knew my true identity was actually that of an esper from a secret organization, always protecting China in the shadows. Ordinary was just her veil. One day after school, she casually eliminated a monster even the authorities couldn't handle. But who could have predicted that this astonishing scene would be accidentally captured by a passing bystander? Then, the video was uploaded to the internet with lightning speed, instantly causing a huge uproar. The whole school was in an uproar, boiling over with excitement. "Oh my god, it's actually him?" Exclamations like this rose one after another, spreading to every corner. The school beauty's large, innocent eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze filled with utter incredulity. Her cold and elegant deskmate turned pale with shock, her lips parting slightly as if unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Even the usually stern and beautiful teacher regarded Wang Tang with an entirely different expression, now looking at him with newfound respect. Wherever he went, every student in the school would instinctively cast off-filled glances his way, and he could only find such gazes annoying, distressed by inadvertently revealing his true identity. Later, he silently transferred to another school, leaving behind nothing but a legend. Young Lu Jing didn't know that fate's gifts always come with a hidden price tag. In the days that followed, Lu Jing worked with his team members to deal with the portal matters, shuttling constantly between the fantasy world and reality. While enjoying the admiration of classmates at school, Father Lu Yuanjiang was soon discharged from the hospital, recovering well with no lasting effects. "It looks like I'll be spending this year in a wheelchair. This is already the best possible outcome. Everything seems to be getting better. Damn, this dungeon run was truly disgusting. Yeah, I feel like I can't even eat another bite," Fatty Lee Cine said, patting his belly. "Drop dead. You'll be wolfing down 8 bowls of rice the moment you turn around," Monkey retorted. That day, Lu Jing and Captain Chao Lihao's team of 4 emerged from the portal. "Let's grab a drink back at base," Miao Miao suggested. This had become their tradition. After every major dungeon run, they would share a drink. Compared to several months ago, Lu Jing had clearly grown much closer with them. As the old saying goes, the 4 strongest bonds in life are forged through serving together in the army and studying together under the same roof. We've shared stolen goods and hoard together. After going through so many instances, the 5 of them had lost count of how many times they'd faced life and death together. "I want grilled steak," Monkey said. "Boss is treating. I'll treat you then." Chao Lihao gave a helpless smile, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, right. Lu Jing, since the college entrance exam is just a few days away, you should sit out this operation. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment before nodding. I really hope to get into a decent university. Miao Miao nudged Lu Jing's shoulder. Our organization doesn't take slackers. Miao Miao and Xiao Leihao are both graduates of Tsinghua University. As for the monkey, he was from Peking University, while the fat guy had once studied at Stanford. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this group was full of academic elites. Don't worry, once I get serious, I'll show you what a real loser looks like, Lu Jing said solemnly. Get lost. After bidding farewell to the 4 members of his squad, Lu Jing returned home alone. Raising his head, he saw that Lin Mo's house remained shrouded in darkness. To be honest, she had disappeared for several months. Lu Jing actually missed the girl quite a bit. When she was around every day, he used to find her annoying. But now that she was gone, he felt somewhat unsettled. Lu Jing had tried to reach out to Lin Mo, but she seemed to have disappeared off the face of the earth. She hasn't replied to my messages. It's almost college entrance exam time, yet she still hasn't returned. The teacher explained that Lin Mo's father fell ill. Having experienced his own father's car accident, Lu Jing could deeply relate to the situation. But when he thought about Lin Mo's grand gesture of casually buying a house, he reckoned money wasn't an issue for her family. What does it matter even if I don't take the college entrance exam? Upon returning home, Lu Jing immediately dove into his practice problems. Even heroes have to sit for the college entrance exams. Get into a decent university, after all, his father, Lu Yuanzhang, wouldn't care what friends he had or whether he played the hero. In his father's eyes, getting into a good university would determine his future. Lu Jing didn't want to disappoint him. And of course, he didn't want to disappoint his long-deceased mother either. Time flies by. The last night before the college entrance exams. Even though I've already joined a mysterious organization, where even lifespan can be purchased, I know the college entrance exams aren't that important to me anymore. Yet Lu Jing couldn't help but feel nervous. 10 years of diligent study by cold window. For 10 years I've tempered my sword, yet never tested its frosty blade. Today I hold it before you, who dares to speak of injustice? Lu Jing smirked coldly, his lips curling. How he wished to dance wildly just once. Lu Jing, are you asleep? Next door, Lu Shue's voice drifted through the wall. Not yet, why? I'm a bit nervous, said Lu Shue. You're doing so well academically, what's there to be nervous about? I'm afraid I might not do well on the exam. Alright, get some sleep early, said Lu Jing. Brother, I'm afraid everything has changed. What's changed? It's just the college entrance exam. Weren't you always so composed before? Whenever Lu Shue calls herself brother, you just know something bad's coming. I'm scared. I'm really scared, brother. Please stop hanging out with those strange people, okay? Let's just live a peaceful and ordinary life as a family, okay? I'm so scared. Lu Jing thought Lu Shue was worried about his safety and comforted her. It's okay, didn't I tell you? Your big bro is a lone hero, just like the protagonist in anime. You know about protagonists, right? They're the ones who save the world and slay the demon king, holding beauty in both arms, finally winning the fair lady's heart. They lived happily ever after unless the author is a total idiot. On the other side, Lu Shue fell silent. Lu Jing also stopped speaking, closed his eyes, and quickly let himself drift off to sleep. Chapter 85, The College Entrance Examination. College Entrance Examination. Whether for the enlightened or the unenlightened, it is undoubtedly one of the most critical events in a person's life. As the old saying goes about the 4 great joys of life, rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a distant land, the night of nuptial bliss, the day of golden honors inscribed. In the morning I ate 1 deep-fried dough stick plus 2 eggs, for good fortune's sake. But when the 3 main subjects, language, math, and English each have perfect scores of 150, wouldn't scoring only 100 on all mean utter failure? Lu Jing then arranged another fried dough stick into the shape of the number 5 and ate it in one bite. Dong Liang had specifically taken leave today and was dressed in a qipao. This is called a triumphant start. Lu Yuanzhang still couldn't walk yet, but he insisted on being wheeled to the school gate in his wheelchair. A son and daughter taking the college entrance exams at the same time. Given his personality, it would be strange if he didn't go to watch. He personally saw his son and daughter off onto the school bus, then followed the bus to the school gate, giving them endless words of advice and reminders. Lu Yuanzhang was academically capable, but he missed his college entrance exams due to an accident that year. His family couldn't afford to support him for another year of preparation. This became his lifelong regret. Later, when he had children, he placed all his hopes on them. At this moment, the school gate resembled a bustling marketplace, crowded with anxious parents waiting eagerly. As if by prior agreement, most mothers had carefully selected and donned elaborate cheongsams, hoping to invite good fortune. Not that it counts as superstition, after all, who wouldn't want to hear auspicious words? Now, each parent's heart thumped like a little drum, its dong 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 seemingly about to burst through their chests. After all, this college entrance examination is a crucial moment that will shape the children's future. Bearing countless hopes and dreams of parents, it weighs heavily on every parent's heart like a burden. Dong Liang chattered incessantly to Lu Yuanzhang, wearing a cheongsam symbolizes a triumphant start. On the second day of the exam, wear green to represent smooth progress all the way. On the third day, wear gray and yellow, symbolizing a path to glory. Enough with this march toward glory nonsense. Lu Yuanzhang wore a look of disdain, though secretly he was already pondering which green outfit to wear tomorrow. As the bell rang, everyone hastily bid farewell to their parents. Parents, step aside. The security guard maintaining order at the entrance shouted. The students formed several disciplined rows as they stood by the school gate. Holy shit, I'm so nervous. Lu Jing glanced back. The person speaking turned out to be Song Ziki. Would a rich second generation like him also be nervous about college entrance exams? Noticing his glance, Song Ziki gave a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. It's finally over. From now on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is vast for birds to fly. Lu Jing knew he was joking and smiled too. In truth, during my previous bouts of low self-esteem, I always harbored more or less hostility toward wealthy second-generation heirs. I viewed us as natural opposites. My pride made me feel like speaking even one more word to them would seem like I was currying favor. However, at this moment, Lu Jing suddenly noticed that everyone seemed to be the same. Even Tian Shiran, the noble young lady who always acted so tsundere and appeared as if she wouldn't bat an eye even if the sky fell. Now her face was full of uncontrollable tension, her small hands tightly clenched into little fists. Her usually exquisitely carved delicate face was even slightly flushed with nervousness. Ding ding ding. A piercing bell rang out. Lu Jing pulled his thoughts back to the present. The school gates swung open, and students began filing inside. The campus loudspeakers, unusually, weren't broadcasting the usual school bells or calisthenics music, but songs instead. Where in the world is that place full of flowers? If it truly exists, I will surely go there. I want to stand atop its highest peak, unconcerned whether it's a cliff or precipice. Live vigorously, love fiercely even if it means risking everything, seeking no one's approval but my own conscience. I've never given up on my dreams, even in those days when I was covered in dust. Maybe I lack natural talent, but I hold the innocence of dreams. Lu Jing fell into a momentary daze. His high school life was coming to an end, just like that. Lu Jing pondered many things, yet it felt as though he had thought of nothing at all. Suddenly, he recalled a question he had once read. Which is harder, an exam with only one correct answer, or a life filled with countless right choices? But perhaps now was not the time for melancholy. A single plank bridge for thousands of troops and horses to cross. Boom! The earth seemed to tremble. The sound came from behind, making everyone instinctively turn their heads. A massive portal slowly materialized above the city. At that moment, everyone's phones simultaneously emitted warning sounds. Giant portal detected near Twin Lions Bridge. Citizens advised to take cover. Near Twin Lions Bridge? Fortunately, it's not too close to this location, so it shouldn't affect the college entrance exams. Yet that mysterious portal seemed to emanate an irresistible gravitational pull even from a distance. One could distinctly sense its presence. Viewed from afar, the portal was truly breathtaking in its monumental grandeur. The moment the portal appeared, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, with hordes of monstrous creatures flooding out like a tide. They exude an aura of malevolence, casting a shadow of fear wherever they go. Instantly, the area plunged into chaos and panic, with people fleeing in all directions and screams rising one after another. Amidst this turmoil, a rapid crescendo of footsteps suddenly sounded nearby. The awakened who were closest arrived at the scene first. The battle erupted instantaneously, with blades and swords flashing together amid the thick scent of blood and the pulsations of magic in the air. Yet, these were scenes unseen by distant onlookers. Those who had entered the campus turned back for a brief glance before averting their gaze and pressing forward. Lu Jing, let's go. Song Ziki behind him nudged Lu Jing, who stood motionless. Beep beep beep. The watch emitted a sound. Lu Jing pressed the call button on his watch. Captain, what's the situation? Soon, Xiao Lihao's voice came through the watch. Not sure. This time it must be a big job. It's pretty rare for monsters to rush out the moment a portal appears. It was clear from his voice that Xiao Lihao and his team were on the move. The wind howled around them. Finally, he added another sentence. Don't worry, just focus on your exam. Go for it. If you do well, I'll reward you, came Miao Miao's voice. Lu Jing lowered his hand and took several steps forward. Before the break of dawn, we must be braver, waiting for the most dazzling moment when the sun rises. Run forward, facing cold stares and mockery. How can one feel the vastness of life without enduring hardship? Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously. Then, he turned and walked away against the crowd. Chapter 86, Marching Against the Tide Alone. Lu Jing walked outward against the flow of the crowd. This sudden movement startled those behind him, drawing bewildered glances in his direction. What's gotten into him? Did you forget to bring your pen? Or did you leave your ID card and admission ticket behind? Lu Jing. Lu Shui reached out and grabbed Lu Jing. Lu Jing glanced at her and smiled slightly. Study hard, get into a good university. Lu Shui tightened her grip instead, fixing him with an unblinking stare. Where are you going? Lu Jing broke free and accidentally bumped into Shin Shuiwei in the process. Shin Shuiwei likewise looked at him in confusion. What did you forget? Sorry. Coming through. Lu Jing's face turned slightly red. He forcefully squeezed his way through the massive crowd behind him, carving out a path. Many classmates turned their heads to look, their faces full of suspicion. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, what's he up to? All headed south, alone he went north. Yet, at this moment, no surge of heroism rose in Lu Jing's heart. Lu Jing dashed through the school gate. Not far away, his stepmother Gong Liang and old man Lu Yuanzhang watched him with puzzled eyes. Lu Yuanzhang shouted, "What are you doing? Did you forget something?" Lu Jing glanced guiltily at his stern father. "Dad, your son really wanted to make you proud. But your boy here? I'm just naturally fucking born to save the world. No place to seek justice." Lu Jing took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air in the world. His legs were suddenly engulfed by a thick, eerie black substance that surged over them like a tide. The black substance seemed to possess its own life and will, spreading with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it had completely enveloped his straight, powerful legs. It was like donning a pair of mysteriously glossy black armor for his feet, clinging tightly to his skin. They had merged into one, becoming part of his body. With the continuous infusion and fusion of the black substance, power surged within him. Immediately after, Lu Jing's legs gave a powerful tremor. In the next instant, his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, leaping with a speed almost too fast to perceive. It was as if the entire world had paused for his jump. His figure traced a graceful arc through the air, effortlessly spanning several dozen meters in a single bound. Between the second leap, his silhouette had already vanished from view. Lu Jing didn't look back this time. He really ought to turn around. Nothing could be more impressive than this scene. This moment deserved to be ranked first in one's heart. Because at this instant, every examinee walking inside and every parent at the gate turned their heads, staring straight at him. Watching him head straight for the teleportation gate, it didn't take a genius to figure out what he was going to do. Tian Shiran stared at the scene that seemed straight out of an animation, momentarily stunned. Lu Jing seems to be heading toward the teleportation gate? What is he going to do? Is he not taking the exam anymore? Of course, we're going to save the world. Ma Jianyue grinned smugly, as if he were the one off to save the world instead. Holy crap, that's freaking awesome. Too bad Lu Jing didn't hear it, or better yet, record it. He could have listened to that on repeat under his blankets afterward. The moment this mysterious portal appeared, countless streaks of black light surged forth like raging tides. Immediately after, a horde of grotesque and terrifying demons poured out like a broken dam, snarling and howling with bone-chilling cries, as if they were heralds from hell. In an instant, what was once a tranquil area plunged into unprecedented chaos. Panicked people fled in all directions, their screams and shouts intertwining in terrified disorder. The portal appeared suddenly, and though some awakened warriors arrived quickly to resist valiantly, facing such a massive swarm of exceptionally ferocious monsters, their efforts seemed barely enough. Weapons sparked continuously under the monstrous assaults, yet they could hardly halt the advance of these vile creatures. As for the powerless common folk, they were left pale with terror, scattering in panic. The urban clusters had long been built into mature structures. It could be said that shelters and barricades were everywhere. Their interiors were reinforced with special materials. People rushed to find the nearest places of protection. Yet in the panic, many unfortunate souls also perished in the streets. The awakened ones entered the portal one by one. Yet the portal still could not be closed. Clearly, the required number had not been met. Not enough. More must enter. Keep entering. The first to arrive, the awakened ones with some strength had already entered the portal. Only the weaker awakened ones remained to fight the monsters that had escaped. Boom, boom, boom. Roar. A deep, guttural roar. Its body was twisted and deformed, as if cobbled together from different creatures. Its skin bore an eerie gray hue, covered in coarse scales and warts. The head was massive and hideous, while the body elongated and supple, with limbs strong and powerful. The tips ended in sharp claws, capable of tearing through any prey with ease. It extended its claws and effortlessly ripped open the nearby rolling shutter door. Ryup! Behind the shutter crouched two children, one big, one small. The corners of the monster's mouth twisted, its grotesque face seemingly forming a smile. The boy shielded his younger sister, gripping an axe in his hand. Seeing this, his face turned deathly pale as he let out a scream. Run! Roar! The monster flicked its tail and pounced in our direction. These two children wouldn't even make a decent snack for him. With a thwack sound, the Daxia dragon's saber cleaved the monster's head clean off. Lu Jing descended from the heavens, wielding the great Xia dragon's saber, standing atop the corpse of a demon, his back turned to the boy. None of us are born kings, but our veins flow with blood that won't allow us to bow our heads. Young man, being able to summon the courage to protect those you love already makes you a hero. Courage is the most brilliant form of grace under pressure. Take your sister and leave now, leave this place to the professionals. The boy cast a deep glance at the youth's retreating figure before turning to run away with his little sister. Lu Jing fought while advancing, cutting down foes as he moved. He still clung to the hope that he might avoid entering the portal, waiting until enough people had gone through. It wouldn't be too late for him to return and take his exams then. He just underestimated the danger of this portal. Every second the portal remained open, hordes of monsters would rush out from it. There was no room for hesitation now. Stepping onto the outer wall, he climbed up the high-rise building. With a flip as graceful as a soaring bird, he landed steadily on the rooftop, his gaze resolute. At that very moment, a monstrous creature as massive and terrifying as a crocodile charged forward. It opened its bloodthirsty maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, while its eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. Lu Jing's feet flew across the ground as his twin blades transformed into streaks of dazzling light in an instant. First slay the monster, then charge through the teleportation gate. And so they departed. Chapter 87, Danger. 3-foot dragon spring sword, 10,000 volumes of books, for what purpose did heaven create me? If a man cannot serve his country or bring peace to the world, then he fails as a true man of honor. The profession of storytelling has long been in decline. Yet Lu Jing had memorized many an introductory verse in his heart. Verses like, how many names grace the annals of history, while countless graves dot Beimang's hills. The ancestors sowed seeds for the descendants to reap. All is but the dragon's fight and tiger's strife. What does it mean to roam through all lands and states? How can human hearts compare to the eternal flow of water? He had heard countless tales before. Lu Jing wasn't only fond of anime, he'd also listened to those mythological stories. Otherwise, there would be no place to write those millions of words of chronicles, nor the vast world building. Lu Jing let out a soft sigh. Close your eyes, then open them again. He found himself in an enormous space. The air buzzed with voices as far as the eye could see, all awakeners who'd breached this place. Instance World, 9-tiered Phantom Pagoda. Lu Jing, a familiar voice rang out. Miao Miao stepped forward, looking at him in surprise. Aren't you supposed to be taking your exam? She walked over and promptly gave Lu Jing a knock on the head without waiting for an explanation. Xiao Lihao wasn't particularly surprised to see Lu Jing arrive. After spending so much time together, it would have been wasted if they still couldn't figure out each other's personalities. Optimistic, though not exactly cheerful. Smart, just that he talked like an escaped mental patient. Ruthless in decision-making, yet yearning for tenderness. His moral compass sometimes aligns so rigidly it borders on fanaticism, making you question if he's a staunch guardian of orthodoxy. Yet at other times, he blends seamlessly into the crowd as an utterly ordinary person, indistinguishable from any other. This makes him appear profoundly contradictory. Always believe, never say the word give up, and always maintain absolute confidence. In other words, this kid's mental fortitude is downright terrifying. This place was bustling, gathering roughly 50 or 60 awakened individuals. With Lu Jing's arrival, the required number of people was finally reached. The portal has closed. A message appeared before everyone's eyes. 9-layered Demon Pagoda. Please evacuate this area safely. Before them appeared steps seemingly condensed from endless darkness, stretching upward to the second floor. The width of each step was just right, neither so narrow as to feel cramped nor so wide as to seem hollow. In the dim light, faint patterns could barely be discerned carved into the surface of the steps, appearing and disappearing like illusions. It seems we'll have to break through all 9 levels one by one, said Miao Miao. Xiao Lihao nodded his head. Not just them, everyone present shared the same thought. Any awakened individual who dared to step into this massive dungeon had at least some confidence in their own strength. They were all veterans by now. This type of combat dungeon is all about fighting, pure exhilaration. The 9-layered Demon Tower, the name alone says it all. Each floor has its own boss monster standing guard. They must fight their way up to the 9th floor. I just don't know how difficult this dungeon will be. Everyone had gathered together temporarily, for convenience in facing the enemy. Thus, they elected the highest-ranking mage among them as the commanding officer and hastily devised a battle plan. As for Xiao Lihao and his 4 companions, they were not included in the formation. Lu Jing also bumped into an acquaintance. Big Face Cat. Grade 1. Upon seeing Lu Jing, Big Face Cat's eyes lit up and he hurried over. How come you're here too? Big Face Cat scratched his head and chuckled. I came with the guild leader. As luck would have it, Big Face Cat had come to eat here with his guildmates, never expecting to stumble upon such a major dungeon. Seeing monsters pouring out, he'd rushed right in. I acted on impulse, no idea how difficult this dungeon is. Big Face Cat said. A massive dungeon like this definitely won't be easy. Jiangnan City. The Awakeners Guild. As the portal closed, the energy dissipated along with it. However, from the moment it appeared, it had already detected the energy emanating from the portal. The energy readings weren't completely accurate, but they still provided a rough idea of the situation. The portal appeared without warning, and demons began pouring out in large numbers. The best solution, of course, was to send awakened individuals inside immediately. Once the portals closed, it should hold for a while at least. During this time, no more monsters will come through. That gives the guild enough time to mobilize their forces. Initial assessments show this portal is A-grade danger level. Has everyone been notified? Except for those on vacation, practically all awakened individuals above rank 30 in Jiangnan City have assembled. Dungeons are generally classified into 5 levels, A, B, C, D, and E. A-rank dungeons correspond to awakened individuals between ranks 1 to 5. B-rank dungeons are for awakened individuals between levels 5 to 10. A-rank dungeons correspond to level 25. However, not every awakened individual surpassing level 25 can recklessly enter an A-rank dungeon. In truth, dungeon worlds are extraordinarily perilous. No one knows exactly what they might encounter inside. According to regulations, you must reach the 25th tier to qualify for entering A-level instances. It's like playing a game, you need to reach a certain level before qualifying for ranked matches. Remember, qualification is just the beginning. Can you guarantee winning every qualifying match? Of course, in games, losing is just losing. But here, losing means death. You must ensure you win every single hand. The 9-story Demon Pagoda. Danger! Danger! The group finalized their plan and were preparing to ascend the steps. Someone looked down and noticed those strange patterns on the steps. Faint yet discernible, but upon closer inspection, they were clearly densely packed characters. Just a single sentence. Danger! Danger! The group saw this but paid no attention. In combat-oriented dungeons, intimidating warnings like this were common. Even when the path ahead was clearly the only way forward, the system would still flash those ominous alerts. It's easy to understand, where there are monsters ahead, there's bound to be danger. But how can one succeed without stepping into danger? Everyone, be alert. The group stepped onto the stairs and began ascending. Lu Jing lowered his head for a glance and took a deep breath. He pulled out the Xia Long K blade from the ghost infant's mouth. If we finish this quickly, you might still make it back in time for the college entrance exams, Miao Miao whispered. Lu Jing shot her a look. What's missed is missed, he said. What are you talking about, kid? College life is the most beautiful time of youth in one's life. Chapter 88, The 9-Story Demon Tower. Our gathering today is fate, whether we know each other or not. We serve our country and people, who knows if we'll survive this mission. What a pity there's no wine here, someone said. Who says there's no wine? Someone lifted a large gourd and declared, the wine in my gourd is like mountain spring water, inexhaustible. If you don't mind, let's share it. After all, there's no time limit here anyway. The gourd of wine was passed around, each taking a sip. Then someone suggested, how about we all take a picture together? Lu Jing, Omega Omega. Oh oi. Don't go setting up death flags like that. Lu Jing couldn't help but complain. What exactly are you trying to do from start to finish? This is clearly shaping up to be a one-way trip. Whether it's anime, novels, TV dramas, whenever such things appear. In reality, it truly is like this. A suddenly appearing teleportation gate. Without any warning, monsters come rushing out. The level of danger is evident. At this point, sending inspectors to assess the portal's level would be far too late. By then, who knows how many casualties there would be. Yet these awakened ones resolutely charge into the fray to seal the portals. Even if they couldn't succeed in breaking through, they could still buy time for those outside. One might say that from the moment they stepped in, they carried a determination to die if necessary. The atmosphere was particularly tense at this moment, with a trace of anxiety visible in everyone's eyes. They remained silent, as if whispering prayers in their hearts for a safe return from this mission. Others exchanged a few quiet words, their voices filled with concern and blessings for one another. Everyone knew all too well that the path they were about to tread was fraught with unknowns and dangers, that at any moment, they might face life or death decisions. Lu Jing nearly choked on helpless rage, itching to seal the speaker's mouth shut. With everyone's support, the group still managed to take a group photo together. Lu Jing was sandwiched between the fat guy and monkey, wearing a pained expression. May everyone return safely. The crowd responded in unison, return safely. Miao Miao frowned and whispered, I've got a bad feeling about this. In movies and TV shows, scenes like this usually mean there's no coming back. Lu Jing burst out laughing, apparently someone shared his thoughts. Miao Miao chuckled too, I'm honestly amazed. Don't these people ever watch dramas or anime? Who in their right mind says things like this right before the final showdown? My wife just got pregnant recently too, Monkey said solemnly. My story is quite complicated as well. Miao Miao and Lu Jing glanced at him simultaneously. I can't die here. My parents had a teenage romance, and my sister's divorced. I'm the sole breadwinner putting grandpa through school and taking care of grandma during her confinement. Lu Jing, oh. The monkey suddenly burst out laughing. Miao Miao punched him in annoyance. Get lost. The 9-tier Demon Tower. The group had just stepped onto the second level. The scene before them transformed abruptly. Behind them stretched winding stairs, as if stepping up from there had already transported them to another world. Spread across this boundless wilderness stretching as far as the eye could see was a sight so terrifying it seemed sketched by a demon's hand. A vision of hell itself manifested vividly before the assembled eyes. A continuous succession of steep and treacherous mountain ridges. They were actually formed by layers upon layers of skeletal remains piled mountain high. The sheer quantity and eerie shape seemed to silently recount the intense battles and deaths that had occurred here. Under the dim and sinister light on the horizon, these densely packed white bones faintly emitted a ghastly and terrifying glow. The glow resembled countless faint sighs of wronged spirits in the darkness, carrying endless sorrow and unwillingness. Human hair was trampled wantonly, thick and tough as felt mats yet chaotically strewn about, as if permeated with some nameless despair. Human flesh, long devoid of its original vivid hue, now clung to those stout tree trunks. Having been weathered over endless years, it became utterly parched and brittle. The shimmering hue swayed gently like silver threads, trembling faintly in the weak breeze, as if it were a mournful dirge of death, drifting sorrowfully across this desolate land. The putrid stench, like invisible demonic claws, swiftly and violently saturated the entire air. One whiff was enough to provoke an overwhelming urge to vomit instantly. The acrid, nauseating odor seemed capable of piercing through one's very organs, slowly corroding the soul, bit by bit gnawing away at the deepest fears within the heart. From afar, the mountain of corpses resembled a vast ocean, with tumultuous waves yet eerily still. The blood seemed like a raging river, flowing with crimson-red gore. The vibrant red formed an intensely stark contrast with the surrounding pallid bones. The visual impact was utterly staggering, striking directly at the deepest recesses of one's soul, sending chills down the spine. Everyone who approaches this place instinctively feels an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they have truly stepped into an inescapable realm of dark magic. When that horrifying sight comes into view, even those who have undergone rigorous training and witnessed countless storms and grand spectacles in the world, find themselves utterly unable to control their bodies, their legs trembling uncontrollably as if being yanked by invisible hands. Ugh, ugh. The sound of vomiting erupted suddenly, like a desperate cry from the depths of one's soul, filled with endless revulsion and terror. Soon, more people joined in the chorus of retching. The rising and falling sounds intertwined into a grotesque symphony. They believed they had mentally prepared themselves for all kinds of hardships and dangers, nor were they unfamiliar with the grim visage of death. Yet when faced with this unimaginably horrific scene before their eyes, everything they had experienced before, no matter how thrilling or heart-stopping, suddenly seemed to regress into something as naive and laughable as a children's cartoon. The courage and resilience they had once prided themselves on now seemed utterly feeble, as if they would shatter and vanish with the slightest touch. At that very moment, a melodious voice rang out. "The king sent me to patrol the mountains, year-yo ah year-yo. After patrolling the southern mountains, I patrol the northern ones, year-yo ah year-yo. The king sent me to patrol the mountain, stay vigilant against that Sun Wukong, hey-yo hey, yo hey-hey-yo." Chapter 89, Lion Camel Ridge. The king sent me to patrol the mountains, patrolling the southern peaks and the northern peaks. The great king has summoned me to patrol the mountain, beware of that Sun Wukong, oh. The cheerful tune drifted melodiously through the air. Listen! From behind the mountain came a jingling, clanging, cracking sound of wooden clappers and bells. The sound was crisp and clear. It turned out to be a little goblin, shouldering that conspicuous flag bearing the character order. The banner fluttered and snapped in the wind, with jingling bells dangling at his waist. With each step, they produced a pleasant yet subtly alert sound. In his hands, he continuously beat the wooden clappers, the rhythm now hurried, now unhurried. His towering figure stood 12 feet tall. In its world, this height was considered normal. But to the crowd behind the mountain, the monster standing over 3 meters tall was truly terrifying. This is... Some found it familiar, yet try as they might, they couldn't recall where they'd seen it before. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't get them out. Someone beside him recognized it at a glance. This is the Lion Ridge. Those words snapped everyone out of their daze. In an instant, the whole group came to their senses, each realizing the truth in sudden enlightenment. This very scene before us is none other than the legendary 800-mile Lion and Camel Ridge from Journey to the West. A mountain range of skeletons, a forest of bones. Human hair mats together like felt, decaying flesh turns to muddy dust. Sinews twist around trees, dried and gleaming like silver. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, the stench unbearable. To the east, little demons caught live men to carve their flesh. To the west, vicious fiends boiled human meat fresh for feasting. Were it not for the great sage's heroic courage, no mere mortal could have ever approached their gates. So that's Little Whirlwind then? Nyamyo said. Holy Mother of Mercy, we're not actually going up against the 3 demon kings of Lion Camel Ridge, are we? The monkey exclaimed in astonishment. For you must understand, when it comes to which level was most horrific in Journey to the West, undoubtedly, it's the Lion Camel Ridge. The first demon chief, the blue-haired lion monster, roared like thunder, with eyes flashing like lightning. He once swallowed 100,000 heavenly soldiers in one gulp, terrifying the heavenly troops into refusing battle and forcing them to shut the southern gate of heaven. The second demon was a fair-faced elephant spirit, standing 30 feet tall with a trunk like a flood dragon. The three fiends were led by a rock that soared 10,000 miles, whose wickedness blotted out the heavens and who devoured the entire population of the Lion-Camel Kingdom. The Lion-Camel Ridge housed a full 48,000 monsters. Though nicknamed Monkey, he was indeed no great sage equal of heaven, and now his expression turned utterly grim. The faces of the others looked no better. If that's truly the case, then one might as well take a knife and end it themselves. 48,000 demons, even if they did nothing and just stood there waiting to be killed. It'd still take until their arms cramped and legs gave out. Lion-Camel Ridge? Have we crossed over into Journey to the West? Lu Jing whispered. So, has anyone here ever been in a mythical world scenario before? I've never heard of anyone crossing into Journey to the West until now. No one answered. Only silence followed. I once crossed into the world of strange tales from a Chinese studio. Then, someone murmured quietly. But that was the only time. That's not what matters now. You should know when Sun Wukong came to the Lion-Camel Ridge, he had to enlist the help of all the gods and Buddhas. In the end, even the Buddha had to intervene to pacify the Lion-Camel Ridge. Now, with just a few of us? At these words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, their faces turning extremely grim. The dungeon shouldn't be an unsolvable existence. If we're talking about Journey to the West level combat power, all the awakened worldwide combined wouldn't stand a chance. Most likely, their fighting strength has been weakened. And have any of you ever seen a dungeon with over 10,000 monsters? Let alone 10,000, has there ever been one with 1,000? At this moment, the mage with the highest combat ability among them, who had just been elected as leader, stepped forward to boost morale. Every dungeon has a solution. Even if there really are 40,000 monsters, as long as we take down the boss, we'll count it as a success. Hearing this reassured everyone's hearts somewhat. Exactly. Dungeons like these usually lower the difficulty. Who knows, those little monsters might be weaker than my own dog. Hey, do you think this monster's meat would taste good now that it's become a spirit? Someone joked. At the mention of food, Fatty Lee Cine couldn't help but smack his lips. I heard that eating these magical monsters in dungeons can actually extend your lifespan. Seriously? Who knows? But the rumors sure make it sound mysterious. Is there any tiger demon here? Everyone says tiger penis is great for men's health. If we could get one from an enlightened tiger demon, surely it could cure my friend's kidney deficiency. Bullshit. Ha ha ha. As the jokes continued, everyone felt considerably more relaxed. But relaxed though they were, fighting was inevitable. They unanimously decided to make their first move against this solitary junior wind drill demon. After all, while they all knew this was the Lion-Camel Ridge, they were completely ignorant of its specific circumstances. Where's the entrance? Is there a tunnel? Is your great king in the cave or not? How many demons are currently inside the cave? Back then, the great sage also made his move against this little windrunner first. And so, the group decided to follow the great sage's example. Lu Jing gazed at the little whirlwind from afar. It was probably a weasel or a yellow wolf that had gained sentience. Its face was narrow and sharp as if carved by a knife, covered in fur, otherwise no different from an ordinary person. Lu Jing couldn't discern what exactly the creature had originated from. This is completely different from the spirits and monsters you see on TV. Who hasn't crouched in front of the television as a child, watching Journey to the West repeatedly? However, I never imagined that one day I would find myself in a world where Journey to the West serves as the challenge. Soon, the plan was finalized. For safety's sake, to avoid alerting the enemy, 3 assassins were sent to capture Junior Windrill and bring him back for thorough interrogation. The monkey had initially wanted to volunteer himself. After all, he had to show what he was made of, lest the awakened ones look down on them. But the eager monkey was held back by Chow Li Hao. Soon, the 3 assassins swiftly approached Little Diamond Wind using their stealth techniques. For assassins, concealment is a fundamental skill. Even if Little Diamond Wind is just a minor monster. None of the 3 paid much attention as they quickly closed in. One of the thin, petite men brandished a dagger and silently crept behind Little Whirlwind, poised to subdue him. To be honest, I felt a little thrill in my heart. After all, I'd only ever seen the great sage fight demons before. Never imagined I'd one day be fighting the same kind of demons as the great sage. What are you doing? You've been standing behind me since just now. The sudden voice startled the thin, small man. The little drill wind before his eyes had already vanished. A furry hand rested on his shoulder. So it's a human. I was wondering about that unfamiliar scent. You think your little magic tricks qualify you to trespass on Lion-Camel Ridge? The voice carried no trace of intimidation, yet the scrawny man found himself paralyzed, his entire body turning rigid. The next instant, his head was plucked off with effortless ease. Swish swish, before the other 2 hidden assassins could react. 2 more heads hit the ground. Chapter 90, The Whirling Dagger. The whirling dagger effortlessly took 3 lives in a single instant, his movements casual as if brushing off dust, as if he had merely slaughtered 3 chickens. Then Little Whirlwind turned his gaze to the others behind the mountain ridge. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. The monstrous whirlwind that was Little Whirlwind swept toward the crowd with lightning speed. The leading mage concentrated all his magical power in that split second, conjuring 7 shimmering, translucent ice walls before him as if performing a sleight of hand. With a thunderous boom, like the crack of lightning, the whirlwind transformed from the little wind driller struck the ice walls like a raging tidal wave. The tremendous impact made the ice walls tremble slightly, but they weren't shattered immediately. Instead, they were violently pushed backward in an instant. The mage's eyes widened at the sight, summoning every ounce of his magical power to unleash a defensive spell. As he channeled his full strength, the 7 ice walls instantly gleamed with an even more dazzling brilliance. At last, they barely managed to halt the seemingly unstoppable whirlwind just a foot before him. Now, the roaring wind felt like countless sharp blades whistling past his ears. An overwhelming sense of oppression sent chills down one's spine, as if the next moment they would be completely devoured by that ferocious beast. Thud! At this critical moment, Little Whirlwind appeared once again, materializing soundlessly behind the mage. By now, the mage's chest had become a bloody mess, as if shattered by an invisible, tremendous force. Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his clothes and the surrounding ground. A level 30 battle mage had twice entered A-ranked dungeons before, 15 B-ranked dungeons. Now he had died here in such a reckless manner. Died at the hands of Little Whirlwind. There was no time to mourn for him as battle cries suddenly erupted. Several nearby warriors brandished their weapons, charging toward Little Whirlwind in a coordinated assault. Little Winddrill let out a sly chuckle, showing no fear whatsoever. With a slight turn of his body, a powerful gust of air erupted violently around him in an instant. In the next moment, he transformed into an utterly ferocious tornado. The tornado swept through, whipping up shrill, ear-splitting howls in its wake. The weapons in the warriors' hands had barely touched the edge of the hurricane when they were violently blown away as if struck by an irresistible force, flung far and scattered across the ground. Even more terrifying, as the hurricane swept past Little Whirlwind, agonized screams pierced the air. Those warriors, with their resilient bodies and armored defenses, were torn into countless fragments by the sheer power of the tempest. Blood splattered everywhere, as if the sky had unleashed a horrifying rain of crimson. Massacre. That's right, this is a one-sided slaughter. There was no power to resist at all. Ironically, they had just been thinking about how to deal with the demon hordes of Lion Camel Ridge, and the 3 demon kings, the lion, the elephant, and the rock. Yet now, even a mere junior driller was slaughtering them to the point of abandoning armor and weapons, utterly powerless to fight back. The mage's attacks felt like mere tickles to the junior driller. The warrior's defense might as well have been made of paper. The hunter's traps proved completely useless, and the assassin's prideful agility resembled nothing more than clumsy buffoonery. Before this transformed monster, everyone became lambs to the slaughter. Run! Run! Freeze! Instantly, a large group of people stopped dead in their tracks. The little drill wind grinned and tore off a man's head with one vicious bite. He kept chewing, devouring 5 or 6 heads in one go. Meow Meow slumped to the ground, panting heavily. This state instantly reminded her of that day in the rules-based dungeon, when she faced the false mountain god. The little whirlwind's face twisted into a ferocious grin as he stretched out a hand, clawing viciously toward her. His movement was lightning fast, appearing before her eyes in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, one could see the little whirlwind's hand stained with fresh, crimson blood. Mixed within were strands of partially severed intestines and fragments of what appeared to be heart tissue. The gooey, bloody mess clung stickily to his palm. Whoosh! Little Winddrill froze in surprise. His hand touched Meow Meow's body, but contrary to before, it didn't effortlessly slice open the kitten's belly. Instead, they sensed another force equally formidable. The mountain god's blessing, 3 strands of mystical yellow chi. Mystical yellow chi grants the user temporary invulnerability to weapons and resistance to fire and water. Damn it! The monkey and the fat man came charging from left and right in a pincer attack. The little whirlwind transformed into a cyclone once more. The cyclone that should have crushed them both to pieces proved ineffective this time. The monkey and the fat man also unleashed the mystic yellow energy. Just like during their breakthrough at the mountain deity's trial, each survivor received 3 strands of profound yellow chi. The fat man was given 2 more strands. Though they temporarily blocked Little Whirlwind's attacks, for the time being they couldn't really do much against him either. The effects of the profound yellow chi were also limited. Little Whirlwind regained his footing and casually killed a few more people. Limb fragments flew everywhere, as if they cost nothing. Lu Jing and Chao Li Hao attacked from behind. Suddenly, Little Whirlwind spun around with the flag clenched tightly in his hand, then swung it forcefully. This is clearly no ordinary banner, but rather a weaponized magical artifact. Although this artifact isn't particularly powerful, it does possess some formidable capabilities. Yet compared to the great sage, it appears utterly insignificant, beneath even the dignity of being wielded in his presence. But at this very moment, boom! With an earth-shattering roar, a raging tide surged toward the crowd. Chao Lihao and Lu Jing hastily channeled the Xianhuang Qi. The Xianhuang Qi did not hold out for long, leaving them immobilized in the raging sands. Following the direction pointed by the banner, a terrifying force rapidly spread outward. Those within the area had no time to react before being mercilessly engulfed by the rolling yellow sand, their flesh and skin stripped away. In the blink of an eye, what had been a living crowd was reduced to ghastly white skeletons, an utterly horrific and bloody spectacle. Among these unfortunate souls stood Chao Lihao. His once intact body now appeared as fragile as a candle flame in the wind. The entire skin vanished without a trace as if swept away by a fierce gale, leaving only a chilling, ghastly skeleton lying silently on the ground. Ah! Screams echoed endlessly. Lu Jing was in the same situation, whether alive or dead, no one knew. He was the first to cover his entire body with the black substance, yet even so, hardly an inch of his skin remained unscathed. The pain knocked him unconscious, yet his extraordinary regenerative ability mercilessly jerked him back to agonizing wakefulness.